Cough, cough. Baize woke up choking and coughing hard. His lungs burned with pain. He opened his eyes wide and gasped for air several times before the suffocating feeling in his chest finally eased. Everything around him was dark. After a moment, his blurry vision slowly began to focus. Baize moved his eyes, trying to see where he was. The empty, gloomy atmosphere. Could this be a hospital morgue? He tried to recall what had happened before he lost consciousness, and the memory felt completely absurd, something even a movie wouldn't dare to show. He had just finished a job interview and was walking toward the bus stop with his resume in hand. But after only a few steps on the crosswalk, an elderly man with a bald head came speeding through a red light on a three-wheeled scooter, rushing past Baize so close that the wind nearly knocked him over. Startled, Baize's expensive, color-printed resume flew out of his hand and landed by the roadside. Even though he was usually calm, almost being hit made him furious. He had just shouted a curse when thunder suddenly roared across the sky. A flash of lightning followed, striking straight down at him. When Baize opened his eyes again, he was here. It was ridiculous, yet it had truly happened to him. He tried to sit up, but his body felt weak. As he pushed against the bed for support, his hand touched something soft and furry. Looking down, he realized he was wrapped in a thick layer of brown fur. Startled, he touched it again. It felt just like animal fur. He quickly got up to look around. Gray, uneven rock walls, a small opening for light, a wooden rack in the corner, and several animal hides of different colors. Baize finally realized something was wrong. This looked like a cave. The bed beneath him wasn't a bed at all, but a large stone slab covered with dry grass and animal skins. He stopped himself before finishing the word. The memory of being struck by lightning was still terrifying enough to make him shiver. Baize carefully lifted the animal skin blanket. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he heard footsteps approaching the cave entrance. Startled, he quickly sat back down and wrapped himself tightly in the blanket again. A little boy about 6 or 7 years old walked in. When he saw Baize, his eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he soon returned to normal. Baize was about to feel relieved to see another person, but then he froze. The child in front of him was very beautiful. Under his messy black hair were a pair of deep blue eyes, calm and distant like the sea. But his clothes looked like something out of a primitive tribe, more ancient than anything Baize had ever seen. Baize blinked in disbelief. Was this some kind of cosplay? The boy walked closer and called softly, "Father-ya."
Huh?
Baize looked around, then pointed at himself uncertainly. Are you talking to me? The boy's brow twitched slightly, but he said nothing, just stood quietly to the side. He was already used to this kind of reaction from his father-ya. Compared to before, this was actually quite gentle. Baize, still confused, looked around and asked carefully, "And you are?" The boy paused, then stared at him with a strange expression. When the boy didn't answer, Baize didn't dare move. He hesitated and asked, "How did I end up here?" The boy finally realized something was wrong. He stepped closer, looked Baize up and down, and said, "You fell into the lake." Fell into the lake? Baize frowned. But I remember being struck by lightning. There was this blinding flash, just like a movie effect, and then everything went dark. The boy didn't understand what he was talking about and frowned even more. Baize, feeling lost, tried to sound friendly. "Is there any adult here I can talk to?" "Father Beast went hunting," the boy replied. Baize knew what hunting meant, but hearing it said so calmly by a child and seeing his primitive outfit made everything feel even stranger. And what did Father Beast mean? And that father-ya from earlier, what was that about? Baize rubbed his head, trying to stay calm. The boy stared at him, confusion clear in his eyes. Baize sighed. "Hey kid, do you have a phone here? Can I borrow it for a moment?" The boy finally spoke. "What's a phone?" "A phone is, huh?" Baize stopped mid-sentence, staring at the boy in disbelief. "You don't know what a phone is?" The boy shook his head. Something was definitely wrong. Baize panicked and tried to get out of bed, but halfway through lifting the animal skin covering him, he suddenly realized he wasn't wearing anything. He quickly stopped. "Could you bring me my clothes?" The boy walked to a wooden rack in the corner, stood on tiptoe but couldn't reach, then stepped on a nearby stone to pull down a few pieces of animal skin and place them by the bed. Seeing this, Baze quickly said, "Not those. I mean my own clothes, the ones I was wearing before. Jeans and a hoodie." The boy looked puzzled and glanced at the pile of animal skins. "These are your clothes." "No, never mind." Baze reached out, picked up a dark purple animal skin, turned it over a few times, and examined it carefully. Just as he was about to ask how to wear it, the boy had already stepped outside the cave to give him privacy. Baze tried to remember what the boy's clothes looked like and struggled to put the animal skin on himself. After a while, he managed to make it look somewhat right, though it still felt awkward and uncomfortable. On the ground lay a pair of animal skin shoes. He wasn't sure how they were made, but they looked decent enough, though hard to put on with all the straps and ties. The situation was urgent, so Baze didn't care much. As long as the outfit stayed on and kept him covered, it was good enough. When he stepped out of the small cave, he realized it was part of a larger one. The place he had been in earlier was just a smaller chamber dug out from the main cave. He carefully looked around, trying to gather any useful information. The large cave had many things inside. Near the entrance, a pit had been dug into the ground, surrounded by a ring of stones. Inside were half-burned pieces of wood turned black with charcoal. Beside it sat a grayish, rough-looking pot that seemed heavy, probably made of stone. Next to the pot was a flat stone slab with two knife-like tools on it. When Baze moved closer, he saw that one looked like it had been polished from a river shell, and the other was shaped from a special kind of stone. Both were very sharp. Next to them were several rough stone bowls, a stack of large, smooth green leaves that were much bigger than a hand, and a stone jar as tall as a person. Beside that stood a large square-shaped rock, solid and polished flat, looking very much like a stone table you might see in a park. At the back of the cave, near the wall, there was a pile of dry grass covered with animal hides. Next to it stood a low wooden rack holding several pieces of cut and trimmed hides of different sizes. The more Baze looked, the more it reminded him of the illustrations in history books, and the more uneasy he felt. He quickly walked out of the cave, and the next second, his eyes widened as he froze in place like a statue. All around him were tall, dense plants stretching endlessly into the distance, layer upon layer, more breathtaking than any rainforest he had ever seen in a documentary. A boy had been sitting on a log outside the cave, but when he saw Baze come out, he immediately stood up. Perhaps Baze's shocked expression made the boy nervous too, and he glanced warily toward the thick forest nearby. It was quiet, no wild animals or other people in sight. Baze steadied himself against the stone wall, one hand pressed to his chest. Could it be that he had somehow ended up in a primitive tribe deep in a rainforest? Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed through the trees not far away, making Baze gasp in fright. A cool breeze rushed into his dry throat, and he started coughing hard. Cough, cough, cough. His lungs, already sore, hurt even more now. Wanting a drink of water to ease the pain, he bent over and hurried to the stone jar he had seen earlier. But just as he reached out, his hand froze in midair. He stared at the reflection in the water, then stumbled back a few steps. In the water was a face that looked almost exactly like his own, except for the icy blue eyes and the silver-gray hair fading into white. Baze quickly and calmly realized that the reflection wasn't him. A wild thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He was inside someone else's body. He fell to the ground, his mind racing. Could it be that after being struck by lightning, I somehow traveled back to the primitive age? Or did my soul move into another body? This makes no sense at all. Ju stood silently to the side, watching Baze with a tense expression. Baze took a couple of deep breaths, then shakily got to his feet. What a mess. Remembering how the child had addressed him, Baze suddenly looked up, pointed at himself, then at the boy, and nervously asked, "What's our relationship?" Ju's hand tightened slightly. "You're my second father." Baze looked confused. "What does that mean? Why do you call me that?" "You gave birth to me," Ju said softly, lowering his eyes and instinctively stepping back. Normally, Baze would have scolded someone for saying something like that, but this time he didn't move. His blue eyes, the same color as Ju's, widened in shock. What? Baze's mouth fell open. You mean I'm your dad?
Impossible.
He had been single for over 20 years and had never even held a girl's hand. How could he have such a big son? Ju clenched his fingers, but said nothing. Thinking he had frightened the boy, Baze took a few more deep breaths to calm himself, then carefully asked, then, what about your mother? Ju looked puzzled. What's a mother? Baze's heart tightened. He quickly changed the subject, trying to sound calm. What's your name?
Ju.
No family name? Just Ju? The boy hesitated. Family name? All right, Baze sighed, deciding to skip that question. Then where are we?
A cave. Ah.
Yes, I can see that. After asking so many questions and learning nothing useful, Baze let out a small sigh. The cave fell silent, and the air grew a little awkward. Baze suddenly missed his phone. After a moment, he looked at Ju, whose face resembled his own, and spoke first. Are you afraid of me? Ju looked away.
No.
Baze could clearly sense the boy's caution and distance. He said sincerely, I won't hurt you. Ju didn't fully believe him, but still gave a quiet Can you tell me what this place is? Baze asked, gesturing around. I mean, the whole area.
Then.
What is the name of this forest? Ju didn't understand why Baze was asking such strange questions, but still answered. The great shaman said we are in the middle of the Beast God Continent. Beast God Continent. Baze repeated the name in his mind, then asked, what about other places? The east? The west? The south? The north? Ju shook his head. What is the great shaman? He's the most important person in the tribe. When we're sick or hurt, we go to him. He also leads the ceremonies for the beast god. Hearing this, Baze understood. It must be the tribe's early form of a shaman. He asked again, do you know how I fell into the water? Ju thought back to what he saw that morning and shook his head. Ching said that when he saw you, you were already in the lake.
Who is Ching?
A friend of the beast father and Yan's partner. What is a beast father? Baze felt a little embarrassed for asking so many questions. To give himself a reason, he said, sorry, Ju. I think I hit my head in the water. I can't remember anything. Ju didn't find that strange. Baze's behavior already explained enough. The great shaman is in the tribe. I'll go get him. No need, I'm fine. I'll probably recover in a few days. Baze quickly held his arm and continued. So, Ju, what is a beast father? Ju looked puzzled, unsure how to explain. Baze thought for a moment and asked, is beast father a title for a person? Like elder father? Ju nodded. Then who is your beast father?
Montag.
And what is my relationship with Mo? Partners. Baze, who was trying to figure out the family relationships, almost bit his tongue in surprise. Partners? Yes. Baze thought he had heard wrong. Ju, you mean companions, right? Ju explained seriously. Partners are not the same as companions. You and the beast father are partners, and that's why I was born.
What?
The beast father is your mother? Ju thought Baze's condition was quite serious. He kept saying strange things.
No, I mean.
You were born from your beast father? Ju said calmly. You're the one who gave birth to me. Every little one is born from their second father's belly. Thinking of what Ju had said earlier, Baze's mind went blank. Uneasy, he asked, so, you're saying I gave birth to you? You came out of my belly? Ju nodded. What? Baze's eyes widened. Men in ancient times could have children too? That's not in any biology book. He instinctively touched his stomach. Oh heavens, please don't mess with me. Baze glanced toward the cave entrance. When will your beast father come back? Ju shook his head. The chief said the beast fathers went somewhere far away this time. Good. At least that gave him some time to adjust before meeting his so-called partner. Otherwise, that would be way too dramatic. One last question. Baze tried to look calm, though he was completely numb inside. What's my name?
Baze.
Well, same name and all. Maybe that's why fate brought him here. After talking for a while, Baze felt that this child spoke very maturely, almost like an adult. He couldn't help but reach out, and ruffled Ju's hair. "How old are you?" Ju instinctively clenched the animal skin in his hands, but the pain he expected never came. It just tickled. Baze finished ruffling his hair and gently pinched his cheek.
8.
Ju clearly wasn't used to Baze acting like this, but he didn't show it.
8.
Baze had thought he was only 6. The boy was so thin and small, with hardly any flesh on him, yet he was already 8 years old. The sun slowly sank behind the mountains, and the sky grew darker. Baze's stomach growled, and he asked a bit shyly, "Do we have anything to eat at home?" A flicker of surprise crossed Ju's face. Baze had never called this cave home before. He had always spoken of it with disgust. Thinking Ju didn't understand, Baze explained, "Home means the place where we live." Ju walked into another cave and came back holding a piece of meat. Baze felt awkward just sitting and waiting for food, especially since the other was a child. He walked over and said, "Let me cook this time." In Ju's memory, his second father rarely cooked. Even when he did, he only made food for himself. And if Ju ever dared to eat it, he would be punished. Ju shook his head and began to work skillfully on his own. He took the meat to the stone jar, rinsed it with water, then placed it on a stone slab and cut it into pieces with a bone knife. After that, he put the meat into a stone pot, added water, and grabbed a handful of white grains from a bowl to sprinkle in. Baze was curious about how he would start a fire. He saw Ju squat down, pick up 2 stones, and gently strike them together. The dry grass and wood shavings in the pit instantly caught a small flame. Soon, the fire in the simple stone stove was burning brightly. Ju placed the stone pot over it, then sat quietly on the ground, watching the flames dance on the wood. Baze glanced into the small cave Ju had just come from. It was mostly empty except for some firewood and 2 large pieces of fatty meat on a wooden rack. The water in the stone pot began to boil, and white steam drifted out through the round vent carved into the cave wall. Baze leaned closer and asked, "What kind of meat is this?" Ju didn't look up. "Hum Beast." Hum Beast? Baze couldn't help but laugh. "That's a pretty cute name." He made a few hum sounds without thinking, and then suddenly realized, it must be a pig, right? But in this wild forest, it probably wasn't the clean, pink kind from modern times. It was more likely a fierce-looking wild boar. Ju stirred the pot a few times with a wooden stick, waited a bit longer, then scooped the meat into a bowl and placed it on the stone table. Baze looked at the full bowl of meat in front of him, feeling a mix of emotions. Across from him, the child's bowl was mostly soup with only a few small pieces of meat. When Ju noticed Baze staring at his bowl, he quietly picked up his chopsticks and moved the few pieces of meat into Baze's bowl. "What are you doing?" Baze quickly stopped him and switched their bowls instead. Ju looked at him with a strange expression. Baze asked carefully, "Ju, was I really bad to you before?" Ju didn't answer, just lowered his head and continued eating. That silence was answer enough. Even though it wasn't something he had done himself, seeing the boy's cautious and uneasy look made Baze feel an unexpected sadness. He said seriously, "Ju, I don't remember what happened before, but I promise I won't treat you that way again." Ju lowered his head even more. Baze knew things wouldn't change right away, so he didn't say anything else. The cave fell silent once more. He lifted the bowl and took a sip, but a strong fishy smell instantly filled his mouth. The next second, Baze frowned and spat out all the soup. Ju quickly looked up, gripping his chopsticks nervously. It's fine, just too hot," Baze explained quickly. Seeing Ju eating happily across from him, Baze thought maybe it was just his own problem. Fighting the urge to gag, he picked up a piece of white meat and took a bite, but the nausea came back even stronger. It was greasy and fishy.
Ugh.
Baze couldn't swallow it. He put down his chopsticks, suddenly missing his favorite spicy hot pot. When Ju saw him stop eating, he also froze, holding his breath as if waiting for Baze to get angry. Baze asked softly, "Do we usually eat this kind of food?" "There's only this kind of meat left at home," Ju said after a pause. "We're almost out of salt too, and Father Beast hasn't come back yet." Baze sighed. He understood it was a different time, but he really couldn't eat it. Ju added, There's still one more piece of meat. We can roast it. Baze stood up. I'll do it. He went to the storage area, took out another piece of fatty meat, washed it several times, and placed it on a stone slab to slice it thinly. The stone knife was hard to use, so he switched to a shell knife, which was much easier. Baze couldn't help but admire the wisdom of their ancestors. He cleaned the stone pot and tried to start a fire, but after several attempts, he couldn't make a single spark. Helpless, he asked Ju for help. The child moved quickly, lighting the fire and adding wood with practiced ease. It's okay, you can go play. I'll handle the rest, Baze said. Ju returned to the stone table. Food was precious, so he continued eating quietly. Baze put the sliced meat into the heated stone pot and stirred it constantly. Soon, golden oil began to bubble up, and the meat turned crisp and brown. The cave filled with a rich, savory aroma. Ju glanced toward the cave entrance, then quietly continued eating from his bowl. When the oil turned golden, Baze put out the fire, used wooden chopsticks to pick out the crispy bits into a bowl, and poured the oil into a larger stone bowl. Baze tasted it and finally felt like he was eating real food. Relieved, he let out a breath, sprinkled some salt on the crispy bits, and divided the food into 2 portions, placing one in front of Ju. Ju looked at the food, swallowed hard, but didn't pick up his chopsticks. He didn't even touch Baze's bowl of meat. Baze sat beside him and pushed the bowl toward him. You eat this? Ju asked uncertainly. For me? Of course.
Try it.
Even though he looked mature for his age, Ju was still a child. He picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up for a moment, and Baze noticed it. Is it good? Baze asked. Ju nodded. Baze smiled. That whole bowl is yours. Then he cut the rest of the meat into smaller pieces and fried them again in the freshly rendered oil. The smell was wonderful. Ju felt he had never eaten anything so delicious, but he didn't dare take too much. In the end, Baze divided the meat for him, and only then did Ju eat freely. Watching the boy eat so quickly and hungrily, Baze felt a pang of sadness. No wonder he was so thin. He was still growing, yet he hadn't been eating well. Ju's appetite surprised Baze. The boy finished nearly 2/3 of the meal. Worried he might overeat, Baze asked several times if he felt uncomfortable. After the meal, before Baze could stand up, Ju had already gathered the bowls, chopsticks, and pot, and started washing them at the cave entrance. Leaning against the rock wall, Baze suddenly thought that having a son like this might not be so bad. In his old world, after his grandmother passed away, he had no family left. Baze, you're awake. Ching walked over quickly and immediately noticed the young beast man standing in the clearing before the cave. Hearing the voice, Baze looked up. The man before him was young, with gentle features and a calm expression. Baze studied him for a moment before asking hesitantly, "And you are?" Ju, who had been clearing weeds near the cave entrance, came over and explained, "Ching, my father hit his head and doesn't remember anything."
What?
Ching gasped softly, frowning. Has the great healer seen him? I'm fine, Baze said, leaning forward slightly. Ju told me you saved me today. Ching, thank you really. And no need. Members of the tribe should help each other. Ching was caught off guard by the sudden thanks and quickly waved his hands in embarrassment. He was secretly surprised. The polite and gentle Baze before him was completely different from the rude and arrogant person he used to be. The tribe's sub-beasts didn't have a good impression of Baze, and the orc's feelings toward Mo had changed from envy to sympathy. But because of Yen and Mo's relationship, and because Ching was kind by nature, he still tried his best to take care of the father and son, even though Baze was difficult to get along with. Oh, right. Ching remembered why he had come and handed over the food he brought. This is for you. Baze was about to refuse, but when he saw the bright red fruits, his eyes lit up. After eating meat all day, the juicy fruits looked like a gift from the heavens. Ching, where did you get these fruits? He asked eagerly. I went gathering with the other sub-beasts from the tribe yesterday, Ching explained patiently, knowing Baze didn't remember. When the orcs go hunting, we sub-beasts collect wild vegetables and fruits. But the forest is dangerous, so we always go in groups. Of course, Some orcs stay behind to protect us. Having grown up running around the mountains with his grandparents, Baze became interested at once. Can you take me with you next time? He asked hopefully. Ching was surprised. You want to go gathering? Baze's eyes sparkled.
Can I?
I promise I won't cause any trouble. Of course, Ching said with a smile. It was a good sign that Baze wanted to join. Just then, she, who had been hiding behind Ching, spotted Ju and quickly ran out. He grabbed Ju's arm and pulled him aside, checking him over before whispering worriedly, "Did your father scold you again?" Sometimes Baze's punishments left no visible marks, so she had to make sure. No, Ju shook his head. Really? She looked doubtful. Ju had lied to him before. Really, Ju said, patting his hand. I'm not lying. Hearing that, she finally relaxed. He quietly slipped a piece of roasted meat wrapped in leaves into Ju's hand and whispered, "Here, eat this." Ju pushed it back. We already ate. The orcs might come back any time. You should keep it for yourself. No way. She's personality was very different from Ching's. Maybe it was because they had grown up together, but in front of Ju, she always acted a bit bossy. Hurry up and eat. If your foster father finds out, we'll be in trouble. Ju glanced at the two adults who were talking nearby, then quietly pulled she into the cave. What's wrong? She asked nervously as he followed. Ju took out a small bowl. Try this, it's really good. What is it? She curiously picked up a golden piece from the bowl and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up. It's crispy and smells so good, Ju. It's delicious. Seeing Shi's happy expression, Ju couldn't help but smile. It's fried pork bits. My foster father made them. Your foster father? She looked at him in surprise. He actually cooked for you. Yeah, Ju said softly. I don't know why, but he's been different since he woke up. Do you think he'll stay like that? She tilted his head and leaned on Ju's shoulder. He doesn't scold you or hit you anymore, and he even makes you tasty food. Ju shook his head. I don't know. It's time to go home, Ching's voice called from outside the cave. As they were about to leave, Ju wrapped the fried bits in a leaf and tucked them into Shi's fur pouch. Take them home and eat them slowly. She held the pouch close like a treasure, his eyes shining. Ju, you're so nice. I'm leaving now. She took his foster father's hand and walked a few steps, then turned back to remind him, Ju, don't forget to go hunting with me tomorrow. I won't, Ju replied. Bai Zhe, standing beside him, looked surprised. You're so young, and you already go hunting? Every orc learns to hunt from a young age, Ju explained.
Bai Zhe frowned slightly.
But Ching said the forest is dangerous. There will be older orcs with us. We won't go far. Orcs? Bai Zhe thought to himself, finding the term quite strange. By then, night had completely fallen. Ju rekindled the fire in the cave, and the flickering light filled the space with a warm golden glow. Bai Zhe rinsed some apple-like fruits that Ching had brought and handed one to Ju. I'm full, Ju said, shaking his head. Fruit gives you vitamins, Bai Zhe said, already familiar with the boy's stubbornness. He placed the fruit in Ju's hand. Eat one, it's good for you. The firelight cast their shadows on the cave wall, one tall, one short. Do we have any wild vegetables or something like that? Baze suddenly asked. Ju replied gently, You don't really like gathering things. Is that so? Baze gave an awkward smile. I guess I used to have quite a personality. There was no calendar here, so Baze picked up a small stone and carved a line on the cave wall, planning to use tally marks to record how long he had been in this world. After sitting for a while, Baze faced a serious problem. He needed to use the bathroom. He hesitated for a long time, then lightly poked Ju to express his urgent need. Ju led Baze out of the cave. Though it was night, the moonlight was bright, clearly lighting up the surroundings. They stopped in front of a small fence made of stones and branches. Is it here? Baze asked. Ju nodded. Inside, Baze found a large pit filled with green plants. 2 wooden planks were placed across the top, looking a bit like a simple toilet from modern times. But instead of waste, the pit was full of lively green plants. When he came out, Baze asked curiously, What are those green plants? Twisting grass, Ju said, walking ahead under the moonlight. They can absorb and clean up everything inside. That's pretty advanced, Baze said with admiration. No wonder it's so clean. If someone from modern times saw it, they'd think it was part of a park. After just half a day, Ju was already getting used to Baze's strange way of speaking. The temperature difference between day and night was large, and the cool wind made Baze shiver. The animal skin he wore was good quality, something he could never have afforded before, but it was roughly sewn and let the wind in, making it far from comfortable. He quickened his pace and sighed in relief once he was back inside the cave. Rubbing his arms, he crouched by the fire to warm his hands, wondering if he should light another fire in the inner cave. But as he grew warmer and thought of the thick animal skin bedding waiting for him, he decided it wasn't necessary. Ju was already sleepy. He walked to the pile of grass in the larger cave, lay down, and closed his eyes. Baze turned his head and saw the child curling up in the corner, half covered with a piece of animal skin, looking small and pitiful. He walked over and asked, "You're sleeping here?" Ju sat up. "What's wrong?" The calm look on the child's face made Baze feel a mix of emotions. He said softly, "Come sleep inside the cave with me. It's cold here by the entrance." Ju lowered his head, his eyelashes trembling slightly. "I've always slept here. It's not cold." Baze tried to persuade him, but it didn't work.
He sighed.
When Ju saw him leave, he didn't think much of it. He had to get up early tomorrow, so he quickly went to sleep. After a while, Ju felt a thick animal hide being placed over him. Baze moved quietly, carefully tucking the fur around the child before leaving silently. As the firelight dimmed, Ju curled up under the warm, soft fur blanket, staring at the dark stone wall, lost in thought. Even though the bed was covered with thick hay and soft animal skins, Baze still couldn't get used to it. On top of that, the strange soul-crossing event made it impossible for him to sleep. The thought that he might never return home and would have to live here forever made him feel hopeless. In his old world, he had been alone, free of attachments, but now there was no electricity, no delicious food, no phone, no books, no movies, no games. It was unbearable. Thinking about it, Baze couldn't help but wipe away tears under the blanket. This body wasn't even his own, and now he somehow had a primitive husband and a child. Baze wondered what he had done to deserve such a fate. He sighed quietly. As dawn approached, birds began to sing in the nearby forest. After a sleepless night, Baze tossed and turned before finally deciding to get up. The strings on his fur clothes were tangled, and the more he tried to fix them, the worse it got. Frustrated, he fell back, hitting his head with a thud. Only then did he remember that the bed was made of stone. He lay there for a while, trying to calm down. When he finally stepped out of the cave and looked toward where Ju had slept, he saw the spot was already empty. The fur blanket was neatly folded. "This kid wakes up so early?" Baze muttered, puzzled. Just then, he heard a low shush sound coming from outside the cave. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, he saw a dark shape lying on the big rock at the entrance. Baze rubbed his eyes and looked again. What he saw made his heart almost stop. A young black leopard was sharpening its claws on the rock. He was terrified, but when he thought that Ju might be nearby, worry and fear mixed in his heart. Forcing himself to stay calm, he quietly went back into the cave and picked up the bone knife from the stone slab. His hands were shaking, and his heart was pounding wildly. He might be able to fight the young leopard, but he feared its parents could be close. Those creatures were fierce. If they attacked, he wouldn't stand a chance. But Ju was still outside. Gritting his teeth, Baze tried to peek out to check the situation. The next moment, the young leopard turned its round eyes toward him.
Baze shivered in fright.
The little leopard jumped off the rock, flicked its tail, and walked straight toward him, making soft growling sounds. No matter how cute it looked, it was still a wild animal. One bite could be deadly.
"Go!"
Baze shouted, pointing the knife at it, his voice trembling. "Don't come any closer." The little leopard stopped, its ears drooping slightly, and the bright blue in its eyes dimmed. "Good. That's right," Baze said, waving the knife nervously. Go find your parents before they get angry with you. The little leopard let out a low whimper and continued toward the cave entrance. Seeing those sharp teeth and claws so close, Baize gripped the knife tightly, ready to fight if he had to. But before he could raise the blade, the leopard walked right past him and went into the cave. Baize realized then that it meant no harm. He leaned against the entrance and peeked inside. What he saw next left him completely stunned. The little black leopard had turned into a child. It was Ju. Baize's entire understanding of the world was shaken. There were beings like this in the world. No wonder those icy blue eyes had looked so familiar. After putting on his clothes, Ju turned around and saw Baize trembling, holding onto the cave wall, his face pale with fear. The memory of what had just happened still lingered in Ju's eyes. With a quiet, lonely voice, he said, "Father." Baize asked again, unwilling to give up, "That little black panther just now, was that you?" Ju pressed his lips together, unsure what he had done to upset him. Baize continued, "Ju, can everyone in this world turn into animals?" Ju finally understood what was going on, but he hadn't expected that his foster father would forget even something like this. Beastmen can change into their animal forms at any time, but sub-beastmen only transform during certain times of the year. Baize rubbed his temples, unable to believe the words coming out of his own mouth.
"So,
"I'm a black panther too?" "You're a lynx," Ju said, recalling Baize's animal form, soft silver-gray fur and a fluffy tail, looking very much like a big cat. Back then, Ju had been young. His attachment to his foster father made him want to get close to Baize, especially when Baize was in his furry form. But all he got in return were scratches and bites. Of course, Baize behaved a little better when Emo was around. After all, he still depended on him for food. When Emo noticed the marks on Ju, he tried to keep the two apart. If he had to go hunting, he would send Ju to the Yen family, asking Qing to look after him. As Ju grew older, he realized that his foster father didn't like him, so he stopped trying to get close and learned to protect himself a little. "Lynx?" Baize was shocked again. "You mean there's no reproductive barrier here?" "What's a reproductive barrier?" "It means, if I'm a lynx, how can you be a black panther?" Ju patiently explained, "Because my beast father was a black panther." "Oh, heavens!" Baize groaned, completely overwhelmed. So this really is a world of beasts. No wonder they called it the Beast God Continent. He had thought it was just some kind of primitive animal worship, but it turned out to be real. Ju's body tensed, unease flickering in his eyes. In the past, whenever Baize acted like this, it meant he was in a bad mood, and that usually ended badly for Ju. After a moment, Baize sighed. He couldn't make sense of it all, so he decided to just accept it. If he could live, he'd live. If not, well, what could he do? He seemed calm on the surface, but really, he had just run out of options. Once the tension faded, the fear that had gripped them both slowly disappeared. Baize looked at Ju, and in his mind, he kept seeing that little black panther from before. A round head, bright blue eyes, and soft furry paws. "Oh my, isn't this just a big, adorable cat?" He was about to reach out and ruffle Ju's hair when he saw the child press his lips together, close his eyes, and clutch the edge of his fur clothes tightly. "I won't hurt you." Baize's heart softened instantly. He gently held Ju's small face and said seriously, "I promised you, Ju. Trust me." A hint of surprise flashed in Ju's eyes. Then he nodded. After all that, the sun had already risen above the forest. The air was less damp, though the mist hadn't completely faded. Baize wanted to brush his teeth. He didn't expect much, but he still asked Ju. Ju handed him a small brown stick. Baize sniffed it. It had a fresh, pleasant scent. "How do I use this?" "Chew it," Ju demonstrated. Teeth were very important to them, especially to beast folk. This stick not only cleaned their teeth, but also worked as a chew stick. After using this simple 3-in-1 tool, Baize's mouth did feel much fresher, though he still missed modern toothbrushes and toothpaste. They didn't make his jaw ache. After rinsing his mouth and washing his face, Baize started preparing breakfast. He took out the last piece of meat they had left. Just like yesterday, he rendered the fat for oil, sliced the lean meat thin, and cooked it on a stone slab. Then he made a pot of fruit tea with the fruits Qing had given them. The heavy stone pot and slab were tiring to handle, and with only one stove, moving them around was inconvenient. His arms soon grew sore. The pot couldn't be replaced. This world probably hadn't reached the Iron Age yet, but bowls and plates could be made. Baze looked toward the forest outside the cave, thinking he should find some wood to make kitchenware when he had the chance. If possible, he'd even like to make some furniture later. For now, though, it was just a thought. When the food was ready, Baze divided it in advance, worried that Ju might be too shy to take any. Ju looked at the bowl full of meat in front of him, surprise flickering in his eyes. Baze smiled. "Didn't you say we're going hunting today? You need to eat well to have strength." Ju ate quietly, fast but polite. As they were eating, a small figure appeared at the cave entrance, peeking inside from time to time. Baze remembered that she was Qing's child. He called out, "She, come in and eat with us." She held onto the stone wall at the entrance and peeked in. "I've already eaten. When Ju finishes, we'll go hunting together." "She, come in," Baze said with a smile, waving him over.
"Try the food I made."
She hesitated and looked at Ju. Knowing the two children were close, Baze whispered, "Ju, let she come in. I cooked plenty of meat." Ju had planned to secretly save some roasted meat and crispy bits for she, wrapped in leaves. But after hearing Baze, he quickly stood up, went to the entrance, and pulled she inside. She followed Ju carefully and sat down beside him. When he saw the golden, crispy bits and the sizzling meat on the table, his eyes lit up. But since Baze was there, he only swallowed quietly and sat still. Ju pushed his food toward she and said softly, "Go ahead. Eat." She knew Ju often didn't get enough to eat. He shook his head and pushed the bowl back. "You eat. We have to meet up soon." Baze looked at the two children, feeling both comforted and a little sad. He served she the remaining meat and crispy bits from the pan, along with a warm bowl of fruit tea. She's big eyes sparkled. Thank you, Baze." Baze smiled. "Eat while it's hot." She picked up a piece of crispy meat and popped it into his mouth, winking at Ju. "It's so good. Even better than the cold ones from yesterday." He tried the fried meat next. It was tender and full of flavor. "Slow down," Ju said, handing him a cup of apple soup. "Drink some, don't choke." "It's sweet," she said happily. He relaxed a lot, no longer as shy in front of Baze. "This is the best food I've ever had." Baze's eyes softened with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment, she." By the end of the meal, she's fondness for Baze had grown even more. After eating, before Baze could move, the two children quickly picked up the dishes to wash them. When they finished cleaning up and were about to head to the center of the tribe, Baze reminded them again and again, "Remember, safety is the most important thing." Ju nodded. She patted his chest. "I'll protect you." Baze rubbed his head and smiled. "Then I'll count on you, she." The two children walked to the entrance of the cave. Ju carefully helped she straighten his clothes and even retied the animal sinew on his shoes. Just after the two children left, Qing came over carrying a bag made of animal hide. He saw Baze standing at the cave entrance, stretching out his arms and measuring something in the air. Curious, he asked Baze, "What are you doing?" "Qing, you're here." Baze turned around and smiled. "The cave entrance lets in cold air at night. I want to make a door for it." Qing said, "You can block it with some branches and then place a big stone in front." That was what they usually did during cold spells to keep out the wind and snow. "Good idea." Baze clapped the dust off his hands and nodded in agreement. His eyes fell on the animal hide bag Qing was holding, and he asked, "Qing, what brings you here?" "We're going to the eastern mountains today to gather food. Do you want to come with us?" Their food supply at home was almost gone. Baze had been thinking about setting a few traps in the nearby forest to try his luck, so he immediately agreed, "Sure." It would also be a good chance to get familiar with the area. Baze quickly went back into the cave and found two large animal hide bags on the wooden rack. The bags were roughly made and quite heavy because of the thick fur, but at least they didn't leak and were still useful. The two of them walked toward the center of the tribe. The path was smooth and clean, with all the weeds cleared away, forming a sharp contrast with the tall, dense forest nearby. Along the way, they saw more caves. The entrances were tidy, and some had piles of wood and stones neatly stacked outside. Baze also noticed a few little black panthers with their tails held high, rolling on the ground and playfully biting each other's necks and tails. They were having so much fun that their happy purring filled the air. Ching smiled and said, "The cubs love playing together." "Yes," Baze replied softly, feeling warm inside. He remembered how, when he was little, the elders in his village would chat at their doorsteps while the cats played together in the sun, relaxed and carefree. Baze asked, "Can they turn into humans?" "Of course," Ching said as they walked. "But the cubs prefer to stay in their animal forms when they play." After walking a bit farther, Baze noticed that their cave seemed to be in a rather remote spot. He asked, "Ching, are the cave locations assigned by the tribe, or do people choose them themselves?" Ching said, "You don't like being around others, so Mo dug a cave on the edge of the tribe."
Oh.
Bai Zhe suddenly felt curious. What kind of person was this Mo they kept mentioning? As they got closer to the center of the tribe, more people appeared. Even though Bai Zhe had prepared himself, he still gasped when he saw a large black panther patrolling nearby. The fear humans feel toward wild beasts is something born deep within their bones. The center of the tribe looked like a primitive village, except the houses were caves carved into the stone walls. They varied in size and were arranged neatly. The ground in front of the mountain was flat, and some areas were even paved with stones.
Ching.
Xing walked over quickly, but the moment he saw Bai Zhe, his smile froze, replaced by shock.
Baisha.
Qing's voice was gentle. "Xing, Bai Zhe is coming with us to gather food today." "He's going out to gather?" Xing raised his eyebrows. Even when food was scarce, he had never seen Bai Zhe go out with them before. "I won't slow you down," Bai Zhe said at the right moment. Xing looked at Qing in surprise. Was that really something Bai Zhe would say? Qing explained, "Bai Zhe hurt his head and doesn't remember many things." "Oh, I see." Xing studied Bai Zhe and noticed that his expression was much softer than before. He pointed to himself and asked, "Do you still remember me?" Bai Zhe shook his head. "Sorry, I don't." "It's fine. Forgetting might be a good thing. It wasn't anything pleasant anyway." Xing waved his hand and introduced himself. "I'm Xing, about the same age as you."
Baisha smiled.
"Nice to meet you, Xing." For a moment, Xing was stunned by Bai Zhe's smile. This sub-beastman had always been cold or angry before. It was the first time Xing had seen him look so gentle and kind. Still, remembering Bai Zhe's past behavior, Xing couldn't help but stay cautious. The lessons from before had been painful. If not for Qing, he would have stayed far away. With Qing in the middle, Bai Zhe and Xing walked on either side as the three continued forward. Bai Zhe noticed that Xing kept glancing at him. There was no hostility, only curiosity, but Bai Zhe was curious too. He gently nudged Qing's arm, leaned closer, and whispered, "What kind of relationship did Xing and I have before?" Qing spoke gently. "You used to act a little impulsively sometimes and accidentally hurt him." Baze asked carefully. "A little?
What do you mean by that?"
"Losing your temper, breaking things, arguing with Mo, hitting Ju, yelling at people." Because their families were close, Qing had seen many of these moments. His voice was soft, as if he were calmly telling a story. Baze's face grew more and more awkward. He sighed, thinking that the original person who owned this body must have been quite something. Have I always had such a unique personality? Since he had taken over someone else's body, Baze tried to stay respectful in his words. Otherwise, it would feel wrong. Xing, who had overheard their conversation, tilted his head. "Actually, when you first came here, you were pretty nice." Baze asked, "When I first came?"
"Yes."
"Our Black Panther tribe rarely has orcs from other tribes," Xing recalled. "When your two fathers brought you and Bai Qing here, the chief and the great shaman discussed for a long time before agreeing to let you stay." Baze learned something new. The original person even had family. That made him feel even more guilty. Xing, who always spoke directly, continued, "But after you and Mo became partners, you changed." Baze thought for a moment and asked, "Did I like Mo?" Qing and Xing exchanged a glance but said nothing. Baze immediately understood. Then why did I become Mo's partner? Xing explained, your father hurt his leg while hunting. Without a reliable orc, it's hard for a sub-orc to survive, especially during the cold season. Baze could understand. It was out of necessity. Curious, he asked, what kind of orc is Mo? How did he treat me? He treated you very well, Qing said. I don't think anyone in the tribe has ever been so patient with their partner. Xing nodded. Mo is the strongest orc in our Black Panther tribe. As they talked, they saw a few sub-orcs ahead, with 2 tall orcs standing beside them. By now, Baze could tell the difference between orcs and sub-orcs. In this tribe, orcs were generally tall and strong. Because Baze rarely appeared in public, most people only knew him through rumors about his bad temper. So, their looks toward him were mostly curious or cautious. Of course, some didn't seem to like him at all. Ma pointed at Baze and said to everyone, "Oh my, look who I just saw. Is he going to lose his temper again today?" Baze glanced at him and frowned. Why were there always people like this wherever he went? Ma. Qing stopped him. Don't talk like that. Ma clicked his tongue. Qing, are you out of your mind? Why are you still hanging around Baze? Do you actually like it when people treat you badly? Baze was about to respond, but Xing couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up first. What's it to you? Mind your own business. Ma said mockingly, Xing, did you forget what happened last time when you got hit by that rock? Xing gave him a sideways look and shot back. Baze isn't great, but you're even worse. Hearing that, Baze gave an awkward smile. Xing really was straightforward. You. Ma's face turned red with anger. Qing looked at Baze and explained, Xing didn't mean it that way. Baze smiled and shook his head. I know. Luo quickly stepped in to calm things down. All right, let's get going. Ma glared at the 3 of them, then turned and walked toward the edge of the tribe. The others followed behind. After arguing with Ma, Xing felt much better. He turned to comfort Baze. Don't mind him. He's way more annoying than you. That was quite a unique way to comfort someone. All right, Baze said, looking into Xing's sincere eyes, not sure how to respond. This sub-beastman was actually quite interesting. As they moved toward the outskirts of the tribe, 2 beastmen nearby instantly transformed into Black Panthers, walking on either side to protect the sub-beastmen. Beyond the flat tribal grounds lay layers of mountains covered in tall, dense trees that blocked out most of the sunlight. Everyone walked carefully. In the morning forest, the mist hadn't yet lifted, and dew clung to the grass, quickly soaking their ankles as they stepped through. Baze wasn't used to the animal skin shoes. It felt like his feet were wrapped in rough cloth. He couldn't help but miss his light sneakers and casual shoes, especially the sturdy boots perfect for walking through forests like this. Xing had a good personality and got along well with Qing. Seeing that Baze seemed different now, he decided to let go of their past disagreements. As they walked, Xing chatted quietly with him, and Baze learned a lot of new things about this world from their conversation. His belief in materialism was once again shaken, as if struck by an asteroid. By noon, the group reached their destination. The mountain in the east was covered with even richer vegetation than the one near their home. When Baze saw the people ahead bending down to dig something, he looked closer. It was a patch of plants that looked like amaranth. Seeing him stand still, Qing reminded him, this kind of grass is edible. It tastes bitter, but it can fill your stomach. Oh, okay. Baze squatted down and started digging with them. Along the way, Xing and Qing pointed out several other edible plants. Baze thought they looked a lot like some wild vegetables from modern times. He could even name a few, like purslane and bitter greens. Because 2 large Black Panthers were guarding nearby, the beast men gradually relaxed. After collecting the wild vegetables, they continued forward and soon found several trees full of fruit. Baze's eyes lit up. It was an apple tree, though much taller than the ones he knew. Most of the ripe apples hung high on the branches. The fruit Qing had given him yesterday must have come from this kind of tree. As Baze wondered how to pick them, he saw the other beastmen already climbing up with animal skin bags, moving quickly and skillfully. Baze could climb trees too, but that was something he hadn't done since childhood, and only on smaller trees. Facing such a tall tree after so many years, he felt a bit nervous. But seeing the others picking fruit so easily, he hesitated only a moment before following Qing and Xing up the tree. Bei's movements were clumsy. He hugged the trunk tightly, using both hands and feet to climb up little by little. When he was halfway, he looked up and saw that Qing and Xing were already high above. Standing on a branch fork, Qing looked down and asked curiously, "Beis, what's wrong?" The beastmen and half-beastmen of the Black Panther tribe were all good climbers. Xing had just found a good spot and was about to pick some fruit when he heard the noise below. He looked down too. Knowing that Beis had recently fallen into the water, he asked, "Beis, are you still not feeling well?" Hearing this, Qing blamed herself for being careless and quickly said to Beis, "Don't climb up. I'll pick some fruit for you in a moment." Xing added, "Yeah, Qing, and I can share some with you. You should come down." "I'm fine. It's just been a long time since I last climbed a tree." Beis looked up at them with a smile and continued climbing. "I'll be there soon." Qing and Xing moved aside a little, leaving a spot where Beis could stand more easily and where there were plenty of fruits. Beis felt touched. Maybe because of muscle memory, he soon climbed up without much trouble. When the apple tree bore fruit, its leaves were sparse, and many pink apples hung from the grayish branches. The air was filled with the sweet scent of apples. Beis swallowed. Compared to the wild vegetables they had dug earlier, these fruits were far more tempting. After finding his balance, he held onto the trunk with one hand and began picking apples with the other, placing them into a leather bag. The surroundings grew quiet. Everyone was busy working, and before long, the hard-working beast folk had picked almost all the fruit within reach. Although they were good at climbing, the higher branches were too fragile to hold their weight. Even though the apples at the top were bigger and redder, they had to give up on them. It would be too dangerous if someone fell. The beast folk slung their leather bags over their shoulders and began climbing down one after another. Beis looked up at the apples above and thought of the white, fatty meat stored in the cave. He felt a little reluctant to leave. "Not leaving yet?" Qing gently patted his shoulder. Following Beis's gaze, Xing said, "Only the winged tribe can reach those. They have wings, so they don't have to worry about falling." After traveling and climbing all day, the beast folk were tired. They sat down on the ground, planning to eat some fruit and rest for a while. Beis suddenly remembered the tool his grandfather had made when taking him to pick fruit as a child. Seeing the vines climbing up the tree and the branches scattered on the ground, he got an idea. He immediately started pulling down some vines. Qing and Xing came over curiously. "Beis, what are you doing?" "I want to make a tool to pick the fruit from the higher branches." "Pick the ones up there?" Qing and Xing were surprised, but seeing how serious Beis looked, they joined in. "We'll help you." Beis cut the vine with a knife and handed it to Qing. "Help me remove the leaves." "Xing, can you find me a longer branch? It needs to be strong."
Okay.
Beis picked up a few shorter and thicker branches nearby. When everything was ready, he asked Xing and Qing to hold the long branch while he tied the smaller ones to the top with the vine, shaping it like a small funnel with a few forks in the middle. Xing looked doubtful. "Is that really enough?" "You'll see how useful it is soon," Beis said, then started climbing the tree. With his earlier experience, he climbed much faster this time. When he reached as high as he could, he steadied himself and called down, "Pass me the tool we just made." Xing climbed halfway up, took the tool from Qing, and handed it to Beis above. Beis lifted the tool and poked around the top of the tree. When he found a good spot, he placed a fruit into the forked funnel and twisted his arm. The fruit dropped down. Xing happily picked it up from the ground and shouted, "Beis, you got it. It's huge. It must be really sweet." Beis smiled but reminded them, "Be careful not to get hit." While Beis picked fruits from above, Xing and Qing gathered them below. Later, to keep the fruits from breaking, they used a piece of animal hide to catch them. Before long, the hide was full. Other beast folk nearby noticed and came over. "Qing, what's that thing Beis is using? He can pick the fruits so easily." "Yeah, that's amazing. I've never seen such a clever tool before." Xing straightened up proudly beside the pile of fruits. Baze just made it himself. Then he quickly went back to catching fruits, since Baze was still picking more. These fruits could be stored for a long time, which made them perfect for keeping. No one knew when they would find another tree with so many fruits again. When Baze finished with that tree, he passed the tool down and climbed down himself. He rubbed his arms and neck, feeling sore from holding them up for so long. "Why did you give them all to me?" Baize asked in confusion as Xing stuffed all the freshly picked fruits into his animal skin bag. Xing replied naturally, "You picked them, so of course they're yours." Baize quickly said, "We picked them together, so we should share." While they were talking, some other sub-beasts looked at the long wooden pole on the ground and hesitantly asked, "Baize, can you teach us how to make this kind of tool? We'll share some of the fruits with you as payment."
Baisha nodded.
He actually had a good impression of these sub-beasts, and since he was staying in their tribe, helping each other was only right. After all, in a primitive society, living together helped reduce many dangers. Following Baize's instructions, everyone went to find materials, then gathered around him, watching his every move carefully. "Baize, you're really smart. Yeah, you made such a useful tool with just a few branches." Everyone learned quickly and soon made several of their own. After thanking Baize, they eagerly climbed the trees to try them out. After teaching them, Baize climbed another tree himself, but before long, his neck and arms were sore. Seeing this, Xing quickly climbed up, took the tool from him, and said, "Baize, stay down here. I'll pick them." "Be careful," Baize replied. He wasn't the type to show off, and Xing was indeed more agile in the trees. "If you get tired, come down and we'll take turns." Working together, the three of them soon gathered many large, bright red fruits. Ma, seeing everyone praising Baize, looked displeased. She tossed her fruits into the animal skin bag and muttered, "What's so great about that? You can't live on fruit alone." Luo tried to comfort her. "Baize taught us how to make tools. That's a good thing for the tribe. Your father will be happy too." The bags were heavy, so they set the full ones on the ground and asked the beast men, who came with them, to watch over them. With the guards nearby, everyone felt safe. The sub-beasts then spread out through the forest, looking for other things they could gather. The sun hung high overhead, and after working all morning, Baize was completely worn out. "Aren't you two going to take a break?" he asked Qing, and Qing looked at the distant mountains. "The forest is dangerous after dark, so whenever we go out to gather food, we try to keep moving. We still need to eat, though," Baze said, rubbing his stomach. Since coming here, he hadn't eaten well. The food he cooked himself tasted better, but without proper seasoning, it could never compare to modern meals. As the saying goes, it's hard to go from luxury to simplicity, and Baze was still struggling to adjust. He took an apple from his leather bag, sat down, and started eating. It was already afternoon, and he was so hungry his stomach felt empty. After finishing 2 big apples, Baze finally felt better. He brushed off the grass on his clothes and stood up. The other beast folk had already gathered quite a lot of wild vegetables. Ma glanced at Baze, who had been resting, and said sarcastically, "I knew it. He always finds a way to avoid work. This time, maybe Mo and the others haven't come back yet, and he's starving at home. How can there be such a lazy beast folk?" "Enough, Ma," someone who had recently been helped by Baze said. "Baze isn't like what everyone says. He's been different today. Yeah, he's been really kind."
Ma snorted.
"Have you all forgotten what he used to be like? Cold and distant, as if everyone owed him something. He was even harsh to his partner and their child." "Xing, did I have a grudge with Ma before?" Baze asked quietly. Even from a distance, he could still hear some of what Ma said. Xing gave him a look that seemed to say, "You just realized that?" Then he said directly, "Ma's father is the tribe leader. He's always liked Mo, and thinks you don't deserve him." Baze was speechless. "Why does this sound like a drama now?" Qing spoke up at the right moment. "That's just how Ma is. Don't mind him." Baze frowned. "Then why didn't the tribe leader let Ma and Mo be together?" "Ma's other father wants him to become the partner of the high priest," Xing whispered. "Besides, With Ma's temper, Mo would never like him. Baze chuckled. So my personality is much better, huh? Who knew when you first came here? Xing said, looking at him. But you're really good looking. Just a little charm from you, and the beast folk can't resist. But later, when the orcs found out, they started to feel sorry for Mo. Baze. Xing continued. Just then, your beast father brought you all to join our tribe, and the chief decided to make you and Mo partners. Lowering his voice, Xing whispered, in this world, sub-beasts can have children, which is very rare. Mo's father once saved the chief during an accident but lost his life, so the chief has always wanted to make it up to Mo. Baze asked, does Mo like me?
Ah.
Xing suddenly fell silent. He didn't know before, and it was hard to say now. Baze coughed awkwardly. All right, I understand. Qing comforted him. Mo is a very responsible orc. When he sees you now, he'll treat you even better. He'll come to like you. Really? Baze said uncertainly. Feeling the unfriendly gaze from Ma not far away, Baze curiously asked, so, did Ma and the great shaman become partners? Xing shook his head. The great shaman said he prefers being alone. Single by choice? Baze sighed. That's quite a modern way of thinking. After gossiping, Baze carried a leather bag and wandered around. There were many plants he had never seen before, and everything looked fascinating. The ground was covered with thick weeds that reached his calves, and it was easy to trip over the vines and stems hidden underneath. After falling once, Baze became extra careful. As he walked, he suddenly crouched down and pushed aside the weeds. Beneath them was a decayed tree root covered with a cluster of mushrooms that looked very familiar to him. Just as he was about to pick one, someone grabbed his hand. He turned and saw Qing looking tense. Baze, that plant is not safe to eat. Baze looked puzzled.
Why?
Xing came over and added, plants with strange colors are often poisonous. Some orcs have died from eating them. It must have been the poisonous ones. Not all of this kind are dangerous. Baze picked a brown mushroom from the ground, examined it carefully, and said, this kind is edible. His grandmother used to take him to the mountains to pick mushrooms. Although some looked similar, after collecting them many times, he had learned to tell the difference. I still have some food at home. I can share it with you. Qing's face was full of worry. Baze, don't pick that plant. Trust me. Baze gently patted Qing's hand. I've eaten it before. Xing was surprised. Really? Really? Baze smiled. It's delicious. I'll cook it for you sometime. As soon as Xing heard the word delicious, his eyes lit up, and he quickly helped pick some. You have to keep your word. Of course. They only meant to pick a little, but once they started, they couldn't stop, and before they knew it, they had walked quite far. A black panther orc, always alert, ran over. After making sure there was no danger nearby, it flicked its tail, climbed up a tree, and found the best spot to keep watch. Even though Baze had already seen many strange things in this world, he still couldn't help being amazed every time he saw a black panther much larger than any he had seen in documentaries. Xing, Baze, Qing called to them. There are fruits over here. They walked over. Baze looked down and saw small red and green fruits hidden in the grass. His eyes lit up. Tomatoes. Qing looked puzzled. Tomatoes? Baze felt a little guilty and quickly explained, I just made up that name myself. Seeing how happy he was, Xing reminded him, those fruits are sour. Yes, they are sour if you eat them raw. Baze nodded. The tomatoes here were smaller than the ones grown in modern times, hanging in clusters that looked beautiful. Xing and Qing preferred the big, sweet red fruits, so when they saw Baze liked the tomatoes, they gave all of them to him. The sun had already set in the west, and the sky was growing darker. 2 black panthers on patrol signaled that it was time to return to the tribe. They had gathered a lot. The panthers carried some on their backs, and the rest the sub-beasts had to carry themselves. Baze switched between carrying and dragging his share, clearly exhausted. Qing and Xing wanted to help, but Baze refused, knowing their loads were heavy too. Tired as they were, every sub-beast's face was filled with joy from the day's harvest. The path back was different from the one they came by. Along the way, they picked more wild fruits, even some kiwis. The sub-beasts called them fuzzy fruits. This vine happened to grow along a huge ancient tree, and since there was only one plant, they couldn't gather much. Still, Baze was quite satisfied. But without meat or staple food, finding enough to eat was still a problem. Baze thought about going fishing after returning home. On the way here, he had seen a river near the tribe, and Xing had mentioned that there was also a stream in the mountains behind the tribe, which might provide some food. Halfway there, the two black panthers caught the scent of wild animals, probably wolves. To avoid danger, they led the sub-beasts on a detour. The path was long, and Baze was exhausted. As he walked absent-mindedly, he suddenly noticed a small patch of slender plants by his feet, their leaves shaped like large bamboo leaves. Baze instantly perked up. Seeing him getting excited, Xing quickly stopped him and said firmly, "Baze, you really can't eat that." "I'm not after the leaves," Baze said carefully, pulling the plant out to reveal yellow, knobby roots covered in soil. He broke off a piece, grinning from ear to ear. Xing thought he was just too hungry and tried to warn him, "You can't eat those roots either. They taste very strong and will make your mouth uncomfortable." "This is for seasoning," Baze said, pulling out all the ginger and stuffing the roots into his animal skin bag. Now, he finally had something to remove the smell from meat. The bag grew much heavier, almost overflowing. Xing shook his head in confusion. "Baze, your taste is really strange." Baze chuckled. "This is good stuff." Feeling pleased with his harvest, Baze patted his bag, and his tiredness seemed to fade. By the time they returned to the tribe, it was already evening. The sub-beasts happily carried their food home. A child suddenly ran out from the crowd. She threw himself into Qing's arms, rubbing his face against him. "Father, you're finally back." Qing patted the child's head. "How was the hunt today? Are you tired?" "Father, today She couldn't even wait to get home before excitedly waving his hands and telling his story. Baze's cave was on the far west side of the tribe, quite a distance away. As he looked at the two full animal skin bags at his feet, wondering how to carry them, he noticed Ju standing not far away. Bai Zhe waved to him. After Ju came over, he carefully checked the child from head to toe. "How is he? Is he hurt?" Ju shook his head and pointed at the things on the ground, uncertain. "Are these the ones to take back?" Bai Zhe smiled and said, "Yes, today is very lucky. Ju, you watch here. I'll go back first with one bag, then come back to get the other." Bai Zhe didn't expect Ju to help him, since the child was so small and the animal hide bag was heavy. He couldn't carry it. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Ju lift one animal hide bag and place it on his shoulder. Bai Zhe hurried to catch it. "Hey, that's heavy." Qing smiled and said, "It's okay. Beastmen are very strong. Don't underestimate the young ones." Bai Zhe turned his head and saw she also carrying a bag, walking side by side with Ju. Their families were heading in the same direction, so it was convenient. "Xing, I'll come help you later," Bai Zhe said after a day of getting along. He liked this sub-beastman quite a bit. "My brother is here," Xing said, knowing Bai Zhe had just realized something. Of course, even if he hadn't, Bai Zhe probably wouldn't recognize him, given his usual personality. "His name is Chen." Chen smiled and said, "Qing, Bai Zhe. Then we'll head back first," Xing said, patting his hands. Both bags of things had been carried onto Chen's shoulders. Chen followed behind. "Brother, are you tired?" Xing rubbed his neck. "What do you think? But today, there are big red fruits that my subfather likes. He must be very happy." Xing's beast father had gone out hunting. His subfather was not in good health, so he rarely went out. Usually, Xing went gathering. "What is this?" Bai Zhe saw something tied into a ball with vines as soon as he entered the cave. Ju put down his animal hide bag and said, "Gurgle beast." Gurgle beast, Bai Zhe found that the names of animals and plants here were both straightforward and cute. He moved closer and realized it was a wild chicken, very large, with especially beautiful feathers, but it was barely alive, looking like it wouldn't last long. Bai Zhe asked, "Did you catch it?" Ju nodded. "Wow, that's amazing." Bai Zhe gave him a thumbs up. "You actually caught a wild gurgle beast." Ju then opened a large leaf on the ground, revealing more than 10 round, pinkish-white eggs inside. Bai Zai felt happy inside. He grabbed Ju's shoulders and shook them gently, saying cheerfully, "I'll cook something delicious for you tonight." Ju's face stayed calm, but you could tell he was feeling more relaxed. Bai Zai squatted on the ground, trying to untie the rope that was holding the animal skin bag. As soon as he opened it, apples rolled out. Big, red, and very tempting. The apples were piled together. Bai Zai picked out the mushrooms, planning to wash them and then dry them outside for storage. Ginger was buried directly in the sand, which could keep it fresh for several months. The kiwi fruit he picked today was fully ripe and needed to be eaten soon. The tomatoes were perfect for making scrambled eggs tonight, and the leftovers could be saved for soup next time. Wild vegetables dug up could be stir-fried or eaten cold in salads. In the future, more could be dried and stored. The more Bai Zai thought about it, the happier he felt. Just in one day, he had gathered so many supplies. The future looked bright. Filling the empty storage room little by little felt wonderful. Bai Zai happily sorted through his collected items. Ju watched him with complicated feelings. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but walk over. Pointing at the pile of mushrooms and ginger on the ground, he said seriously, "Father, these are not edible, huh?" Bai Zai looked up, studying Ju's serious face. He smiled and said, "They are edible. Trust me, once I prepare them you'll see." Maybe Bai Zai's confident tone or his desire not to ruin Ju's good mood made Ju stay silent. Instead, he helped Bai Zai handle the items as he asked. Thinking that there might not be enough water, Bai Zai stood up and went to look at the stone basin. He saw that the water, which was almost gone earlier, was now nearly overflowing. "Did you go fetch water?" Bai Zai asked Ju. "Yes," Ju replied, squatting on the ground, picking wild vegetables and looking up. "Thanks for your effort," Bai Zai said, liking this child more and more. Though Ju didn't talk much, he was more reliable than many adults when working. "Now I'll cook dinner," Bai Zai said, glancing outside the cave. The sun was about to hide behind the mountains, and the sky in the west was only a dull yellow glow. It was getting dark. Bai Zai untied the vines holding the wild chicken and picked up his knife, ready to prepare it. Suddenly, the chicken flapped its wings vigorously. This startled Bai Zai. He had never killed a chicken before and looked at the bone knife in his hand with a worried expression. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Zai gritted his teeth and prepared to cut the wild chicken's neck. But just as he was about to strike, the chicken suddenly pecked at him. "Hey!" Bai Zai quickly stepped back. Ju heard the noise, looked over at Bai Zai, then put down what he was holding and came over. He grabbed the chicken's neck and carried it out of the cave. Bai Zai followed and asked, "Where are you going?" "Killing a giggling beast. Can you save the feathers for me?" "Yes." Ju moved quickly. If he didn't dislike the blood on the feathers, he could have used just a stone knife and easily scraped them off with his claws. Soon, the giggling beast was taken care of. Ju collected the feathers, wrapped them in leaves, and handed them to Bai Zai. He threw the leftover scraps into the pile of twisting grass, which would soon digest them. These leaves are so handy. Bai Zai once again marveled at nature's wonders. He spread a green leaf next to his bowl to use as a plate for the prepared ingredients, placing cleaned ginger and mushrooms on it. After washing the chicken, he cut it into pieces with a stone knife and put it into a stone pot with cold water. Ju started a fire and continued preparing the wild vegetables. When the water boiled, Bai Zai blanched the chicken, then removed it. He added ginger slices to the hot oil in the stone pot and stir-fried until fragrant. He put in the chicken and cooked it until golden, and even before it started simmering, a delicious aroma wafted out of the cave. She, feeling bored, finished tidying up with Qing, and then went to find Ju. As he approached the cave, he saw that familiar figure. She hurried over and sat beside Ju, staring at what he was holding. "What are you doing?" "Picking wild vegetables." Ju moved slightly, shifting the wooden block under him. "Wild vegetables don't taste good at all." She pouted but still reached out to grab a handful. "I'll help you. Just pick out the weeds and yellowed leaves." "Got it." As she picked vegetables, he couldn't help but lean closer to Ju. Today, my adoptive father saw me bring back a giggling beast. You don't know how surprised he was. He asked several times if it was a gift from Bai Zhe. Hearing this, she huffed in dissatisfaction. He just doesn't believe me. He thinks you're better than I am. Feeling the weight on his shoulders, Ju sat up straighter. No, you helped a lot today. Thanks to you, we managed to catch the giggling beast. Hearing this, she was happy again. Exactly, we are all very capable. Next time, I want to catch a long-eared beast to roast and eat. Xi's hair was slightly curly, and it tickled Ju's neck when he leaned in. Ju couldn't help but push Xi's head away a little. You can try. What does it smell like? As she spoke, his nose twitched. He turned his head toward the aroma. It smells so good. At that moment, Bai Zhe was lifting the lid of a stone pot, adding salt to the soup. The rich smell of chicken broth drifted outside with the wind. Ju said, "My adoptive father is cooking giggling beast." She remembered what he ate that morning and licked his lips. Ju, I never knew your adoptive father's cooking was so delicious. Bai Zhe had already noticed she, but seeing the two kids working obediently at the door, he didn't disturb them. When the chicken soup was almost ready, he started making tomato scrambled eggs. He cracked the eggs, stirred them, and fried them in hot oil before setting them aside. Since only ginger was used, Bai Zhe heated more oil to release its aroma, then added chopped tomatoes to make a sauce, and finally mixed in the eggs and stirred. Soon, the familiar and long-missed smell filled the air. Bai Zhe walked to the entrance of the cave and asked with a smile, "Have you picked the wild vegetables?" "Yes, we have," she replied, still a little nervous in front of Ju's adoptive father. Bai Zhe warmly invited, "Stay and have dinner with us tonight." She, who had been drooling just from the smell, hesitated when he heard this. He looked secretly at Ju, feeling unsure. Xi's hair was fluffy, and he looked adorable, like a mixed-blood little kid. Bai Zhe bent down and gently rubbed his head. "Let's eat together. I made a lot of food." All right, she couldn't resist the temptation of good food anymore. "I'll be back soon," she said, then quickly turned into a small black panther and ran off. "What is this kid doing?" Bai Zhe asked. Ju shook his head. "I don't know." After a while, she returned, carrying a piece of meat. "My adoptive father said that food is very precious."
She handed the meat to Bai Zhe.
"You shouldn't eat others' food casually." White Zhe was surprised by Xi's politeness. Looking into the child's sincere eyes, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Xi. I accept it." Outside the cave, there was no more light and the temperature had dropped. Inside the cave, the fire in the stove was burning brightly, lighting up most of the wall. Next to it, a table held one large and two small bowls. "This is for you and Xi." White Zhe filled 2 bowls with chicken soup. The bowls at home were big and made of stone. White Zhe found it a bit hard to lift them, so Ju and Xi hurried over to help. The chicken soup, made with mushrooms, was golden and clear. Just looking at it made people salivate. There were also dishes of tomato scrambled eggs and cold wild vegetables. Not many types, but large portions, 2 big plates. White Zhe used 8 eggs for the eggs alone. He now understood that children here don't eat like modern kids. "Be careful, it's hot," Ju warned first, seeming to anticipate Xi's actions. She took a small sip, and his pupils suddenly brightened. "Smells so good, tastes so nice." He grabbed Ju's arm, urging, "Ju, try it." Ju took a sip and nodded. "It's very tasty." White Zhe looked forward to their reactions and said, "Try these 2 dishes." After tasting the tomato scrambled eggs, she was even more amazed. His already beautiful eyes sparkled even more. "What is this?" White Zhe replied, "Tomato scrambled eggs." "Tomato? It's that kind of fruit." White Zhe pointed to the tomato on the stone slab. She was so happy he shook his legs. "White Zhe, you're amazing. The food is so delicious. I feel so happy right now. The wild vegetables aren't bitter either. They're cool and crunchy." She, who usually didn't like wild vegetables, picked several bites. Ju remained calm as usual, not talking much, but his expression was clearly more relaxed. At the table, she and White Zhe chatted happily. "This is what I picked today," White Zhe said, noticing Ju seemed to like the mushrooms in the soup. After a while, he finished them all and said, "The brown ones with little hats." Ju was surprised. He didn't expect such plants to taste so good. White Zay's words turned out to be true. White Zay was happy to see Ju's small expression and said, "There is still a lot in the pot. Next time, we can pick more mushrooms and try even tastier kinds." "Mushrooms?" White Zay casually lied. "Yeah, I was just joking." Ju saw that White Zay's bowl didn't have much meat and said, "I'll catch some more clucking beasts tomorrow." He seemed to see himself as the main support of the family. "I like to drink soup," said White Zay, who loved all kinds of soup. "Really, soup has a lot of nutrients." At first, the two children were shy and didn't eat much, but after White Zay kept urging them, they finally opened their mouths. White Zay finished a bowl of soup and ate the remaining meat, feeling almost full. The rest was mostly eaten by the children. In the end, not a drop of soup was left in the pot. Sia rubbed his round belly and leaned on Ju, feeling very comfortable and closing his eyes. "Ju, your father is really amazing." Ju was squatting at the cave entrance, washing pots and bowls, with a fireball on his back. He said helplessly, "Sia, sit properly." Sia didn't move, looking very lazy. Seeing that Sia wouldn't move, Ju let him be. While listening to Sia praising White Zay in his ear, Ju asked, "You don't like my father, do you? Because he was mean to you before," Sia whispered. "Now he doesn't hit you, and he even makes you delicious food and feeds you well. I like him. Whoever treats Ju well, I like them." Ju paused his actions but didn't say anything. After White Zay finished using the bathroom, he walked slowly toward the mountain cave under the moonlight. His silver-gray hair and features looked like they were painted with a brush, glowing softly. Sia looked entranced. "Ju, your father is very beautiful." Ju also looked over and agreed. "Really? Is that true?" Bai Zay smiled happily and asked Ju, "Does the Momo beast have two sharp horns on its head?" "Yes," Ju replied, pushing aside the fire with a stick. He rarely said much. Their horns are dangerous and shouldn't be touched. However, the horns of the Momo beast can be used to make weapons, and after polishing, they are very sharp. Bai Zay asked, "Do you want to roast or stew the Momo beast's meat tomorrow?" Ju instinctively answered, "Either is fine." Bai Zay thought Ju was good at everything but was too mature and serious. He wished Ju was more like she, a little kid with a playful personality. "Pick one," Bai Zay said, tilting his head slightly, watching Ju's face lit by the fire. Ju thought for a moment and asked, "Can I roast the meat?" Bai Zay reached out and ruffled the child's hair. "Of course." After running outside all day, Bai Zay felt uncomfortable and wanted to take a bath. He added some new wood to the fire and filled the stone pot with water, placing it over the fire. This pot was not like the heavy, large iron pots from the countryside. It was smaller and made of stone, which didn't heat as well, so it wasn't as convenient to use. Bai Zay planned to boil a little water for a simple wash. Besides the stone tub and a wooden bucket, there didn't seem to be any larger containers in the cave. Seeing Bai Zay busy again, Ju looked a bit confused. "I want to boil some hot water to take a bath," Bai Zay said. Then, curious, he asked, "Ju, how do you usually wash yourselves?" Ju answered, "Go to the river or stream." In the Black Panther tribe, both beastmen and sub-beastmen are naturally good at swimming. "What about when it's cold?" "There are hot springs on the mountain." Hot springs? Bai Zay was surprised but then thought about the terrain here. It made sense to have hot springs. "Where are they? Are they far away?" Bai Zay asked eagerly. "How long does it take to get there?" Ju replied, "They're on the middle of the mountain. It takes a while to walk there, and at night the mountain is very dangerous. Sub-beastmen need beastmen to go with them. Then I'll just wash at home," Bai Zay said immediately, giving up the idea. It would be too scary for him to go alone into the mountain where wild animals might be. It's a bit troublesome, but safety is more important. The water in the stone pot started to bubble and boil, with white steam swirling above it. Bai Zay moved the stone basin from the hole's entrance. It was heavy, and when filled with water, it was even harder to carry. He asked Ju why they didn't use wooden bowls or basins. Ju said, "Wooden things can crack and leak easily, and over time, they rot." Bai Zay guessed they probably didn't treat their wooden items with waterproofing methods like charring. His old neighbor, the carpenter, used to make things out of wood. Bai Zai often visited him as a child and learned a little about woodworking. First, Bai Zai brought the stone basin into his cave. Then he poured warm water from a wooden bucket into it. He picked a small piece of animal hide and started to wash himself. Without a calendar or clock, Bai Zai relied on his body's sense of the weather and the plants in the mountains to guess it was autumn, probably late autumn. The temperature difference between day and night was large here, and the cave was cold and dark. After a short while, Bai Zai's skin was covered in goosebumps. He quickly finished washing and put on a small animal hide cloak. He prepared to wash his hair with a second pot of boiling water. Ju handed him a small, round, yellow fruit about the size of a thumb. "What is this?" Ju said, "Bubbles fruit. You can rub it in water to wash your hair." Bai Zai looked closely. It was a soapberry, a natural cleaner. "Ju, where did you get these bubbles fruits?" The beast father and other subhuman tribe members traded for them. They picked them in the southern valley. "Are there many bubbles fruits there?" Ju nodded. "Yes, it's the season when they're ripe." Hearing this, Bai Zai had an idea. He planned to ask Xing tomorrow if they could go pick more. After washing his hair, Bai Zai came out but didn't see Ju. He sat by the fire, drying his hair while waiting for the child. A while later, Ju, damp with water, entered the cave from outside. Seeing his wet hair, Bai Zai was surprised. "Did you go take a bath?" "Yeah." "Did you wash at the river?" Bai Zai reached out and touched Ju's arm. It was cold. Ju pointed to a small stream flowing near the west side of the tribe, close to the cave. "What if you catch a cold?"
Baisha was worried.
The medical conditions here were poor, and colds or fevers were hard to treat. Ju, orcs rarely get sick. Although Qing and Xing both told him that the young orcs in the tribe are very strong, Bai Zai still saw Ju as an ordinary child who needed care. And just because he rarely gets sick doesn't mean he will never get sick. Bai Zai sat with Ju by the fire, saying, "Wait until your hair dries before sleeping." Ju didn't really mind these things, but seeing his adoptive father insist, he slowly waited for his hair to dry. After a while, Ju got up and walked to his sleeping corner. His small body curled up inside the animal hide, looking even thinner against the cold, empty cave. Especially with the wind blowing from the cave entrance. Bai Zai felt a little uncomfortable seeing this. He walked over, crouched by Ju's bed, and gently shook his shoulder. "Ju, let's sleep together tonight." Ju turned around and looked at Bai Zai. "Adoptive father, I sleep here just fine." "Not at all." Bai Zai thought for a moment and said, "For these days, you can sleep in the cave inside with me. When your beast father returns, we will dig a small cave for you in the mountain." A look of surprise flashed in Ju's eyes, but he still whispered, "No need. Come on, come on." Bai Zai didn't give Ju a chance to refuse. He rolled the child up in animal hide and carried him toward the inner cave. Realizing he was being held in by Zai's arms, Ju's body tensed instantly. In his memory, his adoptive father had never held him like this. The stone bed inside Bai Zai's cave was large, covered with thick dry grass and 2 layers of soft animal hides. The bedding was also made from hides of the same color. Compared to that, Ju's sleeping place was much simpler. Bai Zai asked, "Do you want to sleep inside or outside?" His body fell onto the soft animal hides. Ju was momentarily stunned, then shrank closer to the stone wall. Bai Zai also climbed onto the bed, tucked the child in before lying down, and gently patted him. "Sleep now." Today, Bai Zai was truly exhausted. His mind was too tired to think, and his body relaxed completely. He heard steady breathing. Ju opened his eyes, looked at Bai Zai beside him, and felt the softness beneath him. Suddenly, a part of his heart was touched. Ju has seen she snuggling with Qing, seen other children in the tribe acting spoiled with their fathers, but those moments were always out of his reach. Later, Ju thought he no longer needed these things, but just now, Bai Zai's embrace made his deep-seated longing reappear. Quietly, Ju moved closer to Bai Zai and closed his eyes. A young animal's attachment to its mother is natural. In a dazed state, Ju felt someone holding him, and his usually sharp senses made him open his eyes instantly. It was his father. His tense body relaxed, and Ju closed his eyes again. Everything seemed a little different now. That night, Ju felt warmth he had never experienced before. He no longer needed to turn into a beast form or use fur to keep warm. Birds chirped on time every morning from all around the forest. When people work, they tend to sleep well. Today, Bai woke up a bit late. He sat up in bed and stretched. The sun had already risen. Outside the cave, familiar sounds of rustling came from the woods. Ju was sharpening his claws on a stone. Bai walked over and asked, "Do you need to do this every day?" The little black panther nodded. Bai looked at the small black panther and suddenly remembered the cats he used to feed downstairs. He couldn't help but bend down and gently pat Ju's fluffy head, then scratched his chin. Cats naturally love this kind of touch. Although Ju was a little nervous under Bai's touch, his instincts soon took over his reason. The little black panther closed his eyes comfortably, forgetting about sharpening his claws for a moment, and gently rubbed his head against Bai's hand. Bai's heart melted. He reached out and held the little black panther's paw, rubbing it against his face. "Ju, you're just too adorable." The little black panther's pupils slightly dilated, and he made a soft purring sound. Bai tried to resist the urge to keep petting his fluffy fur, stood up, and rubbed Ju's head. "I'm going to make breakfast." Meow. In his beast form, Ju looked even more like a little child, with his tail held high, and he followed Bai into the cave. White took out the beef meat sent by Shi yesterday. Since the lighting was good now, he looked carefully. The texture and veins of the meat really looked like high-quality modern beef. Just yesterday, he also picked some kiwi fruit. White washed the beef, cut it into thick pieces, peeled and mashed the kiwi fruit, and mixed it together to marinate. After waiting a little while, the meat became especially tender and fresh. White picked up a flint and struck it against some wood shavings. Although not as skilled as Ju, he slowly produced small sparks. While the meat was marinating, White took a few tomatoes and the eggs from the go-go beast that Ju brought back yesterday. He planned to make tomato and egg drop soup. He heated some oil in a pot, cooked the tomatoes until they released juice, added water, and boiled. He beat the eggs and poured them into the boiling soup in a circular motion. After cooking for a couple more minutes, he added a pinch of salt. Ju watched intently. In just a short time, a bright yellow, clear soup was ready. White placed 2 small pieces of animal hide under the stone pot, then took it off and replaced it with a stone slab. Once the temperature rose, he poured the last bit of oil from home into the pan, then added the marinated beef. He started cooking it on low heat. The oil sizzled, and the aroma gradually spread. White used chopsticks to turn the meat over, then added some mushrooms to fry together. It looked just like a chef in a Western restaurant. Ju squatted nearby. His stomach, already empty, was now growling loudly from the delicious smell. White picked up a piece of meat to taste. It was exactly like a pure, authentic steak. He separated the meat and mushrooms, then served Ju a big bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. Ju was the first to eat a mushroom. Its juice was rich, mixed with a fragrant oil, giving a flavor very different from the mushrooms in yesterday's soup. White asked, "How is it?" "The mushrooms are very tasty," Ju replied honestly, remembering how his father called this plant. "It has a special aroma." "Yeah, I like it too. Very fresh." White smiled. While eating the beef, Ju's eyes showed amazement. The thick grilled meat was slightly charred on the outside, but very tender inside. When he bit into it, he could feel the juices bursting in his mouth. The soup was also very rich, with a sweet and sour taste. Drinking a bowl in the cold morning made his stomach feel warm. Ju finished all the food without leaving a bite, even feeling a little reluctant. Despite being full, he had already drunk 2 large bowls of soup.
Ju.
The beast father and them are back. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from outside the cave. She excitedly ran over. The beast father and them have returned from hunting. Ju quickly stood up, and his usually calm and composed face now showed a hint of anticipation and excitement. Bai was also affected by the children's emotions, but after realizing it, he couldn't smile anymore. Mo is coming back. His partner from this world is returning. The more Bai thought about it, the more nervous he became. He couldn't even finish the half bowl of soup in front of him.
Soon, Qing also arrived.
Bai Zai, do you want to go to the tribe center to pick out food together? Bai Zai was surprised. It's so good and we can choose food, Qing explained. The orcs bring back food and share it with every member of the tribe. Of course, the orcs who participate in the group hunt can choose first and they get more food. I'll go with you. Bai Zai nodded, just as the meat and oil at home ran out. The two children had already run ahead, and Bai Zai and Qing followed behind. The orcs were also heading to the tribe center in small groups, walking together. The children, who were playing in groups, ran happily, chasing and laughing, faces full of excitement. But as soon as they saw Bai Zai, their eyes changed suddenly, and some even deliberately slowed down to look at him. Bai Zai felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at and couldn't help asking, Qing, why are they always looking over here? Maybe they're curious. Qing gently comforted him. Bai Zai asked, did I do anything wrong in public before? You only came to get food or to find Bai Qing. Usually you don't go out much. Qing signaled him not to overthink. But after the last gathering and the reactions from everyone now, Bai Zai was a bit skeptical. Really, nothing happened? Qing hesitated, words failing him.
Bai Zai calmly said, it's okay.
Tell me, so I can be mentally prepared and avoid making the same mistake again. You used to argue with Mo if you didn't get the food you liked, then take someone else's food and leave. In public, Qing nodded. Bai Zai shook his head with emotion, thinking how impressive the original owner was. Of course, after a few times, Mo no longer allowed Bai Zai to come to such gatherings. He would just take the food back himself.
Qing also noticed Bai Zai's change now.
She had already run over early, which is why he called Bai Zai to join him. The center of the tribe was a large, flat, open space. From far away, Bai Zai saw many people gathered there. Qing, Bai Zai, Qing waved to them from among the crowd. Over here. Bai Zai and Qing walked over. This hunt was very successful. Qing's face showed clear happiness. Bai Zai looked toward the middle of the open space and saw it was filled with various animals. Their shapes were a bit different from modern ones, but he could recognize some. The children of the tribe cheered around the prey, as if they had already started celebrating. The orcs who had been traveling all night were sitting in a corner away from the crowd, resting. Though exhausted, they still had smiles on their faces. Food is the hope for survival. Orc father, she ran over and threw himself into Yan's arms, but Yan held up his hand to stop him. What's wrong? She pouted, showing some displeasure. Orc father is too dirty, Yan said, grabbing the little guy's neck and pressing him close, smiling. I know you miss me, but you don't have to be so enthusiastic. Ju's personality was not as lively as she's. He walked over to Mo and called out, Orc father. Mo nodded, looked down at the young one, and checked him over. Seeing no injuries, he then patted the stone beside him. Sit down. Look how steady Ju is, Yan teased. He's not your cub, she snorted softly, then sat next to Ju, abandoning his orc father. The surrounding orcs burst into laughter at Shi's behavior. Qing has the gentlest temper, Cohen joked. I wonder who Shi's personality is like, Yan waved his hand. Who knows? Like you, Li Wei said, raising his chin and pointing at Ju, who looked like a little adult. See? Ju is as steady as Mo. Yan chuckled twice, then looked around the orc crowd and quickly spotted Qing's figure. But when he saw the orc standing next to Qing, his eyes widened instantly. Mo, guess who I saw? Yan patted Mo's shoulder, looking surprised. Mo turned his head. Who? Bai Zai. Yan pointed toward a spot in the crowd. Look, he actually came. Hearing this, the orcs all turned to look, their faces full of surprise. Everyone knew that Mo's partner rarely went out, and whenever he did, something troublesome usually followed. Their gazes soon returned to Mo, and they couldn't help but feel worried for him. After working so hard for so many days, he still had to stay alert in case his partner caused trouble again. Anyone would feel exhausted. Yen stood up, ready to walk over to Qing. He didn't feel comfortable leaving his partner alone with Baze. Father, our other father isn't the same as before, Ju quickly said when he noticed Mo's expression change. Yeah, Baze is really nice to us now, she added, nodding eagerly. He even makes delicious food. The orcs didn't really believe the two young ones. After all, Baze had caused plenty of problems before. Especially Yen, who had seen his brother suffer because of Baze more than once.
Ching.
Yen walked over quickly. His expression was calm, but he quietly pulled his partner closer. Ching looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" "I just missed you," Yen said lightly, then turned to meet Baze's gaze, pretending to be surprised. "Baze, you're here too." Baze looked at the orc in front of him, then at Ching, and quickly guessed their relationship. Ching introduced them. "This is Yen, my partner." Baze smiled politely and nodded. The two seemed to match well, one gentle and calm, the other free-spirited and bold. Although Yen had already heard from the two young ones about Baze's accident in the water, he was still a bit surprised. It was clearly the same person, yet this Baze somehow felt much gentler. He even smiled. Yen shook his head and quickly looked toward Mo, signaling him with his eyes. "Brother, come here. Your partner is acting strange." Sensing something, Baze turned his head and saw a tall orc with black hair and golden eyes walking toward him. As the handsome orc came closer, Baze suddenly felt a little nervous. Mo's face was calm, but his deep eyes were fixed on Baze. Baze met his gaze and quietly asked Xing beside him, "Who is he?" Star spoke very clearly. "He is Mo, your partner, Ju's beast father." Bai Zhe, who had been curious just moments before, froze instantly. Shock, guilt, nervousness, and embarrassment flashed across his face as various emotions played in his mind. Bai Zhe forced a smile, trying to look natural, and said, "I'm back." Yen looked surprised and leaned forward. "You really don't remember?" Ching reached out and tugged at his partner. Mo's eyebrows furrowed, showing clear suspicion. His tone was low. "What are you trying to do now?"
Baisha looked innocent.
"I didn't do anything." Ching couldn't help but speak up for Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe really doesn't remember. Ju and she also ran over at this moment, immediately jumping out to testify. Mo looked at the beast man in front of him and examined him carefully. What does the great shaman say? Bai Zhe now realized that Ju's personality was just like his beast father. He replied, "I'm fine. It will be better after a while. No need to bother the great shaman." Mo simply nodded in response. The atmosphere between these two didn't look like that of partners at all. Yen suddenly wrapped his arm around Mo's shoulder. "Well, if you don't remember, that's okay. It's not a big deal." Mo's expression remained unchanged, still serious. As they spoke, a beast man approached from ahead, passing by Bai Zhe and stopping right in front of Mo. Mo's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. "Mo, you guys are so impressive." Her eyes, bright and moist, stared directly at Mo. "Is this a scene from an ancient puppet show or a primitive romance drama?" Bai Zhe rolled his eyes silently at Ma. He was still here, and she was so brazen about it. Moreover, Ju and she were watching, and it was inappropriate to behave like this in front of children. Mo took a step back, creating some distance from Ma, who was approaching. Just got lucky this time. Ma seemed unaware of the beastman's behavior and asked with concern, "Mo, are you hurt?" Xing couldn't stand it anymore. He nudged Bai Zhe with his arm, making a face that said, "Can you tolerate this?" Qing also frowned, hesitating to speak. Bai Zhe was definitely not a pushover. Although he wasn't very familiar with the one called Mo, he was still the child's father. And he knew this kind of story well. Bai Zhe walked over to Mo, cleared his throat, and with a forced smile asked Ma, "Who are you to him? He's with a partner and his children." "Why do you care?" Hearing Bai Zhe's words, Mo suddenly turned his head, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Before Ma could react, Bai Zhe continued, "If you're not busy, you could pay more attention to other beast men." Ma's face immediately looked a bit displeased, but he still tried to keep a gentle expression. "Do you take care of Mo?" Bai Zhe smiled slightly. "Of course, I take care of people the best. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to come to my house and see how I care for him." Ma clenched his fingers around his animal hide clothing and gritted his teeth. "No need." Xing held back a laugh and looked at Bai Zhe with admiration, while Qing's expression softened a little. Bai Zhe raised an eyebrow at them, then looked at Ma and asked considerately, "Is there anything else?" Ma glared at him and turned to leave. "Uft." Yen finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Haha. Finally, someone can handle Ma. Keep your voice down, Qing warned, noticing the gazes around them. Xing's face was almost splitting from smiling. Exactly, Bai Zai, didn't you notice? You're so impressive. I almost wanted to scold him for you just now. Bai Zai waved his hand modestly. I'm just average. Does he really watch those melodramatic family and palace dramas? Mo looked at Bai Zai beside him, his expression very complicated. Suddenly, the noisy crowd quieted down. The group looked up and saw the tribe leader and the high shaman walking to the center of the tribe, ready to distribute the prey. In this hunt, Mo played a big role. If he hadn't driven away the herd of moo beasts alone, the hunting team wouldn't have gathered so much. The captain, C, stepped forward and spoke with the tribe leader. Then, the tribe leader raised his hand and pointed at Mo, signaling him to go first. Everyone agreed without objection. In the tribe, food was always distributed based on ability and contribution. Other beast men with partners stood beside their mates. Allowing their partners to choose the food first was something every beast man took pride in. Mo looked at the already prepared and cut prey in the middle. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from beside him. Bai Zai stood behind him, carefully asking, "Can I have that piece?" The main attraction was a piece of meat with ribs and tenderloin, its bright red color making it very tempting. Mo turned his head, looking at Bai Zai, who was very close, causing him to pause and look a bit uncomfortable. He shifted to the side, giving Bai Zai space. "Choose what you want." Bai Zai was surprised. Really? Mo's face was calm. "Yes, you can pick 3 pieces." After getting the confirmation, Bai Zai happily went over to the pile of meat and pointed. This one, and that one." He chose high-quality pork, beef, and a piece of venison. Mo looked at the 3 pieces of meat with a puzzled expression, then glanced at Bai Zai. His partner never used to want ribs, not even a little, and would look unhappy if he saw any. Besides the meat, the animal skins caught by the hunting team were shared with the participating orcs. Bai Zai took 2 deer skins and 1 cowhide. Each piece of meat was large. Bai Zai was worried about how to carry them back when Mo came over easily, carrying them on his shoulder. Ju also naturally picked up the animal skins from the ground. Bai Zai, empty-handed, felt a bit shy and said to Mo, "I'll carry one." "No need," Mo said, quickly walking ahead. "Ju, let me carry the animal skins." "It's okay," Ju said, adjusting the skins that nearly touched the ground and following behind Mo. Bai Zai watched their large and small figures and suddenly remembered his childhood trips to the town market with his grandparents. He liked following behind the adults, excitedly wanting to carry things for them. After placing the meat in the food storage cave, Mo took a clean set of animal skin clothes and headed outside the cave. They happened to meet at the entrance. Bai Zai saw what Mo was holding and asked instinctively, "Are you going to take a bath?" He didn't really want to know. He just didn't say anything, feeling a bit awkward. Mo simply responded with a, After Mo left, Bai Zai went into the cave, took out the fresh ginger and mushrooms he had washed, and laid them on a stone outside to dry. The pots and bowls from this morning hadn't been washed yet. Just as he remembered, Ju was already tidying up. Bai Zai looked into the storage room. The meat was placed on a rack near the ventilation opening. The temperature at night was only a few degrees, and the cave was cold and damp. The meat should be fine for a few days. Bai Zai thought that if he couldn't finish eating, he could make jerky or smoked meat later. However, the salt at home was almost gone, so he needed to ask Mo when he returned. Thinking about the animal skins he just brought back, Bai Zai felt a bit worried because he didn't know how to tan animal skins. He asked, "Ju, does your beast father know how to tan animal skins?" "Yes, but beast father usually asks CI for help. CI is the best at tanning animal skins." To thank Mo for bringing back food and to promote good relations between them, Bai Zai decided to prepare some food for Mo. After all, Mo had worked hard outside all day and traveled through the night, so he must be hungry and tired. Bai Zai was also hungry himself. People here only eat 2 meals a day, but Bai Zai couldn't get used to that. As a modern person, he valued lunch much more than the other 2 meals. He first cut off the fatty parts of the HMHM beast and boiled a large pot of oil in a stone pot. Ju sniffed the delicious smell and came over. Bai Zhe casually picked up a piece of oil residue and held it out to him. Fresh out of the pot, it's the tastiest. Ju reached out to take it. Don't get greasy hands, Bai Zhe said with a smile. Open your mouth. Ju obediently did as told. Bai Zhe stuffed the oil residue into the child's mouth and squinted happily. Isn't it very tasty? Ju nodded. After 2 or 3 days of living together, he was gradually relaxing around Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe scooped out the remaining oil residue from the stone pot, which filled 2 big bowls. He took some leaves used for holding food, layered them, and packed half of the oil residue. He handed it to Ju. Take this to she and the others. Ju nodded, picked up the warm oil residue, and ran outside. Qing was also preparing food for Yen. They had built a small stove outside the cave, and when the weather was good, they would cook outside. At this moment, she had transformed into his beast form and was lying in the sun, enjoying the warmth. His tail occasionally flicked, looking very comfortable. The orc's sense of smell was very good. Before Ju got close, she suddenly opened his eyes, crawled up from the ground, and saw Ju approaching. Howl, seeing Ju, she immediately pounced over, claws grabbing his shoulder, and his fluffy head kept rubbing against his friend's neck. All right, Ju tried not to laugh as he lifted what he was holding and waved it under She's nose with a smile. Look what I brought you.
Wow.
She wagged his head happily, ran back into the cave, changed into human form, and came out dressed. Ju's here, Qing said while adding firewood and greeting him. Yeah, my father asked me to bring you something. Ju opened the leaves in his hands, revealing a pile of crispy fried bits, still warm. It smells so good, Qing said in surprise after taking a sniff. Ju, what is this? I know. She leaned closer, his little face bright. It's fried meat bits. Ju's father made them. They're delicious. As he spoke, she picked up a piece and handed it to Qing. Father, try it. Qing took a bite, his eyes widening slightly. The food was crispy and full of rich flavor. Ju, what kind of meat is this? It's amazing. From a hum-hum beast, Ju replied. Qing accepted the gift, went into the cave, and brought out some fruit with a smile. Thank your father for me. Ju shook his head. No need.
Take it anyway.
Qing gently patted the child's head. When Ju returned, Baze had just finished serving a dish from the pot, a big plate of stir-fried mushrooms and meat, so fragrant it made one's mouth water. What's that? Baze asked, noticing what the child was holding. From Qing, Ju said, opening the leaves to reveal round red fruits that looked a bit like dates. Baze picked one up and examined it. It really did look like a date, perfect for drying and using in soup. This forest was full of good things, and Baze felt the urge to go out gathering again. He used to love watching videos of people foraging for seafood or mushrooms, and now he could do it himself. Thinking that Mo would probably eat a lot, Baze cut a few thick slices of tender hum-hum beast meat from the loin. He set a stone slab over the stove, used some fatty meat to fry out the oil, then placed the thick slices on it to cook slowly, turning them over now and then. When Mo returned, still damp from the water, he could already smell the delicious aroma coming from their cave. White smoke drifted gently upward, and Mo couldn't help but quicken his pace. At the cave entrance, the big one and the small one sat by the stove. Ju was turning mushrooms on the stone slab with chopsticks while Baze gave instructions beside him. The atmosphere was especially peaceful. Mo paused, thinking he might have seen things wrong. If it weren't for the 2 familiar faces in front of him, he would have wondered if he had wandered into someone's cave. Ju caught sight of the cave entrance and called out, Beast Father. Bai Zhe also looked up and smiled. You're back. Yes. Mo still held the cleaned beast hide, which was now wet and dripping. The large stone at the entrance was used to dry mushrooms and fresh ginger that Bai Zhe often needed. He was about to move it to a different spot when he saw what was happening at the cave entrance and forgot about everything else. Seeing this, Bai Zhe quickly said, I'll move the drying things. No need, Mo replied, turning to hang his clothes on the rock wall above the cave entrance. That spot had a small ledge, a little high, which Bai Zhe thought was perfect for drying things, but he couldn't reach it. Mo entered the cave and was surprised to see a table full of delicious food. He looked at Ju with a questioning expression. Ju said, "Father made it. Eat up." Baizé handed Mo a pair of chopsticks. Mo sat down and saw a plate of food he had never seen before, with a strong aroma. He cautiously took a small bite. The taste was unique, different from any food he had eaten before. Mo looked up and saw two pairs of blue eyes staring at him intently. It was clear they were waiting for his reaction. Usually, Mo and Baizé hardly talked, and when they did, it was often unpleasant. So, the peaceful scene now was very rare. "Very good," Mo said, feeling a bit uncomfortable but still speaking calmly, as if making a serious statement. "What kind of food is this?" Mo asked, picking up a grayish, strip-shaped piece from the plate. Baizé explained, "It's mushrooms stir-fried with meat. Made with dried ingredients from outside and Momo beast meat." "Mushrooms?" "Yes, I went out with Ching to gather them." Baizé pointed to a whole mushroom next to the Momo beast meat, which was fried and ready. "It looks like this." When Mo tasted the Momo beast meat, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The meat was tender, unlike before when he had to tear it apart forcefully. The flavor was excellent, better than any roasted meat he had ever had, with no bitter or burnt taste. White Zay saw the child was not moving and gently tapped the plate in front of him. Ju, sitting properly beside him, had already swallowed his saliva, but he thought this was something his father gave to the beast father, so he didn't dare to eat. Upon hearing this, he immediately picked up his chopsticks and grabbed the mushroom stir-fry he had been staring at for a long time. After traveling outside for a few days, he had been eating casually every time, and Mo was already very hungry. He ate quickly, but very politely. White Zay found it amusing. The big and small in front of him ate in the same way. Their empty stomachs were gradually filled with food, and their tiredness slowly faded. Perhaps because of White Zay's change, the atmosphere in the cave also changed, no longer as heavy and oppressive as before. Seeing him slowly eating the meat in front of him, Mo surprisingly spoke for the first time. "Don't worry about the food." "Huh." White Zay looked up. "Oh, no, I can't finish so much." "You eat." Mo was indeed eating very deliciously. By the end, White Zay was truly surprised by his appetite. Are all beastmen such big eaters? After Mo finished eating and drinking his fill, White Zay said, "There's no more salt at home." Mo nodded. "Yes, I will go to the clan leader to get some later." White Zay curiously asked, "Where does this salt come from?" "Mo, it's exchanged with the mermaid tribe. In this world, salt is very important. The tribe often has to travel long distances to the eastern part of the Beast God continent to trade with the mermaid tribe there." Mermaids. White Zay's eyes lit up. This world is so fantastical. Animals can turn into humans, so what's impossible? Are they human with fish tails or fish with human heads? No wonder White Zay was curious. He had seen manga about mermaids with fish heads and human bodies. It completely shattered his childhood ideal of beautiful mermaids from fairy tales. Better to ask clearly just in case. Mo. Considering White Zay's current mental state, Mo still answered his question. "They have human bodies with fish tails." White Zay was excited. If he had the chance, he definitely wanted to see one. That would be a beautiful mermaid sitting on a coral reef. Just thinking about it made him excited. Exchanging for salt was not easy. Each member of the tribe received only a limited amount, but it was enough to meet their basic needs. However, Bai Zai used to share everything with Bai Qing, and Mo remained silent and went along with him. So, even though it was supposed to be the wealthiest family, Ju was living quite poorly. After finishing his meal, Mo went to see the clan leader. When he returned, he had a bag of salt. He placed it beside the stove and lay down in the spot where Ju used to sleep, planning to rest for a while. At this time, Bai Zai had just followed Ju to deliver some animal skins to Ci. Passing by the entrance of the Blue Gate, Bai Zai learned that Ci was a lonely old beast man living alone in the tribe. His partner had died long ago in an accident. Since then, people would ask Ci to help with some tasks and give him food, which was a small way to help him. The cave was very quiet. Bai Zai entered and saw Mo in the corner. His strong, slim body was facing the stone wall, curled up slightly, leaving only a profile with clear lines. Yesterday, the animal skins there had been carried into the cave along with Ju. Now, only a grass mat remained. Mo didn't seem to mind. He might have been truly tired, as he just lay down and fell asleep. Bai Zhe felt a little embarrassed. He turned around, went to his own sleeping spot, and took a beast skin blanket. Quietly, he walked over and covered Mo with it. So far, Bai Zhe's impression of this beast man was quite good. He was very different from the savage, primitive image he had imagined, silent but reliable and steady. There weren't many entertainment activities in this world. Bai Zhe was bored in the afternoon. His eyes fell on the animal skins on the shelf. He looked down at his primitive outfit and suddenly had an idea. He wanted to make 2 pieces of clothing to try. When he was young and poor, Bai Zhe's clothes were mostly made by his grandmother in town, using fabric she bought and an old sewing machine at home. He had watched her many times. He asked Ju to help find the bone needles and animal sinew thread from the house. Then, Bai Zhe spread the animal skin on a large stone at the door, sunbathing and thinking about how to make clothes. Holding a piece of charred wood charcoal, Bai Zhe sketched out the rough shape. He planned to make a long-sleeved, furry coat. Ju, who was nearby practicing climbing trees, was attracted by Bai Zhe's movements. He peeked out from the thick branches, curious, and looked at the distant beast man. Bai Zhe used a stone knife to cut the gray animal skin into shape. Then he started sewing carefully with bone needles and sinew thread. Unlike modern steel needles, his sewing was slow. By evening, he had roughly finished a prototype. As the sky darkened, Bai Zhe looked at the setting sun, estimated the time, and decided to start preparing dinner. Mo was not fully awake yet, covered by animal hide bedding, with only the back of his head visible. Bai Zhe cut the ribs from the meat he had prepared today, chopped them into small pieces, blanched them, and then put them into a stone pot. He added ginger slices, salt, and mushrooms to stew. There were still a few eggs left from the clucking beast at home. He thought about crushing some wild vegetables he collected and mixing them with the egg liquid to make an omelet. Mo was awakened by the delicious smell of food. He turned over and opened his eyes to see Bai Zhe busying himself in front of the stone pot, near the firelight at the cave entrance. As Bai Zhe moved, the animal hide bedding slipped off Mo's body. Mo looked at it for a moment, then reached out and touched it. It was a cool night, with a gentle breeze, but inside the cave, it was warm and filled with the aroma of food. His partner and young ones were all there. For a moment, Mo wondered if he was seeing things. He sat there quietly, staring blankly for a long time. It felt like the old days when his adoptive father and beast father were both around, and the cave was just like this. Mo's throat moved as he opened his mouth but didn't speak. He walked over to Bai Zhe, keeping some distance between them, and watched his unique way of cooking carefully. Bai Zhe was frying small strips of meat, using a bowl of beef from the Moo beast, marinated beforehand with ginger slices and salt. When the oil was hot, he slowly added the meat to the pan. Noticing Mo's gaze, Bai Zhe looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Mo shook his head, feeling it was strange to stand and watch, so he sat by the fire and added some wood to the flames. Seeing the flames suddenly grow higher, Bai Zhe quickly reminded him, "Turn down the fire." Mo took out the wood he had just put in. Although they didn't talk much, the atmosphere was surprisingly peaceful. "Want to try some?" Bai Zhe smiled and offered a fried meat strip to Mo. Mo looked at him for a moment, then took it and ate. The meat was firm, with a rich roasted aroma. As he chewed, the oil burst out, making it more flavorful. Mo nodded slightly, expression unchanged as always. "It's delicious." Outside, Yen and Shi, who were out for a walk, caught the smell and unknowingly approached Mo's cave. Yen sniffed and said, "What's that smell? It's so good." She was already salivating. It's Ju's adoptive father making something tasty again.
Baisha.
She looked toward the firelight at the cave entrance. The oil residue from noon was made by Bai Zhe. Thinking of that crispy, yellow food, Yen immediately felt a strong craving. He looked at his young companion and gave a mysterious smile. "I have a good idea." Because he knew his beast father too well, she instinctively wanted to refuse. No, Yen didn't give him a chance. He wrapped his arm around Shi's waist and quickly walked to Mo's cave entrance. She tried to twist free, but the strong smell made him forget to struggle. Are you making food? Yen looked inside the cave, seeming to greet Bai Zhe, but his eyes were fixed on the pot with the bubbling meat strips. Bai Zhe looked up when he heard the voice, surprised to see the big and small figures, especially Shi being carried by Yen. We went out for a walk. She smelled the food and ran over. I couldn't stop him, Yen said, putting Shi down and shrugging helplessly. If I hadn't caught him earlier, he would have run right in. She glared angrily at his beast father. What a shameless person. Look at you, you're drooling, Yen said, pretending to wipe Shi's mouth, but secretly closing his mouthpiece. Wow, it smells so good. Bai Zhe, what are you making? Yen asked eagerly, stretching his neck. Shi, unable to resist, pouted and walked over to Ju, seeking comfort. Ju picked up the small fried meat strips and handed them to Shi. Careful, it's hot. She immediately brightened up, glancing at Yen and waving the small meat strip in his hand, looking very proud. From many years of knowing his brother, Mo saw through Yan's poor acting at a glance. Yen only then noticed Mo. He wasn't embarrassed at all about being caught by his childhood friend and smiled. Oh, you're here too. Mo picked up a small meat strip, not gobbling it down like before, but chewing slowly. Since Bai Zhe was still there, Yen held back the urge to snatch it. Even though he knew he might not win against Mo didn't bother to expose him. He lifted his leg to block Yen. It's getting dark. Hey, Yen knew Mo was doing it on purpose, probably to get back at him for almost getting hit in the face with a beast during a hunt. But the temptation of the food was too strong. Yan's iron will suddenly collapsed, shattering into pieces. He kept signaling to Mo. Next time, I'll help you carry the prey. Deal? Bai Zhe knew that the Yen family took good care of them and wanted to find a chance to thank them. Since the prey was brought back by Mo, Bai Zhe quietly asked Mo softly, "Can we invite the Qing family to dinner?" The warm breath was near his ear, and Mo nodded slightly, looking a bit uncomfortable. You decide. Hearing this, Bai Zhe immediately smiled and said, Yen, Mo, and I want to invite you all to dinner tonight. Bring Qing along too. He saved me in the lake earlier, and I haven't properly thanked him yet. Helping each other is the right thing to do, Yen said with a smile that couldn't be hidden. Now, he was being a bit shy, but Mo wasn't used to that. Then, I'll bring Qing over right away. Yen turned around and left immediately, not giving Mo a chance to stop him. Shi's cheeks were already puffed up from the snacks Bai Zhe and Ju had fed him. He was munching happily like a little hamster. When Yen and Qing arrived, Yen was carrying a long animal that looked like a duck, which he had caught while bathing by the river earlier that afternoon. Fresh duck-like creature, Yen said, dropping it and heading to the stove. Qing came over and saw what was in the pot. It smells so good, Bai Zhe. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. You came at the perfect time. Dinner's ready, Bai Zhe said with a smile, scooping out the last of the small meat strips. Hearing this, Yen immediately reached out. I'll serve it. I'll do it. Mo saw Yen so eager and gave him a quick glance. There were wild vegetable and egg pancakes, pork rib and mushroom soup, grilled meat and fried small dried meats. Bai Zhe arranged the dishes one by one. Dinner is ready. Yen couldn't wait and started eating with his chopsticks. He took a bite and exclaimed, Wow, he showed his feelings clearly. This is so delicious. What's in the soup? Qing took 2 big sips. The aroma was strong, the meat fell off the bone easily, and it was soft and tender. Most importantly, it had no bloody smell, just a fresh, savory aroma. It's made with the bones of the beast, Bai Zhe said, picking out a yellow ginger slice from the soup. This helps remove the gamey taste from the meat. He also reminded them, it might taste a bit strange if you eat it directly, so you might not like it. Is this the root of the plant you dug that day? Qing asked after thinking.
Bai Zhe nodded.
I also added mushrooms. Qing licked his lips. This kind of plant can really be eaten, and it's so delicious. The fire had gotten him so excited that he didn't lift his head. He took a bite of the pancake in his hand, which was fragrant and soft. Bai Zhe, what is this? It's made with wild vegetables and gula beast eggs. Gula beast eggs can be used like this. Qing was very surprised. They usually boiled them in water or roasted them over a fire. Mo was drinking soup from his bowl quietly. But the familiar Yan knew that Mo was feeling very happy right now. Ju and Shi, the two children, sat together. Ju had dried meat in his left hand and was eating a pancake with his right. He also took a few sips of soup. Yan clicked his tongue and looked at Bai Zhe with admiration. Bai Zhe, where did you learn to make these? I've never seen you do this before. Mo, who had been quiet, looked over. Unlike others, who were just curious, his eyes held something hard to explain.
Bai Zhe hesitated.
He thought for a moment and then made up a story. I don't know exactly. I probably figured it out myself before. I didn't really hang out with you guys back then. Asking more would be like his brain was damaged. Anyway, medicine here was very backward and there was no way to check.
Bai Zhe was confident.
As a modern person, he could easily fool these ancient folks. If nothing else worked, he could pretend to be a spiritual healer and scare them with some superstitions. He didn't know what Mo thought, but Yan and Qing believed him. They even comforted Bai Zhe, saying it was fine as long as he was healthy. Thinking about going to the forest to search for treasures, Bai Zhe moved closer to Qing and asked, "Does the tribe go out to gather things recently?" Qing swallowed the food in his mouth. The hunting team just came back. The tribe has enough food, so the beast men probably won't go out for now. What's wrong? Bai Zhe replied, "Nothing much. I just thought if there's a chance, I'd like to go out with them and take a look." Yan, who had been focused on eating, looked up when he heard that. Mo is here. He can take you. Bai Zhe asked, "Don't you guys go hunting outside?" Yan waved his hand. "Although we're pretty good, we also need to give others a chance to contribute to the tribe." Qing translated, "The beast men in the tribe take turns." Bai Zhe looked at Mo uncertainly. Mo's calm voice asked, "Where do you want to go? Can we go to the mountain on the east side?" Bai Zhe remembered the mushrooms he picked last time.
Montag nodded.
Yes, if Mo is unwilling, Qing thinks about letting Yan take himself and Bai Zhe there. But he is surprised that Mo agrees so quickly. He asks, "Bai Zhe, can I go with you?" "Of course." Bai Zhe is happy that Qing wants to go, and he feels a little nervous about going out alone with Mo. Yan says, "Then tomorrow Mo and I will take you two there." Bai Zhe nods. "Okay, what about us? Can we go too?" She pulls Ju and asks quickly. Yan directly refuses. "No, it's dangerous outside. Why can a father and the others go?" "Because they have me and Mo to protect them." She pouts. "You just think we're a bother." Yan, not feeling guilty, says, "The forest is so big. What if you two get lost?" She has already seen through his beast father and turns to ask Qing, "A father, take us too. We can protect you and Bai Zhe." Bai Zhe sees Ju looking at him and softly asks, "Do you want to go too?" Ju hesitates for 2 seconds and nods. Yan, Mo, Qing and Bai Zhe speak at the same time. Looking at the 4 pleading eyes, Yan and Mo quickly give in. Mo is still very authoritative. He had already told the young ones, "No running around tomorrow." She and Ju immediately nod and promise, "We will listen." As a modern person, Bai Zhe is used to seeing guests off, even if it's just a few steps. But when he turns back, he sees a big pile and a small pile at the cave entrance. Mo and Ju are both washing dishes and cleaning pots, their actions perfectly synchronized. Bai Zhe feels like laughing but also feels very happy. Seeing a man, no, a beast man, working, at least he shouldn't be bad. Bai Zhe casually brings in the ginger, hanging outside to dry. The mushrooms nearby are almost eaten, so he needs to pick more later. It's still too early to sleep, and Bai Zhe, feeling completely awake, washes up and sits by the fire, planning to finish making today's afternoon clothes. Mo notices his partner sewing animal skins by the fire and feels a bit surprised. Bai Zhe used to not do these things. The clothes at home were always made by Ci. When he looks closer, he sees that Bai Zhe's sewing technique is very special, stitching tightly and neatly with fine, close stitches. Sitting on the stone bench for a long time made his bottom sore and a bit cold. Bai Zhe shifted uncomfortably, and when he looked up, he saw that the father and son were both staring at him. He smiled and explained, I was just trying to sew something. Bai Zai wasn't tired, and neither of them looked sleepy. Mo started sharpening a bone knife on a piece of stone. Ju leaned on his hand, squatting on the ground, playing with the Gaga beast sent over by Yen. The cave was very quiet. Since Bai Zai usually lived alone in modern times, he didn't find it strange and quickly immersed himself in his sewing work. After a while, he rubbed his sore neck and yawned. Finally, the clothes were finished. Bai Zai shook his animal hide coat, comparing it to himself. Unfortunately, he didn't have a mirror, but he thought it should fit and at least look a bit more decent than his current clothes. What's this? Mo kept watching Bai Zai's movements. The shape of the beast hide in his hand was strange. I made this outfit myself, Bai Zai said, putting it on directly to show them clearly, turning around to display it front and back. The clothes fit well, with detailed work on the collar and cuffs. They looked very nice and were lightweight. The father and son had never seen such clothes before, but they nodded honestly. It looks good. Bai Zai was happy to receive the compliment, his face full of a big smile. If I have time, I'll make you a couple more. It would be awkward to keep using the beast hides they worked hard to get. Making clothes for them? Ju looked surprised, and Mo was also stunned. But they all thought Bai Zai was just joking and didn't take it seriously. Bai Zai, dressed in his new clothes, happily returned to his cave. After taking off the outfit and hanging it on a tree branch, he looked at it again, very satisfied. He was feeling sleepy now. Bai Zai went to the bed, just about to lie down, when a serious question suddenly popped into his mind. Where does Mo sleep? He walked to the cave entrance, nervously peeking at Mo. After a moment, he tentatively asked, Don't you sleep? Mo lifted his leg and stepped inside. Under Bai Zai's cautious watch, he stopped at the cave entrance and sat down on a grass mat nearby. Bai Zai, tense at first, immediately relaxed. After lying down, Mo instinctively moved over to give Ju space. Ju heard his father's words and looked conflicted. He didn't know where he should sleep tonight. Bai Zai waved to Ju, still needing to sleep peacefully with the child, or he might not dare to close his eyes at night. He was afraid that his partner in this world might suddenly do something appropriate. Forget Bai Zai's sexual orientation. Even the idea of humans and animals together is something he can't accept. Mo told his young one, Go to sleep. Bai Zai quickly waved again to Ju. Then, Ju, under Mo's watchful gaze, walked over to Bai Zai. Mo looked confused and sat up in bed. It's late. Let's rest soon. Bai Zai thought he wanted to do something, so he immediately pulled Ju into the cave. A few seconds later, Bai Zai took out the animal skins Ju had used as a cushion and placed them beside Mo.
Use this as a mat, he said.
The fire in the cave was still burning brightly, casting flickering light on the stone walls. Mo stared at the top of the cave, still unsure about what was happening. Inside the cave, Ju curled up like a little sun, wrapped in animal skins, quickly warming the bed. Bai Zai lifted the blanket and lay down, feeling very comfortable and closing his eyes. Let's sleep. Bai Zai gently patted Ju and softly mumbled, Good night. He had a peaceful night without dreams. When Bai Zai woke up, the bird calls were still loud. Since arriving in this world, his daily routine had become much more regular. It was cool in the morning, and he lingered in bed for a while before slowly getting up. Mo and Ju were preparing breakfast. Seeing this, Bai Zai hurried over and said, Let me do it, I can handle it. It wasn't because he was hardworking or loved to work. He just wasn't used to the local people's cooking skills. Bai Zai loved to cook but disliked washing dishes, while Mo and Ju enjoyed washing pots and dishes, so they complemented each other well. The Gaga beast was still tied with vines and looked very wilted. Bai Zai wanted to keep it for stew or roasting at night, so he didn't let Ju kill it. Breakfast was still fried meat. Bai Zai, with a modern soul, found it a bit hard to get used to. He thought about steaming 2 apples for himself, but since there was no steamer here, he had to boil them directly in water. Suddenly, Bai Zai missed the steamed buns, dumplings, and rice from before. Since coming here, he had hardly eaten any staple foods, only hearty dishes every meal. There is a flat, large stone at the entrance of the cave. Yesterday, Bai Zhe was drying things there. When he came out today, he saw that a few more stones had appeared nearby, though he didn't know when. Mo was teaching Ju hunting skills. The little black panther was lying close to the ground, with its knees bent and back arched, studying very carefully. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the cave. Bai Zhe thought it was Qing and the others, and he was surprised they came so early. He peeked out and saw two unfamiliar sub-beasts. Before Bai Zhe could react, one of the older-looking sub-beasts walked straight toward him. "I heard you fell into the water. How are you now? Are you feeling better?" Yuan asked with concern, reaching out to hold Bai Zhe's hand. The sudden closeness made Bai Zhe feel a bit confused. He blinked and looked blank.
"Who are you?"
Yuan frowned. "Bai Zhe, what's wrong with you?" Uncomfortable, Bai Zhe pulled his hand back and looked up at Mo and Ju. The father and son stood quietly, staring at the two strangers in front of them. Mo looked serious and cold, while Ju had a small, guarded face, eyes wary. Yuan asked anxiously, "I am your subfather." "Bai Zhe, what's wrong?" "Subfather?" Bai Zhe finally understood. These were the original owner's family. But now, their concerns seemed a bit late. If he hadn't come over, the original owner's body might have been cold. Another young, handsome sub-beast stepped forward, studying Bai Zhe carefully. "What's wrong?" Bai Zhe looked at him, thinking this must be Bai Qing, the one Qing, and the others mentioned. "When I fell into the water, I hit my head." "I don't remember you guys now," Bai Zhe said, sticking to the same excuse. Yuan quickly said, "I am your subfather. This is your younger brother. We are family." Bai Zhe felt awkward hearing that. It seemed like they were trying very hard to distance themselves from him, and the younger brother's gaze on him made Bai Zhe uncomfortable. Mo stayed silent the whole time. Ju, however, pursed his lips and kept looking at his subfather. Since he couldn't deny the blood relation, Bai Zhe could only nod and stand there, accepting this family bond. Seeing this, Yuan sighed in relief and put on a smile again. He casually sat on a stone bench inside the cave, his eyes falling on the storage room's entrance, and his face lit up with happiness. "Bai Zhe, you have so much food here. Such big red fruits and meat. Can you all finish it?" Bai Qing looked at the pile of fruits on the ground and blurted out, "Who did you ask for this?" Bai Zhe felt a bit annoyed inside but held back his emotions. "I gathered it myself. Didn't you and Mo go to collect your share from the tribe yesterday?" Bai Qing was a bit surprised by Bai Zhe's tone and answer. "Luckily, you and Mo became partners," Yuan said suddenly, sighing. "Not everyone can share as much food as Mo does. Your beast father's leg isn't good, so he can't bring back much food. The tribe's share is limited every time. Sigh. Your brother and I can only gather some fruits and wild vegetables in our spare time." Even if Bai Zhe was slow to understand, he could now sense what the stepfather meant. He couldn't help but wonder, are they really a family? Since it had come to this, Yuan saw that Bai Zhe still hadn't spoken and finally showed a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. In the past, Bai Zhe never acted like this. He would send things early, without needing to be asked. While talking, Yuan also noticed the few animal skins on the wooden shelf inside the cave. He habitually said, "Bai Zhe, it's getting cold. Let me take these skins back to make some clothes for your beast father and brother." Bai Zhe looked at the two relatives in front of him, one with a cold, proud face, and the other caring but always talking about food and animal skins. He smiled on the outside but subtly blocked Yuan's view, pretending to be naive. "Yes, it's getting cold. Mo and Ju don't have many clothes. I was just about to make them some." Bai Qing's eyes fixed on Bai Zhe's face, suspicious. "When did you start caring so much about them?" "Mo is my partner and Ju is my child," Bai Zhe replied. "Is there a problem with that, Bai Qing?" Yuan quickly pulled Bai Qing aside, interrupting him, and showed a loving expression. "You know your beast father's leg isn't good. Your brother and I have been out gathering for the past 2 days and just found out you fell into the water. Sorry, Bai Zhe. Don't be angry at your stepfather, okay?" Bai Zhe sneered inwardly. Mo only shared the food yesterday, and today he already knew the news. Why do you think I'm angry? Bai Zhe asked innocently. Yuan suddenly fell silent, unable to speak. He then turned his gaze to the food inside the cave and stopped beating around the bush. Bai Zhe, let a father bring back some food. Bai Zhe straightforwardly replied, didn't the tribe just finish sharing the meat yesterday? Yuan frowned with worry. We didn't get much. If it were the cold winter months, he might understand, but now Bai Zhe clearly doesn't believe it. From Qing and the others, he heard that every time the tribe goes hunting together, they leave some food for trading and share the rest equally among members. Especially in the plentiful autumn, the prey brought back by the hunting team was fat and abundant. It's impossible that they would run out so quickly today.
Bai Zhe refused.
Ju is still growing, and Mo works hard every time he goes out, so they need a lot of food. Yuan frowned and looked at Bai Zhe. Although the beast world doesn't emphasize filial piety and filial duty, beastmen and sub-beastmen still respect their foster fathers and beast fathers. Bai Qing found Bai Zhe very unfamiliar. Could he really have lost his mind? Bai Zhe seemed unaware of their strange expressions and continued, now there's plenty of food outside. You and Bai Qing should go out more. There will definitely be enough. There are smaller prey nearby. That day, Ju even brought back a little creature called a cluck-cluck beast. Beast fathers should move around more, which is good for health. Yuan and Bai Qing looked very unhappy. Mo and Ju watched Bai Zhe's foster father and Bai Qing come out of the cave empty-handed, exchanging glances with surprise, both looking at Bai Zhe at the same time. Mo was even ready to go hunting today, but the food inside the cave was still there. What's wrong? Bai Zhe approached and softly asked, is it surprising? The father and son didn't speak.
Bai Zhe smiled.
Even though I don't remember anything now, I can still feel it. They probably didn't treat me well, right? Mo and Ju remained silent. Bai Zhe bent down to gently pat Ju's head, then looked up at Mo with sincere eyes. In the past. I thank you for your hard work. Mo's pupils widened slightly. Just a simple sentence, but it made him freeze in place. Ju felt Bai Zhe's gentle touch, and a ripple of feeling stirred in his heart. Hey! Due to Yuan and Bai Qing's delay, Bai Zhe finally remembered that the food wasn't ready. He quickly turned and entered the cave. Mo and Ju were also busy, one adding firewood below, the other flipping the meat pieces. The meat from the Momo beast cooked quickly. In no time, several large pieces were ready, just sprinkled with coarse salt and ready to serve. Bai Zhe scooped out the cooked apples, filled a bowl for himself, and then gave 2 large apples to Mo and Ju each. Ju looked at the bright red fruit with a yellowish skin in the bowl and wondered why his father wanted to cook it. The warm aroma of the fruit filled the air. The steamed apples had a slight tang and a smooth texture. Ju tasted it and liked this way of eating. He finished it in a few bites. Mo didn't seem picky about food. As long as he could eat, he was happy. His face remained calm. Bai Zhe wasn't very hungry this morning. He only cut a small piece for himself, and the rest he shared with Mo and Ju. Not long after finishing their meal, Qing and the others arrived. She ran ahead happily, calling out excitedly at the cave entrance. Ju, are you done? Come in quickly, Bai Zhe greeted, while scooping out some steamed apples from the stone pot and wrapping them in leaves to give to Shi. These are for you, Qing and Yan. She was completely captivated by Bai Zhe's delicious food. After tasting the warm, sweet, soft fruit, he was overjoyed. Qing took a bite of a different fruit in his hand, surprised. Bai Zhe, how do you make this? Bai Zhe smiled and said, just boil the big red fruit in water. Yan quickly ate the fruit, even swallowing the pits without spitting them out. Bai Zhe took all the animal skin bags from his home and said eagerly, let's go. Before he finished speaking, Mo and Yan suddenly transformed into 2 huge black panthers. Their fur was shiny and dark, their muscles well-defined, and their eyes emitted a fierce, cold light.
Bai Zhe was startled.
Facing such large wild beasts up close, even knowing they were Mo and Yan, he was still frozen by their intimidating presence. Yan knelt and crouched, while Qing skillfully climbed onto his back. He turned to Bai Zhe, who was standing still, and asked, aren't you coming? Bai Zhe looked up at the tall black panther in front of him, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He thought Mo probably wouldn't want him to ride on his back. Baize hesitated and said, "Maybe I should walk instead." The Black Panther stopped and lowered its dark eyes. Ching reminded him, "We might need to go somewhere farther today. Walking will be slow." For his treasure hunt in the forest, Baize finally gathered his courage and shyly asked, Mo, would it be okay if you carried me, even if I didn't want to?" Before he finished, Mo's body slowly sank, keeping a steady curve in his back. "Are you asking me to get on?" The Black Panther tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes looking at Baize, and his tail gently swept the ground. The meaning was clear. Baize went to Mo's side and tried to climb on, mimicking Qing's actions, but the panther's soft, smooth fur was too slippery. As expected, he couldn't get up and slid down, pulling out a few of Mo's hairs in the process. Baize hid his hands behind his back, feeling a bit guilty. "Sorry about that, Ju," and she looked at Baize with surprise. Ju even said, "Father, why don't you step on me to get up?" Then he transformed into a Black Panther form. Baize rubbed his forehead. "Stepping on a kid? That's not very good." Mo didn't mind, or maybe animals don't show much emotion on their faces. He knelt on his front legs, almost touching the ground with his belly. Yen raised an eyebrow and watched Mo's movements with interest. Baize was so touched that he immediately used his hands and feet to climb up. This was a new experience for him, and he was quite amazed. The fur beneath him was especially fluffy and soft. As the Black Panther stood up, Baize was suddenly lifted higher, and his view became much clearer. He quickly bent down, hugging the panther's back, fingers sinking into the warm fur, feeling the heat slowly radiate out. The two agile Black Panthers darted through the dense forest. The wind whistled past Baize's ears, and he could feel the muscles under the panther's skin moving smoothly as it ran. That feeling of flying and weightlessness made Baize both excited and a little scared. His heart pounded, and he held tightly to the panther's shoulders. Near the tribe, most of the gathering was already done. With Yen and Mo accompanying him, Qing and Baize decided to go further into the mountains to try their luck. Worried about Ju and she catching up, Baize kept looking back, only to find that the two little ones were running quite fast. Mo ran steadily, carefully avoiding sharp branches, while passing through the dense forest. The white creature on his back didn't even feel any strong bumps. After getting used to this speed, the white creature relaxed gradually. The feeling of riding on the Black Panther made him very excited and happy. When they were some distance from the tribe, the two Black Panthers slowed down their pace. Their steps were steady and light, giving White Zay and Qing enough time to observe the plants around them. Along the way, they stopped to pick some mushrooms. They also found tasty fungi growing on a dead tree trunk. White Zay was worried they might pick poisonous mushrooms, so he carefully taught them how to tell the safe ones. He checked the results in the animal skin bag again before feeling at ease. In the thick plants, a bright red color caught White Zay's eye. He gently patted the Black Panther beneath him and pointed ahead. "Mo, I want to go see over there." It was a tall jujube tree growing on a slope. Its branches were full of fruit, with red color covering the green leaves. Qing said, "It's a pointed seed fruit, but the pointed seed fruit is too small, not enough to eat, and if there are too many, they will spoil." White Zay replied, "I have a way to store the pointed seed fruit for the cold season." "Really?" White Zay nodded. "Don't worry. There was no need to pick each red jujube one by one." Yen and Mo turned back into humans, put on their animal skins, and picked up a long tree branch. They quickly climbed up and swung at the branches full of fruit with sticks. The ripe jujubes fell like rain. She was so excited he raised his hands and started jumping. White Zay and Qing squatted on the ground, collecting the fruit into the animal skin bags. The two children hurried over, each carrying a bag to help. Mo and Yen, seeing they had finished, also came down from the tree. In no time, they filled two large animal skin bags. Looking up at the sun, it was only noon. White Zay was biting into a crispy, sweet jujube and couldn't help but think how convenient it was to go out with Mo. They didn't have to walk much, and they didn't need to climb up and down. Ju and she were full of energy, running around nearby, chasing each other happily. Even the birds in the trees were scared away by their noise. White Zay kept eating jujubes, feeling his throat getting sticky. He looked around. Qing asked, "What's wrong?" White Zay licked his chapped lips and asked, "I'm a bit thirsty. Is there a stream or river nearby?" "Eat a fruit first." Qing took out a big red fruit from his animal skin bag. "The water source is a bit far from here." White Zay took the fruit and bit into it. The juice was plentiful and helped quench his thirst. Not far away, Mo looked over here, then soon came over holding a leaf folded into a funnel shape. "Is this for me?" White Zay looked at the clear water inside the leaf and felt a little surprised. "Yes, thank you." White Zay cupped the leaf and took a big sip. The water was sweet and refreshing, unlike stream or river water. "Where did you get this water?" Yan also came over and handed Qing some water. "From the water tree." "Water tree?" White Zay found it very interesting. Qing explained, "This kind of plant has hollow branches that store water during rain." "Oh, I see." After drinking, White Zay felt much more refreshed. "Father," she ran over excitedly. "There are sour fruits over there." Ju followed behind, placing the freshly picked fruit in front of White Zay. It was hawthorn. White Zay's eyes lit up. The bright red fruit looked very tempting. He quickly stood up and followed the children ahead. The hawthorn trees weren't tall, but their branches were very lush. Clusters of round, red hawthorns crowded on the branches, looking beautiful. White Zay tiptoed and picked one, putting it in his mouth. The skin was a little tart, but the flesh inside was soft, sweet, and tangy. The other beastmen and orcs didn't usually like these fruits because they had many seeds, little water, and a sour taste. But since White Zay seemed to like them, Qing also came over to help pick. She and Ju even climbed into the trees. Picking the fruit seemed more fun than eating it. The two of them moved quickly, slipping among the branches. The two children at the top were responsible for picking, while White Zay and Qing picked from the middle, and Yen and Mo handled the lower parts. Their teamwork was very efficient. White Zay looked happily at the hawthorns in the animal skin bag, smiling so much his eyes curved. He couldn't help but whisper, if only there was sugar, they could make candied hawthorn cake, or even apple hawthorn strips with some apples. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Mo, standing nearby, suddenly looked up and stared intently at White Zay with bright eyes. "What's wrong?" White Zay felt a little uncomfortable being stared at so closely. "Sugar," Mo repeated, and his golden eyes suddenly trembled. Bai Zay looked at Mo nervously. "Are you okay?" Mo quickly stepped in front of Bai Zay, lowered his head, and his voice sounded a bit urgent. "What is sugar?" Bai Zay felt uneasy inside. He held the edge of his animal hide bag and whispered, "Sugar is a sweet, block-shaped food. It tastes very good. Sugar is just sugar, sweet and delicious." Two voices, separated by a long time, overlapped at this moment. Mo stared blankly at Bai Zay. Mo, seeing the worry in Bai Zay's eyes, Mo snapped out of his thoughts, shook his head, and his face returned to its calm expression. He said lightly, "It's nothing. Let's go." Bai Zay followed behind Mo with some suspicion, feeling a bit strange. Qing noticed the unusual atmosphere and came over quietly. "What happened between you and Mo?" Bai Zay shook his head. "I don't know either." The group continued walking forward. After crossing the eastern mountain, they reached a river valley at the foot of the mountain. Because it was near a water source, the vegetation here was denser, spreading along the wide waterway into the distance. By the grass near the water, Bai Zay found many long, thin, tube-shaped leaves. He pushed them aside and looked, his spirit lifting. He pinched off a piece and put it in his mouth. A spicy, fresh aroma instantly spread. Bai Zay felt like he had found a treasure. He started digging eagerly, wishing he could carry all these wild green onions back. Qing squatted down. "Bai Zay, this plant doesn't smell good. It's used for seasoning, like the yellow root I dug up that day," Bai Zay said carefully. The round, white root, like garlic, was covered in moist soil, and he pulled out bunches of it, very intact. He planned to bury these wild green onions in the soil near the cave to keep them fresh for a long time. Hearing Bai Zay say that, Qing immediately started helping him. Maybe they had doubted him before, but after eating a few meals Bai Zhe cooked, everyone trusted his food skills very much. Yan squatted down, pulled a bunch, and sighed. Bai Zhe, how come your head has so many things we never knew? Bai Zhe now could pretend without changing his face. Maybe I'm just smart. It's just that I kept it hidden before, so you didn't know. He clicked his tongue twice and said, really can't tell, impressive. The wild scallion roots he dug up were covered in dirt. Worried about dirtying the animal hide bag, Baze carried them to the riverbank to wash. Just as he squatted down, another figure was reflected in the water. Mo picked up a bunch of wild scallions, swished them in the water back and forth until the roots turned clean, then retrieved them. Just leave them here, Baze said, taking the cleaned scallions from Mo and placing them on a dry stone to drain. Qing and Yan also carried large handfuls of wild scallions over to wash together. Baze looked at the water surface and asked, are there many fish in this river? Qing replied, yes, but they're hard to catch. Baze was already thinking about making fishing nets and fish traps, but making fishing rods might be easier. Yan nudged Mo with his arm and said, your partner wants to eat fish. Mo shot him a glance but said nothing. She saw a nest in a tree nearby, tugged on Ju's arm, and pulled him over. What's wrong? Ju asked. There's something good. After reaching the tree, she let go and climbed up. Peering into the nest, he saw many eggs, bright white and shiny. Thinking of the tomato scrambled eggs Baze made earlier, she swallowed and carefully reached into the nest, handing the eggs down to Ju. Ju, catch. Be careful, Ju warned, watching she hanging upside down. It's okay. Just don't break them. I still want to eat tomato scrambled eggs and egg pancakes, Ju said. I saw a flock of gagaga beasts on the river surface earlier. There might be their nests in the nearby grass. Hearing this, she jumped down immediately, pulling Ju. Let's go find them. Slow down. I still have eggs in my hands. The gagaga beasts swam in groups across the middle of the river. When they noticed the orcs on the shore, they panicked, flapping their wings and flying to the other side. Ju and she searched carefully along the dense grass by the riverbank, digging through the bushes. Look, she suddenly straightened up, excitedly shouting at Ju. Ju looked closer and saw several pale blue eggs, oval-shaped, about the size of a fist. She couldn't carry them all, so he wrapped his arms around the eggs and carefully held them close to his chest. Gagaga beast nests are usually grouped together, so Ju continued searching through the surrounding grass. Xia quickly delivered the Gaga beast's egg to Baze and the others, then hurried back to find Ju. Baze picked up the Gaga beast's egg and looked at it carefully, feeling very happy. This big egg looked quite rare and special. Yen came over and asked, Baze, can this be used to make the egg pancake you mentioned earlier? Baze smiled and replied, of course. When we get back, I will teach you how to make it. Hearing this, Yen immediately grabbed a piece of beast hide and said eagerly, I'll take care of it. You can rest. Xia and Ju were lucky and found several nests of Gaga beast eggs. Since eggs are fragile, Baze specially set aside a beast hide bag to keep the bird eggs they collected from trees and the newly found duck eggs. The sun moved toward the southwest and gradually started heading north. The group dug up some wild vegetables by the river. Mo looked up at the sky and said, it's time to go back. Near Qing, two young animals were searching for treasures and waved to them. We're coming, Xia ran over, swinging something in his hand. Baze was bending down to tie a rope on the beast hide bag when he suddenly looked up. A thin, long snake had entered his line of sight. Its brown body was covered with scales, and it was rearing up high, hissing loudly. Baze was so frightened he trembled. His face turned pale instantly, and he staggered backward to avoid the snake. There were many stones and weeds on the ground, and he almost fell. Mo quickly helped him steady himself. What's wrong? Qing asked with concern. It's a snake. Baze's voice trembled slightly. Seeing Baze like this, Yen was surprised and said, You're afraid of snakes. It was understandable. Snakes were one of the foods in their tribe, especially in winter when food was scarce. The beast people would go hunting for hibernating snakes to fill their stomachs. Baze nodded, holding Mo's arm and shrinking back behind him. He didn't even dare to look at Xia. Xia hurriedly threw the snake farther away and apologized, Sorry, Baze. I didn't know you were afraid. Ju spoke up. Yafu, that kind of snake isn't poisonous. Yeah, it's fine. Baze looked okay on the outside, but inside he couldn't move. His eyes stayed fixed nervously on the nearby grass. Everything else was fine, but just one snake, no matter what kind, poisonous or not. Baze had been afraid of snakes since he was young. Just thinking about it made his whole body crawl with goosebumps. Mo patted Baize's tightly grasping hand, then instantly transformed into a beast form. He used his tail to brush Baize and lowered his body. Without needing anyone to remind him, Baize quickly climbed onto the Black Panther's back. The moment his feet left the ground, he suddenly felt relieved. He took the animal skin bag handed over by Qing, placed it on Mo's back, and held it tightly with his hand. There was a lot of stuff, and Mo and Yen also had their hands full, each holding a large animal skin bag. Their fangs were not showing, and their faces looked much friendlier. They returned much faster, with the two Black Panthers crossing dense forests, rushing toward the tribe. The sunset's last light shone through the gaps in the leaves, casting scattered patches of light on the ground covered with grass. The temperature gradually dropped. Although the journey was long, they returned to the tribe before night fully fell. From afar, a bonfire burned in the center of the tribe. Against the dull sky, the bright yellow flames looked especially striking. The orc-like people gathered around the fire, some testing their skills against each other, others transforming into beast shapes and lazily lying on stones or logs. Children ran and chased each other, their laughter never stopping. Yen and Mo walked side by side toward the cave. Baize said, "It's so lively." Qing turned his head slightly and smiled. Everyone likes gathering here. Baize looked at the unfamiliar faces and suddenly felt a bit emotional. He wondered what kind of civilization this world would develop into after thousands of years. "Qing, Baize," a voice came from the orc-like people sitting nearby. Qing happily walked over quickly. "Did you go out?" Qing replied, "Mo and Yen were with us. We just went gathering." Qing blinked. "How was it? Did you get a lot?" "It was okay," Baize said with a smile, patting the animal skin bag. "By the way, Qing, come visit me sometime. I'll treat you to some good food." Sure. She licked his lips. "Baize's food is really delicious." "Really? Then I must try it." Qing, like she, couldn't resist walking toward the delicious food whenever he saw it. Last time, Baize taught the tribe's orc-like people how to make fruit-picking tools, which improved his image a lot. A few of the orc-like people also greeted them. When they reached the cave, Baize was very hungry. He hadn't eaten much in the morning, only some fruit at noon, and now he couldn't wait any longer. He rubbed his stomach and carefully took out the items from his animal hide bag, especially the bird and duck eggs, making sure to store them properly. He also couldn't crush the mushrooms, so he spread them out on the ground. The hawthorn berries and red dates were simply poured out. There was also a large bunch of wild scallions. Baize wanted to bury them in a hole, but he couldn't find a suitable tool. He looked around and finally saw Ju, who was starting a fire. He walked over with a smile. "Ju, can you help me with something?" Ju nodded and stood up. "Can you transform into an animal and use your claws to dig a hole next to the cave entrance?" Baize explained, "Today I want to dig. There are many wild scallions, and burying them in the ground can keep them fresh for a long time." Baize didn't bother to lie or explain his knowledge anymore. It was obvious he knew a lot, and he knew that in the long run the truth would come out. Besides, talking too much can cause trouble. There's no need to deceive the simple, and even the clever won't believe lies. He just blamed everything on the accident that caused him to fall into the water. Ju asked, "How big?" Baize picked up a stick and drew a circle on the ground. Ju immediately pulled out a sharp blade from his claws and started digging quickly. Baize felt very pleased. The little Black Panthers had bobbed up and down, working very hard. "That's good," Baize said, rubbing Ju's head. He couldn't help but also gently pat his little face before burying the wild scallions in the hole. Ju's ears twitched, and he watched the whole process intently, even helping to cover the dirt with his claws. Mo carried over the prepared Gagaga beast. "Can you help me with some water and mud?" Baize asked as he took it. Mo didn't understand why cooking needed mud, but he still did as asked. Bai Zhe coated the Gagaga beast with a layer of oil, then evenly sprinkled salt on the outside and inside. He stuffed the wild scallions and slices of ginger into its belly. On the table was a large leaf freshly picked today, giving off a faint, fresh scent. Usually, Mo and the others used it to hold food. Bai Zhe used this leaf as a substitute for a lotus leaf, wrapping the prepared Gagaga beast inside. Then, after carefully coating the outside of the leaf with a thick layer of mud, he threw it into the fire to roast. One Gaga beast was not enough. Bai Zhe went to the storage room, cut off a large piece of deer meat, sliced it into simple chunks, and marinated it. Then he threaded the meat onto peeled branches, along with some mushrooms collected today, and placed everything directly on the fire to roast. Yen was thinking about vegetable pancakes. He pulled Qing to come early before mealtime to learn, and also snuck some freshly roasted deer meat and mushrooms. Blanch the wild vegetables, then chop them up, Bai Zhe demonstrated and explained. Beat the eggs, mix everything together, and add a little salt. Of course, wild onion pancakes are also delicious. Just replace the wild vegetables with wild onions using the same method. Bai Zhe dipped a leaf in oil and brushed it evenly over the bottom of a stone pot. Pour the mixture in like this and spread it out. Once it solidifies, flip it over. Qing pointed at the bowl holding oil. Bai Zhe, what is this? Oh, right. I forgot to teach you how to make oil, Bai Zhe said, patting his head. He then cut some fatty parts from the HMHM beast meat and started rendering oil right there. Everyone except Bai Zhe watched intently, paying close attention. This is oil residue, Bai Zhe said, placing the drained oil residue on a leaf. Freshly made, it's the tastiest, fragrant, and crispy. Yen crunched on it, savoring each bite, and kept reminiscing long after. He smacked his lips. Bai Zhe, you're so amazing, Bai Zhe smiled. That ginger I dug up the other day, take some later. Slice it and cook it with meat and soup. Add some wild onions before serving, and it will taste even better. Qing nodded. Bai Zhe, you're really clever. Feeling a bit shy from the compliment, Bai Zhe waved his hand. It's very simple. Once you try, you'll get the hang of it. She sat next to Ju, eating the oil residue, eyes shining with admiration. The two families gathered around the fire, chatting happily, lively and warm. Even Mo and Ju, who usually spoke little, occasionally joined the conversation. As they talked, Yen caught sight of a figure at the cave entrance and stood up. The clan leader and the Great Witch are here. Seeing Mo and the others like this, Bai Zhe quickly stood up as well. Mo, the clan leader, called from the entrance and looked inside, surprised. Qing and Yen are here too. Yen and Qing nodded. Clan leader, Great Witch. Mo stepped forward. Clan leader, Great Witch, is there something you need? A man around 40 years old, with a stern appearance but very kind when speaking, and another who is quite handsome, with fair skin, long black-purple hair, gentle eyebrows and eyes, a high nose bridge, and an overall warm, clear aura. The clan leader said, I heard Yuan say that Bai Zhe hurt his head, so I came to check. The leader knows about Bai Zhe. At first, he was very happy that Mo liked the subhuman. He thought Mo finally understood, so he did his best to make them a pair. But later, he found out Bai Zhe was like this, and Yuan and the others. Today, he specifically didn't let Yuan and Bai Qing come along. The leader kept sighing, feeling sorry for Mo's beast father and subhuman father. The high priest stepped forward, with clear eyes looking at Bai Zhe. Do you remember nothing? Bai Zhe nodded, planning to pretend to be confused forever. The high priest checked his head. Did you hit anywhere? Bai Zhe casually touched the back of his head. Here, the high priest frowned slightly, looked carefully again, but didn't find any obvious wounds. Are you sure? Yes. The high priest shook his head. That's strange. Mo and Ju looked serious, staring at the high priest. In the past, when a beast man in the tribe had this kind of situation, it was because they had a serious head injury. But Bai Zhe's head looks fine. However, for now, there's no problem. If it doesn't affect him much, he can recover on his own. Bai Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, It doesn't affect me at all. I feel fine now. Yen agreed. Yes, Bai Zhe is doing well now. Hearing this, the tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. Everyone stepped back to give space for the leader and the high priest to sit. The cave was filled with a fragrant smell. The leader had noticed it earlier but didn't ask about it because of important matters and his status. The high priest was calm and smiled softly. It smells so good. Knowing these two are important figures in the tribe, Bai, with high emotional intelligence, quickly brought over the egg pancake and oil fritters. Leader, high priest, try some. She leaned in. Leader, high priest, it's very delicious. Really? The high priest rubbed She's little curly hair. She nodded hard. Bai, what kind of food is this? After the clan leader finished eating, he looked surprised and temporarily forgot to maintain his dignified image. The great shaman smiled and asked, Bai, was this your doing? It's really good, probably the best food I've ever tasted. Bai explained a bit. The great shaman nodded and said, Can I have another piece? Bai smiled and said, Of course. The clan leader seemed to really like the roasted mushrooms. Learning that this plant was easy to store, he tentatively asked, Bai, next time we go gathering outside the tribe, can you take everyone to collect edible mushrooms and wild onions? That way, after the cold snap comes, everyone will have food to eat. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll try my best to help, and I'll give you a share of the gathered food as a reward. All right, clan leader. Bai nodded and happily agreed. He thought to himself, this is true leadership, giving rewards for work. Unlike some modern bosses who just make empty promises, being honest is much better. Mo led the two of them out of the cave. After they left, he respectfully nodded and said, Great shaman. The great shaman stopped and asked, Mo, what's wrong? Mo asked, after hitting his head, Does an orc's personality change a lot? The great shaman replied, It's possible. He doesn't remember past events, so everything now is new and unfamiliar to him. Bai really is different now. He understands many things we don't know. Mo hesitated and looked conflicted. Is it possible he might remember things he once forgot? The great shaman nodded. That's possible. Mo's face remained serious. The great shaman gently patted Mo's shoulder and said, Like Bai said, he feels good now, and that's enough. And you? How do you think Bai is now? Mo paused and said, He's good. The great shaman smiled and said, Maybe the beast god is helping you. Let's go back. Mo stood outside for a moment before slowly turning around. Yen, who had just learned how to make egg pancakes and refine oil, couldn't wait to pull Qing to try it. The cave suddenly became quiet again. Bai and Ju sat around the fire. One pulled a mud ball out of the fire, while the other picked up a stone and knocked the hardened mud shell off the ball. Inside, the green leaves had turned yellow-brown, and a fragrant aroma was steadily wafting out. Hiss! Bai tentatively reached out and touched it, grimacing as it was so hot. Mo went over quickly and tore off the leaves wrapping the Gaga beast from outside. The oil dripped down his fingers, and the fresh scent of the leaves mixed with the meat aroma, filling the cave more and more. Just put it here, Bai said, holding two large leaves and spreading them on the stone table. Next to them were roasted deer meat and wild vegetable pancakes. Mo took the Gaga beast apart, tearing off tender, bone-free pieces of meat that oozed juice. Bai used chopsticks to pick up a Gaga beast leg and placed it in front of Ju, smiling. Eat while it's hot. Looking down, he saw a Gaga beast leg in front of himself too. Bai smiled slightly. Thank you. Mo put down his chopsticks and casually picked up the crispy, yet tender roasted deer meat. Can you bring back some branches and vines tomorrow? Bai asked. It's cold at night, and it's been windy lately. I want to block the cave entrance. Yes. After eating, Mo conscientiously washed the pot, then went nearby to fetch water and filled the empty stone basin. Bai was fiddling with the fire. Mo saw him adding water to the pot and found it a bit strange. Bai said, I want to boil some hot water for a bath. Mo hesitated and said, I'm going to the hot spring on the mountain to bathe. Would you like to come with me? Yes. Bai immediately stood up upon hearing that. I'll go get my clothes. Mo transformed into a beast form, allowing Bai and Ju to ride on his back. The Black Panther blended into the night, moving swiftly through the forest. The hot spring was beside the rocks on the mountain slope, with various pools arranged neatly, all steaming. Bai Zai chose a small hot spring near the edge. Carefully stepping on stones, he entered the water, and the warm spring water immediately enveloped him. He sighed comfortably. The water was not deep. After sitting down, it only covered his shoulders. The hot steam quickly made him sweat. Night fell, and Mo and Ju dared not stray too far. They chose a spot next to Bai Zai, took off their animal skins, and entered the water. Suddenly, they heard voices. Bai Zai immediately tensed up. He couldn't see clearly, so he lowered his voice and called out to the side. Mo, Ju? Mo's steady voice responded. It's fine. Just some others from the tribe. Okay. Bai Zai relaxed and stretched his limbs again, sinking into the water. After waiting a while longer, Bai Zai felt so relaxed that his bones seemed to melt. He felt comfortable, as if lying on soft cotton, and was a little tipsy from the gentle feeling. Ju reminded him, Father, it's time to go back. Oh, okay. Bai Zai got out of the water, shivering from the cold, and quickly put on the clothes he brought. The fire in the cave was still burning brightly, casting light on the stone walls. Bai Zai looked at Mo's sleeping area, feeling a bit guilty. He was staying in someone else's cave, using the best animal skins, eating meat that Mo had hunted and brought back, and now Mo was sleeping here. Most importantly, Mo's attitude was very kind. His conscience felt even worse. Bai Zai walked over and said, Mo, if you have time, maybe dig another cave in the mountain. Mo nodded without asking why. That night, the wind was very strong, howling loudly. Even through the stone walls, the sound of branches swaying could be heard. In the morning, Bai Zai woke up to find Mo and Ju were not there. He finished washing up and went outside to look around but still couldn't find them. He first added water to the stone pot and built a fire, then took several eggs from the storage room, cracked them into the warm water in the pot, added some salt, and stirred. Since there was no steaming basket, he placed some stones in the stone pot, set a large stone bowl on top, covered it with a lid, and steamed slowly over low heat. Sitting idly was boring, so Bai Zai picked up a stone and smashed it into the ground nearby, thinking about whether he could carve out a hole and build a stove. Sometimes, cooking involved boiling and frying, which was troublesome and time-consuming with a stone pot and stone slabs, so he had to do it step by step. The ground was very hard. After a few hits, his hand hurt from the vibrations, but he managed to make some progress. He moved aside the broken stones and continued to hit with effort. The steamed eggs were almost ready. Bai Zai lined the edge of the stone pot with animal skins, took it off, placed the stone slab on top, and then fried some tender meat from the hohu beast with wild onions. Finally, he fried 2 large pieces of Momo beast meat separately for Mo and Ju. Breakfast was now complete. Seeing that they hadn't returned yet, Bai Zai continued his manual construction work. The sound of hammering came from inside the cave, gradually approaching. Mo, carrying some branches, quickened his pace, and Ju, holding a large bunch of vines, followed closely behind. You're back. Bai Zai saw the familiar figures at the cave entrance and smiled. The meal is ready. He put down his belongings and followed Bai Zai's instructions, choosing sturdy, straight tree trunks about the size of a fist. Seeing the marks already carved into the ground, Ju stepped closer and asked, Father, what are you digging for? I want to build another cooking area. His gaze fell on Bai Zai's reddening palm. Mo squatted down and took the stone from his hand. Eat first, I'll prepare the food later. Bai Zai said, just make it about the same size as before. Okay? Bai Zai saw that Mo also brought back something wrapped in leaves. Ju said, it's food for the needle-tailed beast. When Bai Zai opened it, his eyes lit up instantly, and a happy smile appeared at the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Inside that large, golden honeycomb was rich amber honey, clear and sticky, giving off a strong, sweet smell. Did you gather it yourselves? Were you stung? Bai Zai was happy but also a little worried, since there were no protective clothes here. He remembered news reports about people being stung to death by bees. Mo replied, our fur is thick, so the needle-tailed beast's stings can't get through. Then Bai Zai noticed a red swelling on Mo's finger and asked, what is this? It's nothing. Mo glanced at it and didn't seem concerned. Did you pull out the sting? Bai Zai said, pulling his hand to look carefully. He saw that part of the sting was still embedded in the flesh. Mo looked down, his gaze resting on Bai Zai's delicate, white neck, with long eyelashes casting a small shadow on his eyelids. "It's fine, don't move," Bai Zai said, using his fingernail to gently press around the wound and carefully remove the sting.
Done.
"Just wash it with some ash, and it won't hurt so much," Bai Zai said, bending down to search the stove. Mo held his arm. "It's really fine. Let's eat first. Are you sure?" "Yes." Bai Zai checked Ju again. "Ju, did you get stung?" Ju shook his head. Father went to gather it himself. Bai Zai looked at Mo, remembering a casual remark he made yesterday, but quickly dismissed the thought. He lifted the lid of the pot, took out the steamed eggs, sprinkled chopped green onions on top, and divided them into 3 bowls. The yellow steamed eggs looked shiny and moist, like pudding. "Egg custard, made from Gagaga beast's eggs," Bai Zai said with a smile. "Try it and see how it tastes." Ju held the bowl with one hand and took a bite. The smooth, tender egg custard had a light aroma, and the texture was quite unique. "It's very tasty," Ju said. He wasn't good at expressing his feelings openly like she, but his surprise was obvious in his eyes. Mo's eyes also widened slightly. This kind of food didn't even need chewing, it just slid into his mouth. Bai Zai found their reactions amusing. He supported his chin with one hand and pointed at the food. "There are other dishes too." Mo and Ju immediately reached for the chopsticks when they saw the wild green onion stir-fried meat. Their mouths were oily, and the smell was wonderful. The mumu beast meat marinated with green onion and ginger was also delicious. A thick chunk, slightly charred on the outside but tender inside, was very satisfying with each bite. After finishing a bowl of steamed eggs and some stir-fried meat, Bai Zai was almost done. He sat by the fire, roasting an apple over the remaining heat. Mo frowned and put down his chopsticks. "Are you feeling unwell?" Ju also stopped what he was doing, looking at Bai Zai with a worried expression. Bai Zai looked up, still holding a piece of apple in his mouth. Mo's expression was serious. "You haven't eaten much. Although sub-beasts didn't eat as much as full beasts, they still ate more than this. In this world, only those who are sick or injured would have little appetite. Eating more meant a higher chance of survival." Bai Zai realized and explained, "I ate at noon, didn't I?" Even though people in this world only eat 2 meals a day, Bai Zai still made himself lunch on time. Even if he didn't cook, he would eat something to fill his stomach. Mo confidently said, "There is enough food." Bai Zai smiled. "I know. You are the strongest beast in the tribe." Mo's throat moved, but he didn't speak. He carefully examined Bai Zai, then returned to the stone table to finish the remaining food. Today, Ju was the one who washed the bowls and chopsticks. After eating, Mo started digging the unfinished pit Bai Zai had started. Beast's strength was far greater than sub-beasts. Soon they had a rough shape. She ran over to find Ju. Seeing Bai Zai fiddling with a pile of sticks at the cave entrance, he stepped closer, curious. "Bai Zai, what are you doing?" Bai Zai carefully cut the branches to size and arranged them in a row. Then he wrapped them tightly with vines, making a woven door curtain. She asked, "Do you need help? Go find Ju. You and he are going to learn hunting nearby," Bai Zai said with a smile. "I can handle him myself. White Zai, today I will hunt a long-eared beast for you," she said confidently, patting his chest. "Oh, really?" Bai Zai replied with a smile. "When you and Ju come back, I will prepare something delicious for you." "Great, great." She started to look forward to it, and his steps became more lively. Ju tucked his stone knife into his belt and said, "Beast father, sub-father, we're leaving." Mo glanced at them and nodded. "Okay." Bai Zai repeatedly reminded, "Be sure to stay safe. Don't worry, don't worry." "I'll be fine with me here," she said brightly, waving his hand and whispering as he passed Bai Zai, "Remember to bring back something tasty." Bai Zai reached out and gently rubbed the heads of the 2 children. "Of course." Mo picked up some stones outside, built a circle around the newly dug pit, smoothed it simply, and placed a stone pot on top to test it. Bai Zai looked at the new stove and was very pleased. "Mo, you're really good." Mo crouched down with him. "Let me do it." "Can you really do it just by looking?" Bai was a bit surprised. Mo nodded, took vines, and wrapped and tied them between the tightly arranged branches, his technique exactly like Bai's. Bai couldn't help but marvel. Your hands are really skillful. Soon, they made a wooden door. Bai used his stone knife to smooth the edges, then let Mo carry it to the cave entrance and slot it into the pre-cut upper and lower grooves. It opened and closed easily. To block the wind, Bai made a door curtain from animal hide and hung it inside the door. This scene was just seen by Li and Kun, who were patrolling the tribe. They walked over, sticking their heads out. Mo, Bai, what you made is so convenient. Bai was startled by the sudden voices behind him. Mo held him steady. That's Li and Kun. Bai patted his worried little heart and smiled at them. The spring breeze was gentle, the best feeling. Kun was stunned for a moment and also gave a silly smile. Li nudged him with his arm, signaling him not to be fooled by appearances. Mo was a warning. Mo took 2 steps forward and looked at them. Are the tribe patrols finished? Li replied. Huh? Yes, we just finished. Now it's Chun and Yu's turn. Can you teach us how to do that? Kun thought about his cave and looked at the things in front of him. He felt very interested. The thing called a door could be opened with a gentle push of the hand. Pushing it again made it close. There was also a horizontal wooden stick that, when inserted, made the door stop moving. Bai was about to make a bed for himself when he saw Li and Kun wanting to learn. He was happy to help and started showing them how, giving instructions as he went. Mo watched the 3 of them gather together. He pushed aside Kun and squatted down next to Bai. He said, "Let me teach you." Okay, Bai clapped the wood shavings off his hands and stood up. I'll go tidy up what I brought back yesterday. All right. Li lowered his voice. Mo, Bai seems to have really changed. Did you see? He even smiled just now. Kun agreed. Yes, he looked so nice when he smiled. He used to be so fierce it scared me. Mo shot him a quick look. Ow. Kun covered his hand and whispered in complaint. Mo, you poked me. Mo replied calmly. I didn't see. Li watched happily from the side. If you keep staring at Bai, Mo might poke your eye out. Kun suddenly understood but, recalling the past, looked at Mo with a hint of sympathy. Mo, don't worry. Only you can handle Bai and the whole tribe. Li also spoke slowly. Maybe the beast god couldn't stand it anymore. Bai has changed a lot. Mo, you finally don't have to suffer anymore. Kun patted Mo's shoulder. Exactly. Mo ignored them and said in a calm voice, Have you learned it? Li and Kun nodded. Mo stood up and said peacefully, You can leave now. Huh? Was it so sudden? Not leaving. Mo raised an eyebrow. Then next time we go hunting, let's see arrange for you to block the Momo beast at the front. No. Li and Kun heard this and quickly stood up and ran away. Bai had just washed the mushrooms and was about to hang them out to dry when he saw Mo carrying the newly made door inside. He turned his head slightly. Kun and Li left. Mo's face was calm. Yes, Li and Kun are very busy. White spread out the mushrooms and planned to wash all the red dates from the cave. Since the sun was good lately, he wanted to dry them for storage. First, he picked out the red dates with insect holes or damage. The rest were put back into an animal hide bag. Mo carried it on his shoulder, and they headed to a nearby creek. They walked through thick forests for a while until they heard the sound of flowing water. They pushed aside grass and branches, revealing a creek about 2 meters wide winding down from above. The water was clear, with many rocks of different sizes and heights, some covered in green moss near the edges. White made a simple pond by stacking some stones at the creek's edge. Mo squatted nearby, pouring the red dates from the hide bag into the water and washing them with his hand. They squatted side by side. White washed 2 handfuls, but his attention was soon caught by something in the cracks between the stones. He stood up, took off his animal hide shoes, and stepped into the water barefoot. The creek water was still a bit cold, making him gasp at first, but he quickly got used to it. Mo looked at him with curiosity and asked, What's wrong? I saw something good, White whispered excitedly. He tiptoed closer to a stone, crouched down, and quietly reached into the water, quickly closing his hand around something when he saw it. A small splash of water rose up.
Look.
Whitesay held up a tiny river shrimp about 6 or 7 centimeters long, waving it at Mo with a big smile. People in the tribe didn't eat these creatures. They were hard to catch and didn't have much meat. But since Whitesay seemed to like them, Mo quickly finished washing the red dates and also stepped into the water. He said, "You go up, I'll catch some." Whitesay didn't want to just watch. He bent over, got more excited, and kept flipping stones as he searched. Over here, next to that grass root. Mo's eyesight was excellent, and with his quick movements, he caught almost everything he aimed at. Soon, several stones by the creek were piled with small fish and shrimps, some as big as a palm. Whitesay got more excited with each catch, grabbing Mo's clothes when he saw a big fish or shrimp. "Stand still," Mo said, holding his arm to steady him, seeing how unsteady Whitesay's small body was. It's okay, Mo. There's something under the stone." Whitesay called for help when he couldn't move the stone himself. Mo bent down to move the stone, and Whitesay quickly grabbed him, splashing water from a large white-blue fish onto his face. Haha, Whitesay's eyelashes were wet, and he held the fish high. "Look, tonight we'll have a good meal." Mo looked at him, feeling unexpectedly relaxed, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Whitesay was surprised and then smiled at the corner of his eyes. "Mo, you're smiling?" Mo didn't answer. His gaze fell on Whitesay's red hands and feet from the cold. He softly said, "Let's go home." "Okay." Whitesay was in a happy mood, feeling he had found a good place. "Next time, I'll bring some cages to try." "All right." Mo casually grabbed a few large leaves to wrap the fish and shrimp. Whitesay happily held them, occasionally looking down at them. When they got home, he first placed the fish and shrimp into a stone basin with water to keep them alive. Then, he and Mo poured the cleaned red dates onto a flat stone, spreading them evenly. By noon, the sun was just right, warming their bodies, and a gentle breeze helped dry the mushrooms and red dates.
Whitesay was hungry.
Since Mo didn't usually eat lunch, he didn't need to prepare much food. He went to the storage room, cut a piece of lean humming beast meat, and chopped it into tiny pieces with a stone knife. Then, he found a suitable stone, washed it, and hammered the meat back and forth on a flat stone. Mo looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" Whitesay twisted his wrist. "I want to mash this humming beast meat into meatballs." "Meatballs?" "Yes, a very tasty food." Mo reached out and took the stone Whitesay was holding, imitating him, and started pounding the meat. His strength was much greater than Whitesay's. Whitesay didn't sit idle. He began preparing chopped green onions and ginger. When Mo finished pounding the meat, he mixed the meat with the chopped onions and ginger in a bowl, then added 3 duck eggs, sprinkled salt, and mixed everything well. He heated water with ginger slices in a stone pot. When it boiled, he squeezed the seasoned meat into round shapes with his thumb, dropped them into the boiling water, added some tender wild greens, and waited until the meatballs floated. Then he sprinkled chopped green onions and salt on top, and the dish was ready.
Montag watched in amazement.
With just his hands squeezing and shaping, little round balls appeared in the pot. The pinkish meatballs with a touch of green looked very nice. "This is meatball soup," Whitesay said, serving a bowl for himself and Mo. Juicy, chewy meatballs with a flavorful broth and fresh wild vegetables that are very crisp. Mo ate one bite at a time, and before long, the bowl was empty. He licked his lips happily, still wanting more. He couldn't help but say, "This meatball soup is really delicious. If you make it next time, I can help crush more meat." Whitesay smiled and said, "There's still some in the pot. Let's have another bowl." Mo nodded and went to serve himself, but he didn't take much and left plenty for Whitesay. Of course, in the end, it all went into his stomach. In the afternoon, Mo had only half of his bowl cleaned when the clan leader sent someone to call him. Whitesay said he would finish cleaning, but Mo shook his head and stubbornly finished it before leaving. After Mo left, Whitesay wandered bored inside the cave. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the bright red hawthorn berries stored in the storage room. Mo had brought back honey that morning, which was very sweet. He thought for a moment and decided to make apple hawthorn jelly, which is good for appetite and helps with digestion. He removed the cores from the hawthorn and apples, cut them into small pieces, and boiled them in water until soft. Then he mashed them into a paste, added honey, and simmered on low heat, stirring constantly. When it became thick, he poured it out to cool. Since Bai Zai didn't have molds, he spread leaves on a large stone bowl, poured the hawthorn apple paste inside, and then placed the bowl in water to cool. While waiting, Bai Zai scooped some honey into a pot and simmered it on low heat. When the honey started bubbling and turned caramel-colored, he poured small portions onto the leaves. He also broke some thin branches, peeled off the outer bark, washed them, and while the syrup was still soft, placed them inside. It looked just like modern lollipops, even healthier, completely natural with no additives. The whole cave was filled with the scent of fruit and sweet candy. After finishing these, Bai Zai took a few pieces of animal hide from the cave. Ju's clothes had become a bit small and uncomfortable, so he sat outside in the sun, thinking about making some clothes for the child. The red one looked like fox fur. Bai Zai picked up a charcoal stick, sketched, and thought making a coat would be a good idea. Ju's fair skin would look nice in it. The grayish-white piece was perfect for pants, and leftover material could be used for a scarf. In the evening, the temperature outside gradually dropped. Bai Zai lit the fire in the cave and continued sitting nearby, sewing a coat for Ju. The child is small, and the extra piece of red fox fur was turned into a hat by Bai Zai. The hat has 2 ears on top and is sewn onto his coat, making him look very cute. Soon, footsteps were heard outside the cave. Bai Zai opened the door and was startled. She and Ju's hair was messy, with a few weeds stuck in the middle. Their faces looked pale and dull, especially Ju, who had bruises on his arms and legs, with purple and blue marks and red scratches on his neck. Bai Zai quickly put down what he was holding and went over. "What happened to you?" "It's nothing, nothing." She waved his hand and curiously looked at the wood at the cave entrance. "What is this, Bai Zai?" "This is a door," Bai Zai demonstrated. "So, what happened to you too?" Later, Chen explained. Ju and she fought with other young ones in the tribe. "It was Hao and Ing who started it," she said angrily, explaining what happened. "They stole Ju's prey and insulted him." She was not one to take bullying lightly, especially when it involved Ju. He rolled up his sleeves and threw a punch, and they started fighting. Ju, who usually didn't bother with Hao and Ing, saw she fighting them and forgot everything else. He dropped his prey and helped she fight them. Hao and Ing were strong, but Yen had taught she some fighting skills, and Ju had been practicing with him most since he was young, so neither of them fell behind. Just as they were fighting fiercely, Chun and Yu, who were patrolling, saw them. They quickly separated the young ones and took them home.
Baisha checked Ju briefly.
They were just minor skin injuries, so he relaxed a little and said softly, "So, did you win?" Ju was stunned by the question and didn't respond immediately. "Of course. Ju is very strong," she said proudly, lifting his small face. He made them howl. Bai Zai smiled and gently patted the children's heads. "Go wash your face and hands." Chen placed the long-eared beast prey near the fire. "Ju and she are very sensible. Today, Hao and Ing were in the wrong. Thank you for bringing them back." Bai Zai remembered that Chen was Xing's younger brother. He wrapped some apple hawthorn cake and honey candy in leaves and handed them to him. Looking at the clear, red, block-shaped food in front of him, Chen sniffed curiously. It smelled very sweet and fruity. He picked up a piece and tasted it, eyes wide open. "Bai Zai, what kind of food is this?" "It's delicious, sweet, and sour." Bai Zai smiled. "This is made from sour fruit and red berries, mixed with the food of the needle-tailed beast. You can take it back to share with Xing." "Thank you, Bai Zai." Chen swallowed with a lingering taste, deciding to save such a tasty treat for Xing and the others. The 2 children had already smelled the sweet aroma. After washing their hands, they hurried over to Bai Zai. Their eyes sparkled. Such beautiful food. Ju felt he had made a mistake today and dared only stand to the side. Bai Zai gave each of them a piece. She bit into it, eyes widening like full moons. Delicious. So good. The sweet, sour, soft, and sticky flavor made them want to eat more. Children always like sweet foods, especially these appetizing cakes. Even Ju couldn't help but lick his lips and look at the remaining apple and hawthorn cake. This is called sugar, Bai Zhe said, taking 2 honey lollipops from a leaf and giving one to Ju and one to Shi. The children treasured the candies, looking at them again and again before finally putting them in their mouths. They licked them little by little, their round eyes full of surprise. She was happy and leaned against Bai Zhe, hugging his arm softly. Bai Zhe, you're so amazing. Ju, though not as affectionate as she, instinctively moved closer to his adoptive father. Bai Zhe smiled and hugged the 2 children. You're also very brave for hunting the long-eared beast, she giggled. How? And Ing also got kicked a few times by the long-eared beast. Bai Zhe gently patted their backs. Today's events are not your fault. You did the right thing by not letting yourselves be bullied. She nodded in agreement. Ju, smelling the faint, calming scent on his adoptive father, relaxed his tense body. When Mo returned, he saw the 2 little bundles sitting close to Bai Zhe inside the cave. Yen also arrived. He had planned to go straight home but encountered Chen along the way. Learning that the cubs had fought, he thought she was probably still with Ju, so he hurried over to check. However, as soon as he reached the cave, his eyes were drawn to the door at the entrance. It kept opening and closing, and he liked it very much. Yen held the wooden door, stretching his neck. Bai Zhe, can you teach me how to make this? Li Hikuan has already learned to find them. Mo flicked the animal hide curtain aside, and it just happened to fall onto Yan's face. Yan let out a loud cry. I didn't tell Bai Zhe to use so much strength. Mo examined the 2 cubs from head to toe. Yen looked confused. Didn't you say they were fighting? Why are all the injuries on Ju? She replied. That's because I'm strong. Come on, Yen said with a sigh. It must be Ju protecting you all the time. Hearing this, she pouted. Ju keeps pulling me back, not letting me go up. Next time, I will make them cry and shout to go home. Yen didn't show any mercy to the cubs and warned. No fighting without permission. She snorted and turned away. Mo usually let Ju grow freely. As a beast man, fighting and such things happen often, so he didn't care much, just as long as they weren't seriously hurt. Beast men aren't that fragile, even the cubs. Bai Zhe asked, does the clan leader want to see you about something? Mo sat on a stone bench. The tribe plans to go on a big gathering to collect supplies in a few days. Before the cold snap, they will exchange the food and hunted game with the merfolk from the east for salt to get through the cold period. Oh, Bai Zhe nodded. Will you go together to exchange the salt? Yen spoke first. Of course. All the brave beast men in the tribe will go. We need to hunt on the way. Bai Zhe was interested and asked, can I go with you? Yen, it will be many days and bringing sub-beastmen. Yes, I will ask the clan leader. Mo looked at Bai Zhe with eager eyes. He couldn't bring himself to refuse. Yen turned his head, looking at Mo with confusion. Mo ignored him. Hearing this, Bai Zhe immediately became happy. He remembered the food he made this afternoon and quickly took it out. Yan's sense of smell was very sharp. He had been searching for the source of the aroma and, seeing this, eagerly picked up a piece, eating it with great delight. This is mine. She quickly protected his piece to prevent the beast father from grabbing it. Delicious, Bai Zhe. Yen chewed and mumbled. Why does this thing taste so good? Bai Zhe remembered how Mo looked when he heard about sugar that day, so he handed Mo a honey lollipop and softly said, this is sugar. It's very sweet. Try it. Mo looked at the amber-colored food in his hand, lost in thought for a long time. This is sugar, the sugar Bai Zhe gave him. Seeing his silence, Bai Zhe asked, what's wrong? Mo shook his head, clutching the candy stick tightly, his voice hoarse. So this is sugar. After Yen and she left, Ju and Mo went to the creek to deal with the long-eared beast they hunted today. The cave was quiet. Bai Zhe sat by the fire, spreading the animal hide on his lap, and used a bone needle to finish sewing the last part of the clothes. Outside, it was completely dark. When Ju and Mo returned, Bai Zhe was just finishing up. He held up the clothes, looked at them carefully in the firelight, and thought they looked good, quite proper. Ju, come try it on. Bai Zhe called the child over. Ju had already noticed the red beast hide on the stone, but he didn't expect it to be the clothes made for him. The child was a bit unsure with the new clothes, as the style was different from what everyone usually wore.
He didn't know how to put them on.
Seeing Ju's confused expression, Baizé quickly understood and took the clothes to help him. Ju stood properly, stretching out his arms when asked, lifting his head when needed. "Looks good." Baizé gently patted the beast hide, very satisfied. The child had fair skin and delicate features. When he wore the red fox coat, he looked even more beautiful. The small hat with fox ears on top made him look even cuter. The fluffy hat looked like a tiny figurine. "Thank you, father." Ju carefully touched his new clothes, eyes fixed on them, looking at them again and again with excitement. This kind of clothing was very comfortable and beautiful to wear. The cuffs and collar fit tightly, making it both practical and warm, unlike the clothes in the tribe. Most importantly, it was made by father himself. For Ju, that alone was enough to make him excited for a long time. Baizé also put on his new shirt he made himself. The big and small figures stood side by side, with similar features and the same icy blue eyes. Anyone would praise their good genes. However, Emo on the side seemed a bit out of place. He appeared to carelessly add wood to the fire, but in fact, his eyes never left the clothes on the cub and his partner. He felt a little empty inside. Baizé picked up a thin rope nearby and walked over to Emo. Seeing Baizé approach, Emo instinctively sat up straight. Baizé smiled at him. "Don't move yet. Let me measure your body first so I can make clothes for you." Emo suddenly looked up at Baizé, deliberately asking with a knowing look, "You going to make me clothes?" Baizé nodded. "Of course. Ju and I both have new clothes. How could we leave you out? We are a family." In an instant, the dark clouds dispersed. Emo clenched and loosened his grip on the wood repeatedly. Baizé untied the thin rope, intending to measure Mo's shoulders and arms first. The moment his fingers touched him, Emo awkwardly stiffened his body. Even his expression looked a bit unnatural.
Baizé deliberately touched Emo's firm, tense muscles.
While feeling a bit envious, he also found it interesting. "Stretch out your arms," Baizé said. Emo immediately spread his arms straight out, like a cross. Baizé held back a laugh, wrapping his arms around Mo's waist and carefully recording his measurements. Emo lowered his head, staring at Baizé's delicate, fair neck. His Adam's apple moved, and he felt his heartbeat become strange. Baizé finished measuring, but Emo stayed there for a long time, like a mannequin in a mall. Ju was completely immersed in the joy of receiving a new outfit made by his adoptive father, a slight smile appearing on his usually quiet face. Emo took the opportunity, when the cub wasn't paying attention, to brush off the clothes on himself, but was immediately given a worried look by Ju. The child quickly patted the spot where the beast father had touched, afraid of losing his fur. The old father's heart suddenly felt a pang. But soon, Mo's attention was drawn elsewhere. He looked at the animal pelts on the shelf inside the cave, feeling curious about what kind of clothes Baizé would make for him. He wasn't sure if there were enough pelts at home. Maybe he needed to go out and hunt some suitable animals, perhaps a yo-yo beast or tiger or bear skins. Wolf fur might be more fitting. As Emo thought, his brow relaxed, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The weather was gradually getting colder, and the night was coming earlier each day. Ju's gaze was attracted to the shrimp and fish in the stone basin. Baizé smiled and said, "Today, let's try a different flavor." Ju immediately added firewood to the fire pit. Over the past few days, Emo had noticed that Baizé didn't seem to like handling live food, so he carefully took the blue-white fish caught in the creek today outside the cave to prepare it. Following Baizé's instructions, he cut it open, removed the gills, and scraped off the scales. Baizé marinated the fish with wild green onions and ginger for a while, then added oil to the pot. He first fried a few eggs sunny side up and set them aside. The fish was fried until both sides were golden, then poured into boiling water and simmered on low heat. When the aroma spread, he added wild vegetables and the eggs, then seasoned with a little salt. Before serving, he sprinkled chopped wild green onions on top. The rich fish soup was ready, and just the smell made people's mouths water. The river shrimp were fried in oil until they turned red, then lightly salted, which made them very tasty. Bai Zhe picked up a shrimp from the bowl and handed it to Mo and Ju. Before he could say, "Try some," the father and son instinctively took them, quickly stuffing shell and meat into their mouths. It was fragrant, both tasty and fresh. Seeing this, Bai Zhe smiled. "No worries, shrimp shells are good for calcium." The long-eared beast was cut into pieces, marinated for a while, then fried and stir-fried until fragrant and crispy. The entire cave was filled with the tempting smell of food. Ever since eating Bai Zhe's cooking, the great shaman Zhao couldn't forget it. When he happened to pass nearby, he couldn't help but peek 3 times. He thought for a moment, then quickly returned to his place, wrapped some things in leaves, and headed to Bai Zhe. As he approached the cave, Zhao deliberately walked more heavily. During cooking, the animal hide curtain was pushed aside for ventilation, and the door was open. The orc's hearing and smell were very sharp. Mo instinctively looked toward the entrance. Seeing it was the great shaman, he quickly stood up. "What brings you here?" "I brought some things," Zhao smiled naturally. "I heard Ju was injured. These are some herbs I just prepared." Bai Zhe hurriedly took them. "Thank you, great shaman. It's very convenient," Zhao said, trying to open the door. "Today, I heard Li and Chen praising your skills. You're really good." Bai Zhe smiled. "I just figured things out on my own." Zhao didn't hold back his praise. "Bai Zhe, you're very impressive." After a brief chat, Zhao seemed ready to leave. "There's nothing else, so I'll go back first," he said. Bai Zhe sincerely invited, "Chief, stay and have some food. I've made some new dishes today. That smells really good." Zhao looked at the rich food on the stone table. "Just smelling it makes me hungry." Ju, who was especially cared for by the chief, was surprised and quickly moved aside. "Chief, sit here." Bai Zhe served Zhao a bowl of fish soup, and Ju hurried to get chopsticks. Zhao smiled and said, "It's a happy thing to taste Bai Zhe's cooking." Then he looked at Mo and said softly, "Isn't it?" Mo nodded in agreement. When Bai Zhe learned that Mo would stay in the tribe for the next few days, he discussed digging a cave with him. Bai Zhe planned to dig a small cave near the mountain cave entrance on the left side, with a drainage outlet to serve as a bathroom. The cave on the right side of the entrance would stay as a storage for food. Next to the cave where Bai Zhe lived, he planned to dig 2 new caves, one for Mo and one for Ju. In the cooking area, behind the stone wall, he would carve a few grooves to hold things. Mo listened quietly to Bai Zhe's plan, his eyes on the rough sketch Bai Zhe drew on the ground. "What's wrong?" Bai Zhe asked when he saw Mo staring. "Is there a problem?" Mo replied calmly. "Digging 3 caves at once is a lot of work. It can't be finished in a few days. Then let's just dig these 2 first." Bai Zhe marked a cross at Ju's bedroom, thinking the child was still young and could wait. Mo nodded and looked away. "I'll ask Yen and the others to help tomorrow, but you might need to prepare more food," Bai Zhe added. He then reassured, "Don't worry about the food at home." Bai Zhe nodded, knowing that feeding helpers was the basic courtesy. The next morning, Bai Zhe was awakened by the noisy sounds outside the cave. He stretched lazily, got up, and peeked through the door crack. Several beast men were outside. Besides Yen, Chun, Li, and Kuan, there were some new faces. Chun and Yen, of course, didn't need to be told. They had tasted Bai Zhe's cooking before and ran faster than anyone else, impossible to stop. Just hearing Yen describe Bai Zhe's cooking made everyone drool and want to taste the amazing food. They had long wanted to find out what it really tasted like. So when Mo said he planned to dig 2 more caves in his mountain home, everyone eagerly followed him. Their attitude was completely different from when they were working normally. In the tribe, asking other orcs for help meant preparing food. Qing and Xing heard this and decided to help Bai Zhe, even bringing their own pots and bowls. Mo left before dawn to hunt, process, and clean the game. Now, the prepared meat was neatly arranged on the stove side. Ju knew today was a work day. He didn't want to wear the new clothes Bai Zhe made for him, so he put on his old animal hide clothes and stayed outside, ready to follow orders. The orcs arrived and were curious about Bai Zhe planting wild onions outside. They also looked happily at the door of the mountain cave. Li and Kuan, who knew how to make the door, were now the center of attention. They proudly explained how clever the door was and how easy it was to use. "Are you awake?" Mo's voice came through the wooden door. "Yes, I am." Bai Zhe thought about how efficient Mo was and quickly got ready to open the door. After greeting everyone, he took a charcoal stick and drew a simple plan on the ground. He carefully explained where and how big the cave opening should be. Of course, physical strength was needed, but Mo made sure everything was safe. Bai Zhe felt confident. Xing leaned in and blinked. "Bai Zhe, the food from yesterday was so good. Can you teach us how to make it when you have time?"
Bai Zhe smiled.
Of course, since the cave was under construction, they could only cook outside. Today was a good day. The bright red sun rose from the forest, and the morning chill had mostly disappeared. Mo helped bring out the cooking tools. Yen was already building a temporary stove outside. They couldn't delay eating. Xing and she kept bringing firewood, and other young animals from the tribe came to join the fun. They helped carry firewood and pick up stones, busy and happy. Bai Zhe handed out honey lollipops to the children and smiled. "Thank you, everyone," the children loved praise the most. They puffed up their cheeks and said, "We can do other things too. Can you help me get some chopsticks?" Bai Zhe asked. "Yes, we can." The clear, childlike voices sounded very pleasant. Bai Zhe looked at these young faces, feeling very happy. Delicious. So sweet. Yummy. Besides she and Ju, the young ones had never tasted such good food. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they cherished it so much that they only licked it gently. She was full of pride, acting like a little adult. This was made by Ju's adoptive father himself. Isn't it amazing? His tone made it seem like Bai Zhe was Ju's real father. Yes, yes, the young ones nodded together. Ju's adoptive father is so great. She was pleased, thinking to himself that no one would say Bai Zhe treated Ju badly anymore. Ju looked a bit shy, turning his head away, his eyelashes fluttering. The young ones, with lollipops in their mouths, gathered around the tree to break off branches, even peeling the bark carefully. Bai Zhe looked at the humming beast brought back by Mo. He sliced half of the meat into thin pieces and chunks, marinating them with wild scallions and ginger in advance, adding some apples and hawthorn to make the meat more tender. The thin slices would taste better when fried, mixed with mushrooms, and placed on a stone slab, sizzling loudly. The chunks could be skewered and roasted over the fire, crispy outside and tender inside, making them very satisfying and filling. The fatty parts of the humming beast meat were used to make oil, while the lean meat was cut into strips and fried into small dried meat snacks. The pork belly could also be stir-fried with wild scallions, which was quite tasty. As soon as the fire was lit, the orcs working inside the cave, smelling the aroma, quickly took the opportunity of transporting broken stones to gather around. "What kind of food is this? It smells so good." Golden water. Yen pushed aside Li and Chun, who were blocking his way. "This is oil." Bai Zhe is frying small dried meats. Qing helplessly waved at Yen. "Go back to work." Okay, let's work." Yen obediently dragged the drooling orcs away. Star added firewood while happily chewing on the freshly cooked dried meat, humming a little tune. Bai Zhe looked at the food in front of him, planning to make some soup. Remembering how good yesterday's meatball soup was, he cut some humming beast meat with a good balance of fat and lean, chopping it into small pieces and pounding it with a stone. Qing and Star asked, "Bai Zhe, what are you making?" "Making meatballs." Pounding the meat makes the texture better. Hearing the noise, the orcs' eyes couldn't help but glance toward the stove. They had never seen this way of making food, and they found it very interesting. One orc asked if they could help, but Bai Zhe shook his head with a smile. He had just looked into the cave, and they had indeed worked hard chiseling it out. Every strike was full of strength. The young ones returning from the forest eagerly raised their chopsticks in front of Bai Zhe, even competing to see who could do better. Seeing Bai Zhe smashing meat with stones, they leaned in closer, curious, and asked, "Do you also hit the meat?" Bai Zhe chuckled. "Yes, it makes the meat taste better. Then my bottom should taste good too," one young one said, touching his own bottom. "My father likes to hit here the most." Xing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. Ha ha. When the young ones heard about something tasty, they immediately said, "We'll help you." Yes, Leave it to us. Qing and Xing clapped their hands happily, saying, "Good luck. Soon, we'll make delicious food with this." "Okay, I'll do this. Let me handle this." The young ones quickly took their positions, gathered together, and worked very hard. Bai Zhe watched the scene before him. It was not the first time he was amazed by the simple, honest customs of the Black Panther tribe. After the meatballs were prepared, he added scallion, ginger water, and egg mixture, then started cooking. Xing and Qing watched for a while and learned how to squeeze the meatballs. With a big wave of their hands, they took over the task. Bai Zhe took a moment to prepare some hawthorn apples and honey to make a sweet syrup for the children. There were continuous sounds of amazement. Some orcs, holding bowls, tentatively asked if they could have another serving. Of course, Bai Zhe immediately filled their bowls. Seeing this, the other orcs quickly gathered around. "Bai Zhe, I want one too." Qing and Xing put down their bowls and hurried over to help. Mo was still clearing debris inside the cave. Bai Zhe, noticing he hadn't come out, filled a bowl and took it inside. There was a lot of broken stone on the ground, some edges sharp. Bai Zhe carefully stepped over, saying, "Mo, take a break." Hearing the voice, Mo strode over and took what Bai Zhe was holding. "It's messy inside. Drink some water." "I boiled it with fruit and food for the tail beast." Bai Zhe smiled at him and pulled him to sit on a stone bench. "Okay." Mo was sweating a lot. He lowered his head and drank eagerly, his bangs covering part of his face. Bai Zhe instinctively brushed his hair aside, then quickly realized both of them were surprised. Mo's golden eyes sparkled faintly. Bai Zhe quickly looked away. Your hair has grown long. I can trim it for you later." "Okay, eat some food first." Mo knew Bai Zhe had been eating again at noon recently. Today, he had been busy and hadn't seen him eat anything. The orcs helping earlier had already eaten breakfast. Their next meal wouldn't be until evening. Bai Zhe blinked at him. "I snuck some food while cooking." Mo said, "No need to sneak." Bai Zhe was amused by his serious attitude. "Come on, rest a bit before working again." The tall and strong Mo was easily pulled outside by Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe brought out 2 large bowls of fried meat jerky and oil residue. "Everyone eat first." The orcs were very happy. They chewed eagerly, finding it more delicious with each bite. They gathered around Mo, chatting excitedly. "Mo, Bai Zhe's food is surprisingly so tasty." Yeah, I never knew before." "Mo, do you eat this every day?" Xianlo, who was closest to Mo, leaned on his shoulder and moved closer. "Of course. The food Mo usually eats is even more delicious than you think." The smell of meat filled the air. Everyone found it hard to believe. "Is there something even tastier?" "Of course," Tian couldn't help but say. "Yesterday, I took Ju home, and Bai Zhe brought me some food that was really delicious. It was sweet and sour, with a fruity aroma. After eating, my appetite grew bigger." Yan, looking experienced, said, "That's called apple hawthorn cake. Have you ever tried tomato scrambled eggs? Have you ever had mushroom and meat soup? Have you tried egg pancakes? And wild green onions stir-fried with meat?" Yen, like listing dishes, kept talking and couldn't help but lick his lips. "You don't know how good they taste." Except for Mo. All the other beast men were completely amazed. They didn't care about the strange names. All they thought about was how tasty the food was. Mo pushed Yen aside and said, "Be more normal." Before he finished, Li and the others quickly gathered around him. "Mo, is Yen telling the truth?" Mo casually replied, "Yes," but then added, "Bai Zhe is very smart." In the evening, the beast men finally got to enjoy the food they had been longing for. It's no exaggeration to say that, centered around the cave, the air was filled with a rich aroma of food. The beast men didn't care about anything else. They sat on the ground in groups, eagerly eating their food, with no time for chatting. There was fragrant mushroom fried meat, crispy outside and tender inside grilled meat. Wild green onions stir-fried with pork, which was very special and had a unique flavor. Most tempting were the bubbling meatballs in the pot, served with wild vegetables and green onions. One bite made the beast men marvel, and a couple of bowls were never enough. Star was only seeing Bai Zhe shining brightly with dazzling light. He couldn't help but hug him tightly. "Bai Zhe, you're amazing. From now on, you're my boss." Qing joked. One meal and you're already smitten? Star nodded wildly. Bai Zai, if you want to do anything in the future, just call me. I'm always ready. Bai Zai's eyes and smile were full of warmth. Okay. After eating, the beast men worked even harder. The sounds of tools clanging echoed louder and louder. Until night fell, they finally put down their tools. Bai Zai gave each beast man a bag of oil residue and dried meat to take home for their families. The beast men were so touched that they completely forgot Bai Zai's past actions. They even stopped feeling sorry for Mo, secretly thinking that this kid was really lucky. Before leaving, everyone repeatedly reminded him to come back tomorrow and not forget. The young ones were reluctant to part, gathering around Bai Zai and eager to say they would come to work again tomorrow. Bai Zai smiled and agreed to each of their promises. The cave gradually became quiet. Mo and Yen stayed until the end, using the firelight to clean the cave. Bai Zai took out 2 lollipops and gave them to Ju and Shi. You worked hard today. Qing teased. Bai Zai, now she really doesn't want to leave your side. She looked up and blinked his big eyes. Is that okay? I want to sleep with Ju. Yen joked. Then you might as well call Bai Zai and Mo your animal parents. She looked at his animal parent and suddenly shouted loudly. Animal parent. Yen rolled up his sleeves, pretending to scare him. Hey, you little rascal. She quickly hid behind Qing and made a funny face at Yen. You made me say that. Then he hugged Ju's arm and said, From now on, I'll be your big brother. Qing pinched the little face of the young one. Ju is older than you, so you should call him big brother. No, she hugged Ju tightly. I'll just pretend to be Ju's big brother. Everyone was amused by his stubbornness. Qing said, You should ask Ju if he agrees. She cheerfully smiled at him. Ju, do you want me to be your big brother? Ju replied lightly. If I'm your younger brother, there will be more delicious food. She immediately changed his mind. Then I'll be your younger brother. I can protect you too. Being around so many strangers and the center of attention made Bai Zai feel nervous and uncomfortable. He decided to stay close to Ju to help ease his feelings. After a while of waiting, Bai Zai saw a familiar figure in his line of sight. He thought of him as a savior and quickly walked over, waving from afar. Mo brushed off some grass from his clothes and moved closer. Seeing Bai Zai's worried face, he frowned slightly and asked, What's wrong? It's nothing. Bai Zai sighed in relief and shook his head. Then he reached out to take the things from Mo. No need. I'll handle it by the creek. Bai Zai immediately said, I'll go with you. Mo looked past Bai Zai's shoulder at the people in front of the cave, then turned his gaze back to Bai Zai's face. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Are you afraid of people? Bai Zai felt a bit shy and whispered, Qing and Xing aren't here, and I don't know everyone well. Wait a moment. Mo said quickly, then went to the front of the cave to talk with Li and others. After that, he took Bai Zai to the creek to deal with the prey. They worked together, but mostly Mo was doing the cutting, skinning, and bleeding. Bai Zai was unfamiliar with this kind of slaughtering scene. Usually, he only watched villagers kill chickens or pigs during festivals, and he kept his distance. The clear water turned red with blood, and a strong iron smell spread in the air. Bai Zai wanted to help, but when he got close, the strong smell made him feel sick. He instinctively covered his nose and stepped back, feeling nauseous. While beastmen are sensitive to such smells, they are used to it, especially during hunting, when the blood of prey makes them more excited. Are you feeling unwell? Mo saw Bai Zai's face look pale, so he stopped what he was doing and asked. I'm fine, Bai Zai said, biting his lip, trying to suppress his discomfort and remind himself to get used to it. Mo sped up his work and soon finished processing the prey. He looked at Bai Zai and asked, Are you leaving? Bai Zai rubbed his calf. My leg is numb. Mo reached out his hand, and Bai Zai took it to help himself stand up. The moment their hands touched, a cool feeling spread through his skin. Mo frowned and looked at Bai Zai. Are you cold? No, I just touched water, Bai Zai said casually. After Mo and Bai Zai stabilized themselves, they let go of each other. He rubbed his fingertips thoughtfully. In the cave, the orcs were working very quickly, and with more people, their work sped up a lot. Qing and Xing had already arrived. They were outside tidying up the makeshift stove. Bai Zai saw his partner and felt more energetic. Mo lowered his head and talked to Ju. The child turned to look at Afu, and for most of the morning, he kept glancing at Bai Zai and occasionally moved closer. The sheep-like beast, similar to a black mountain goat, had dark fur and two thick, sharp horns. Now, it was cut into parts by Mo, with bright red, firm meat that looked very tasty. Bai Zai blanched half of the sheep meat, then put it into a big pot with ginger slices and wild scallions to stew. The other half was used to make grilled lamb skewers. During the meal, no one needed to call out. The orcs had been waiting nearby for a long time. The tender, fall-off-the-bone lamb was juicy and not dry. The warm broth warmed the stomach, leaving a delicious taste. Bai Zai was serving the soup when two figures stopped in front of him. He looked up. Yuan and Bai Qing were both staring at him intently. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Qing and Xing exchanged a glance, pursed their lips, and said nothing. Yen, who was eating happily, put down his bowl and quickly signaled to Mo. He also ran over to Ju, watching them carefully. Everyone in the tribe knew that Bai Zai had a good relationship with his adoptive father's family. Even after becoming partners with Mo, he still mostly listened to Yuan and Bai Qing. During the cold spell, Bai Zai gave his food to Yuan's family. Ju was so hungry that he went out in the snow to find food and almost froze to death outside. If Mo hadn't returned early from hunting and everyone went to look for him, they might have lost him. Because of this, most reasonable people disapproved of Bai Zai's actions. As Bai Zai changed gradually, Yuan and Bai Qing arrived, and everyone's worry grew. Yuan smiled widely. Bai Zai, I specially asked the great shaman to see to your health.
How do you feel now?
I'm doing well, Bai Zai replied with a forced smile. Bai Qing looked suspicious. Is this the food you made? Bai Zai ignored him. Yuan was technically an elder, and he was just a partner to Bai Zai, so what was he? I'm talking to you, Bai Qing, ignored, was angry. His eyebrows furrowed. Yuan quickly pulled him back, pretending to scold him. How can you talk to your brother like that? Bai Qing glared at Bai Zai and turned his head away. The meat soup in the pot was steaming and fragrant. Yuan Qing couldn't help but swallow hard. Bai Zai, come serve a bowl for my father and your younger brother. Bai Zai raised a spoon and served a bowl. Just as Yuan was about to take it, Bai Zai handed it to Qing, then quickly served another bowl for Xing. He said casually, drink it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it cools down. Yuan Qing's hand, hanging in midair, clenched tightly. His face turned pale and then red. He looked sad. Bai Zai, can my father not even drink the soup he made himself? Of course he can. This one is yours, Bai Zai said with a smile as he served. Everyone's been wondering, since my father cares for me so much, why you and Bai Qing don't come help us dig the cave. Bai Zai handed the bowl to Yuan Qing and also served Bai Qing a bowl. Seeing Bai Zai's good attitude, they reluctantly accepted. They picked up the bowls and took a few sips. The taste was indeed good. Bai Zai smiled slightly and continued, thanks to my father and younger brother for helping. There might be a lot of dishes later, so please help clean the pots and bowls. Yuan Qing and Bai Qing looked up in disbelief. Me? Clean? Bai Qing exclaimed. He rarely did chores at home, and now Bai Zai was asking him to wash the pots and bowls. Bai Zai pretended to be innocent. What's wrong? Weren't you here to help? Everyone looked at them all at once. Mo was also surprised, clearly caught off guard by everything happening. Next to him, Xing quickly played the strongest helper role. Yes, Bai Zai always praises how kind you and Bai Qing are to him. It's really touching. Bai Zai raised an eyebrow at Xing, full of praise. Yuan Qing, who was held high up, forced himself to nod and forced a fake smile. Yes, my father and younger brother came specifically to help. And so, a few bowls of soup led Yuan Qing and Bai Qing to scrub the pots and wash the dishes with effort.
Bai Zai watched happily.
Seeing this, Yen nudged Mo with his arm. Your family member is really impressive. The progress of digging the cave was much faster than Bai Zai expected. He thought it would take 7 or 8 days, but it was finished completely by the 4th day. During this time, Mo worked hard. Not only did he work during the day, but he also went hunting at night. Although he was strong, after a few days, his face showed signs of tiredness. Bai Zhe felt a little shy, so after everyone finished eating in the evening, he kept changing ways to prepare small meals for Mo before bed. He made extra egg custard, fish soup, fried river shrimp, and honey-roasted meat, saving some in the pot to be eaten by Mo when he returned from hunting in the morning. Mo always left half for Bai Zhe and Ju. When he came back in the morning, he would heat it up early for his partner and cubs to have as breakfast. At first glance, it really felt like an old married couple. Outside the cave, the red dates had dried completely after a few days of sun-drying. Bai Zhe took some to cook with roasted gurgling beasts. The soup was very sweet and tasty, and Mo and Ju loved drinking it. Actually, no matter what Bai Zhe made, the father and son always supported him. In the past, they only ate salted white meat or grilled blackened meat over fire. The new cave was very beautiful, spacious, and tidy. Bai Zhe specially designed a bathroom with a flat, moderate-sized floor and smooth grooves on the walls for holding toiletries. The drainage was well planned. Mo even brought a large, long stone and carved a bathtub into it, placing it against the wall. Bai Zhe tried it. It was just the right size. He felt a little touched because he had only mentioned it casually, but Mo immediately made it happen. The stove area was also renovated. Mo even brought some stones from outside, stacking them up to knee height, then laid polished stone slabs on top, making it perfect for sitting and chopping vegetables. Seeing the completely new cave, Bai Zhe was very happy. That feeling of gradually making their home more complete truly brought happiness. Bai Zhe looked around Mo's bedroom. It was very empty. As a thank you, he felt he should do something. The animal skins he had previously ordered from Xiao were ready. When he went to pick them up, he asked the old man where to find soft dry grass. Xiao generously offered to give him the dry grass he had stored earlier. Bai Zhe didn't want to take it for free, so he went back to give Xiao some food. The pale yellow dry grass smelled of plants and herbs. Bai Zhe shook out the old and new grass together, spreading a thick layer inside the cave. He sat on it and pressed down, feeling how comfortable it was. He then added 2 layers of soft animal skins on top, covered with more from his own room. After finishing, Bai Zhe lay down to try it, and it was indeed very comfortable. Finally, he moved the clothes rack inside, and the task was complete. After Mu Bai finished patrolling the tribe and entered the cave, Bai Zhe came forward with a smile and made a "please" gesture. "Come and see how it looks." Mu looked at everything in front of him, and in the pool of water in his heart, it felt like a small stone had fallen, causing ripples. "Good job." Bai Zhe looked at Mu's calm smile, feeling a little nervous. He moved closer and couldn't help but say, "Mu, try to smile more in the future. Your smile looks very nice." Mu suddenly spoke. "Do you like it?" Without thinking, Bai Zhe immediately nodded. Mu's features are sharp and carry a cold aura, so his smile must be very good, making him look gentler. "Okay," Mu said seriously, as if making a solemn promise. "And this," Bai Zhe pointed to the door in the corner of the living room inside the cave, "might need your help to fix it." It was a delicate door, and once closed, it separated the space from the outside. Mu looked at the 2 caves separated by a wall and the 2 doors side by side. He suddenly felt a bit sad, feeling like they were farther apart than before. Since tasting Bai Zhe's cooking, the tribe's praise for him has been rising quickly, especially the young ones, who gather around Bai Zhe whenever they see him. They would also intentionally or unintentionally come near Bai Zhe's cave, peeking around to see if Ju and she were playing nearby in the woods. Bai Zhe liked these children very much. Every time, he would greet them with a smile. When the sun was warm, if a kid came over, he would tell them fun fairy tales. The young ones had big, round eyes, blinking long eyelashes, staring intently at Bai Zhe, listening carefully, their emotions clearly visible. Some even turned into little black panthers, rubbing against his arms, making Bai Zhe's hands soft from petting. In the past 2 days, Mu was not at home. Bai Zhe wanted to find something to do, so he noticed the vines the children used for playing. He chopped some nearby in the forest. Seeing Bai Zhe liked it, the children rushed into the woods, each carrying a big bundle to give to him. Bai Zhe made some hawthorn cake. Although they ran out of honey at home, the fruit sweetness was still strong, so it tasted pretty good. The children who received the cake worked even harder, almost spending the whole day helping Bai Zhe handle the vines. At dusk, the young animals reluctantly returned home. The task of cooking vine strips was handed over to Ju and Shi. These two children were very eager, especially Shi, who had a good reason to join in the work, worried about doing too little. After processing and drying the vine strips, they could be used to make baskets, containers, backpacks, bags, and even lounge chairs and beds. Bai Zhe first made some baskets to hold things. When Qing and Xing saw this, they also started to learn. They were quick learners. Watching the thin vines crisscross, they crafted delicate and practical containers. They became more and more enthusiastic. The tribe leader and the high priest kept praising Bai Zhe and asked if he could teach others in the tribe. If more people learn this skill, they wouldn't have to exchange only meat and animal skins with other tribes. Bai Zhe happily agreed. This work was slow for one person, but much easier with many people. The tribe leader immediately gathered the tribe members to learn. At first, everyone was curious watching Bai Zhe work skillfully. But once the finished products appeared, they were all amazed. As a reward, the tribe leader took Bai Zhe to the storage room and let him choose what he wanted. Later, when the tribe exchanged items made from vines with other tribes, Bai Zhe could join in and have the priority to choose and decide. When Bai Zhe entered the cave, he was drawn to the rows of animal skins on the shelves. He carefully examined them and finally focused on a few silver-gray skins. The tribe leader said, "These are snow wolf skins. They are rare." Bai Zhe's mind involuntarily thought of Mo. The color and texture suited him very well. He immediately decided to take these skins. He hesitated a little when asking, since there were only a few in the large cave. To his surprise, the tribe leader agreed very quickly and immediately took down the snow wolf skins to give to him. Bai Zhe thanked him and already had a rough idea for a design. He thought that sewing these skins together, with some other colored skins for decoration, would be enough to make a shirt for Mo. The large gathering for collecting materials was postponed because of a rainstorm. The rain started at night. By evening, strong winds blew, causing the surrounding branches to sway and break. Bai Zhe hurriedly helped Ju bring the items that had been drying outside back inside, especially the bright red chili peppers and goji berries, which are very precious to Bai Zhe. 2 days ago, he and Qing and others worked hard to pick them from a slope, even falling and injuring his knee, which is now purple and swollen. Bai Zhe looked at the dark clouds and felt very worried. Mo hasn't returned yet. They didn't go far this time, just to the river valley, but during heavy rain, especially now, the temperature is very low. At dinner, Bai Zhe made a pot of chicken soup with red dates, goji berries, mushrooms, and herbs. The little beast was caught by Mo before he left and has been kept outside tied with vines. The rain started suddenly, with big drops falling loudly from the sky, swept by strong winds, making the branches rustle loudly. Bai Zhe hurried to close the door. A flash of lightning suddenly lit up the night sky, followed by thunder that sounded like it was exploding nearby. His pupils shrank, and his body trembled instinctively. He remembered the scene when he was struck by lightning before, and the pain was still vivid in his mind. Bai Zhe staggered back 2 steps, almost losing his balance and falling. "Father!" Ju quickly ran over and worriedly helped him. "I'm fine." Bai Zhe forced a faint smile on his worried face. He took a deep breath, stiffly closed the door, worried it might be blown open by the wind, and blocked it with a large stone. Ju looked uneasy. Remembering what the beast father told him before leaving, he hurried to serve Bai Zhe a bowl of hot beast soup. During dinner, he kept glancing at him with concern. Bai Zhe ate his meal absent-mindedly. He never expected that being struck by lightning would leave such a deep shadow. The physical and mental fear was overwhelming and uncontrollable. He didn't know how Mo was doing. Bai Zhe sighed and kept looking toward the door. The rain hit the stone wall with a dull sound. Feeling restless, Bai Zhe put down his bowl and chopsticks, then picked up a few pieces of snow wolf fur and sat by the fire, sewing with his head bowed. "Just leave the remaining soup in the pot." Ju nodded, quickly washed the dishes, and wiped the table. There was no clock here. After sunset, it was hard to tell the time at night. Bai Zai didn't know how long he had been sitting until his neck and waist ached, and he stood up to stretch. He yawned. Outside, the rain was still noisy, seeming to grow louder. Bai Zai shook off his silver-gray clothes, which were almost finished. He planned to make another one tonight, so Ming could wear it when he returned tomorrow. The fire in the campfire was getting smaller. After he put out the flames with stones, he got up and went back to the bedroom. Ju was sleeping soundly, a small bundle buried under animal hide blankets, making soft breathing sounds. Bai Zai had just taken off his robe when he heard a knock at the cave entrance. He quickly got out of bed. Inside the cave was very dark. Bai Zai groped toward the door and asked urgently, "Is that Ming?" "Yes, I'm back," came Ming's deep voice. Bai Zai immediately moved the stones away, opened the door, and was hit by cold wind and rain. He shivered from the cold. Ming quickly entered and closed the door. The Black Panther's good night vision allowed him to see Bai Zai's outline clearly even without light. In the dark, Bai Zai reached out and touched the wet animal hide, then felt the cold skin. Even in the dark, he could imagine what Ming looked like after getting soaked. "I'm wet," Ming said, stepping back 2 steps. "I'll start the fire," Bai Zai said, heading to the fire pit. Ming grabbed his arm. "Let me do it. You should put on your clothes first." "It's okay. You dry yourself quickly and change into dry clothes," Bai Zai replied, walking swiftly to pick up the flint and steel on the ground. He quickly started the fire and added more wood. The cave lit up with a warm, yellow glow. Ming was soaked from head to toe, and his lips had lost their usual color. Bai Zai urged him to come inside and change clothes, then placed last night's chicken soup on the fire to warm. When Ming came out, he saw Bai Zai busy with chores. Ming handed him his clothes. "Put these on." "Oh, okay," Bai Zai said, putting on his clothes, then sat down with Ming by the fire. Ming looked at his profile. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Bai Zai didn't look like he had just woken up. Was he waiting for Ming? Bai Zai wondered and asked aloud. "I can't sleep," Bai Zai said slowly, stirring the chicken soup. "It's raining heavily outside." Ming took out something wrapped in layers. Bai Zai opened it and saw honey, a big chunk of honey, intact, with no rainwater seeped inside. His heart felt warm like the steaming soup in front of him. Bai Zai blinked, feeling suddenly a bit sour inside. "Did the needle-tailed beast sting you?" "No, you're lying." Bai Zai pulled his hand and pointed to several red spots on the back of it. "What are these?" Mo smiled and said, "I didn't notice." Bai Zai filled a bowl with chicken soup and handed it to him. "Drink it while it's hot." Mo looked down at the soup and slightly frowned. "How did you hurt your leg?" Bai Zai liked to wear shorts when sleeping. His robe wasn't tight, and when he sat up a little, the bruised purple mark on his knee was visible. He didn't mind and casually said, "I slipped and fell earlier." "It's nothing." Mo asked, "Did you get medicine from the shaman?" "It's just a small injury." Bai Zai smiled and patted his arm. "Look at you, who do you think is worse off now? Drink something warm so you don't get sick." Mo looked at the small red dots in the bowl. "What are these?" "Goji berries with a light sweetness. They can be used in tea or soups." "How's your hunting going?" "Pretty good. There are more animals near the water source." They chatted casually, and the atmosphere inside the cave became much gentler. Suddenly, another thunderclap made Bai Zai feel like his ears were about to burst, and the hair on his arms stood up. Seeing his face look unwell, Mo thought he hadn't slept well and suggested he rest first.
Bai nodded.
He couldn't sleep all night and left the bedroom with dark circles under his eyes. Mo was still sleeping. Ju was surprised to see his adoptive father wake up so early. Bai Zai lifted the animal hide curtain, opened the door slightly. Outside, it was still raining, the sky was gray, and water was flowing loudly at the cave entrance. Fortunately, the location was high, or the water might have flooded in during the night. Bai Zai rubbed his hands and hurried to warm himself by the fire. "Adoptive father, did I behave badly last night?" Ju asked hesitantly, with a guilty look on his face.
Who? Bai looked confused.
"Why do you ask?" Ju touched his own under-eye area. "Adoptive father, your skin here is green. Did I affect your sleep?" Bai Zai waved his hand and smiled. "No, you slept very well. I just couldn't sleep because of the thunder last night. Juesung let out a sigh of relief. In just a short moment, he was already prepared to sleep again with his beast father. But deep inside, he still felt reluctant. His father carried a faint, soft scent and sometimes told him stories before bed, stories that other young ones hadn't heard before. Now that he knew it wasn't because of himself, Juesung felt lighter and more cheerful. Bai Zhe took a lean piece of beast meat from the storage room, sliced it into small pieces, and rolled them back and forth on smooth pebbles. Once the oil in the pot was hot, he added chopped wild green onions, shredded ginger, and a little chili to release a fragrant aroma. Then he put in various mushrooms to cook together. After a while, he added thin slices of meat and, finally, some wild vegetables. Before serving, he sprinkled a bit of salt. Soon, a steaming, fragrant mushroom and vegetable meat soup was ready. On a damp, cold, rainy day, having a bowl like this really lifted everyone's mood. Mo only slept a little longer, but normally, according to Bai Zhe's schedule, he would still be dreaming now. Why not sleep a bit more? Bai Zhe turned the beef on the stone slab, then looked up at Mo. I'm not tired, Mo replied, walking over and staring at Bai Zhe's face. He asked, Did you not sleep well? Bai Zhe thought to himself that these father and son cared about the same things, but he didn't want to admit he was afraid of thunder and lightning. So he blamed the noise outside. Mo took the chopsticks from Bai Zhe's hand and continued with the cooking process. Over time, he had learned a lot from watching and listening, and his cooking skills had improved. At least his dishes now had some flavor. On the stone table, Bai Zhe was careful not to put too much chili in the soup because he knew it was Mo's first time eating spicy food. But to his surprise, Mo took a bite and liked it very much. He even asked Bai Zhe what that red thing was. Although it felt a bit hot on his tongue, it had a unique aroma that made other foods taste better too. After Bai Zhe explained what chili was, Mo said, Chili is very tasty. Bai Zhe smiled and said, I was worried you wouldn't like it. Turns out, our tastes are quite similar. Hearing the phrase, our family, Mo felt happy and nodded along. In fact, even little Juesung loved the taste of chili. After eating the 3 bowls of mushroom and vegetable meat soup, Mo's face was full of satisfaction. The exhaustion from rushing through the rain yesterday completely disappeared at this moment. Bai Zhe asked, Are you going to get the food later? Yes, Mo nodded. The meat at home was almost gone, so he needed to go. Bai Zhe looked a bit worried. But it's raining so heavily. I'll go, Mo said casually. Whether it's rain or even ice falling from the sky, food is the most important. He then listed the prey they caught this time and asked Bai Zhe what kind of meat he wanted. Although Mo had said before that beast men rarely get sick, Bai Zhe was still a little worried. In such terrible weather, even a strong body couldn't guarantee safety. In modern times, catching a cold and having a fever could cause serious problems, not to mention that here, medical knowledge is limited to simple herbs, and most injuries have to be endured on your own. Suddenly, Bai Zhe remembered the cowhide at home. After repeated tanning, it had some waterproof qualities. He immediately found it and handed it to Mo, reminding him to wear it when going out. Mo didn't refuse. No matter the reason, he was now very willing to accept Bai Zhe's concern. In fact, for Mo, Bai Zhe's care was far more important than material things. As soon as they opened the door, a cold wind and rain hit. Mo blocked most of it and quickly closed the door after going out, not giving Bai Zhe a chance to peek. Even in such bad weather, the path in the tribe was still busy. All the beast men were going to get food. Because their fur gets wet and takes a long time to dry, everyone was in human form. This made life a bit harder. Even the most handsome and confident beast men couldn't resist a messy hairstyle or a face slightly roughened by the wind and rain. Mo supported himself with a cowhide. Although it wasn't very neat, it was still better than others. Most importantly, he was less soaked. Yen thought the figure ahead looked familiar, but the brown beast hide covered most of it, so he wasn't sure. He quickly walked over and saw that it was indeed Mo. Yen felt like he had found a savior. Without hesitation, he immediately jumped in. He wiped the rain from his face and asked, Is this Momo beast hide? Suddenly, the crowded scene almost pushed Mo out. He steadied himself, turned his head, and looked a bit speechless. "Get out," Mo said with a glance at Yen. "I won't." Yen moved closer in surprise and said, "You even have extra Moo Beast hide at home." It wasn't strange for Yen to ask that. After all, Moo Beast hide wasn't soft and wasn't good for making clothes. People in the tribe usually didn't want it, and those who did mostly used it to make hide bags. Mo said calmly, "Baze told me to take it." "Baze?" Yen sighed. "You've really made it through. Baze truly cares about you." Mo actually agreed with that, so he decided to tolerate Yen for now. "What did your family have for breakfast?" Yen asked curiously. Lately, Mo's family meals had become something Yen paid close attention to. Mo, who rarely answered such questions, replied, "Mushroom and wild vegetable soup with meat slices. And we added chili. It was hot, smelled great, and tasted really good." At that moment, Yen thought, "Did I ask for that much detail?" Still, he tried to keep his pride and said stiffly, "Chili, right? I know, red and thin." Mo added, "The meat was very tender and smooth." Yen, caught in the wind and rain, grabbed Mo's arm and couldn't hide his eagerness anymore. "Good brother, can I come over for a meal? Maybe watch how you make it too?" Mo glanced at the hide, and Yen quickly raised his hand to keep holding it up politely. "See, even she calls you Beast Father now." "With how close our families are," Yen said, nudging Mo with his elbow, "it's boring in the rain anyway. Let our family come keep you company. Baze must be missing Qing, and Ju is probably thinking about she too." Mo looked straight ahead, expressionless.
"It's settled then."
"I'll borrow this hide later."
Montauk was speechless.
The meat-sharing spot was in a large cave in the tribe. Everyone there was a beast man, and since the hides soaked up water, they all looked quite messy. When Yen and Mo arrived, they immediately drew attention. Li and Chen quickly came over. Kun asked, "Why do you two look so different?" Yen pointed gracefully at the Moo Beast hide in his hand. "Can't help it. Baze told Mo to wear it. Didn't want him to get wet." Even more eyes turned toward them. Mo stood there, his dry hair proving the point. Chen asked, "Then why are you wearing one?" He smiled and said, "I'm just lucky. I happened to meet Mo when I went out." "Really?" "Yes, Baze really is different now. He's so caring about Mo. That's really good." Some orcs also came to congratulate Mo, and even the clan leader and the high priest showed happy smiles. From then on, Baize's reputation as a good wife and loving husband spread among the orcs. At this moment, Baize was inside a cave, sewing animal skins with his head lowered. He had no idea that his act of kindness was making him known as a model citizen in the tribe. Of course, Mo didn't bother explaining these so-called rumors. It fit his usual image perfectly. By the time Baize found out by accident, he was stunned. After sharing the prey, Mo carried the meat on his shoulder, supporting himself with a piece of cowhide, and hurried home. Baize heard the noise early and waited at the door, offering a soft animal skin towel when he saw Mo approaching. After Mo sat down, Baize served him a bowl of freshly brewed ginger soup, adding a bit of honey. The taste wasn't very spicy. His smooth movements made him look very caring. Mo finished the soup in one gulp, and his cold body started to warm up again. Baize made more for Ju too. Although the child didn't really like the spicy sweet flavor, he listened to his father saying it could prevent illness and obediently took the bowl. Mo drank another bowl, and now he was fully warmed up. He told Baize, "You should have some too. I haven't gone out and I didn't get caught in the rain," Baize said politely with a smile. Since he was a child, his grandmother always gave him ginger soup when he sneezed, so he didn't want to drink it anymore. Ju, acting like a little adult, said, "Father, this is good for the body." Seeing the two of them, one big and one small, both staring at him, Baize felt helpless. He had no choice but to drink half a bowl, forcing himself. He secretly decided that next time, he would only make enough for 2 people. No extra bowl. Because of the heavy rain, the cave door was tightly shut, and the inside was very dark. Baize didn't know how long the rain would last, and the firewood in the cave was limited. He didn't dare add too much to the fire. So, The three of them sat neatly around the fire, very close, during an unusual mealtime. After returning the meat home, Yen came over in the rain to borrow the Momo beast hide. Bai Zhe and Ju were feeling bored, so they were very happy to hear they were coming. Not long after Yen left, he returned holding the meat in one hand and hugging Shi in the other. He first brought the young one over, then went back to get Qing. Their arrival instantly made the quiet cave lively and busy. Of course, the happiest person was Shi. As soon as they entered, Ju picked up the beast hide and kept wiping Shi's wet hair from the rain. His skillful and careful way of doing it made Qing feel a bit ashamed. She was also mischievous, using his cold little hands to touch Ju's arm and even trying to reach around his neck. Ju helplessly held Shi's hands and said, "Be good. It's so cold outside." She giggled and continued to play around. Yen sat down next to Mo, drying his clothes by the fire. Bai Zhe took the fruit from Qing and looked at it with surprise. "Isn't this a pear?" Bright yellow, full of juice, with a sweet, fruity smell. So tempting. Bai Zhe asked, "Qing, where did you get this?" Qing smiled and said, "I happened to meet Dan collecting them the other day. I thought you might like it." Every time Bai Zhe went out gathering, he would light up at the sight of various fruits. Qing traded some meat for them, planning to give them to him, but suddenly it started to rain. "Thank you." Bai Zhe happily gave him a big hug. "Qing, you're so kind." Seeing this, Yen and Mo raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "See, your wife and kids get along so well with my wife and kids." Mo, uninterested, shook off the wet Momo beast hide and hung it on a piece of wood, then placed it near the fire to dry. Despite the playful mood, after a loud thunderclap, Yen put away his relaxed attitude, his expression becoming a bit serious. "This weather doesn't look good. Usually, it doesn't rain at this time of year. The earlier the rain starts, the colder it gets faster." Mo also looked serious. This year's cold spell might come earlier, and the tribe, Yen hesitated. Food is the most critical issue for their survival. Although the tribe currently has enough food, during the cold spell, snow and ice cover everything outside, and the dropping temperatures and biting cold will make hunting much harder. Moreover, the number of prey will decrease, and they will be more alert. Every year, surviving the cold snap is very difficult, especially for fragile subhumans and young ones. Mo thought for a moment and said, "This year's hunting needs to be done earlier." Yen also thought the same. "We should talk to the clan leader and the chief shaman. It's best to go to the merfolk tribe to exchange salt as soon as this rain stops. Then we can prepare for the hunting before the cold snap." Mo nodded. This was the safest plan at the moment. Bai Zhe is not from this world, so he naturally doesn't know their worries. Right now, he was washing the pears brought by Qing, cutting them into pieces, and slowly simmering them in a stone pot with apples, red dates, and honey over low heat. It felt warm and cozy, like sitting around a stove drinking tea. She saw the food for the needle-tailed beast and couldn't help but remember the pastries Bai Zhe made last time, as well as a treat called lollipop. He licked his lips and eagerly gathered around Bai Zhe, helping to add firewood, passing tools, and offering emotional support. Soon, the fruit tea was ready, steaming with white mist, hot and comforting for the stomach, lungs, and throat. Everyone held their cups, sat around the fire, feeling very relaxed. This was a sharp contrast to the fierce wind and rain outside the cave. Entertainment in this world was not abundant, or perhaps Bai Zhe was not familiar with their leisure activities. So far, he hadn't found any interesting games. Passing the time, for example, like now, the most suitable activity for Bai Zhe would be a game of mahjong, especially since there were 4 adults. Of course, if possible in the future, Bai Zhe even considered making a set of mahjong tiles out of clay. He looked at the smooth ground and suddenly had an idea. He picked up a charcoal stick and drew a grid on the ground with quick strokes. "What is this?" She tilted his head, curious. Ju also came over. "I'll teach you a game," Bai Zhe blinked. He picked up some small stones and 2 leaves, tearing them into small pieces of equal size. Then, he briefly explained how to play Gamoku, 5 in a row, and started demonstrating in front of them. Mo and Yen found it interesting and squatted nearby to watch. Gamoku is a very simple and basic game. She was eager to try and pulled Ju to play a game with him. Under Bai Zai's guidance, she won the game, making the kids so happy. He jumped up happily. Ju is indeed clever. After playing 2 rounds and learning the rules, he quickly adapted and kept winning. Yen watched Ju dominate the game and eagerly wanted to compete with Mo, so he copied Bai Zai and drew a chessboard on the ground. Soon everyone got hooked on playing. Qing and Bai Zai weren't as crazy about it. After a while, they started chatting, and Bai Zai took the chance to ask about things in the tribe. Since they had free time, Qing looked at Bai Zai's unique clothes and asked if he could teach him how to make them. Ever since Ju and Bai Zai wore clothes they made themselves, they became quite eye-catching in the tribe. The clothes had very special cuts, textures, and styles. Most importantly, they looked nice, were easy to wear, and very comfortable, much better than everyone else's clothes in the tribe. Bai Zai happily agreed and immediately showed how to make the clothes, even though they weren't finished yet. Mo looked at the silver-gray animal hide coat for a few moments, which made Yen tease him about not taking the game seriously and winning unfairly. Bai Zai first drew a rough sketch on the ground, then used the clothes on his legs to demonstrate, explaining the color matching as he went. He also shared some decorative ideas, like fluffy balls at the collar, hats with animal ears, and woven animal hide cords to replace buttons. Qing listened very carefully, and his admiration for Bai Zai grew even more. Yen, who brought meat, was naturally excited about sharing a meal. The mushroom and wild vegetable meat soup Mo mentioned had been on his mind all afternoon. Bai Zai deliberately said, "Then you can roll the meat?" "No problem." Yen immediately pounded his chest confidently. Bai Zai smiled and handed him the preparations for the mushroom and wild vegetable meat soup. He planned to make a different dish himself. First, he took a large chunk of the beef tallow he had previously cooked, put it in a pot, and stir-fried it with wild onions, chili, and fresh ginger. Then he added ribs and cooked everything on high heat. Next, he sliced some meat from the humming beast, momo beast, and mumu beast, and even carefully arranged these thin slices on leaves as a plate for a ceremonial touch. Qing and the 2 children helped wash some wild vegetables and mushrooms. Originally, Bai Zai wanted to get some offal this time, but since it was raining, it was hard to go outside and clean, and offal in the cave might smell bad. So he decided to do that next time. Today, these dishes were enough. The hot, red soup bubbled and steamed, filling the air with a delicious aroma. She and Yen took a deep breath. This bone stew smells so good. Bai Zai arranged the wild vegetables, mushrooms, and meats for the hot pot, then invited them to sit around the fire. Qing asked, "Do you want to eat raw meat?" "We're trying a different way today," Bai Zai said. He took some firewood from the fire and slowly simmered a stone pot over a small flame. Everyone looked at him curiously. "This is called hot pot," Bai Zai explained. He added some mumu beast meat, sliced thin so it cooked in just a few seconds. He scooped some onto each person's plate. "Try it and see if you like it." Everyone eagerly took a bite. The rich smell of beef, fat mixed with the spicy aroma of chili. The meat was tender and juicy, and with each bite, the flavors exploded on their taste buds. "Delicious." She licked his lips and stared happily at the meat in the pot. Yen said, "Bai Zai, this smells amazing." Mo and Ju also loved this new way of eating. Following Bai Zai, they added more ingredients to the pot. "I want mushrooms. This wild vegetable is tasty, huh? Let's add some more beast meat." Soon, the cold mountain cave was filled with warm heat and lively chatter. The firelight reflected the red oil on their lips. Everyone started sweating from the heat. Finally, they cut up 3 more large plates of meat and ate until they were full and satisfied. Yen wiped his mouth and let out a big burp. "Bai Zai, from now on, you're the boss. I'm going to follow you," she said, hugging Bai Zai's leg. She also praised, "Bai Zai, your food is the best in the world." Qing looked at his partner and cubs with a bit of helplessness about their shamelessness. He said to Bai Zai, "Just give them work to do in the future." Bai Zai laughed. All right, since the stove was renovated, washing dishes and cleaning up had become much easier. Bai Zai had Mo carve out a drainage pool, square and close to the stone wall. It had a hole at the bottom connected to outside the cave, so they could wash things there. Wastewater flowed out directly, keeping the area dry. People in the tribe saw how useful it was and went home to make their own. Now, even if it rained outside, they could wash and clean comfortably inside the cave. Bai Zai finished sewing the last cuff of the animal hide coat, then went to his bedroom to take out 2 other finished clothes, handing them all to Mo. Try them on and see if they fit. Are they all for me? Mo looked surprised.
Bai nodded.
The long-sleeve shirt was made of thin gray deer hide, simple and not bulky. The pants were made of purple-black beast hide. Because Mo's legs were long, Bai Zai used all the beast hide of that color he had at home to make them. But the most impressive was the silver-gray snow wolf fur coat. Bai Zai sewed a band of silver-black beast hide around the cuffs and collar, adding layers of color to the coat. Mo looked at the clothes in front of him, lost in thought. It was only when Bai Zai urged him that he realized and went inside to change. There was no mirror in the cave, but from Bai Zai and Ju's reactions, the clothes must be very good. No, they were probably stunning. Mo's naturally white skin looked even more radiant. His deep features and tall, strong figure, combined with the silver-gray coat, made him look like a foreign youth from the icy north. Bai Zai was stunned, unable to help but swallow hard. He thought, this is just too handsome. Thank you, Bai Zai, Mo's voice sounded in his ear. I like it very much. I'm glad you like it, Bai Zai said, staring intently at Mo's face, his icy blue eyes rippling with emotion. Bai Zai seemed to see Mo smile, but he wasn't sure. He blinked and unconsciously moved a little closer. Mo didn't move. His gaze fell on the faint pink lips, and his fingers hidden in the beast hide curled slightly. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, reason returned at the last moment. Bai Zai suddenly stopped, looked up, and found Mo's face just inches away. He quickly stepped back. Mo sniffed the faint scent of bubble fruit and felt a bit absent-minded or perhaps a little regretful. He thought he should lean down and match the moment. Bai Zai awkwardly touched his nose. It's getting late. Let's rest. Mo looked at him calmly, all emotions hidden behind his eyes. Yes, you should too. Bai Zai hurriedly fled, lying on his bed but unable to calm his heart for a long time. He attributed all of this to envy. Yes, Baze is like tall, strong, and handsome looks since he was young, but he is not at all that type. When he was a child, he was often praised as a pretty girl. The rain shows no sign of stopping, and the cave's soundproofing is poor. Every thunderclap can be heard through the layers of stone, and the scene of lightning striking keeps replaying in Baze's mind. Sight and sound stimulate his nerves, and the mental pain feels worse than physical pain. The night is very dark. Baze, curled up in his blanket, covers himself tightly. Sleepiness and fear tear at him. He didn't sleep all night, and now he's starting to feel exhausted. In a daze, he slowly closes his eyes. The howling wind blows through the forest, swirling and rushing, while the rain becomes louder and more chaotic. Thunder still shows no signs of stopping. After some time, a corner of his animal hide blanket is suddenly pulled back. Baze opens his eyes slightly, but his pupils are hazy and unfocused. He slowly sits up, barefoot, and gets off the bed. The stone floor is cold, but he shows no reaction. He walks step by step toward the door in the darkness. He raises his hand, opens the door, then closes it. His movements are mechanical and stiff, without pause. The footsteps outside are soft and approaching. Mo suddenly opens his eyes, alert. He stands up cautiously, holding his breath. The door is pushed open. In the darkness, he sees a figure slowly approaching him. The hand holding the stone knife clenches tightly. Mo quickly lunges forward, but stops abruptly before touching the person's neck. It's Baze. Mo quickly withdraws his knife, confused. What's wrong? Is something the matter? The person in front of him doesn't respond. Baze, still no reply. Mo grabs Baze's shoulders, forcing him to stop. He looks into his half-closed eyes. What's wrong? Suddenly, a thunderclap explodes. Baze's body jerks sharply, then begins to tremble. He opens his arms, desperately reaching out for that feeling of safety. Mo's pupils dilate suddenly, and he stops breathing for a moment, frozen in place. He can't believe it and shouts, "Baze!" There is no response. But Mo could clearly feel the trembling of the body pressed close to him. He tentatively raised his hand and gently stroked Bai Zai's back. "Are you scared?" Bai Zai didn't respond. He simply held Mo's waist, buried his face in his shoulder, and slowly closed his eyes. A cold sensation came through their skin contact. Mo frowned and looked down to see that Bai Zai was still barefoot. The ground was hard and cold. Reluctantly, he had to pick Bai Zai up and walk quickly toward the bed. The breathing nearby was uneven, and the person in his arms trembled more with each thunderclap. Mo bent down and placed Bai Zai on a soft animal hide. He touched Bai Zai's cold hand, hesitated for a moment, and then lay down beside him. Bai Zai, curled up at first, immediately pressed closer when he felt the warmth, using his hands and feet like a lazy animal, trying to snuggle into Mo's embrace. Unconsciously, Bai Zai felt safe and warm there. Mo's heartbeat sped up, as if it might burst from his chest. His breathing became irregular, and his back was tense.
His hands didn't know where to rest.
Bai Zai was still trembling, but the shaking was much less than before. Mo just let him hold on, staying still. The desire of the beast men was much stronger. Even though they saw themselves as humans, their animal instincts were still deep inside. Mo slightly arched his back, creating some space between them. But in the next moment, Bai Zai frowned in dissatisfaction and moved back up again. The animal hide was stiff and uncomfortable, restricting Mo. He was forced to intervene and try to create some space for himself. His waist was still tightly held. He could only gently and carefully soothe Bai Zai, but everything felt useless, like pouring water into a sieve or scratching an itch through a shoe. The flames of desire grew more wild. In the dark night, Bai Zai's golden eyes looked dull. Mo's suppressed breathing grew faster. In his sleep, Bai Zai felt cold. When he tried to hold the source of warmth tighter, he encountered difficulty. No matter how hard he tried, something seemed to block him. Bai Zai, annoyed, wanted to remove the obstacle. Mo let out a muffled groan, and his body suddenly stiffened. After Bai Zai adjusted his movements, he finally succeeded in tightly hugging the warm water bag. The pressed Mo slightly lowered his head and found his own place in a small gap. He felt his blood boiling. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and the fierce eyes of a beast stared tightly at his prey. His slender fingers pressed firmly on Bai Zai's legs, sinking deep into the flesh. Faint moans and whispers from dreams intertwined and filled the air. On this stormy night, the scene was truly dreamlike and surreal. When Bai Zai woke up, he felt refreshed and clear-headed. He was a bit surprised that he had slept so well last night. But when he saw the person beside him, his mind went blank and his whole body froze. He was in Mo's arms, clinging tightly like an octopus, wishing to bury his face in Mo's chest. His well-defined abs rose and fell with each breath, and his visible V-shaped muscles led down into his stomach. Bai Zai's face suddenly turned red. Mo slowly opened his eyes and looked at him. Bai Zai wanted to sneak away quietly, but suddenly jumped up, looking nervous and scared. He stammered, He couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Mo sat up calmly and said, "You came to my bed suddenly last night and couldn't be woken up." Bai Zai tried to remember, but had no memory of it. Mo's calm expression made him feel uncertain. He rubbed his head and suddenly thought, this kind of situation resembled a previous sleepwalking incident. But he hadn't done that in a long time. Could it be because of the thunder these past few days? Bai Zai felt both embarrassed and speechless. Being possessed and bringing along this sleepwalking issue was quite awkward. Mo watched Bai Zai's changing expressions carefully and asked seriously, "So, what happened to you last night?" He was only wearing a beast-hide top and shorts. He rubbed his arms, pulled the blanket Mo gave him over his body, and sighed, "I have a problem." Mo immediately looked serious. "A problem? What kind?" Bai Zai didn't want to be seen as strange, so he explained, "Sometimes I can't control what I do when I sleep. For example, walking around, tidying up, running around like last night, and I have no memory of it the next day. Mo had never heard of such a problem before, but based on Bai Zai's situation last night, he trusted him more than doubted him. I'll take you to see the great shaman, Mo said and got out of bed. Maybe it will get better in a few days. Zai does not believe that the world's medical level can treat sleepwalking. After all, he has been to the hospital, and the result was only that it was caused by anxiety and stress, suggesting he relax and get enough sleep. Sorry about what happened last night, Zai said sincerely, shrinking into his blanket with honest eyes. It's okay. I'll go get your clothes, Mo replied, putting on his robe and heading to the next room. When he opened the door, he saw Ju sneaking a look at himself. Beast father, sub-father, go boil some hot water, Mo ordered. Okay. Ju immediately went to the stove, and his usually serious face showed a faint smile. He had always wanted a younger brother, but he heard that only when sub-father and beast father sleep together can there be offspring. So, today, seeing sub-father in beast father's room, he was very excited. Zai quickly dressed and got off the bed. When he saw Ju, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Ju stared at him intently. Sub-father, the hot water is ready. What happened? Why are you so happy? Zai asked with a smile. Ju thought he should stay low-key and not show too much excitement, or it might bother sub-father.
He shook his head.
Nothing. When Zai entered the bathroom, Mo was bending over a stone basin, washing his face. Zai took a stick used for cleaning his teeth, crushed some powder from a stone, mixed it with salt, and brushed his teeth. It was much more convenient this way, but he still hoped to improve it further if possible. Mo poured out the cold water and scooped a half basin of hot water for him. Thank you, Zai said, feeling guilty about what happened earlier and avoiding eye contact. Outside, the rain showed no signs of stopping. Zai, stuck in the cave all day, missed the days when he could sunbathe at the entrance. After dinner, he brewed himself a cup of goji berry, red date, and honey tea, sitting by the fire to warm up and daydream. It was another day of longing for his phone. Whenever he thought of that, Zai deeply wished to return to his world. In the afternoon, Zai made some lollipops with honey. The current temperature allowed them to last a long time, and Mo seemed to like them. The last one he gave him, he could stare at for a long time. As night fell, Zai's heart began to feel anxious. He repeatedly told Mo before bed, "You must lock the door today. If I knock at night, please don't open it." Mo nodded in response. Additionally, Zai blocked the door to his own room with a large stone, which took quite a bit of effort to move. Ju was a little worried, her small face scrunching up again. Could it be that yesterday's behavior of the beast father was not good, making the father angry, so he doesn't want to sleep with him? The beast father is so tall and strong, he must be squeezing the father. But seeing the father's serious expression, Ju didn't dare make a sound, her eyes shifting between the father and the beast father, feeling very worried. After checking the door and the stone again before bed, Zai finally felt at ease and got into bed. He wrapped himself tightly in animal hide blankets, lying straight and neat. It looked like he was ready for battle, on high alert. Ju quietly peeked her head out from under the blanket, blinking anxiously, but ultimately sighing softly. Night fell, still noisy, with thunder rolling. The inside of the cave was completely silent. Mo lay on his back, feeling restless and unable to sleep. After some time, he heard a sound from the next room, like stones rubbing against the ground. After a while, there was a click, followed by footsteps. Ju opened her eyes from her sleep, groggy, and saw the back of the father, thinking he might be going to the bathroom, so she didn't make a sound. Zai, looking dazed, approached Mo's door, reached out and pushed it, but it didn't open. He paused, then started feeling around the door. Mo was already standing behind the door, his hand hanging in the air, finally touching the cold stone wall. Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded in the rain, causing Zai to tremble uncontrollably. His movements became frantic as he clumsily grabbed at the door. Mo remembered the specific instructions Zai had given him, and now his heart was full of inner conflict. After a moment, the sounds outside the door stopped abruptly. Mo's heart suddenly tightened. Could he have gone back? He opened the door, but the space was empty. An indescribable emotion quickly spread in his chest. Mo wanted to go out and check, but when he touched something soft, he stopped in his tracks, nearly stumbling forward. In the darkness, Baizé was crouched on the cold ground, hugging his knees and leaning against the stone wall. Mo quickly knelt down and gently patted him. Baizé, his blurry eyes just barely opened a slit. Baizé staggered to his feet and headed straight into Mo's room. Mo's arm was still halfway raised, hanging in the air. Helpless, Baizé hurried to catch up. Thanks to last night's experience, Baizé moved very smoothly this time. He aimed directly at Mo's bed, lifted the blanket, and lay inside, instinctively curling to the innermost side. That feeling of safety instantly wrapped around him. Baizé curled up into a ball and closed his eyes deeply. All of Mo's worries and restraint from earlier suddenly collapsed. He also got into bed, and, at the moment Baizé held him, pressed himself against him. Baizé's cold feet unconsciously rubbed against Mo's calf. His empty arms always wanted to hold something. Mo looked at that beautiful, charming face and lowered his head to kiss it. Licking and nibbling are the most basic ways animals show desire. The beastmen didn't like rainy days. The giant insects in the forest also felt uncomfortable. They woke up almost instantly, their swollen bodies making them very uncomfortable, so they kept shaking inside their nests. Damp mud stuck to their skin, making it itchy and sticky. The giant insects had no hands or feet, so they could only roll back and forth inside their nests. Finally, one found a trench and desperately crawled inside, trying to reduce discomfort through friction. The rain continued for 2 days and nights. The soil above was washed clean, and the exposed giant insect was thoroughly soaked. Nature was giving it a cleansing. Birdsong accompanied the dawn, and the storm finally stopped. When Baizé opened his eyes, he was so frightened he trembled. He quickly pulled himself away from Mo, his face flushed and almost buried in the bedding. "I'm sorry," Baizé's muffled voice came through the animal hide. Mo's expression remained calm. "It's okay." Baizé was motionless like a dead fish. "Mo, the rain has stopped." "Stopped?" Baizé was immediately drawn in by those words. He sat up in bed, his silver-gray hair standing on end. "Yes," Mo said calmly, with a slight smile. "I'll go get your clothes." No need. Baizé didn't dare trouble Mo anymore. He quickly jumped out of bed. What's wrong?" Mo saw his face suddenly change and felt a little uneasy. His gaze also dropped downward.
Infine.
Baizé shook his head and looked suspiciously at the inside of his thigh. Under his animal skin shorts, faint pink marks were barely visible. After turning to his room, he took off his pants to check. His leg was slightly red and felt a little sore. He thought it might be caused by the roughness of the animal skin pants, so he didn't pay much attention. He quickly changed his clothes. As he passed the door, he couldn't help but glance at the large stone nearby. Ju had already prepared hot water. "Did I move the stone?" Baizé was surprised that he had the strength to do so while sleepwalking. Hearing Baizé's question, Ju nodded. It was originally just talking to himself, but Ju responded, which made Baizé suddenly nervous. "You know?" Ju honestly said, "Yes, I heard a sound in the middle of the night and looked over." Baizé asked, "And the others?" Ju looked confused. Seeing the child's expression, Baizé secretly relaxed and smiled. "It's nothing." The air after the rain carried the smell of earth and plants, mixed with a cold breeze, making it feel especially fresh. The world was wet and damp. Baizé first checked the wild onions at his door, which were surrounded by stones and covered with branches. The situation was quite good. Outside the cave, the small slope was paved with stones, and the water had long since drained away. The ground was not muddy. Baizé stretched lazily, feeling his mood rise with the morning sun. For breakfast, Mo made fried egg pancakes, some beast meat, and steamed a few big red fruits for Baizé. After eating, Baizé noticed the cage he had bored during his free time in the corner of the wall. He suddenly became interested. "Shall we go catch fish today?" Mo said, I need to visit the clan leader. Let's go in the afternoon. It's okay. You do your thing. I'll go with Ju, Bai Zhe said with a smile, picking up the cage. His mind was already imagining the harvest. Mo disagreed. It just rained, the ground is slippery, and the water flow is strong. We'll just go to that small creek near the cave, Bai Zhe assured him. I know how deep it is. Don't worry, I will make sure Ju is safe. The Black Panther Beastman's swimming ability was naturally talented, and since there were no fierce animals in the creek, Mo wasn't worried about Ju's safety. He looked at Bai Zhe seriously and said, "You are not good at swimming." "Me?" Bai Zhe suddenly realized. He shook the cage in his hand and explained, "The creek is shallow, and I use this to catch fish. Don't worry, I value my life." Seeing Bai Zhe insist so strongly and knowing that Mo might not return soon, he had to agree. Then called Qing to come along. Okay, Bai Zhe immediately agreed and started preparing his fishing bait. After gathering everything, Bai Zhe and Ju went to find Qing. When she heard, he was very excited. He quickly picked up the 2 cages Bai Zhe was holding, full of curiosity. Star, who had been holding back for 2 days, was very bored. After eating, he went to find Qing and Bai Zhe, and they happened to meet in front of a cave. "Want to go catch fish?" Bai Zhe knew Star was interested in this, so he asked with a smile. Star walked quickly over and answered eagerly, "Yes." In the forest, tall plants held some water in their leaves. When the wind blew, it sounded like rain falling, and the grass up to the knees was wet. There were also muddy patches at the bottom now and then. Fortunately, there was a stream nearby. The excitement of catching fish made them forget about the tough environment. They all took off their shoes and rolled up their pants. Soon, they reached their destination. The stream's water level had risen above the tall grass on both sides. The current was faster, crashing against brownish stones in the water and making a rushing sound. Looking into the stream, they could see fish and shrimp in the corners with the naked eye. Bai Zhe started looking for good spots to place the cages. He remembered from childhood, catching fish with adults, and finally chose a few spots: dense water plants, gaps between big rocks, and the backwater of the stream. Put some chopped meat and mashed fruit inside the cage, Bai Zhe demonstrated as he bent down. Then, like this, place the cage sideways facing outward. Finally, tie the cage to a nearby big stone or sturdy plant with vines. She and Star asked curiously, "Will this catch fish?" "Almost," Bai Zhe said, though he didn't want to be too sure, but he was somewhat confident. Hearing this, they started working in pairs, copying him to set the cages. As soon as they finished, she stared closely at the cages and asked eagerly, "When will the fish come?" "We're here, so the fish won't dare to come," Bai Zhe said with a smile. "We just need to wait a while. In the afternoon, we can collect the cages." Suddenly, Bai Zhe caught sight of a freshwater clam at the bottom of the stream. He was pleased because his family had chili peppers, which would be perfect for stir-frying clam meat. The people in the tribe didn't like to eat this kind of meat, but Bai Zhe was very happy and confidently said he could make it tasty. A few others also bent down to pick some. Especially Xinghe and Shi, as soon as they heard "delicious," they started helping. While gathering river clams, everyone also found many snails and piled them on a big rock by the riverbank, creating a large collection. Since they didn't have bags, Qing and the others decided to pick some big leaves from nearby trees to carry the clams and snails back home. Their feet were freezing, so Bai Zhe didn't want to go too far. He casually looked around near the stream and ended up finding a treasure. Behind a moist hillside, there was a large patch of perilla plants, with water droplets sparkling on the leaves. It looked very tempting, and the air was filled with a fresh scent. Bai Zhe didn't mind getting muddy and immediately ran over to pick some perilla leaves, bending down to gather them. Since he was close, Bai Zhe didn't pick too many at once. He planned to come back later whenever he wanted, and the whole branches could be dried and stored for winter. Ju saw Bai Zhe holding a leaf about the size of his palm and reminded him, "Yafu, these leaves are too small." Bai Zhe smiled brightly and excitedly explained, "This is a new find. It's perfect for grilled meat, grilled fish, or making soup." Xinghe leaned in to smell and asked, "Can you really eat this?" Bai Zhe grinned and asked back, "Do you believe me?" Hearing this, Qing and the others couldn't help but think of chili peppers, ginger, and wild onions. Bai Zai seemed to have magic. Every time, he could turn strange-smelling or strange-tasting ingredients into very delicious food. Xinghe nodded. If you tell me stones can be made tasty, I believe it. Bai Zai laughed. I really can make tasty food with stones. Everyone asked together. Really? Haha, I'll cook for you someday. While they were talking, Qing and Xing had already packed the river clams and snails. Since they didn't know how to cook them, they took everything to Bai Zai's house, planning to enjoy a feast that evening. The sun had come out and the temperature had risen a bit, warming their bodies. Qing and Xing said they would go home to dry the things and promised to come back in the afternoon to gather with Bai Zai. Bai Zai washed the mud off his body, sat on a stool, and looked down at his feet. On the way back, I started to feel some discomfort in my feet. Now I see that there are a few small cuts on them. I don't know if they were caused by stones or branches. They're not serious, but walking on them feels a bit painful. Mo and Yen, along with Si and the tribe leader and the chief shaman, finished discussing gathering and exchanging salt. They hurried back and soon saw the smoke rising from their home. The whole tribe usually only cooks at their cave stove during midday. Bai Zai makes delicious food, and Mo and Ju have good appetites. They have gradually gotten used to eating 3 meals a day. Bai Zai cut some pork belly, tenderloin, and some beef and lamb. He divided them into 2 parts, one marinated with wild green onions, ginger, fruits, salt, and honey, the other with chopped chili peppers. The stone slab on the stove heats up quickly. He brushed some oil on it and started placing the meat, turning it back and forth. Ju kept an eye on the fire to control the heat. You're back, Bai Zai said with a smile, glancing at Mo at the door. Just in time for dinner. Mo noticed the 2 stone basins at the entrance. Why do you have so many black shells? And what's that small thing? Bai Zai replied, I saw them at the creek today, and picked some up. We'll use them for cooking tonight. Those small ones are edible too. I call them snails. Mo walked over. Do you need help? After spending some time together, Bai Zai no longer felt afraid of Mo when asking for help. Sometimes he even instinctively ordered him around. Mo also seemed to never refuse Bai Zai's requests or other demands. In short, Mo is currently almost a perfect roommate in Bai Zai's eyes. Bai Zai cooked some mushrooms and wild vegetables. The leaves on the stone slab need washing. Okay. Mo rolled up his sleeves, put the perilla leaves into a basin, and carefully started washing them at the pond. The 3 of them didn't sit at the stone table. For barbecues, it's best to cook and eat at the same time for the best experience. Bai Zai picked up a perilla leaf, placed a sizzling piece of pork belly inside, added a wild green onion, wrapped it up, and handed it to Mo. Try it and see if it's good. Mo took it, put it in his mouth, and with one bite, the unique fragrance of the leaf, the oil from the meat, and the slightly spicy wild onion created a wonderful taste for his taste buds. It's very delicious, Mo said. As someone who eats a lot of meat, he quickly fell in love with this way of eating and got the hang of it fast. Bai Zai also prepared a snack for Ju. The child's taste is very similar to his beast father's, and he likes it very much. At first, Mo was mainly grilling meat. Later, Bai Zai had eaten enough, so he mostly just helped serve. This scene made Bai Zai think of the days when he went out to eat barbecue with friends. Usually, at the end, everyone would compete to grill meat and put it into each other's bowls. But now, things are different. As long as Mo is here, he doesn't worry about food running out. Because the beast men in this world really eat a lot. The chores in the kitchen were handed over to Mo and Ju. After eating and drinking enough, Bai Zai stretched lazily and thought about taking a nap in the bedroom. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. What's wrong with your foot? Mo noticed his walking was strange and asked. Oh, I got a few small cuts when I went out this morning. It's nothing serious. Bai Zai took off his clothes and got into bed, sinking into the soft beast hide bedding. He wrapped himself tightly on both sides, blocking out all the wind. He felt warm and comfortable, and soon he closed his eyes, drifting into sleep. Half asleep, Bai Zai seemed to hear the sound of a door opening and very light footsteps. It felt like someone was coming over, lifting the beast hide bedding and grabbing his ankle. Those hands were very warm. Mo was sitting by the stone bed, staring at Bai Zai's foot. The delicate skin had several red marks clearly visible. He opened a leaf container. Inside was medicine given by the great shaman after Ju and other cubs fought. Mo held Bai Zai's foot with one hand, and with the other, he gently applied the ointment to his wound. It was itchy and cool. Bai Zai wasn't deeply asleep. When he opened his eyes faintly, he saw Mo's actions. He was momentarily stunned, then reacted and tried to pull his foot away. His voice, tinged with sleep and slight awkwardness, said, "That small cut isn't a big deal. Almost done," Mo replied, gripping his foot tightly. Bai Zai's struggle was completely futile. Feeling helpless, Bai Zai turned his face away and awkwardly said, "Oh." It's not false to say he was touched. Mo usually seemed cold and silent, but in fact, since coming to this world, Bai Zai realized he had taken good care of himself. After applying the medicine, Mo stood up, gently put Bai Zai's foot back into the blanket, and tidied it up carefully. Although he knew about the differences in this world, Bai Zai still fully identified with his original gender. Being held by another man to apply medicine made him feel a bit embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment and finally managed to say, "Thank you." Mo naturally wrapped the medicine again and said, "You can keep sleeping." At home, she was worried about the cage in the creek. He couldn't wait and ran over first. Seeing Bai Zai still sleeping, he played a game of 5 in a row outside the cave with Ju. Mo tidied up the stones outside and mixed some mud to repair the fence around Bai Zai's small vegetable garden where he grew wild onions. He also moved out a wooden rack on which freshly washed clothes were hanging to dry. When Qing and Xing arrived, Bai Zai had already woken up. After a full nap, he was feeling dizzy and sat on the bed, staring blankly with his eyes open. Mo came in to call him. Bai Zai remembered Mo applying medicine to himself before sleep and showed him a very sincere smile. His eyebrows curved, with a sleepy, hazy look. Mo swallowed nervously and said, "Qing and the others are here." "Oh, okay." Bai Zai reached out to grab his clothes. Mo turned to leave and closed the door behind him. Before leaving, Yen also kindly followed, saying he wanted to be a laborer. Mo brought 2 pieces of mumu beast hide, squatted in front of Bai Zai, and signaled him to lift his foot.
Bai Zai looked confused.
"What's wrong?" "Don't walk barefoot," Mo said, wrapping his shoes with mumu beast hide and tying them tightly with a rope. Looking down at Mo's dark, fluffy hair, Bai Zai felt a mix of emotions. Although this kindness might be out of duty as a partner, the feeling of being cared for was very real and touching. Suddenly, Bai Zai thought that living together like this might be pretty good. After all, in this world, although they were officially partners, Mo's actions were like those of a very polite, thoughtful, and reliable roommate. Yen, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch. When he saw the road was difficult to walk, he immediately carried Qing on his back. Seeing Bai Zai looking toward Qing, Mo asked, "Do you want me to carry him?" Bai Zai quickly shook his head. "No need, we're almost there." When the rain stopped again and most of the day passed, the moisture in the forest dispersed a lot, and the creek surface became much calmer. White Zai and the others marked their cages when they set them, so it was easy to find them now. Xing eagerly grabbed the edge of a cage, ready to pull it out, and she also crossed over to help. Feeling the heavy weight, the 2 looked down and exclaimed, "Wow. The cage is full of fish, probably washed down from upstream by the current." The fish were quite large and crowded together, which explained why the cage was so heavy. Everyone looked happy. Qing and Ju went to get cages from the bushes, while Yen and Mo pulled up 2 cages from the backflow area of the water. White Zai didn't go into the water, but stood on the shore, directing. For cages, a good harvest, almost overflowing. Yen couldn't help but say, "Catching fish like this is really easy. Just put the cage there and the fish come right in." White Zai poured out what was inside one cage. Besides fish, there were many shrimps and even a few crabs. She and Ju squatted on the shore, watching the lively fish and shrimps on the ground, working together to empty the other 3 cages. Suddenly, 2 thin, brown things fell at White Zai's feet. White Zai was so startled, he almost jumped. Mo quickly supported his back. "It's not a snake." Ju hurriedly kicked the slippery fish away. Whitesay looked carefully at the ground and realized it was a loach. He covered his heart, took a deep breath, and gradually relaxed, his pale face returning to normal. They quickly sorted the fish and shrimps, then processed the catch right by the creek, gutting the fish for dinner. The rest was put into basins with water and could stay alive for a couple of days. Back at the cave, the next step was Yan's favorite, lighting a fire and cooking. The sun hung in the western sky, with beautiful evening clouds turning red. The atmosphere was perfect for a barbecue. Whitesay planned to build a small temporary stove outside the cave. Yan and Mo immediately got to work. She and Ju went to find sticks for skewers, Qing and Xing prepared the meat and vegetables, and Whitesay held a stone bowl, slowly grinding roasted chili peppers with a stone stick. The marinated meat was skewered, placed over the fire, brushed with oil, sprinkled with salt and chili powder. Soon, the rich aroma of meat filled the air. Bai Zhe demonstrated how to make skewers, and everyone quickly learned. They all went to prepare their own skewers. Yan didn't hold back and made himself a giant meat skewer, sticking it into the ground like a Turkish kebab. The children loved this hands-on activity. They eagerly skewered mushrooms, wild vegetables, fish, and shrimp. The grilling was assigned to Xing and Qing, while Mo and Yan handled the more physical task of opening the river clams. After they took out the clam meat, Bai Zhe washed it several times with salt, then boiled it briefly in water. Once cooked, he sliced the meat into strips. Next, he heated oil in a pan, added chopped green onions and ginger, then put in the drained clam meat and chili peppers. He stir-fried everything on high heat, then added a pinch of salt and some crushed purple perilla leaves. The result was tender, flavorful, and spicy clam meat. Initially, a few people didn't like clam meat much, but after tasting it, they were amazed. It no longer had the strange muddy taste, and it became more delicious the more they chewed. The purple perilla leaves they picked in the morning also proved useful. When used to accompany the grilled meat, everyone praised it highly. Xing said, "I didn't expect fresh leaves to taste so good." Exactly. She said, stuffing his cheeks like a little hamster, and nodded in agreement. Yan skewered some loach and grilled it. Since it had fewer spines, he gave one to Ju and one to Shi. They ate happily. The crab, looking very strange and lacking meat, was left alone on the side. Bai Zhe had free time and put the crabs directly into the pot to cook. When the cooked crabs were taken out, they immediately caught everyone's attention. She pulled Ju over and said, "Look, they turned red." Yan poked one and asked, "Really? Can we eat this?" Xing held the crab, looked at it from all sides, and was unsure how to eat it. "Bai Zhe, how do you eat this?" "Like this," Bai Zhe said, opening a crab. Here, and here are not edible. The rest is fine. The yellow part is the tastiest." Bai Zhe split the prepared crab in half, giving one half to Ju and the other to Shi. She took a big bite immediately, his eyes lighting up. Ju sniffed and took a bite as well. The crab roe was sweet and soft, and the meat was tender and firm, with a unique flavor. Ju licked his lips, still wanting more. "Father, this is very delicious." Upon hearing this, Yan couldn't wait to pick up a piece. "Let me try too." Like Xing Tongxi, his eyes sparkled with surprise. "Wow." Qing smiled and said, "It's really delicious." Bai Zhe unwrapped another piece, giving half to himself and half to Mo. The beastman's teeth are sharp, easily crushing the shell and meat together. But when he saw Bai Zhe eating so carefully, Mo gradually slowed down, imitating him, and started to chew slowly and carefully. The smell of barbecue was carried by the evening breeze to the surroundings. The highly sensitive beastmen caught the scent and drooled, thinking about what tasty food Bai Zhe was making again. The bright moon hung high, and the forest was quiet and deep. A few people sat around the fire, lively and cheerful. After eating, Qing and the others helped clean up outside the cave. Bai Zhe divided the fish and shrimp he caught today, letting them take some back. Qing and Xing both refused, saying they didn't do much work and had already learned how to catch fish with a trap. They had enjoyed a good meal here and couldn't take any more fish. "Take these. We can't finish them all," Bai said, handing the basket directly to them. The stream is so close. If you want fish, just catch some. Bai genuinely liked Qing and Xing as friends, and over time, they became more familiar. Seeing that they were still a bit shy, he pushed them gently and started to send them off. Come on, go back now. Remember to add some perilla leaves when making soup. For the shrimp, you can fry them in oil or steam them with wild scallions and ginger slices. In this world, there aren't many entertainment activities. Bai gradually developed a good habit of sleeping early and waking up early. Of course, this early waking was relative to his previous self. Every morning, Mo and Ju had already wandered around the forest and collected a pile of firewood. After washing up, Bai went to bed. Ju stood between the two cave entrances, looking left and right, feeling puzzled. In the past few days, Yafu had clearly slept with him at night, but in the morning, he came out from the beast father. He must have sneaked out in the middle of the night. But why sneak out? After a moment, Ju suddenly understood. He walked over to Bai and said very seriously, Yafu. Bai, lying on his side, smiled and asked, What's wrong? I've grown up now. I can sleep alone. You and the beast father should sleep together. Bai's forehead was full of confusion. Ju continued, You don't need to go to the beast father in the middle of the night anymore. You can go now, or we can also have the beast father come here. No, it's not. Bai immediately sat up, shocked and confused. He wanted to explain, but faced with a child and not knowing what to say, especially since in his eyes, he and Mo are parents, the feelings between adults can greatly affect a child's mind. Bai thought for a moment and could only shift the blame, softly saying, Your beast father likes to sleep alone. After saying that, he took the initiative, looking a bit sad. Ju, don't you like sleeping with Dad? Ju immediately shook his head, firmly saying, I like it. I like sleeping with Dad. Then come up quickly. Bai smiled as he lifted the blanket and patted the bed. The child was warm and soft, sometimes transforming into a little black panther, which made holding him even more comfortable. Bai was reluctant to part with his sleeping partner. Night gradually deepened. However, Mo had no sleep at all. Tossing and turning, nothing felt right. In the past 2 nights, he had been sleeping with Bai. Suddenly, with someone missing from his arms, it felt empty, and he was a bit uncomfortable. Indeed, it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Mo sighed, turned onto his side, resting his arm under his head, and looked at the closed wooden door. Suddenly, he looked forward to hearing some sounds, like a few days ago. But he waited and waited, yet there was not a single sound. Mo stared at the dark ceiling and sighed sadly. It had rained these past 2 days. The vine ropes that had been prepared earlier in the tribe were now all woven into finished products. When the time comes, they can be sent to the merfolk in the east to exchange for salt. But woven items alone are not enough. Since they don't know if the merfolk will accept them, they also need to prepare other items for trading salt. After the rain, the sun was strong, and the moisture in the forest had mostly dried up. The next morning, after breakfast, Mo told Bai that the tribe was going on a large-scale gathering. 2/3 of the people would go, and the young ones would be left in the care of the remaining sub-beasts and beastmen in the tribe. The destination was the southernmost mountain, and the trip was expected to take several days. So far away? Bai asked in surprise.
Montag nodded.
There are many fruit trees there, as well as red and yellow sweet potatoes. Due to a large river flowing through the area, the land is lush and full of different plants, especially in the river valley. Every year, the Black Panther tribe gathers many resources there. Some are stored for the cold season, and others are exchanged with the merfolk for salt. Sweet potatoes? Bai suddenly became interested. When do we leave? Tonight. The Black Panther tribe has excellent night vision. Traveling during day or night makes little difference to them. In fact, traveling at night helps them hide better, as their fur blends with the darkness. Is it so urgent? The cold season might arrive early this year. The later we go, the more surprises we might face. Mo took out an animal hide bag from his home and checked it carefully. Seeing this, Bai took out 2 animal hides, drew plans for backpacks in a modern style, cut the fabric, and started sewing with bone needles. The bag has a drawstring top that can be tightened, 2 wide straps on the shoulders, and a compartment inside. It's light and easy to carry. Although Mo said they wouldn't need much food because the hunters would catch some along the way, Baizé still prepared some easy-to-carry snacks. He marinated and fried small strips of meat, dried river shrimp and small fish, and boiled eggs, all wrapped in leaves and packed into a slanted animal hide bag he prepared for himself. There are no alarms in this world. Baizé worried about oversleeping, so he repeatedly asked Mo and Ju to wake him early. The father and son nodded, reassuring him to go back to sleep. Around 2 in the morning, the fire in the cave was relit. The warm yellow glow flickered on the stone walls, easing the coolness of the night. Mo was making breakfast, frying egg pancakes, roasting several pieces of yo-yo meat, and steaming red fruits in a stone pot. Ju, hearing the noise, rubbed his eyes. Seeing that his father was sleeping soundly, he quietly got out of bed. He walked to the fire, sleepy-eyed. Beast father. Mo handed him a hot egg pancake.
Eat first.
After breakfast, you and she will go to see the great shaman. Okay. Ju took a bite of the warm pancake and asked, should I wake up Baizé now? Not yet. When everything was ready, Mo finally told Ju to wake Baizé. Ju went to the bed, gently shook the blanket covered Baizé. Father, it's time to get up. Baizé was feeling very sleepy at this moment. He closed his eyes and responded vaguely, then fell silent. Ju was lying by the bed, patiently calling out, Father, wake up and eat. And eat first. Baizé's voice was full of sleepiness. He turned over and tucked his head into the blanket. Late at night was the time when people are very sleepy. It was cold outside, and inside the warm bed, no one wanted to leave. At the door, Mo didn't expect Baizé to stay in bed. He went in and pulled the animal hide blanket over Baizé more tightly. Wake up, Baizé. It's time to eat. We need to go out soon. Baizé struggled to open his eyes slightly, but the sleep was too heavy, and he closed them again immediately. Mo sighed helplessly and continued to shake him. Wake up, it's time to get up. Baizé reached out from the blanket, grabbed Mo's hand resting on his shoulder, and pressed it against his face, mumbling, let me sleep a little longer, just a little. Mo's hand was warm and soft. Baizé closed his eyes, his features gentle. His long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly. His high nose and lightly pink lips looked soft and delicate. Like a cat, he curled up into a ball, hugging Mo's arm.
Montag was momentarily stunned.
He stayed in this position, leaning over the bed, letting Baizé hold him tightly. Ju wanted to speak again to call out, Father, but Mo gently stopped him, saying, Go eat first. Everything became quiet again. Baizé's breathing gradually steadied. But perhaps because he was worried about something, after a while, Baizé suddenly opened his eyes and looked directly into Mo's golden eyes. The firelight from the open door cast shadows on Mo's face, making it look dim and mysterious. Baizé blinked, momentarily confused. Mo, what are you doing sitting here? Mo pointed to the pillow. Baizé looked down and saw that he was tightly hugging Mo's arm, with his face resting on Mo's hand. Baizé quickly let go and hurriedly sat up. Sorry, I didn't mean to, he explained nervously and awkwardly. Seeing his flustered expression, Mo almost wanted to laugh. He calmly withdrew his numb arm. Let's go eat. We need to leave soon. Yes, today the tribe needs to go out gathering. Baizé's sleepiness was completely gone now. He felt a bit annoyed and patted his head, thinking he really needed to change his habit of sleeping in. I'll be ready soon. Very quickly, Baizé jumped out of the warm bed, shivering from the cold, and hurried to grab his clothes from the nearby stool. Wear something warm, Mo reminded him. Okay, got it. Baizé quickly dressed and finished washing. He looked out of the cave, worried about wasting time, so he decided not to eat breakfast. But Mo pressed him down onto the stone table. We need to eat before leaving. Hearing this, Baizé could only quickly nibble on a meat-filled pancake, then wiped his mouth. I'm ready. Let's go. Just this little? Mo couldn't help but ask. Baizé patted his bulging shoulder bag. Don't worry, I brought plenty of food. After saying that, He put on the backpack made from the moo beast hide that he sewed yesterday. Outside the cave was dark and gloomy. The night was cold, and the wind was chilly. Mo packed everything into a beast hide bag, then transformed into a beast form. His shiny black fur blended with the dark night. Without his bright golden eyes, it would be hard to spot him. The Black Panther curled its front paws and lowered its body, signaling Bai Zai to climb on. The lollipop is on the shelf in the storage room. Remember to eat it. Bai Zai gently patted Ju's head and said softly, "Be good and wait for us to come back." Ju nodded. "Yes, father. Please stay safe. Don't worry, your beast father is here." Bai Zai smiled and hugged Ju. "We're leaving now." Once Bai Zai was seated securely, Mo let out a deep growl, then straightened up, grabbed the beast hide bag, and headed toward the tribe center. On the open square, a blazing fire burned brightly. In front of it was a feast of food. The high priest stood with his head bowed, reciting words. The tribe leader and several respected orcs knelt on the ground, their eyes full of reverence and sincerity. This was a prayer before departure, asking for the blessing of the beast god. "Finally, you're here," said Yen, also transformed into a black panther, approaching and nudging Mo with his head. "Did you oversleep?" Mo raised his front paw to hold Yen's head, trying to keep him away. "Thought you were the only one who did." "Huh," Yen wagged his tail. "Last time was an accident. Besides, catching up with the main group isn't easy." White Zai had never seen such a scene before. Dozens of black panthers hid in the firelight, their sharp eyes cold and wild. He moved closer to Qing, feeling strangely nervous inside. Xing quietly approached, looking at the unique animal hide bag on White Zai. Very curious. He whispered, "White Zai, can I touch it?" White Zai took off the bag from his back and handed it to him to try. "That's so convenient." Xing blinked and smiled slightly. "White Zai, when you come back, can you teach me how to make this kind of animal hide bag?" "No problem." The nearby subhumans also looked over, fascinated by the special animal hide bag Xing held. This time, the team was divided into 3 groups led by the experienced subhuman Si, Yi, and Meng. White Zai saw Yuan and Bai Qing from afar but chose not to speak to them, pretending not to notice. Before setting out, he climbed onto Mo's back, not giving them a chance to come and find him. The Black Panther group left the tribe and started rushing through the dark, silent forest toward their destination. The cold wind, mixed with the dampness of night, hit his face and neck. White Zai shrank his neck, tightened his animal hide collar, then bent forward, almost pressing his whole body against Mo's soft fur. The forest was dense with vegetation. As the Black Panthers moved through it, dew on the branches splashed onto White Zai's face, making him shiver from the cold. He wiped his face with his sleeve, lowered his body again, and buried his hands in Mo's soft fur, feeling the warmth of his skin. A faint light appeared in the east, breaking through a crack in the leaves. The bones of the Black Panther's rapid running caused muscles to ripple. After adjusting to the initial bumpiness, White Zai's eyelids slowly drooped. It was cold and sleepy. He didn't know how long had passed before the sun rose, casting a faint red glow through the gaps in the treetops. A misty fog appeared before his eyes. The mountain path ahead was rough, scattered with many stones. With a sudden leap, the Black Panther's back jolted White Zai, almost falling off. At the last moment, he snapped back to awareness, quickly hugging Mo tightly. The Black Panther stopped running and turned its head back. "I'm fine, let's keep going." White Zai gently patted Mo's back. Knowing that it wasn't time to sleep, he quickly bit his cheek to wake himself up. When the Black Panther ran, it moved very gracefully, with beautiful muscle curves, and was incredibly fast and strong. The group of people finally stopped around noon at a small stream. Bai Zai was already sore from the bouncing and had numbness in his buttocks. He shakily climbed down from Mo, and when he landed, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" Xing, who was closest, hurried to help him up. Qing looked worried. "Bai Zai, are you feeling unwell?" Everyone was staring at him, and Bai Zai, who was on his hands and knees, felt very embarrassed. He quickly brushed off the weeds on himself and forced a calm smile. "I'm fine. Just slipped." Xing looked down. This ground is a bit wet. Be careful when you walk, Bai Zai muttered, rubbing his knees.
Ouch.
That really hurts. He sat down on a stone. As soon as he touched the stone, Bai Zai felt like his lively, healthy, but had died. Mo, who had dressed, came over and took Bai Zai's hand to look at it. His palm was a little red. How's your leg? It's nothing serious. Bai Zai withdrew his hand and looked up at Mo. Aren't you going hunting? Si and Li went. Oh. Bai Zai patted the space next to him, signaling him to sit down. Then he reached into his animal hide bag, took out a leaf, opened it, and inside were fragrant fried small fish, river shrimp, and dried meat. Running for so long must be tiring, Bai Zai said, handing the food to Mo. Eat some to regain strength. What about you? I have some too. Bai Zai smiled and took out another bag. I'll share with Xing and Qing. Yan and Chen, who were gathering firewood, sniffed the smell and came over, staring intently at Mo. Mo naturally knew what they were up to. He closed the leaf with the food inside. Go work. Meal will be ready soon. Yan chuckled and quickly hugged Mo. Chen scooted over. Mo, we'll do your work later. Rest well? Yes, yes. Yan winked at Chen with a smile. Mo didn't push away the two. Octopus, arms wrapped around him, and rolled his eyes silently. He's truly a good brother. Still, Mo is the best. Since we've played together since childhood, we're like family. The two kept praising Mo, confidently sharing a few dried fish and small dried meats from him. After eating, they licked their lips happily and then turned to look at the bright red river shrimp. Get lost. Mo kicked them playfully. Don't even think about the rest. We're not greedy. Yen waved his hand. Let's go work. Though he said that, he immediately ran over with Chen to see Bai Zai and snuck a few bites. Finally, Mo could enjoy the delicious food Bai Zai prepared. Just after eating one shrimp, Li and Kuan, who had just finished hunting, also came over smelling the aroma. Both of them shamelessly said, Mo, it smells so good. They even swallowed hard, staring intently at the food in the leaves. The respected Si sat quietly beside Mo and cleared his throat. Mo, I usually treat you well, right? Mo tried to save the remaining half of his food and said calmly, No. Kids, what nonsense are you talking? Si chuckled and patted Mo on the back, with enough force to hit a moo beast. Li and Kuan's mouths were watering, and Si used moral pressure again. Of course, Mo didn't care about morals, but he still felt soft-hearted and ended up losing half of his food. Seeing the three wipe their mouths and look at him again, Mo quickly gobbled up his food and showed them the bare leaves. Bad friends. Mo thought to himself. Their group was at the front of the team. Si and the others had hunted a head-humming beast, cut it up, and roasted it over the fire, sprinkling salt on it to eat. The flavor was probably not as good as homemade, so Bai Zai took out his chili powder and ginger powder to add flavor. The tribe's beast men, who had helped Bai Zai dig a cave before, naturally knew his cooking skills and couldn't forget the food. They gathered around, asking Bai Zai to sprinkle some on their food. Seeing they could all eat spicy food, Bai Zai simply sprinkled it on skewers of meat lined up in rows. The sound of slurping filled the air as everyone ate, sweating on their foreheads but unable to stop. Smells so good. This tastes amazing. Bai Zai, what's this made of? Everyone in the ginger and wild onion tribe already knew that Bai Zai had taken them to dig for some things, but only Qing and Xing knew about the chili peppers so far. Bai Zai said, Chili peppers, roast them over fire and then grind into powder. Chili peppers? Dan thought for a moment and asked, Is it the red, pointed thing you picked last time? Bai Zai replied, Yes, it tastes pretty good, right? Dan and another subhuman, Qin, nodded immediately. Mix it with meat, it's very delicious. Bai Zai didn't eat much. After finishing, he wandered around to digest. Mo didn't let him run far, so Bai Zai looked around, hoping to find something new.
Soon he really did find something.
A Sichuan pepper tree. Its branches were full of small red berries, clustered together, looking very beautiful. Qing, Xing, come quickly, Bai Zai shouted excitedly. Hearing Bai Zai, Mo thought he was in danger and almost flew over, dropping his food. What's wrong? I'm fine. I just found something new, Bai Zai explained quickly. Others also ran over. The scene made Bai Zai feel a little embarrassed. He pointed to the Sichuan pepper tree. These fruits make meat taste better. Kun plucked one and put it in his mouth. As soon as he chewed, his face twisted instantly. Spit it out, spit it out. He hurried to spit it out. The strong, numbing sensation hit his mouth, covering his tongue from tip to root, along with a spicy, woody, astringent smell. Seeing Kun's reaction, Li asked, "Can you really eat this?" Before Bai Zai could answer, Qing and Xing had already started acting quickly, picking the berries and putting them into their animal skin bags. Yan was even more eager. Bai Zai said, "You can't eat it directly. Like chili peppers and ginger, it's used for seasoning," Xing urged. Bai Zai said it's edible, so just pick them. "We need to keep moving soon." Hearing this, their team immediately got to work. From afar, the ripe fruits on the Sichuan pepper tree clustered on the branches, like particles bursting from lava or shining red stars. Sharp-eyed Chin found another tree deep in the dense forest and excitedly shouted, "Come quickly!" His voice was even more enthusiastic than Bai Zai's. A bright red fruit with a rough texture, clustered together, emits a spicy aroma that fills the air around the entire tree. Bai Zai wishes he could be like Neza, with 3 heads and 6 arms, constantly picking Sichuan peppercorns and stuffing them into a leather bag. Just the fruits on these 2 pepper trees are enough to last a long time, maybe even through the winter. The ground beneath the trees is crowded with people, each reaching up faster than the last. But there is a problem. The pepper trees have many sharp thorns, and it's easy to get pricked if you're not careful. Bai Zai gets pricked several times, and his tender hands quickly show small cuts, with red blood beads appearing on his index finger. Mo furrows his brow, pulls Bai Zai's hand, and gently puts it in his mouth. Bai Zai's expression instantly stiffens. "No need, it's fine." Xing turns his head and smiles. Orc's saliva can stop bleeding and help wounds heal faster. "Let him all lick it, and your hand won't hurt anymore." Bai Zai feels a bit embarrassed. This scene feels awkward no matter how you look at it. Mo remains calm, licking away the blood on Bai Zai's finger, then continues picking peppercorns from the top of the tree. Looking at his own finger, Bai Zai suddenly has an inappropriate thought.
Could this
Cause rabies? If Mo knew what Bai Zai was thinking right now, he would probably be so angry he might throw the leather bag away. It probably won't happen. Bai Zai shakes his head to dismiss the thought. Later, when he picks peppercorns, he becomes much more careful. The pepper trees are not as tall as other trees in the forest. They are more like bushes, shaped like an inverted triangle, with thick trunks about arm width, dense branches, slanting on the hillside. The lower parts are easy to harvest. Just stand on tiptoe or find a stone to step on. Once most of the lower peppercorns are picked, Bai Zai's gaze shifts to the top of the tree. There, the sunlight is abundant, and the peppercorns are large, red, and very beautiful. Xing instructs Chen to carry himself, and Yan, seeing this, also has Qing ride on his neck. This height is just right to reach the upper part of the pepper tree. Bai Zai glances at Mo, but doesn't dare to speak. After all, Xing and Qing are brothers or partners. Such feelings go without saying. Of course, Bai Zai and Mo are also partners, but Bai Zai knows well how much that relationship really means. Mo slightly turns his head and immediately notices Bai Zai's intention. He quickly approached Bai Zai. "What's wrong?" Bai Zai asked uncertainly. "Come up," Mo said, kneeling on one knee and patting his shoulder. Then, to Bai Zai's surprise, he carried him up. His body suddenly lifted into the air. Bai Zai quickly held onto Mo's head. "Don't worry, I won't drop you," Mo assured him. It was very steady. Bai Zai gradually got used to the height, loosened his grip on Mo, and kindly brushed his hair. This handsome face, even with a shaved head, looks good. Bai Zai's thoughts shifted back to the mature Sichuan pepper tree. He pointed and said, "This way." Mo cooperated and walked over. Bai Zai raised his hand and started quickly picking the peppercorns. Mo held Bai Zai's leg to prevent him from falling. The other 2 teams saw them picking peppers and gathered around curiously. After learning that these fruits could make food tastier, they also started searching around. So, what was supposed to be a short rest turned into a long wait until the afternoon before they set out again. The animal hide bags were full, but not very heavy. The orcs easily carried them and continued running wildly through the forest. At first, Bai Zhe thought about marking a spot to come back to, but after hearing from Yen and the others, he decided not to. The dense forest and many paths might make it easy to get lost, so he decided to pick the peppers now, just in case. In the afternoon, whether because of the roads or the terrain, Mo's running was much bumpier than before. He seemed to be deliberately adjusting his muscle movements, making his jumps lighter and more graceful. The sun shone through the gaps in the trees overhead, occasionally falling on people in open spaces, bringing a little warmth. It was a brief warmth of late autumn afternoon. The fog in the dense forest had completely cleared, and bird songs echoed everywhere. The plants and animals in this world kept expanding by Zay's understanding of nature. Some were enormous, some had strange shapes, and some could be called weird. For example, a bird as big as a few meters, monkeys with human faces, six-legged frogs, huge flowers that could swallow him whole, and colorful leaves. All of these completely exceeded Bai Zhe's understanding of plants and animals. After crossing several more mountains, just before sunset, the Black Panther team finally reached their destination. This mountain was more majestic and impressive than the ones White Zhe had seen before, winding and connected in a continuous chain. The vegetation was thick and layered, stretching as far as the eye could see. Besides the different climate, White Zhe almost felt like he had entered a primeval rainforest, with everything around him very captivating. Since they planned to stay here for 2 or 3 days, the orcs in the team stopped and began looking for a good place to set up camp. Of course, their way of camping was not like modern tents or shelters. They simply cleared a patch of ground, gathered stones, and built a small fire. White Zhe was very tired and sore. His arms, waist, and legs all ached. After going to the nearby bathroom with Qing and the others, he sank onto a stone, feeling too exhausted to move. Compared to him, the orcs had much more energy. After nearly a day of travel, they still laughed and joked while chopping wood and carrying things. Mo left for a little while and returned holding a large leaf folded into a funnel shape. Feeling uncomfortable, Mo handed water to White Zhe, signaling him to drink. White Zhe looked exhausted, eyes barely open, just a little sleepy. He hadn't done much work, but he was too tired. Any modern person, carried by a leopard all day, would be exhausted. And they had crossed mountains and valleys too. His stomach was upset and his head hurt. White Zhe was too lazy to even lift his hand. Drink some water. Mo supported himself on his knees and touched his lips with the leaf. White Zhe, too lazy to move, took several sips as he followed his action. The cool, sweet water went down his throat, making him feel much better instantly. Are you going to dig up the food you mentioned later? Not tomorrow. It's getting dark. After speaking, Mo reminded him, there might be wild animals nearby. Don't run around. White Zhe nodded. The 3 groups settled nearby, with the orcs in the middle and the beast men on the outskirts, always protecting their safety. Dinner was made from a few freshly hunted sheep. While traveling outside, the orcs only cared about eating enough. Even without fire, they could eat raw meat and blood without issue. Looking at the large piece of roasted meat over the campfire, Bai Zhe, who had traveled all day, had no appetite at all. He took out a few fruits from his bag and ate them without fuss. Knowing he didn't have many seasonings, Mo was the first to cut a piece of cooked meat, wrap it in a leaf, sprinkle some spicy chili and ginger powder, and then hand it to Bai Zhe. He whispered, "Eat it, then get some rest." Bai Zhe nodded obediently. Even though he wasn't hungry, he knew he needed to eat something. He didn't want to be picky now, so he cupped his hands and started to tear and eat slowly. The unseasoned mutton meat didn't taste very good, but with ginger and chili powder, the strong smell was masked, making it somewhat acceptable. A few glances were cast from nearby. Yuan and Bai Qing watched Mo and Bai Zhe act affectionately and exchanged looks. When did their relationship become so close? Bai Qing thought to himself, could Bai Zhe really have lost his mind? Long walked over to Bai Qing and bowed his head to greet Yuan. Yuan responded with a smile. Long handed him a cup of water. Bai Qing, have some. Bai Qing took it and nodded casually. Long sat beside him, gazing affectionately at Bai Qing's side profile. Bai Qing had a beautiful face like Bai Zai's, but his personality was very different. Especially compared to Bai Zai, who once had a notorious reputation, Bai Qing looked even more outstanding. So many suitors sought Bai Qing in the tribe. Long was one of them, and the most persistent and devoted. But Bai Qing's goal was to find a beast man like Mo, or even stronger than Mo. So, he didn't pay much attention to Long. However, they still showed their enthusiasm and kept trying. The moral views of beastmen were not as strict as modern humans. Most of the time, they were quite primitive and free. So, even though Bai Qing's attitude was clear, others didn't say anything. Because of their smaller numbers and ability to reproduce, sub-beastmen naturally had the right to choose. The forest gradually darkened, and the bird calls quieted down. Several campfires lit up the nearby clearing. Sub-beastmen sat together, occasionally adding wood to the fires. The beastmen transformed into Black Panthers and took turns patrolling. If only a single Black Panther were involved, it might face danger at night. But dozens of Black Panthers together are unlikely to seek death by provoking other beasts or tribes' monsters. Sitting was uncomfortable, and lying down was also hard. Bai Zai felt that, despite his young age, his body was already starting to fall apart from all the strain. He frowned, pounded his back, rubbed his legs, but he was still very sleepy. Bai Zai looked up at the sky and sighed. Modern transportation was much better, just a quick whoosh, and he was there. Mo was on patrol late at night, but had already transformed into his beast form. He walked over to Bai Zai, found a good spot to lie down, gently pawed Bai Zai a couple of times to signal him to lie on top. Bai Zai, who was struggling, saw Mo's soft fur and suddenly felt like he had found a savior. Unlike usual, whenever Mo turned into a leopard, Bai Zai would instinctively treat him as an animal, so he relaxed his behavior quite a bit. He moved closer and found the most comfortable position. The Black Panther was large, with soft, thick fur, and wild animals tend to have higher body temperatures than humans. So, even outside, he was warm. Bai Zai felt like he was lying on a lazy sofa. Soon, sleepiness took over, and he slowly closed his eyes, his breathing becoming steady. As Bai Zai slept, Mo wrapped him with his body and tail, covering him with a piece of clothing. In the forest at night, cool breezes blew now and then. Bai Zai tried to stay close to the heat source and held on tightly. It was very comfortable, soft, and warm, like a hot water bag. Listening to Mo's steady breathing, his bright golden eyes looked thoughtful, as if pondering something. In the wild, the Black Panther tribe had no taboos about gender. Survival was the priority. Everything else was minor. Even lone beastmen would seek warmth from others of their kind. Watching Bai Zai, carefully cared for by Mo, Bai Qing suddenly felt a strange emotion. He secretly clenched his teeth and started feeling restless. He didn't understand why, even though Bai Zai had previously disliked Mo so much and their relationship was terrible, Bai Zai had changed so much after falling into the water. Most importantly, everyone's impression of him had improved a lot. The beastmen who used to follow him now eagerly offered help whenever he needed it. Mab could have stayed behind, but when he learned that Mo was coming, he strongly insisted on going with him. Seeing this, he pursed his lips, glared at Bai Zai, then turned away and pretended not to see. Lu patted him on the shoulder. As a childhood friend, he knew Mab's thoughts well and had reminded him more than once that Mo already had a partner. But Mab was still not willing to give up. In the world of beastmen, if you like something, you have to fight for it. If you win, it's yours. Having a mate didn't matter. Bai Zai was not a good match for Mo. Mab and Mo grew up together, and Mab believed he would take Mo back someday. Late at night, when Mo was on patrol, Mab brought a thick animal hide bag to lie under Bai Zai, covered him with his own clothes, and then went to patrol nearby. Suddenly, the warmth from his body disappeared. Bai Zai, still half asleep, frowned and curled up, hugging his arms tightly. At dawn, Missouri returned. Because his fur was damp with dew, he sat by the fire to dry off, then pressed himself close to Bai Zai and carefully carried him onto his belly with his claws. That night, Bai Zai slept fairly well overall. As his blurry vision cleared, Bai Zai yawned. He pushed himself up from the ground and felt something soft in his hand. Looking down, it was black and furry. He couldn't help but reach out and grab a handful. It was soft and warm. The next moment, he looked into a pair of bright golden eyes. Bai Zai realized he was rubbing the belly of a black panther. He quickly withdrew his hand, embarrassed, and smiled awkwardly. Mo's eyes shimmered with a strange light, a mix of surprise from being touched and a suppressed excitement. Mo wagged his tail and hesitated to get up. Only when Bai Zai stood up and the warmth faded did he rise, carrying his clothes, transforming and quickly dressing. The dawn broke. Bird song filled the air. Qing and Xing woke early and were helping cook by the fire. It was still meat roasting. Bai Zai had no appetite. After nibbling on 2 fruits, he couldn't eat more. Mo frowned slightly. "Aren't you going to eat more?" Bai Zai shook his head, not wanting to admit he was just not used to it. He made up a clumsy excuse, saying he wasn't very hungry because he had been sleeping. On a foggy morning, the sound of busy activity could be heard. In a slightly flat hillside area, everyone stopped walking. Some experienced subhumans bent down to grab a handful of soil, then led everyone a little further before splitting into 3 groups. Bai Zai saw a dense patch of plants, reaching up to his calves, lush green, spreading close to the ground. Having grown up in the countryside, he naturally knew what they were: potatoes. He was excited and widened his eyes, nervously bending down to hold one and pull it out by the roots. Each round, yellow potato was pulled out with its roots, larger than a fist. Worried about missing some, Bai Zai used his hand to dig a few more times, and a few yellow edges appeared in the soil. For the subhumans, this plant, called yellow sweet potato, is a rare food that can be stored during cold spells to fight hunger. So, they first pull out the plants, then dig through all the soil underneath to make sure nothing is left behind. Of course, they also leave some behind so new plants can grow next year. Staring at the potatoes in his hand, Bai Zai couldn't help but swallow, thinking about potato chips, fries, mashed potatoes, shredded potatoes, and wolf fong potatoes. He was so excited just thinking about it. "Do you like it that much?" Xing saw Bai Zai's eyes light up and couldn't help but come closer. Bai Zai nodded. "I love it so much." Qing smiled and said, "There should be a lot more in these mountains. We can dig some more. Since yellow sweet potatoes are just potatoes, red sweet potatoes, meaning yams, must be red yams." The more Bai Zai thought about it, the more excited he became, and he pulled at the potatoes even harder. Mo held his arm. "You guys just focus on collecting." Bai Zai straightened up and looked around. He realized that the subhumans were the ones pulling the potatoes, while the subanimals were responsible for pulling them down and collecting the scattered ones on the ground. He didn't hold back and happily put the potatoes into his leather bag. Having claws made it easier. The black panthers gently dug, and the round potatoes appeared along with the soil. Soon, several bags of potatoes were piled on the ground. The sun was high overhead. Mo asked Bai Zai, "Do you still have any food?" Thinking Mo was hungry, Bai Zai reached for his bag hanging on a branch and took out some dried meat to give to him. Mo pushed it back. "You eat." Originally, he didn't realize it, but after he said that, Bai Zai finally understood that his stomach had been empty for a long time. "Okay," he said to Mo with a smile, not trying to show off, and sat down on a piece of stone. "Let's split it equally." Mo shook his head. "I'm not hungry. You can eat slowly." They worked until the afternoon before Bai Zai's team finished digging up the potatoes in front of them. The other 2 teams also had good harvests. Their animal skin bags, full and heavy, were piled together, and the busy workers' fatigue was instantly washed away by the sight. After the rain, mushrooms appeared all over the mountain. They were big and plump, growing under trees in clusters. After resting for a while, Bai Zai couldn't sit still. He rolled up his sleeves and started acting like a little girl picking mushrooms. Everyone loved the taste of these mushrooms since trying them, but they didn't dare to pick them carelessly because many types are poisonous. With Bai Zai leading, they felt much braver. They followed him, learning as they went, and could ask questions if unsure. Yuan pulled Bai Qing over, affectionately sticking close to Bai Zai, trying to get closer to him. Since falling into the water, Bai Zai had been indifferent or even cold toward Yuan and Bai Qing, not visiting or bringing them anything. With the cold season approaching, Yuan's family still depended on Bai Zai, so they couldn't keep this distance. Yuan kindly reached out. "Come, a father will hold your bag." "No need," Bai Zai sidestepped and said calmly. Yuan wasn't embarrassed. He pulled Bai Qing over, smiling widely. "Bai Zai, you know so much. Teach your little brother which mushrooms are safe to eat." Bai Zai didn't answer. Yuan continued talking to himself. "Bai Qing, learn from your brother. See which mushrooms are edible." Proud Bai Qing naturally refused to flatter him. Frustrated, he crushed a mushroom in his hand. "I know, these yellow ones with thin, long stems are edible," Bai Zai said, ignoring them, squatting on the ground, pointing at the chicken fat mushrooms in front of him, and speaking to others behind him. Everyone nodded, carefully memorizing its appearance. "Bai Zai, can we eat this one?" Xing asked, holding a brown mushroom that looked like a closed umbrella with a netted surface. "Yes, where did you find it?" Bai Zai asked with a smile. Star pointed and said, "Under that pile of leaves." Bai Zai went over and found several clusters of morel mushrooms growing beneath the damp, dry leaves. "This kind of mushroom makes great soup." Star was excited and said, "Really? Then I'll look for more." Picking mushrooms is addictive. Not only subhumans, but even humans bend down and keep searching through the pile of dry branches and grass. By the time it was dark, everyone's vision was almost gone, but they reluctantly gathered again. Some wanted to keep searching with burning firewood, but they were stopped by C and the others. The stars in this world are very bright, like shiny silver pieces under the sun, clear and dazzling. Bai Zai leaned against a tree, looked up quietly, and couldn't help but wonder if among the countless stars, there was one from his blue planet where he used to live. Has he completely disappeared from that world? Do his good friends there still remember him? Qing and Xing seemed to notice Bai Zai's low mood. They exchanged glances, sat on either side, and gently squeezed him in the middle. Qing asked, "Bai Zai, what are you looking at?" Bai Zai came back to himself and said, "The stars in the sky are very beautiful. Twinkling, they are indeed beautiful." Xing looked up too. "Bai Zai, do you like shiny things?" Bai Zai nodded with a smile. Xing said, "When we go back, I'll give you one." Bai Zai asked with a smile, "Are you going to pick a star?" Qing teased, "Let Xing try a bit." Xing laughed and said, "One day I'll borrow wings from the feathered tribe." Bai Zai said happily, "I look forward to that." Qing took out a leaf wrapped around something, opened it, and revealed a small, round, blue fruit about the size of a thumb. Xing poked Bai Zai and said, "This little blue fruit is quite sweet. Try it." Bai Zai looked at the blueberries in front of him, then looked up into the shining eyes of Xing and Qing, feeling a warm rush in his heart. Xing, I'm really glad to meet you." "Ah." Xing picked a fruit and put it in Bai Zai's mouth, then hugged him with Qing. "That's what we should say. You don't know how many new foods we've tried since we've been with you." Bai Zai was embraced from both sides, feeling warm and a little emotional. Qing, like an older brother, gently patted Bai Zai's back and said, "You don't realize how amazing you are." Star agreed and said, "Yes, from now on we'll follow you." Mo, who was cutting meat, heard their conversation and looked over. "Do you like shiny things?" Mo thought to himself quietly. While chiseling stones in the mountains, he sometimes found unique stones. When cracked open, they revealed colorful insides that looked bright and clear in the sunlight. Before, Yi and the others had discovered some dark green stones like lakes, which looked very beautiful. In the mermaid tribe by the sea, there are also shiny white pearls, some of which are said to glow. Next time, he wondered if he could trade with them for some. Mo silently planned in his mind, forgetting to continue his actions. "What are you thinking about?" Yen nudged him with his elbow. "Nothing," Mo replied, pulling back his gaze, and threaded the cut meat onto skewers to put over the fire. Today, they gathered yellow sweet potatoes and various mushrooms, which were placed in bags under the trees. Chun and Li took some out. The yellow sweet potatoes were directly thrown into the fire to roast, while the mushrooms were skewered and placed on top. A gentle breeze blew, and the night grew darker. Branches and dead leaves piled together burned with crackling sounds in the quiet, cool forest. The flickering firelight swayed from side to side. Moving closer made them feel less cold. Their group had 6 sub-beasts, including Qing, Xing, and Bai Zhe, plus 3 others. One was named Dan, another was Qin, both easy to get along with. There was also a slightly older one named Wan, who was serious and quiet but very experienced. Today, he led everyone to find the yellow sweet potato location. According to Qing and the others, Wan was a very powerful sub-beast. He was not inferior to the beasts in fights and had once driven away wild animals that entered the tribe, protecting cubs that were almost taken. Bai Zhe looked at the sub-beasts under the tree with admiration in his eyes. Qing continued. One also saved Meng. Later, they became mates. They used to go hunting together often. Is Meng one's mate? Bai Zhe was a bit surprised and asked quietly. Why aren't they in the same team? Star leaned close to Bai Zhe's ear and whispered very softly. Because of some reasons, they are now separated. Bai Zhe was curious. Why? According to legend, Xing looked around before continuing. It is said that Meng once went out hunting and saved a sub-beast person. That sub-beast person liked Meng very much and followed us back to our tribe, constantly bothering him. When we found out, he beat Meng up and then separated from him. Which one is Meng? Bai Zhe stretched his neck and looked at the opposite team. That one, Xing pointed. Bai Zhe didn't expect such a situation in this world. How did Meng behave? At first, Meng didn't take it seriously. But after we drove him out of the cave, he panicked, leaving everything behind? For some reason, Bai Zhe felt quite satisfied hearing that. And what about that sub-beast person, Xing? He was sent back, but Wu still hasn't forgiven Meng. Bai Zhe felt a bit emotional and muttered, serves him right. Exactly, Xing agreed. After saying that, he also felt a bit envious. If only I were as strong as Wu, I could beat all the beast people down. Qing couldn't help but laugh. Then you should work hard. After hearing all this, Bai Zhe admired the sub-beast person named Wu even more. Animals before a cold snap tend to eat a lot to prepare for the long winter, similar to putting on winter fat. Tonight's animal, which looks like a gazelle, has very thick fat. When roasted, it sizzles and releases oil. The clear, shiny drops of oil hissed as they hit the flames, and the aroma quickly filled the air. The other 2 teams also followed Bai Zhe's method, skewering some mushrooms and roasting them over the fire. Bai Zhe was eating blueberries given by Qing and Xing. They were large, sweet, with a slight tang. He asked where they were picked from. Qing pointed to the nearby dense forest. The plants grow low, below the level of the calves, and picking them requires bending down and pulling each one carefully, which is a bit troublesome. But the blue color was very eye-catching, so it wasn't hard to spot. Bai Zhe thought for a moment and decided to pick more before returning, so he could make jam later, which would help preserve it longer. For Xing and Qing, the word, jam, sounded delicious. Xing asked, Bai Zhe, what does jam taste like? Bai Zhe recalled the filling in bread and cakes, saying, sweet and sour, with a fresh fruit flavor. That sounds good. Let's pick more. Dinner was almost ready. Bai Zhe picked up a stick, pulled the potatoes out of the fire, and used leaves to hold them while peeling off the blackened skin. It was hot, but Bai Zhe hadn't eaten carbs in a long time. Just looking at the potatoes made him drool. He blew on them gently and continued peeling. Emo sat nearby, naturally reaching over and quickly peeling the potatoes. Then he replaced the leaf with a new one and wrapped the potato before handing it back to Bai Zhe. Is he good at taking care of people? Bai Zhe was surprised for a moment, then smiled at Emo. Thank you. The yellow potatoes were steaming hot. Bai Zhe took a bite first, soft, fragrant, and melting in his mouth. He had never thought potatoes could taste this good. The others were also surprised to see how much he liked them. For the people of the Black Panther tribe, meat was the main food source. They are naturally carnivores, so their diet is influenced by that. Eating meat helps them recover quickly and stay full longer. But foods like yellow sweet potatoes, wild fruits, and wild vegetables were only eaten occasionally or during cold seasons when no other food was available, mainly as staple foods. So, yellow sweet potatoes didn't attract them much, and they tasted quite bland. Bai loved this kind of food more than Mo expected. Watching Bai happily bite into the potato, Mo felt a bit curious and blurted out, "Is it tasty?" "Yes, very tasty." Bai's cheeks puffed out as he spoke with a strong accent. "Soft, sticky, and fragrant. How could it not be delicious?" And this was a rare carbohydrate source. Dan hesitated before biting his own yellow sweet potato and couldn't help but say, "But it doesn't have much flavor." Bai raised an eyebrow. "It can be prepared in other ways. When we go back, I'll teach you how to make it. It's really good." The word delicious coming from Bai carried a lot of trust. Especially among those who knew Mo well, they immediately perked up and leaned in. They looked at Bai eagerly, eyes shining. Bai felt a little amused by their intense gazes. These beast men looked tall and strong, but they were actually quite interesting. As soon as they heard something was tasty, they couldn't hold back. Of course, people rely on food as their main need, especially in such a primitive environment. Having something to look forward to lifts everyone's spirits. Bai shared some chili powder with them, and they dipped potatoes to eat. So delicious. They finished 4 big potatoes and some grilled mushrooms, and Bai was so full he could hardly move. He sat on the ground, rubbing his round belly, looking very satisfied. Mo felt a bit confused. Bai used to love eating meat, and he would get upset if there was no meat at meals. But since falling into the water, he prefers wild vegetables and fruits. Even the meat now is always marinated, grilled, or fried before he eats more. A little doubt started to grow in Mo's mind again. Can a person really change that much? But even with doubts, he still worried a lot. Every time Mo saw Bai's small, delicate body, he couldn't help but feel worried. He eats so little and always mixes meat with wild vegetables and fruits. How can he gain weight? He was worried. Bai, omnivorous animal, now feels full and satisfied. Not only is he in good spirits, but his mood is also better. Sure enough, carbs are really important. After dinner, some beast men used vines to tie their animal hide bags to themselves so they could send the collected items back first. After resting a bit in the tribe, they would come over again. Tonight, Mo was on patrol first. He gave all his clothes to Bai and told him that if he felt cold, he could go find Xing and Qing to keep warm together. Bai wasn't very sleepy now and was close to the fire, so he didn't feel cold. After replying, he sat by the fire, daydreaming, occasionally chatting with other sub-beastmen. He watched Mo, who had turned into a beast form, silently moving through the dark forest. Every step carried the presence and power of a wild animal. Once again, he marveled at how wonderful this world was. After patrolling, Mo found a tall tree. He moved very quickly, climbing up in just a few steps, and lay on a fork in the trunk, alert and watching all around. In the darkness, his eyes looked directly at Bai. Bai waved at him. The Black Panther nodded in response. After a while, Bai finally felt sleepy. He yawned, made a simple bed next to the fire, and lay down wrapped in Mo's clothes. But the ground was hard, and he couldn't sleep comfortably. White couldn't help but look at Mo, suddenly thinking about his warm body and soft fur. Late at night, Li swapped shifts with him. Mo quickly came to White side, found a comfortable spot to lie down, and gently pushed him onto his belly with his paw. Half asleep, White saw a dark lump and knew it was Mo. He instinctively pressed himself closer to him. Mo reached out with his paw, pulled his clothes over, and covered White. White automatically rubbed his face against Mo's belly and wrapped his arms around his soft, thick paw. Mo wagged his tail and let out a deep purr. White soon fell back into sleep, initially lying on his side, but gradually, he completely rested on Mo's belly. His sleeping position was very relaxed. Lying beside Bai Qing, Mo signaled him to come closer for warmth. Bai Qing glanced at him and turned his head away, saying, "No need." He was holding a small piece of stone that made a clicking sound as he gripped it. Yuan looked at him and immediately understood what he was thinking. He reached out and pulled him back, telling him not to be impulsive. Years ago, Yuan also wanted Bai Qing to form a partnership with Mo because Mo's bravery was well known in the Black Panther tribe. When the tribe leader came to talk to him, he also expressed a desire for Mo to inherit the tribe leader position in the future. So Mo was the best choice for support. But unfortunately, Mo only took one look and immediately chose White Zay. No matter how Yuan tried to persuade him, it was useless. Since then, Bai Qing, who was not very close to White Zay, started to hold a grudge. Every time he saw him, he looked unfriendly. But luckily, White Zay was soft-hearted. After Yuan cried and begged a few times, he obediently brought food, animal skins, and medicine. Thinking of this, Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Everything was fine before, so why did White Zay suddenly change? With the cold wave approaching, they still had to rely on White Zay. As dawn broke, some beast men had already gotten up. Mo, waking up, didn't move. The person on him was sleeping soundly. He retracted his claws and gently stroked White Zay's hair with his paw. This scene was just seen by Yen, who, even in his leopard form, could see the teasing smile on his face. Mo glanced at Yen and wagged his tail, signaling him to be quiet. It wasn't time to sleep in when going out. Soon, everyone was awake.
Molybdane gently patted Baisha.
Kun came over and joked, "Are you calling someone to wake up, or trying to put them to sleep?" Hearing the noise, Bai Zay opened his eyes. Though still sleepy, he saw everyone starting to get busy. He didn't feel like lying down anymore, so he quickly sat up. There were a few boiled eggs in his bag. He peeled 2 and ate them himself, then handed the rest to Mo. Mo pushed them back, telling him to eat himself. Bai Zay shook his head and directly put an egg in his mouth. He smiled and said, "You've been working hard lately. When we get home, I'll cook something tasty for you." Mo slightly smiled and agreed. Among the 3 teams, experienced subhumans led everyone to keep searching the big mountains for edible food. Mu walked at the front. Every year, he came here to gather food. Using his memory, he was the first to find where the red sweet potatoes grew. On a moist hillside south of the river valley, the view was full of red sweet potato vines and tangled branches covering the ground tightly. Bai Zay was even more excited than yesterday. He kept thinking, who said primitive people had no culture? They were very clever. They even knew that potatoes and sweet potatoes could be eaten. Because of the soil, the sweet potatoes here grew very big, with thin red skins and smooth shapes. They looked very beautiful. Bai Zay remembered when he was a child, digging sweet potatoes with his grandfather and grandmother and roasting sweet potatoes with friends on weekends. The smell of roasted sweet potatoes was much better than roasted potatoes, so everyone was very eager to dig today. The humans and subhumans dug the sweet potatoes. Bai Zay and the others picked them up afterward. It didn't look like hard work, but bending over all the time was tiring. When Bai Zay's team found a patch of red sweet potatoes, they saw it had already been dug up by others, so they came to help. Bai Zay saw Yuan and the others walking toward him. He immediately pretended not to see them and pulled Xing and Qing to another side. Bai Qing was about to explode with anger. Who does he think he is? Now they had this attitude? Further down, there was a damp river valley. A wide river flowed through the middle, with grass on both sides and various large rocks scattered around. This place might have other edible things growing. Bai Zay couldn't help but want to take a look. Qing held his arm and warned, "Aren't you afraid of snakes? Don't go into the grass near the water because there might be snakes inside." This sentence was indeed effective. Bai Zay immediately stopped and said, "I'll go look somewhere else." Afraid of snakes? Bai Qing smirked coldly from nearby. "You're quite good at hiding. I didn't know you were afraid of snakes before." The sweet potato field wasn't very big. Another group came to help, so they worked much faster. When Bai Zay had a moment, he started searching around. As he walked, he accidentally got a bit separated from everyone. Mo always looked around for Bai Zay when he stood up, but this time he didn't see him. "Where's Bai Zay?" Qing Hui replied. He went to see if there's any other food nearby to gather. Mo was worried and wanted to go find him. "Si and Yi are patrolling nearby," Xing said, thinking he was worrying too much. Meanwhile, Bai Zay was digging eagerly, sticking out his butt and scooping dirt to the side. He was right, Seeing the big garlic bulb in front of him made him very happy. Yuan saw Bai Qing stand up and walk away and asked, "Where are you going?" "Just to get some water," Bai Qing answered casually. "Can I go with you?" "No need, I'll be back soon." Bai Qing glanced behind him, saw no one was watching, and quickened his steps. He had seen a coiled snake on a tree branch earlier, green and shiny. It was hard to notice in the grass unless you looked carefully. Snakes are part of the Black Panther tribe's diet. They're skilled at catching snakes, grabbing them behind the head with precision. These snakes are very territorial and aggressive. When threatened, they don't run but attack first, biting their enemies. Bai Zhe sat cross-legged on the ground, casually wiping sweat from his forehead with his arm. The big garlic bulbs in front of him made him very happy. Once dried, they could be stored for a long time. The seedlings on top couldn't be thrown away. They were a bit old, but still edible. Bai Zhe supported himself with his hands behind him, thinking about calling Qing and the others over later to look around. There should be more nearby. It wasn't easy to come here, so he wanted to gather as much as possible. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his wrist. He quickly pulled back his arm and looked down. There were 2 holes on the inside of his wrist, bleeding small beads of blood. A green thing was twisting and wriggling, then quickly darted into the grass. The gaze once again fell on the bite mark on his wrist, and Bai Zhe's face suddenly turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his lips, which had no color, trembled slightly, and his heart beat faster and faster. Bai Zhe felt his breathing becoming difficult. His fear of snakes was hard for others to imagine. It all started when he was a child, living with his grandparents in a rural old house made of mud bricks. One autumn, the adults went out early to work in the fields, and he was sleeping alone in a small hut. A brown snake, as thick as a child's leg, with black patterns on its skin, silently climbed onto his bed and tightly wrapped around Bai Zhe. He was suddenly awakened from his sleep by the constriction. When he opened his eyes, he saw those bright green eyes and a thin, forked red tongue. He almost fainted from fright. Bai Zhe's face turned red from the pressure, and he couldn't make a sound. He could only struggle and kick the bedside table with his legs. The noise of the cup falling to the ground attracted the dog in the yard. The rural yard had a low wall and no soundproofing. When the adults heard the dog barking, they rushed over, preventing Bai Zhe from being strangled by the snake and swallowed. Later, the adults said that the snake had probably been planning for many days, waiting for the right moment. Bai Zhe felt his legs were a bit uncooperative. After several attempts, he shakily managed to crawl up from the ground. His mind was blank. He held his bitten wrist and, at a loss, walked toward the sweet potato field, instinctively calling Mo's name. Noticing Bai Zhe was missing, Mo came looking for him. When he heard the sound, he sighed in relief, but when he saw Bai Zhe, his heart suddenly sank again. "What's wrong?" Mo quickly walked over to support him. "Did something happen?" Bai Zhe, like clutching a lifeline, looked up with a pale face, trembling voice. "Mo, I think I got bitten by a snake." "Bitten by a snake?" Mo's face suddenly changed. "Where did it bite?" Bai Zhe's limbs were cold. He stiffly raised his wrist, looking anxious. "Mo, am I going to die?" "Don't talk nonsense." Mo lowered his head and pressed his wound, forcefully sucking out the blood inside. Bai Zhe felt a bit of pain. He frowned and dared not move. After coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, Mo asked seriously, "What does the snake look like?" "Green, Mo." "Is it a venomous snake?" Bai Zhe's hands and feet felt weak as he squatted on the ground, feeling a bit miserable. "Are you feeling unwell?" Mo looked carefully at Bai Zhe. His lips weren't purple, and he was speaking normally, not like a snake with deadly poison. Bai Zhe frowned and said, "I feel a little dizzy, and a bit nauseous, like I want to vomit." Mo hugged him gently, surprisingly tender. "Don't worry, it's going to be okay." The wound was already starting to tingle. Bai Zhe thought Mo was just comforting him, and he said intermittently, "Mo, if I die, remember to burn my body. I don't want bugs to bite me or animals to dig me out and eat me." Mo glared at him, clearly annoyed. "Stop talking nonsense." Bai Zhe immediately shut up and curled up in Mo's arms, lowering his head, looking pitiful. Seeing him like that, Mo suddenly felt regret. He lowered his voice. Trust me, I won't let anything happen to you. There are many types of green snakes, and Mo wasn't sure which one it was. He quickly went to find experienced people like Mu and others. The person in his arms didn't speak anymore. Mo called his name worriedly. Bai Zai's response was muffled. What are you doing? Meng, who had just finished a patrol, happened to see Mo holding Bai Zai, looking hurried and confused. Bai Zai noticed what he was holding and his pupils suddenly dilated. He grabbed Mo's sleeve and hurriedly said, "It's just like that." That? Meng thought he wanted it and handed over the snake he had casually caught. Here, if you want to eat, Mo can roast it for you tonight. Bai Zai shrank back in fear. Mo patted his head gently to comfort him, then carefully looked at the snake in Meng's hand. Suddenly, he relaxed and his tense expression eased. This snake isn't very venomous, don't worry. Hearing this, Bai Zai blinked. Really? I won't die. Meng only then noticed Bai Zai's wrist, which was covered. Did a snake bite you? Mo nodded. Where did you catch the snake? Meng pointed to the place where Bai Zai had just dug up garlic. Over there, Bai Zai whispered. Maybe it was that one that bit me. Then I've avenged you, Meng said with a smile. Don't worry, this kind of snake has mild venom. I'll get some herbs to apply on it. Besides the pain from the wound and slight dizziness and nausea, it seemed there were no other symptoms. The stone in my heart fell to the ground. Bai Zai no longer looked so weak and tired. He patted Mo's arm and said, I'll come down by myself, and Mo didn't listen. He kept holding Bai Zai and led him to a tree near the sweet potato field, helping him sit down to rest. Qing and Xing saw Bai Zai being carried back and wondered what happened. They hurried over and asked, What's going on? He was bitten by a snake, Mo said after settling Bai Zai. Please watch over him. I'll go find some water. Qing nodded. Okay, go ahead. Where was he bitten? Xing asked worriedly, kneeling in front of Bai Zai. What kind of snake? Is it serious? It's nothing serious. He'll be fine soon, Bai Zai said, thinking about how scared he had been earlier. Now that he knew he wouldn't die, he started to comfort Xing. Qing checked Bai Zai's wound. Did you go to the river? Bai Zai shook his head, then remembered the garlic he had dug up. Actually, I found something good. All right, rest well now that you're hurt, Qing said, brushing some hair from Bai Zai's forehead. Later, we'll go dig up what you found. When Mo returned, he carried 2 large buckets of water. Do you still feel like vomiting? Bai Zai shook his head, then nodded. Mo knelt down slightly and held the water to Bai Zai's mouth. Drink it all of it, Bai Zai asked in surprise. Yes. Reluctantly, Bai Zai started gulping down the water quickly. Meng also found some medicinal herbs. He crushed them with a stone and applied them to Bai Zai's wound. He handed a snake to Bai Zai. Eat this tonight to help you recover. Bai Zai kept shaking his head. Mo pushed the snake back gently and said softly, He doesn't like snake meat. That's too bad, Meng said, waving his hand. Let's get back to work. Not far away, Bai Qing brushed the dust off his hands and slowly walked back. As he passed Bai Zai, he deliberately glanced at him sideways and said in a teasing tone, So, are you starting to slack off? Bai Zai, who was holding his arm and being forced to rest under Mo's supervision, lifted his eyelids and replied, I like it. Bai Qing looked down and asked on purpose, What's wrong with your arm? Bai Zai didn't bother to answer. Bai Qing leaned over and stared at him with a forced smile, saying, There are many poisonous insects and wild animals around here. You need to be careful, or your arm might get hurt and become useless. It seems you care a lot about me, Bai Zai said calmly, glancing at him briefly, then casually picking up some fruit nearby and putting it in his mouth. But have you been eating too much salt? The persimmons and grapes, which Mo had picked from somewhere, were quite sweet. The colorful berries like blueberries and raspberries were gathered by Qing and others during their break, and they tasted pretty good. Bai Qing didn't understand what he meant. Just killing time. Bai Qing scowled. Don't be ungrateful. What did I do? Bai Zai looked innocent. Could you go dig a couple of red sweet potatoes instead? Don't bother me. Bai Qing angrily said, Then why didn't the snake bite you to death? How do you know it was a snake that bit me? Bai Zai suddenly looked up at him coldly. I didn't tell you that. Who cares? Bai Qing stared back confidently. Bai Zai put away his lazy attitude and said clearly, Bai Qing, I don't care about any past grudges between us. But now you'd better behave. I'm a person who remembers things. Who are you trying to scare? Try me. Bai Qing glared fiercely at Bai Zai and turned to walk away. The medicine on his wrist had eased his fear, and his dizziness and nausea had improved a lot. After arguing with Bai Qing, he felt more relaxed. Everyone was busy working. Bai Zai felt a bit embarrassed just sitting there, but just as he was about to stand up, he was stopped by Mo's sharp gaze. All right, Bai Zai waved at Mo with a small smile. He was still thinking about the garlic he had dug up. His eyes kept moving around, occasionally glancing back in the direction he came from. But if he went alone now, he still felt a little nervous. Bai Zai had no choice but to sit quietly, eating fruit to pass the time. The fruit was really delicious, especially the grapes, purple and very sweet. The persimmons were fully ripe, golden yellow, and melted in his mouth. By sunset, after the sweet potatoes on the slope were all dug up, Bai Zai finally asked Mo to accompany him to go somewhere. When they discovered new food, the other orcs and sub-orcs didn't want to rest either. They followed to help search. At the place where Baze found garlic, they continued looking. Over there, Baze pointed, tying the garlic sprouts he had already dug up with vines. Yen looked at Mo and raised an eyebrow, joking, "Since when are you so obedient? Orcs don't usually act like that." Before he finished speaking, Qing's voice came from ahead. "Yen, come help." Mo deliberately blocked his way and glanced sideways. "Then why don't you do it?" "Move aside," Yen said, then happily ran toward Qing. "Okay, I'll come now." On the empty ground, many animal hide bags were piled up again, each nearly overflowing. Dinner was made from the gaga beasts caught in the river by the orcs. Baze found some herbs nearby, like perilla, mint, cumin, and ginger plants, which grew abundantly in the valley. When Nyud learned that these herbs could be used to flavor meat, he told Baze that there were also some by the river near the tribe, but they had always thought of them as weeds and never tried their taste. He initially wanted to pick more to bring back, but since they were near the tribe, Baze only took a little of each. After preparing the gaga beast simply, Baze crushed the herbs and spices with stones, coating the inside and outside of the meat. He sprinkled salt on them, wrapped them in leaves, then covered them with mud and placed them directly into the fire to roast. Other sub-orcs followed Baze's method, wrapping several gaga beasts and putting them into the fire. The orcs went to gather firewood, aiming to keep the fire burning brightly so they could eat the delicious food sooner. When it seemed ready, Baze pulled out a mud ball from the fire and used a stone to crack open the hardened outer layer. White steam rose out, and the aroma of spices mixed with the meat fat spread instantly in the cool air. Everyone around sniffed eagerly, their attention fully drawn to the food in front of Baze. Unwrapping the yellow-brown leaves, the smell became even stronger. The gaga beasts were roasted to a shiny, oily finish. When a piece was gently pierced with a stick, the meat separated easily from the bones, and the juicy, tender meat dripped down. The unique aroma of the spices had fully soaked into every part of the meat. It was soft, tender, and fell off the bone, with juices flowing freely. People around started swallowing hard, eager to taste. "Baze, can we eat now?" the orcs eagerly asked. Bai Zai nodded. "It's ready." Hearing this, several paws reached toward the fire at the same time. Bai Zai watched nervously, worried they might get burned. Star waved his hand. "Don't worry, they're not fools." To thank Mo for taking care of him today, Bai Zai handed the first gaga beast to him with a sincere smile. "It's best enjoyed hot." Mo didn't refuse. He liked Bai Zai's special attention and enjoyed this kind of favor. After all, among so many people, he was the first to receive it. Neither Qing nor Star had. "It smells so good. So delicious." Yen tore off 2 legs of the gaga beast and took a big bite. The meat and flavor were simply amazing. Kuan and Li couldn't wait. They finished 1 gaga beast in a few bites and eagerly reached for the next. "So tasty, yeah, it's so good." The surrounding orcs kept praising, their mouths greasy from eating, not even wanting to leave the bones. At this point, Bai Zai's status in everyone's heart became even more sacred. Chen licked the oil off his fingertips and suggested, "Maybe we should go catch a few more." "Sure. Let's go together." Everyone responded enthusiastically. The orcs looked at C with eager eyes. C, usually calm and steady, couldn't resist the temptation of food. He cleared his throat and said, "Well, the Gaga beasts usually stay in their nests on the shore at night." Got it. Not only Bai Zai's team, but also the other two groups of orcs stood up and launched attacks on the Gaga herd. They also learned the method. After Bai Zai finished eating and drinking, he leaned against a tree to rest, with some fruit nearby, looking like a picnic outing. The orcs who had returned from delivering food to the tribe last night had just arrived, coinciding with the second batch of begging Gaga beasts being cooked. They were exhausted at first, but after eating, they became excited and wished they had come back earlier. Another group of orcs, after dinner, continued transporting newly gathered food to the tribe. Before leaving, they reminded their companions, if Bai Zai made any more delicious food tomorrow, they should remember to save some. Mo could sleep well tonight. He sat down next to Bai Zai. He reached out and gently examined his injured wrist, noticing that the snake bite had faded a bit. Earlier during dinner, Bai Zai's appetite was also very good, so there should be no problem. But out of caution, Mo still asked, "How do you feel now?" "I'm fine now," Bai Zai said with a smile, and then rubbed his full stomach. "Just a bit too full. Mo, rest for a while before eating fruit." In the eyes of the beast men, eating more means being healthier, so Mo wishes Bai Zai could eat until he's full every day. "Are you not going on patrol?" "Not today." "Then you should rest well." "Okay." The two sat side by side, and suddenly the air became quiet, making the atmosphere feel a little strange. Bai Zai felt a bit awkward, so he started a conversation. "I wonder how Ju is doing. He is very independent and can take care of himself." Mo wasn't lying. When he went hunting outside before, Ju really made him feel at ease. Bai Zai unconsciously imagined himself as a parent, resting his chin on his hand and sighing, "But Ju is still a child. Do you think he misses us?" "Mo, he misses you." Tonight, the moon was very round, spilling silver light from the sky. The dark forest was covered with a faint, gentle glow. Mo didn't need to patrol at night. His body seemed to have an automatic navigation system, quietly slipping to sit beside Bai Zai. He even refused the invitation from Li and others to play Gamoku. But after waiting for a while, Bai Zai showed no signs of wanting to sleep. Mo transformed into an animal form and squatted on the ground, his front limbs crossed, back arched into a smooth curve, looking elegant like a statue of a lion-headed figure in front of an Egyptian pyramid. This caught Bai Zai's attention. "Didn't you say you didn't need to patrol tonight?" Mo nodded and, as a black panther, remained aloof. Next to him, Yen was holding his round head and kept rubbing Qing's neck, even without caring about others, and was sticking out his tongue to lick. Qing couldn't help but pull Yen's ear, trying to stop him. "Ouch. Yen, you have thorns on your tongue." Hearing the noise, Bai Zai turned his head out of curiosity and saw Yen's big tongue going toward Qing's face. But perhaps because he was in animal form, Bai Zai didn't find anything romantic. Instead, he thought of a German shepherd dog his friend kept at home. Such a big lump. Every time he went over, it was so enthusiastic that it almost wanted to wash your face with its tongue. Just like the current heat, Bai Zai thought Qing should give him a big slap because his friend did that, and it worked well. Turning his face away, Bai Zai saw Qin being repeatedly tapped on the head by Qing, with such a big lump that it was easily pressed to the ground. It was quite funny. The aloof Mo thought Bai Zai could go to sleep now, so he wagged his tail and lay down sideways. Used to petting cats, Bai Zai instinctively rubbed the Black Panther's belly. His eyes followed the panther's legs downward, landing on two thick paw pads. Bai Zai was curious whether the Black Panther's claws could open like a kitten's. But he didn't dare ask, because Mo's cool and handsome face still carried a sense of authority. Mo squinted his eyes and quietly moved a little closer. "You've had a tough couple of days. Rest well," Bai Zai said. Mo's ears twitched, and he simply used his long, thick tail to hook Bai Zai, trying to pull him closer. Sometimes, people's behavior toward animals can be influenced by a filter like now. If Mo were human, Bai Zai would be surprised by this move and would ask about it with curiosity. But facing the Black Panther, Bai Zai only squinted his eyes and was extremely tolerant of this big cat. It was like the stray cats downstairs used to do, using this method to attract his attention so he would pet them. Could it be that beast men who turn into animals also have this habit? Baize tentatively reached out and pinched the fluffy tip of the Black Panther's tail. Mo's pupils instantly dilated, and his two ears pressed flat to the sides uncontrollably. Baize had once learned feline body language online to avoid being misunderstood or scratched or bitten by the proud little cats downstairs. The Black Panther probably counted too, since tigers are also big cats. Baize quietly observed Mo's reaction. This seemed to be a sign of happiness. Being touched felt good, but Mo seemed to want to do what he did the night before. Hold Baize in his arms. He made a bold move. His two paws pulled Baize over. Inside, he was still quite nervous, with his eyes fully open, staring intently at Baize. Baize, lying on Mo, reacted and looked up at him. Mo, are you trying to make me sleep? Mo's paw gently patted Baize's body as a response. It's really time to rest. Whitesay lay down in this position, reached over to grab the animal hide beside him, and covered himself with it. Mo was satisfied and let out a low, gentle snore. He had a peaceful night without any dreams. The main targets of this gathering were red sweet potatoes and yellow sweet potatoes. Before coming, everyone was worried about other tribes getting there first, but now they felt more relaxed. In the next 2 days, the 3 small groups planned to split up in the nearby mountains to gather more wild fruits, vegetables, and mushrooms. Because he was bitten by a snake yesterday, Whitesay was much more careful, and Mo stayed close to him at all times. Whitesay decided to let Mo take them to the place where they picked persimmons and grapes yesterday. When they arrived, Whitesay looked and saw that the trees were growing on a steep cliff. One wrong step could cause a fall, and below was dense forest, so he had no idea how deep it was. Did you pick the fruit here yesterday? Whitesay frowned. What if you fall? No, Mo said and started walking toward the rocks. Whitesay quickly grabbed him. No way? It rained earlier, and you can see water in the cracks of the rocks. Whitesay felt a bit scared just thinking about it. The fruit isn't worth risking such danger. Yen jumped out and said, Don't worry. Our Black Panther is great at climbing. We can hunt on cliffs without any problem. Whitesay didn't want Mo to go. Let's not pick anymore. Let's go back. It's okay. Mo patted Whitesay's hand. Before he could react, he started climbing down. Hey, Whitesay didn't stop him, heart pounding. Don't worry, Yen, and the others also climbed down. We're not that weak. Qing and Xing signaled to Whitesay not to worry. As they said, Yen and Mo easily reached the persimmon trees. Li and the others went to the grapevines on the other side. Whitesay relaxed a little. When they finished picking and started climbing up, Whitesay reached out his hand toward Mo from the rocks. Mo didn't take it. Below, Yen, with sweat on his forehead, joked, Whitesay, look, Mo doesn't like you. In the next second, Mo rolled his eyes at him. Afraid Yen might push him down, Yen quickly shut his mouth. After Mo came up, he explained, I'm heavy. I might pull you down. Baize smiled at him, then reached out and patted the dust on his clothes. Thanks for your hard work. On their way back to the meeting point, they passed a flat, low-lying area. Baize quickly spotted a patch of yellow-green grass, topped with orange-brown seed heads. His heart immediately lifted. Let's go over there. Baize's voice was a little excited. If the slope hadn't been too steep, he would have jumped down right away. Rice plants. Baize eagerly ran toward them, but he tripped on the wet mud and fell flat on the ground. His face also got some camouflage mud on it. Mo, who was closest, quickly helped him up. Steady, don't rush. It was a little embarrassing, but in front of these rice plants, falling down was nothing. Baize felt like he was showing his sincere gratitude to the heavens. The rice fields were in a low area with lots of water. Baize took off his shoes and walked in barefoot. Rice. In this world, he had just discovered rice. He was obsessed, holding a heavy rice stalk in his hands. His deep affection made Xing stare in amazement. Xing couldn't help but ask, Baize, are you okay? Baize turned around and shook Xing's shoulder. Xing, this trip was totally worth it. Do you think we can move here? This place is a treasure. Xing, usually lively and energetic, was stunned. Calm down, let's stay calm. If you keep shaking me, I might throw up. Sorry, my bad. Baizé stopped and turned to Mo and the others. Did you bring your knives? Mo took out his and handed it to him. Baizé was the first to cut a rice stalk, placing it reverently on his chest. It was as if he could already see the fragrant rice ready to be cooked. Chun casually plucked one and tasted it. Baizé, these are tough to bite. We're after the seeds inside. Baizé told them, we need to cut all these seed heads like this. Eating was the small part. The main goal was to plant these seeds next spring. This was a big step toward the farming era. Baizé straightened up, patted his waist, and looked into the distance. His icy blue eyes reflected endless green. A group of people was working hard in the rice field, cutting, transporting, and bundling, all with clear roles. Under organized cooperation, the orange-yellow rice ears slowly piled higher and higher. People looked a bit unkempt, each barefoot, mud sticking to their calves, making it look like they were wearing brown boots. Despite this, they still played around, throwing mud at each other childishly whenever they had free time, with mud spots on their necks and faces. Kun even sat down suddenly, revealing a shiny, beautiful, chestnut-colored behind, like what you see in a muscle fitness competition. Baizé and a few others, who are half-beasts, kept their distance and stayed relatively clean. Xing pointed at Chun with wild hair. If you dare throw mud at me again, you're dead. Brother, let's play together. It's so fun, Chun said, trying to walk toward Xing with his dirty claws. How can I bully your brother? Ling Xiong stepped in to protect Xing, raising an eyebrow at him. I'll help you deal with him. Xing was not polite to Li. Then you hold him down for me. Got it. Li immediately pounced, grabbing Chun so he couldn't move. Hey, which side are you on? Chun tried to headbutt Li. Let go. Kun and others stepped forward, ready to help. Li smiled at Xing. Come on. Baizé, who liked watching the fun, moved closer and saw Xing dip his finger into mud on the ground and give Chun a face massage. Ha ha. Chun, whose face was completely changed, made everyone burst into laughter. Brother, you ruined my handsome face. Gather the rice ears. After a small burst of anger, Chun received a brotherly slap from Xing. Li smiled and leaned toward Xing. If Chun ever bothers you again, just call me. I'll hold him down for you. Xing looked up. You said that? Li nodded. Of course. Why are you so close to my brother? Chun pushed Li away. Li grabbed Chun by the back of his neck and pulled him back. Look at how dirty you are. It's not good for your brother. TCH, Xing didn't want to bother with these beasts and turned to find Xiangxiang's green and Baizé. After harvesting, everyone prepared to go to the river to wash themselves. The river was deep, but thanks to the terrain, the gravel banks on both sides were shallow. They washed quickly, and then each carried a big bundle back to the camp. On the way, they met Ye's group. Ma quickly identified Mo in the crowd and approached him. Mo, why are you cutting so much grass? Mo replied, for eating. Can you eat this? Ma grabbed a stalk. The seed head was hard and prickly, and the stem was very dry. Where do you eat it? Next to them, Kun spoke up. Baizé said it's edible. Does he want to trick you into working? Ma turned to glance at Baizé, raising his voice a little. Actually, he probably wants these dry grasses to make a bed for himself. Mo frowned, looking unhappy. Baizé said we can eat it. Ma softly said, Mo, you're so capable. You hunt animals yourself, so you probably have enough to eat. There's no need to gather these wild grasses. Uninterested, Xing retorted. It's not for you to eat. Ma shot a glare at Xing. Xing glared back, his eyes wide. What, are you trying to see who has bigger eyes? Excuse me, please move aside. You're blocking the way. Baizé, tired of Ma's spoiled attitude, pushed past him directly. Ma, who was pushed aside, immediately looked upset. Mo, looking up, Mo was already walking behind Baizé. Back at the camp, a pile of rice caught everyone's attention. They all gathered around, curious, and asked Baizé, what is this? How do you eat it? Their curiosity was so intense that Baizé had no choice but to pluck a rice stalk, pinch some grains with his hand, then place it on a stone, and rub it with another stone to crush the grains. Once the husk was removed, the clean rice grains appeared. Since they didn't have a pot, Baizé couldn't cook it for them, so he just explained the common ways to eat it. It had been a while since they set out, and this harvest was very plentiful. Sure, Yi and Meng discussed and decided to gather for one more day tomorrow, then return to the tribe the day after. The next day, after breakfast, the three groups went to gather in the mountains, also hunting some large animals to bring back to the tribe. Sure led them to a slightly distant place where there was a water source and lush plants. The key was that a herd of long-maned beasts was nearby, and their scent was very strong. Bai Zai and a few other sub-beasts dug up wild vegetables on the hillside. Mo and the others prepared to hunt the long-maned beasts. Sure said, "Don't run around. Stay here. Yen and Lu will protect you." Wu nodded. "I'll watch over them." Before leaving, Mo went to Bai Zai and warned him, "If you need anything, just shout." Got it. The wild vegetables were very tender. Bai Zai wanted to take some back to make pickles, so he dug up all the edible ones he could find. In the morning, Mo had made him drink a lot of water, so after a while, Bai Zai needed to go to the bathroom. Following modern habits, he walked a bit farther and chose a hidden spot. Just as he finished, he pulled up his pants and took a few steps, then suddenly saw a handsome face he didn't recognize. Bai Zai was startled and backed away cautiously, clutching the stone knife Mo had given him for protection. The man in front of him looked about 1.9 meters tall, with handsome features, white hair, light purple eyes, and was shirtless on one side, showing his abs and half an arm. He wore a beast-skin skirt. What caught Bai Zai's attention was the pair of fluffy white ears on his head, with black stripes on them. Bai Zai kept a wary eye on the man, thinking about whether shouting could attract the others' attention. "My name is Hao, from the White Tiger tribe," the man said clearly, with a bright smile that eased Bai Zai's nerves a little. This person seemed harmless, but his intense eyes made Bai Zai feel a bit uncomfortable. Do you need something?" Hao looked at the beautiful subhuman in front of him and couldn't help but tremble his ears. "Why are you here alone? Did you get separated from your tribe?" "No, my companions are nearby," Bai Zai replied, but his gaze was drawn to those fluffy ears. "Is he a beast man?" He said he was from the White Tiger tribe, so... Is he a white tiger? But Bai Zai had never seen Mo turn into a human with animal ears before. He was very curious. Hao noticed the intense stare from the subhuman and blushed unconsciously. This subhuman was so beautiful and cute, with eyes as clear as the sky and long, thick eyelashes. Hao kept looking and got lost in admiration, even forgetting the task his brother had assigned him. Suddenly, Bai Zai thought of Mo with his black, fluffy ears. He wondered aloud, "Why can your ears be visible?" Hao smiled and took a step forward, leaning in closer. "Do you want to touch them? Is that okay?" Of course, Bai Zai had been very curious for a long time. Seeing his confident answer, he gently pinched his hand. It was very soft. He wondered how it would feel to touch Mo's ears. Hao smiled shyly and blinked. "How does it feel?" Still pretty good. Bai Zai had only touched a tiger's ear at the zoo, and it was a small tiger drinking milk. "Would you like to touch this one too?" Hao said, turning his body and revealing his tail. It was thick and long, just like his ear, all white with black patterns. Bai Zai had never touched a tiger's tail before, and his hand, which had just pulled back, twitched with the urge to reach out again. "Go ahead and touch it." Hao's smile grew wider, and he wagged his tail, offering it to Bai Zai. The tail was muscular but smooth and soft. When stroked, the tip looked like a brush. It felt really nice. Hao watched Bai Zai's face light up with surprise and slightly leaned forward. "I can turn back into a tiger, so you can touch me again." "Oh, all right." Hao seemed a little disappointed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a black and gray wolf appeared, almost about to pounce on Bai Zai. Quickly, Hao pulled Bai Zai away, transforming instantly into a large white tiger. He charged at the gray wolf and growled at it. The once fierce-looking wolf fell to the ground, then quickly tucked its tail and ran in another direction. Wolves are social animals, and Hao was worried that the lone beast man might be in danger staying here alone, so he didn't chase after it. Bai Zai covered his pounding heart, still stunned by what just happened. He was almost bitten on the neck by that wolf. He could even smell the strong, wild scent on the wolf, mixed with a hint of blood. This was the first time he had directly felt the presence of death in this world. Having stayed in the Black Panther tribe for a long time, he almost forgot that this was a primitive world full of wild animals, where danger could appear at any moment. Seeing the beast man standing there stunned, the white tiger moved closer and gently rubbed his head with his round, big head. Was he scared? A warm breath brushed against his face as the tiger pressed close, making Bai Zhe tense up instinctively. The sound of the tiger's throat vibrating was like a gentle rumble. When Bai Zhe looked into those pale purple eyes, he realized it was Hao after all, and he let out a breath of relief, forcing a small smile. "Thank you for saving me." The white tiger lay on the ground, pressed close, wagging its tail happily, inviting Bai Zhe to pet it. Just then, Mo, sensing the strange presence nearby, quickly ran over and saw Bai Zhe's hand on the tiger's head. A deep growl shook the leaves, making them tremble. The Black Panther lunged forward, baring sharp teeth, glaring fiercely at the white tiger. The white tiger, caught off guard, reacted quickly and dodged. It then looked toward the beast man. "Mo, you're here," Bai Zhe said happily. Mo wrapped his tail around him and pulled him behind, his back arching high, exuding a cold, deadly aura. Hao's ears pressed tightly against his skull, and his pale purple eyes suddenly narrowed into thin slits. His body lowered slowly, muscles tense, as if ready to attack at any moment. Bai Zhe, inexperienced in such situations, sensed the tense atmosphere and hurriedly stepped between them. "Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Mo, he is called Hao, he just saved me. Hao, his name is Mo, and he is my partner." White Zhe was busy, turning his head left and right, wishing he could rotate his head like an owl, 270 degrees. "Partner?" Hearing White Zhe's words, Hao's tense back suddenly relaxed, and his ears drooped. He looked very disappointed. "Let's talk calmly. First, turn back into humans." White Zhe didn't want to see two wild animals fighting. Their size was too big to stop, and if they accidentally hurt each other, they could hurt White Zhe too. Mo and Hao stared at each other, neither willing to leave. Then they both turned back into humans right there. The next moment, two tall, handsome men appeared in front of White Zhe, both naked. Their muscles, their lines, their size.
Ah.
Ahem. White Zhe shyly looked away. "Put on your clothes first. In this world, it's normal for beast men to be naked. They often don't have enough time to dress properly after a fight or hunting. Sometimes clothes are torn during the fight, and they have no time to change." But White Zhe, as a modern person, still felt a little shy. Mo moved slowly, as if showing off, standing beside White Zhe, slowly tying the shirt he made for himself. Hao wrapped himself in a beast-skin skirt, then looked at Mo's clothes, and turned to look at White Zhe again. His eyes showed more sadness. Hao lowered his eyebrows and asked White Zhe, "Is he really your partner?" White Zhe felt a bit embarrassed because Hao had just saved him and now looked angry at Mo. Out of politeness, he answered kindly, "Yes. Hao, are you okay?" Seeing White Zhe care about another beast man, Mo's face suddenly darkened, and he said angrily, "I didn't even touch him." White Zhe patted Mo's arm, trying to make him stop being cold. "I almost got bitten by a wolf on the neck. Hao saved me. Otherwise, I might have been eaten by a wolf." Mo looked him over from head to toe. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," White Zhe said, then smiled at Hao. "Sorry, my partner might have thought I was in danger, so he was too worried." "I'm sorry." Hearing the words, "my partner," Mo's mood slightly improved, and his tightly knit brows finally relaxed. He looked at Hao and asked, "Can the Mumu beast do that?" "There's no need for those things." Hao thought for a moment, then walked up to Bai Zhe with a serious expression. "Please consider me. I want to be your partner." Before he finished speaking, Mo suddenly rushed over, his face dark and frightening. "Don't even think about it. I didn't ask you," Hao replied stubbornly. "What is this?"
Bai Zhe was momentarily stunned.
Could someone really be openly hitting on his wife? Maybe that's not the best way to put it, but that's roughly the idea. It was a bit bold. Although Mo and I are only nominal partners, mostly just roommates in reality. But saying, "I want to be your husband," sounds pretty upsetting to anyone who hears it. Mo clenched his fists with a cracking sound, his voice cold enough to freeze people. I said no. How do you know he doesn't want it? Hao glanced at Mo but ignored him, continuing to Bai Zai, you should stay with me. I think your partner has a bad temper and he might bully you in the future. You're asking for trouble. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing the two of them about to fight again, Bai Zai quickly grabbed Mo's arm. Calm down, calm down, calm down, he hurriedly said to Hao. I already have a partner. So, is it because he has a partner that he refused me? Hao's eyes lit up. It's okay, just break up with him. We can go back to the White Tiger tribe right now. This person's way of thinking. Bai Zai quickly said, we're fine. We're very happy together. Hao, who had just looked lively, suddenly looked dejected. Really? He looked at Bai Zai with reluctance, then took a deep breath. It's okay. We can live together. You can have two partners. Bai Zai was stunned. Know this. Can it really be like that? On the Beast God continent, even a sub-beast person can have multiple beast partners. Of course, this is rare, but if you really find one, others won't say anything. However, for beast people, they might not be very willing. Bai Zai didn't know about these things. His view of the world was greatly shaken. He looked up at Mo and asked, you guys can still do this? Mo's face was serious, and his whole body radiated a tense atmosphere. He said in a low voice, what do you think? Bai Zai quickly shook his head. He couldn't accept it himself, let alone Mo's willingness. Don't be afraid of him, Hao said eagerly. How about it? Is it okay? He started imagining. We'll try to get along peacefully. Mo was full of anger, stepping closer and said firmly, he won't accept that. Forget about you. Mo's eyes were fierce. He threw a punch, and Hao responded by kneeing him back. Suddenly, the two of them started fighting. Hey. Bai Zai usually got along well with others, but this was the first time he saw two people fighting up close. The punches were hitting flesh, and Bai Zai was terrified. He was anxious and scared, trying to stop them but couldn't, worried he might get hurt himself. His small body couldn't compare to theirs. If he got hit, he might not get up for a long time. Mo, Hao, stop fighting. Stop it, calm down. This scene was so dramatic and absurd that Bai Zai felt numb. Since coming to this world, it was the first time he saw Mo get angry in front of him. But he could understand. Fighting over someone's wife was a huge insult to his dignity. But the opponent was a tiger. He had never interacted with wild animals. Had he never seen humans in nature? Right now, their sizes were similar, but if they fought in a rage and turned into beast form, the Black Panther would definitely be at a disadvantage. Bai Zai hurried to stop the fight. Gritting his teeth, he rushed between the two. Maybe he was too quick. The next moment, he tripped over something and stumbled, falling to the ground with a thud. The tense, fierce atmosphere suddenly went quiet. Mo still had one hand on Hao's neck, and Hao was about to kick Mo in the stomach. Both of them stopped at the same time, looking down at Bai Zai. Bai Zai didn't know how, but he could tell that Mo really wanted to hurt the other. The white tiger was hunched over on the ground. Seeing this, he sat down suddenly, holding his leg and groaning. Ouch, it hurts, my leg hurts. It seems like he also twisted his waist. It hurts so much. Mo and Hao rushed over to the white tiger, trying to reach out to help him. Mo pushed Hao aside and grabbed the white tiger's leg. Let me see. They couldn't let him fight anymore, so the white tiger started acting. Whenever Mo touched him, he would cry out in pain. Mo looked serious and became tense himself. The white tiger was hurt, so Mo didn't want to fight the old tiger anymore. He picked up the white tiger and was about to leave. Hao wanted to follow, but then he heard a familiar voice behind him. Where did you run off to? Sun, who was hunting wolves, caught the strong smell of beastmen nearby and hurriedly looked for Hao. Seeing his brother standing there safe and sound, he finally relaxed and slapped him on the back of the head. Trying to get beaten up, huh? Brother. Hao hung his head, looking very sad. Sun asked, what's wrong? I met a beast man. I really like him. Sun looked around and asked, a beast man? Where? Hao was very sad. He was taken away by his partner. Sun was silent. They are from the Black Panther tribe. That beast man seems to be called Mo. Mo? Sun, who knew a bit about nearby tribes, immediately said, you should forget about that idea. Hao stiffened his neck. So what? I'm a tiger, I can't beat him. Sun didn't bother with him. Does that beast man like you? Hao didn't answer. Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Sun grabbed Hao by the back of his neck and headed in another direction. It's affecting my hunting. Just wait until our beast father finds out and scolds you. Hey, don't tell the beast father. Smelling a strange scent, Yen and the others hurried over. Seeing Mo holding the white tiger, they asked worriedly, "What happened? Did something happen?" Even though they sometimes acted silly, they were very united when it mattered. Mo's face was still grim. I met a beast man. Chen asked, a beast man? Did he bully Bai Zhe? No, Bai Zhe quickly said. I met a wolf. That beast man saved me. Li asked, oh, so what's going on? I accidentally fell, Bai Zhe said, touching his nose nervously. Kun asked, what about that orc? We should send him something to thank him. We just hunted a few yo-yo beasts. Mo's expression grew colder. Bai Zhe didn't dare mention Hao anymore and quickly said, he has already left. Back at the camp, Mo went to lift Bai Zhe's shirt. What's wrong? Bai Zhe asked, stopping him. Aren't you supposed to have a backache? Mo asked. It doesn't seem to hurt now. Bai Zhe sat up straight, pretending to be surprised. Mo looked at him carefully, then reached for Bai Zhe's leg. What about your leg? It doesn't hurt either. Bai Zhe moved his ankle. See, I'm fine. Mo didn't say anything and turned to walk somewhere else. Under Bai Zhe's watch, he sat far away. Was he angry? Bai Zhe kept glancing at Mo in the dim light, hesitating whether to go comfort him, since it was because of himself. But facing a grown man, he really didn't know how to cheer him up. Bai Zhe's experience in comforting others was limited to seeing adults give children hugs and kisses. So, during the evening gathering, Bai Zhe stayed in the corner, and Mo kept a cold face. They didn't talk at all. Not only Qing and Xing, but even others who didn't know them well could tell something was wrong. Xing and Qing sat on either side of Bai Zhe. What happened between you and Mo? Bai Zhe sighed and told them what happened today, asking for help. Wow. Oh. Qing looked pretty calm, but Xing's expression was full of excitement. Star analyzed confidently, saying, since he comes from the White Tiger tribe, he should be very strong and handsome. Later, he and Mo can take turns, one goes hunting, the other stays home to do chores, and he can also keep you company. That would be great. It would save Mo from working alone. Star thought this was a very good idea. With an additional handsome and strong partner, Bai Zhe's wish could be fulfilled, and Mo's workload would be shared. If Mo heard this now, he would probably just want to say, haha, thank you, smirking while sharpening his tools. Bai Zhe looked confused and then asked Qing, is this okay? Qing honestly replied, such situations do exist, but very rarely. At that time, Hao said it was possible to have two partners. Bai Zhe thought he was just joking, but it turned out to be true.
No wonder Mo reacted so strongly.
Bai Zhe, why don't you consider it? Star blinked eagerly. I can help find out where the White Tiger tribe is, and you can invite Hao to join our tribe. No need. Bai Zhe thought that was too crazy and quickly waved his hands to refuse. He and Mo currently got along very well as roommates, and he didn't want to ruin that. Why not? Star thought his idea was perfect. Everyone would benefit. Stop coming up with crazy ideas, Qing said, patting Star's head. Be serious. All right, considering that Mo was really good to Bai Zhe, Star temporarily gave up on this idea. The three furry heads continued to huddle together. Bai Zhe asked, Qing, if Yen gets angry, how do you usually soothe him? Qing thought for a moment. He remembered that Yen didn't seem to get angry very often. Even without a partner, Star always believed that you shouldn't spoil the beast men too much, or they might start taking advantage. Star told Bai Zhe, just ignore Mo for a while. Someone liking you isn't your fault. If you're too charming, there's nothing you can do about it. If he's worried you'll stop liking him, he can just become even stronger. Bai Zhe felt that Star's view of him was especially flattering, as if he saw a shining light in his eyes. He reached out and pinched Star's face, smiling, don't come up with crazy ideas for me. Qing, gentle by nature, always handled problems calmly. Mo just looks cold, but he's actually very good-tempered. Maybe he's just waiting for you to come over. Whitesay thought about it too, but the key was that after he left, he wouldn't know what to say. It would just be awkward to stare at each other silently. Comforting someone isn't that hard, Xing said confidently, sounding experienced. Mia's angry because of that beast man named Hao. Just keep praising him for being better than that beast man. Xing slightly lifted his chin and touched his chin. Beast men are all about appearances. Very superficial, as expected. Not all strategists have fought in battles. Whitesay thought his plan was good and nodded. I'll try it. What are you plotting? Yen suddenly appeared, startling the three of them. Time to eat. Oh, okay. Whitesay walked over to the campfire, glancing involuntarily toward Mo. The person was still sitting quietly in the shade of a tree, showing no sign of coming over.
Not eating?
He has quite a temper. Whitesay found it a bit funny. He didn't expect Mo to have such a childish side. He picked a nice piece of roasted meat, wrapped it in a leaf, and sprinkled the last of his seasoning powder on it. The faint firelight cast shadows under Mo's sharp features. He lowered his head silently, grinding his knife with a stone. Whitesay sat next to Mo, holding the roasted meat in front of him. The meat smells good. Want to try some? His smile was sincere, full of warmth, making anyone hesitant to refuse. But Mo was an exception. I'm not hungry. He didn't stop what he was doing and showed no emotion on his face, looking as usual. But Whitesay was sure he was angry. Thinking about how Mo had taken care of him in many ways, Whitesay felt he should be more patient and understanding. Everyone has moments of stubbornness and temper. Today, he had to make sure Mo was happy again. Whitesay took a deep breath and decided to go all out. He tore off a small piece of roasted meat and held it near Mo's mouth, whispering, I didn't give anyone the last of the chili powder. I sprinkled it all on this piece. Hurry and eat. Mo looked down at Whitesay. You eat it yourself. He was quite stubborn. Whitesay didn't get discouraged. He waved the roasted meat near Mo's nose with a smile. It smells really good. The freshly grilled meat was still a bit hot. Mo's gaze fell on his reddening fingertips, and he slightly frowned, almost unnoticed. Then he lowered his head and took a bite of the meat. Seeing Mo eat, Whitesay pursed his lips and smiled sincerely. It seemed like he had accepted it. Encouraged, Whitesay decided to keep trying, diligently tearing more meat to feed Mo. I'll do it myself, Mo said, glancing at a few fingers on his left hand. You go eat. No need. Whitesay didn't want to give up halfway. He wanted to persuade him completely. He smiled warmly. Keep sharpening your knife. Come on, have a few more bites. Is it hot? Not hot at all. Mo looked helpless, still with a serious face, but his mouth was full of food, and he didn't even have a chance to speak. Whitesay thought this scene was very tender. However, because his actions were so simple and honest, from a different perspective, it looked like an elderly person feeding a picky grandchild. Fortunately, they were in a corner, and everyone else was busy eating, so no one noticed. After feeding a big piece of meat, Whitesay felt relieved. After all, words are soft, and people can be easily influenced. Maybe Mo wouldn't be angry anymore. To make sure everything was settled, Whitesay didn't dare leave suddenly. Mo asked, Aren't you going to eat? Whitesay smiled at him. I've eaten too many fruits, so I'm not hungry. Mo didn't say anything. The two sat close together in silence, creating a peaceful atmosphere, contrasting sharply with the lively scene by the fire. Well, Whitesay turned his face slightly, planning to gently poke Mo's arm. But he remembered he hadn't washed his hands, so he could only use his oily fingers and nudge him with his elbow. What's wrong? Mo asked calmly, looking straight at Whitesay. Whitesay hesitated. Today's thing. Please don't be angry, okay? Mo said nothing. Today was really an accident, and what he said, don't take it to heart. Don't worry, I won't form a partnership with anyone else. We're doing pretty well together, and I'm very satisfied. Mo leaned forward slightly, seeming to want to cover Whitesay. His deep-set eyes, with their golden hue, slowly lost their gloom. Whitesay did not get a response and thought he hadn't spoken enough. Remembering Xing's suggestion, he cleared his throat. I don't like that beast man named Hao at all. It's because he saved me that I act friendly toward him. Plus, he's not as handsome or as fit as you. Look at you. Broad shoulders, Narrow waist, long legs, and those abs that others can't even develop. Baize secretly glanced at Mo, but his calm expression made Baize unsure of his feelings. He could only keep praising. You're also very brave and strong. You catch a lot of prey every time, which makes me feel very safe. Anyway, Baize poured out all the words he could think of about him. His eyes reflected that beautiful, gentle face. Mo didn't even notice, and the slight smile at the corner of his mouth was unnoticed. Li Hechin and the others, after eating and drinking enough, quietly sneaked behind Mo and Baize. They hid in the bushes, crouching in a row with their ears pointed up. They happened to overhear Baize praising Mo from start to finish. Watching Mo's usually cold face slowly melt, the group desperately covered their mouths, afraid to make any noise that might get him angry. Mo stared at Baize's face. Are you done? Yes, I'm done. Baize had never praised anyone like this before. He blushed and dared not meet his eyes. So, are you still angry? Mo actually didn't want to admit he was angry, but somehow he responded along with Baize, I'm not angry. Hearing this, Baize's eyes lit up. Really? How do you want me to prove it? Just smile. Baize didn't expect much from this request, but when he looked up, he saw a faint smile in Mo's eyes. It was really beautiful.
Baize was stunned.
Finally, he managed to cheer him up, and he let out a long breath of relief. Don't run around in the future, okay? Baize immediately nodded to promise, even shamelessly adding, from now on, wherever you go, I'll follow. Actually, Mo was quite easy to cheer up. Seeing his mood improve, Baize continued, let's not sit here anymore. The fire is so far away, and it's pretty cold. He was afraid he might get too emo in the dark corner again. His stomach suddenly made a growling sound, and Baize awkwardly looked away. Mo deliberately asked, aren't you hungry? Well, not really full, Baize replied, feeling a bit shy about what he had just said. Let's go. Mo stood up and reached out his hand to Baize. Baize, with oil-stained paws, felt a little disgusted with himself. No need. Mo didn't insist. He lifted his leg and walked toward the campfire, and Baize immediately happily followed. Qing handed Baize some specially prepared grilled meat. Xing winked at him and asked, how is it? Baize raised an eyebrow and made a mouth gesture. It settled. Lu and the others gathered around again, watching Mo and Baize with motherly smiles. Yan even teased openly, Baize, does Mo look handsome? Cough, cough. Baize almost choked on his food and nearly coughed it out. His face turned bright red suddenly. Kun jumped out and said, we didn't hear anything. Clearly, he was hiding something. Baize wished he could disappear into the ground. So embarrassed, so ashamed. Mo calmly patted his back and said gently, eat slowly. Lu and the others couldn't bear to look, sighing. Even strong men can become tender in front of beauty. After a busy day, Baize wanted to wash up. Mo accompanied him under the moonlight, walking toward the river. There were many vines and grass on the ground. Tonight, clouds covered the moonlight from time to time, making the light dim and the path difficult to walk. Baize tripped twice, and Mo held his hand. The sound of footsteps rustled, and occasional bird calls of coo, coo echoed through the silent forest. A wolf that had suddenly appeared during the day left a shadow in Baize's mind. Seeing the dark forest, he couldn't help but wonder if there were wild animals hiding inside. Mo only allowed Baize to wash his hands at the shallow part of the river, and Baize didn't step into the water. The clouds dispersed, and the moonlight shone again. Baize crouched into a ball, carefully washing with a few bubbles of fruit. Why did you touch that white tiger today? Mo's clear voice asked. Huss. Baize looked up, and the moonlight cast a soft, hazy veil over his eyebrows and eyes. I just never touched it before. I was curious. Mo stood there, nodding slightly. Such strong curiosity. Whiteze shook off the water on his hand, looking innocent. He said I could touch, so I just did. Mo asked, how does it feel? Whiteze refused to fall into his trap, keeping a calm face and lying. It doesn't feel good at all. It's hard and prickly. Mo seemed quite pleased with this answer. Next time, if you want to touch a tiger, I can get one for you. No need for that. Whitesay quickly declined, knowing Mo wasn't joking. He didn't want to see a big tiger lying at the cave entrance. I only want to touch Ju. You can also touch mine, Mo said seriously, his face calm and focused. Whitesay was surprised. Touch yours? Mo seemed to misunderstand and tightened his lips. A leopard's fur is also very soft. Whitesay nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. It feels nice. Mo spoke again. But you can't touch other beastmen in the future. Whitesay just wanted to move past this topic quickly. I won't touch other beastmen anymore. If you wanna, you can touch me. Mo cleared his throat, and Ju, Whitesay smiled. Okay. Tomorrow they would return to the tribe. Whitesay wasn't sleepy tonight. Looking at the scattered stars in the sky, he suddenly remembered the beast man named Hao, with his ears and tail. Once the thought appeared, it was hard to suppress, especially during such a boring moment. Whitesay propped himself up on his arms and looked at Mo, who seemed to be in a good mood. He quietly moved closer and whispered, Mo, can I ask you something? Mo stared at Whitesay's trembling eyelashes. What? Can your ears and tail show when you turn into a human? Mo didn't expect Whitesay's desire to come so quickly. Want a touch? No, when you become human, can your tail and ears show? Mo paused slightly, then spoke in a low, hoarse voice. You want to see? Whitesay looked full of hope. Is that okay? Mo's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he quietly said 2 words. Okay. Whitesay excitedly grabbed Mo's arm and straightened up quickly. Mo, you're so kind. Mo cleared his throat softly and made his only request. Let's find a different place. There were still many eyes around, especially Yen and the others, who loved to watch the fun and gossip. Whitesay understood completely and immediately looked around nearby. Thoughtfully, he said, Let's go over there. He pointed to a corner in the shadows, where Mo had been sulking alone today. It was hidden and perfect. Whitesay was so eager to see that he couldn't wait. He leaned over and shook Mo's arm, like comforting a child, and asked softly, Is that okay? Mo's cool face, paired with his fluffy ears and a wagging tail, made Whitesay feel excited just thinking about the contrast. Yes, Mo nodded. With his approval, Whitesay immediately stood up and even pulled him along. Mo, usually as steady as a statue, was easily moved by Whitesay's action. People around were chatting or already sleeping, not paying attention to how the usually aloof Mo was about to break his usual image. As they moved toward the shadowed spot, Whitesay followed closely behind, his heart pounding faster and faster. He rubbed his hands excitedly, unable to hide his smile. Mo found a seat and sat down. Under Whitesay's watchful eyes, 2 fluffy ears suddenly appeared on his head. It was like magic. Whitesay's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he couldn't keep his mouth closed. The fluffy round ears popped out from his tousled hair, along with 2 small, slightly curved tips that flicked upward. Whitesay's heart almost melted from how adorable it was. Mo's expression remained calm, but the more he looked like this, the more attractive he became. The contrast of his cold face and the cute ears made Whitesay feel even more excited. Can I touch them? He asked, already reaching out instinctively. Mo lowered his head to make it easier for Whitesay. Hearing this, Whitesay quickly used both hands to gently pinch each ear and softly stroked them. The fur on the animal ears is short, dense, smooth, and soft. Whitesay was completely captivated. Mo remained calm on his face, but his slender fingers secretly clenched the hem of his clothes. Whitesay boldly pinched it. Oh my, this feeling! He felt like he was squeezing 2 fluffy balls of cotton. Mo's expression didn't change much. He sat upright with a serious look, contrasting sharply with Whitesay's eager and somewhat mischievous attitude. Like a well-behaved, handsome man forced to perform, Whitesay's actions seemed even more playful. A few glances were cast their way. Whitesay thought no one could see them, so he became even more daring. But Mo knew, as a Black Panther beast man, how good their eyesight was in the dark. Still, Whitesay was so caught up that he didn't want to interrupt. And honestly, it was very comfortable. Bai Zai leaned forward suddenly, remembering something. He blinked and asked, "Mo, do you have 4 ears now?" He had disrupted the nice atmosphere with a sudden question about biology. But Bai Zai was just too curious. Mo explained seriously, "Ears and tails are mutations from when I was human. They only work when I revert to my beast form. In simple terms, the two forms are intertwined, like a glitch in the system." Oh. Bai Zai nodded as if he understood but was still a bit confused, and his curiosity grew. "Mo, can your ears move?" Bai Zai remembered a beast man named Hao. His ears seemed to twitch, but he didn't dare say it directly, afraid of upsetting the calm Mo again. Mo didn't reply. He let Bai Zai stare at his head. The next moment, the ears in Bai Zai's hand twitched gently, soft for tickling his palm, making him feel itchy. Bai Zai's heart almost melted. How could they be so cute? Even his gaze at Mo's cold face seemed to be filtered through a gentle lens. Ears are very sensitive spots for beastmen. Mo's Adam's apple moved up and down, and his slender fingers, resting nearby, subtly clenched. Inside, a fiery urge was flickering, but he tried his best to suppress it. Even so, Mo allowed Bai Zai to continue, teasing him. After a while, until the warmth on his ears faded, he looked at Bai Zai with a slightly hoarse voice. "Are you done?" Bai Zai nodded, still wanting more. He knew he shouldn't be too indulgent. He crouched in front of Mo, looked up, and blinked mischievously, shifting the topic. "Mo, can I see your tail too?" Very polite. Bai Zai thought this was a rare good chance. His ears were already touching, so he decided to be brave. A faint glint appeared in Mo's eyes. Slowly, he reached behind his waist, pulled down his animal skin pants, revealing the part of his tailbone. The smooth lower part of his back suddenly showed a long, dark tail. Bai Zai was so excited he almost shouted. He quickly covered his mouth, stomping his feet with joy. In modern times, he was a big fan of furry creatures. The stray cats downstairs had almost been cuddled by him, and even the dogs and cats at friends' houses weren't safe from his affection.
Montauk's tail gently swayed.
Seeing Bai Zai lost in admiration, he spoke lightly. "Don't you want to touch it?" "Yes." Bai Zai immediately looked up, reached out with his magic claws, and gently stroked from the base of the tail downward. Mo's body trembled slightly, and a faint blush spread across his ears. But Bai Zai, caught up in excitement, didn't notice. He held Mo's tail, unable to look away. It was so charming. Everyone should have ears and a tail. Suddenly, Mo spoke. "How does it feel?" "Soft and smooth, very nice." He received a very different answer from Bai Zai than before. Mo flicked his tail, seeming in a good mood. In the dim light, a pair of bright eyes looked over. Yen was holding Qing's waist, his chin resting on his shoulder, a low, gentle laugh in his voice. "Look, Mo, Bai Zai is playing with your ears and tail. Have you ever seen him turn into a human and show his ears and tail before?" Yen just wanted to describe Mo with 2 words, reserved and charming. He looked serious but was actually quite mischievous inside. Next to them, Li and the others looked like they had seen something unbelievable, their eyes wide. "Wow, is that Mo?" Did Bai Zai threaten him? "Oh my gosh, are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Mo's body was already pushed to the limit, with a red flush on his neck. He reached out and pressed Bai Zai's hand, which was still lingering at the base of his tail, and his voice was low and restrained. "All right, that's enough." Hearing that his voice sounded strange, Bai Zai asked foolishly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? It's late at night." Mo silently held his hand in front of him. "Yes, it is," Bai Zai replied, feeling a bit reluctant but still withdrawing his hand, wearing a very satisfied smile. Since Mo was so generous to let him touch, Bai Zai felt he should show some effort too. With experience from the night before, Bai Zai was now getting better at praising Mo. He opened his bright eyes and said to Mo, "You're the most handsome and coolest beast man I've ever seen. The leather pants fit tighter," and Mo, usually calm and steady, almost couldn't keep his composure on his face. At this moment, Bai Zai completely thought of Mo as a big cat, almost wanting to reach out and pet his head. Suddenly, He remembered that Mo was a cool and handsome guy, and he froze in midair, stopping his movement. "Let's go to sleep," Bai Zhe said with a smile. He didn't mean anything special by this, but to Mo, combined with everything just now, it somehow sounded a bit different. Sure enough, a dirty mind sees everything as dirty. On the way back, Li and the others looked at Bai Zhe with respect, but when they looked at Mo, they couldn't help but hold back their laughter.
Bai Zhe was confused.
Mo, who had turned into a black panther, gave them a cold look, and they immediately raised their hands to make a fork sign over their mouths, instantly becoming obedient. Mo habitually lay on his side, exposing his belly. Bai Zhe, familiar with this, lay down on top of him, covering himself with Mo's beast skin clothes. He snuggled into the warm fur of the black panther, happily reminiscing about everything that just happened. Perhaps his wish was fulfilled, because Bai Zhe even dreamed of a big black cat licking and rubbing against him. So enthusiastic, it was hard to resist. But holding him was very warm. In the middle of the night, Bai Zhe was gently awakened by Mo. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, sat up from the beast's skin, and was still wrapped in deep sleepiness. Still groggy, his voice carried a sleepy nasal tone. "Are we leaving now?" "Yes." Mo reached out and pulled him up. "Let's go now. We should be able to reach the tribe before sunset." "Okay." Bai Zhe rubbed his face to wake himself up a bit. Everyone else had already started packing. The campfire burned brightly, illuminating the dark gray night. The animal hide bag was tightly sealed, and vines bound everything together. The surrounding scene was busy with activity. Because they had already made 2 trips to the tribe earlier, they didn't bring many things this time. With many people working together, they finished packing quickly. After extinguishing the fire, counting the people, and dividing the supplies, the group started heading back toward the tribe. Bai Zhe was sitting on Mo's back, yawning nonstop and looking very sleepy. The forest wasn't completely dark. Even beast men could vaguely see the outlines around them. Although they carried things on the way back, the beastmen's speed wasn't much slower than when they were coming. The Black Panther group ran quickly through the jungle, their fur brushing against the grass, making rustling sounds. When they ran, the heavy paw pads hitting the ground also made dull thuds. The noise was not loud, but enough to wake the birds sleeping on the branches. They fluttered their wings and soared into the night sky, chirping short calls. Soon, everything returned to quiet again. The road was still difficult to walk, and Bai Zhe, riding on Mo, kept dozing off as he jostled along. Qing, carrying the blue, caught up and ran alongside Mo. Qing warned, "Bai Zhe, hold on tight or you'll fall off." "Okay, got it." Just ahead, there was a large stone. The Black Panthers leapt into the air suddenly, startling Bai Zhe, who quickly clung to Mo's back. At that moment, he was completely awake. It wasn't until dawn, when the red sun rose from the east, that everyone stopped to rest briefly and eat some food. They had brought prey, so as long as they lit a fire, they could eat quickly. Everyone was full of joy about returning to the tribe, and their tolerance for hunger increased. There was plenty of stone and firewood in the forest, so they gathered materials nearby. Soon, the meat on the fire sizzled and oozed oil. They had no salt left, so they simply roasted the meat as it was. No one minded. They sat down wherever they could and started eating happily. In this world, picky eating was generally not a thing. But Bai Zhe was an exception. He looked at the greasy, charred meat, took a bite, and immediately frowned. The meat was tough, flavorless, and had a strong gamey smell that lingered in his mouth. Bai Zhe looked at the meat in his hand with a troubled expression. Mo saw he wasn't moving and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Zhe lied, "I don't think I'm very hungry." Mo frowned and thought. During this time away, Bai Zhe hadn't been eating well. He often just nibbled on some fruit to get by, except that day when he ate a few pieces of meat from the roasted beast. Not eating enough would make the body weak. Mo said, "Eat some. We need to keep moving." Bai Zhe forced himself to take a bite, but after chewing for a while, he just couldn't swallow it. Seeing his uncomfortable expression, Mo looked worried. "Are you feeling sick?" "No, I'm just not hungry." Feeling helpless, Mo took out some fruit and handed it to him. "Eat these. Baize nodded happily when he saw the juicy, fresh fruit. He quickly accepted it. He secretly spat out the meat in his mouth and drank several big sips of cold water. After a quick meal, everyone packed up again. The Black Panthers continued running through the forest, carrying their belongings. The fog had cleared, and everything in front of them was clear. Baize was attracted by the colorful plants on both sides. Occasionally, strange animals appeared, which was quite interesting.
But soon he couldn't keep going.
His stomach started to ache, and with the bumps of the ride, the nausea grew worse. Baize bent over and pressed his fist against his stomach, hoping to ease the discomfort. But it didn't seem to help. His stomach started to cramp, and the nausea made him feel like he was about to vomit. He couldn't vomit or swallow, and he almost curled up, cold sweat on his back. He thought he might have caught a chill in his stomach. He had been drinking cold water and eating lots of fruit these days. Eating was enjoyable, but now he felt terrible. After enduring it for a while, Baize couldn't take it anymore. Afraid he might vomit on Mo, he quickly patted him and said weakly, "Mo, please stop for a moment." Mo slowed down intentionally. He was at the back of the group. When he heard Baize, he stopped and was about to bend down, but Baize staggered and slid off his back. Before Mo could react, Baize squatted by a tree and vomited. Mo quickly turned into a human form, ignoring his clothes, and went over. "What's wrong?" Baize hunched over, one hand on his stomach, the other clutching his throat, his face pale. Mo reached out and felt his forehead. He was sweating. "No, I feel sick." The nausea hit him again, and Baize's body tensed. Mo helped him up, frowning. "I'll take you back to see the great shaman." Vomiting, just vomiting is enough. Baize felt weak, clutching Mo's arm to support himself. He vomited twice more. The stuff in his stomach was gone, and the uncomfortable feeling gradually faded. He took a deep breath and rubbed his stomach. Only then did he notice that Mo was still naked. He had a clear view. Embarrassed, Baize looked away.
"Montag,
You should put on your clothes first." Mo quickly pulled on a pair of pants, his brows still tightly furrowed. He reached out to touch Baize's forehead. He wasn't running a fever, but his face still looked bad. Qing and Xing noticed that Mo and Baize weren't following, so they turned back to look for them. Seeing Baize leaning weakly on Mo, they hurried over. "What happened?" Mo's eyes were full of worry. "Baize isn't feeling well." Actually, after vomiting, Baize felt much better. He patted Mo's arm. "I'm fine now. It was just a careless mistake this time." Once he felt bad, he learned his lesson. Mo wanted everyone to leave first. He planned to take Baize to rest and catch up later. Baize shook his head. Now he knew how dangerous the jungle was, and he thought he should stay with the group. Mo was okay himself, but if wild animals appeared, it would be trouble with him there. Also, he was really feeling better just for a little while ago. When he was a kid and caught a cold from being greedy, adults told them to clear their throats and spit it out. After that, a bowl of hot noodle dumpling soup was enough to make them feel better. No medicine needed. Mo advised, "If you're not feeling well, tell me." "Yes, I know," Baize replied. He climbed back onto Mo's back. This time, Mo ran much slower, so Baize could just barely keep up with the tribe. Qing and Xing were nearby, occasionally glancing at Baize. When they reached the tribe, it was just at sunset. They saw people waiting in front of the village from afar. The young ones had even run ahead, some climbing trees and stretching their necks to look into the distance. In their line of sight, they saw familiar figures. She excitedly hugged Ju. "I see a father and the others." Anger flared in the little one as he felt ignored by Yen. With a dark, round head, he pushed up against him, like a sea lion pushing a ball. "Beast Dad," she struggled with his short legs, trying to hold onto Yan's head with his arms so he wouldn't fall. Yen teased him on purpose, swaying his head from side to side. The young one was scared and angry, with big, watery eyes, looking at Qing innocently. "Sup, father? Look at him." Qing knew Yen had a sense of boundaries. He was used to their way of interacting. He opened his arms and said softly, "Come on." She jumped down. "I'll catch you." She was about to jump, but Yen turned his head suddenly, making him land on the other side. She looked down and glared at Yen, grabbing his hair hard. I'll make you bald. He was so angry, he wanted to pull Yan's eyes out. Annoyed, Yen shook his head gracefully and spun around, giving she a playful, loving twirl. Hey! She refused to back down. He bit Yan's head, pulling out a mouthful of fur, then made a disgusted face and spat several times. If you don't put me down, I'll pull your beard, she threatened, his finger already touching the rough edge of Yan's beard. Their playful fight made everyone watching laugh. Qing patted Yen and said, Enough, stop fooling around. Yen threw something into the air, and she was happily tossed into the grass. Yen, Qing caught nothing and looked at his partner with a helpless smile. The young one might get hurt. He's so chubby. What if he hits your arm? Yen turned back into a human shape behind the tree, dressed neatly, and tidied his handsome hair. Subfather, she, who was called Chubby, looked sad. His head was tangled with some grass. He ran into Qing's arms. You control Yen. Even the beast father was annoyed and didn't call him anymore. Yen didn't reflect at all. He added with a tease, Fat leopard. She, sitting on Qing's shoulder, stuck out his tongue at Yen. Stinky leopard. Yen, with a shameless face, grabbed Qing's hand. Your cub is bullying me. She, with chubby little legs, kicked at Yen. I want a different beast father. How dare you? Yen scared him. I might change my cub too. Enough, enough. Qing thought they were being childish. He comforted the little one, knowing he'd have to do the same for the older one later. Meanwhile, on the other side, everything was peaceful. Ju was not as free and carefree as she. He is used to hiding his feelings, so even if he is very happy, his face won't show it clearly. He walks up to Baizhe, lifts his head, and calls out, Father. Baizhe bends down and pats the child's head. Have you been eating well these days? Ju nods. He is not picky about food, but every time he eats, he misses the meals made by Father. Father, you don't look very well. The child frowns, a little worried. Unexpectedly, Ju notices things so carefully. Baizhe feels both touched and happy. He cups the child's soft face with both hands and smiles. Because I miss you so much, I can't even eat. His sudden words make the child freeze for a moment. After 2 seconds, Ju shyly lowers his eyes, presses his lips together, and his ears turn visibly red. His expression is just like Mo's, seriously shy. Baizhe is so charmed by how cute he is. He leans in and kisses Ju's little face. Ju's pupils suddenly widen, full of shock and disbelief. Then, his once white face turns bright red, like cooked hawthorn jam. Mo walks over, looking at the spot on Ju's face where Baizhe kissed, his mood unclear. After a moment, he looks away. The child stands there for a long time, as if stunned by the kiss. Let's go. Baizhe laughs at how adorable Ju looks. He takes his little hand and leads him toward the tribe. The child secretly touches his face and looks at his palm, feeling his heartbeat seem to quicken. Once inside the tribe, Mo first takes Baizhe to see the shaman. The shaman looks him over and asks what Baizhe has been eating recently. Mo explains everything in detail. The shaman says it's nothing serious, just to eat less cold food in the future. Medical care, in this world, is very primitive. Zhao is a relatively skilled shaman, but the medicines he could develop are limited, mainly for minor injuries, bleeding, colds, and fevers. Most herbal remedies are discovered through trial and error, and their treatment limits are not clear. People tolerate minor illnesses, but serious ones can be fatal. That's normal. Usually, if the body can heal itself, there's no problem. In the center of the tribe, there's a large fire pit built very high, with a circle of stones around it. People carried freshly slaughtered animals and placed them on nearby stone slabs. They stacked cut branches, with fresh fruits and vegetables on the leaves. There were several stoves and large stone pots steaming hot. Orcs had half-naked bodies painted with colorful patterns, full of wild energy. They wore animal teeth around their necks. Suborcs also wore many decorations, shiny stones, and had flowers and beautiful feathers in their hair. Baizhe felt like he was in a movie world. Everything was so primitive and unique. He couldn't stop looking around. He doubted whether everything he saw was real. It was so dreamy. Curiously, he asked, "What day is it today?" "It's so lively. It's the bonfire festival," Xing replied, placing a flower he received from another suborc into Bai Zai's hair. Every year before the cold season, after traveling and gathering, the tribe holds this event. Bai Zai touched the flower. It was his first time wearing one, so he didn't know what it would look like. She and Ju ran to another side and soon brought back a big bunch of fresh flowers. Blue, purple, pink. Each one looked carefully chosen, beautiful and fresh. He was surprised to see so many flowers in this season. He sniffed them. The scent was light and not overpowering. Xing volunteered. "Qing, Bai Zai, let me help you wear them. I'll make you look beautiful." Bai Zai noticed soft, slender vines nearby and suddenly had an idea. He blinked and said, "Let me teach you how to make flower crowns." "Flower crowns?" "Yes, yes." At noon, Bai Zai coughed a few times. His stomach was empty, and he felt too weak to join the crowd. He found a place to sit cross-legged, leaning against a stone, and started weaving vines and flowers. Qing and Xing learned quickly. The two young ones also did well. Soon, they followed Bai Zai's steps and made round flower crowns. She excitedly said, "They look so beautiful." Wow! Xing was even happier when he saw the finished crowns. He added many flowers, covering the vines, but the colors matched well. When worn, they looked very good on him. With Xing's bright smile, he radiated confidence and a lively beauty. After putting on the crown, she happily pulled Ju to walk around, attracting many looks. Other young ones came over, asking questions eagerly. Xia proudly lifted his small face and said, "Father made this for us." Hearing this, the young ones quickly went to find their father. Many young beastmen were busy with their children, coming over to learn how to make flower crowns from Bai Zai and others. Soon, almost every beastman and child in the tribe was wearing one. Mo and the others helped divide the items they brought back, and when they returned, they also found 2 crowns on their heads. The strange fit made the strong man feel shy. The one made by Xing was originally meant for Chen, but Li Jie took it first. He quickly took it and, before Xing could speak, he smiled at Xing and gratefully expressed thanks. One compliment after another made Xing feel too shy to take it back. Xi watched Mo and Yan, who were dressed carefully, and threw a few packs of natural paint. "Hurry up and draw," Bai Zai asked curiously. "What is this?" Xing said. "It's our way of celebrating. They say drawing patterns can make beast men braver." Yan quickly took off his shirt, spread his arms, and said to Qing, "Come on." Qing dipped his fingers in black and white paint and skillfully painted a few lines on him. The muscles' outlines looked like they had been carved with a knife, each inch showing strength. With bold, colorful strokes, they looked wild and attractive.
Beige was stund.
Is this a natural talent? In modern times, without 3 or 4 years in the gym, it would be hard to achieve this look. When Qing painted on the front, Yan deliberately tightened his chest muscles. When Qing's fingers touched him, Yan trembled slightly. Yan raised an eyebrow. "How does it feel? Is it good? Be serious." Qing pinched him and sped up the painting. Mo watched Bai Zai's captivated gaze, and his golden eyes darkened. He took 2 steps toward Bai Zai and took off his beast-skin shirt. In the next moment, Bai Zai saw a lean, semi-naked figure. His chest was full but not awkward, his arm muscles smooth and defined, his abs firm and strong, with clear lines extending downward, very sexy. Bai Zai couldn't take his eyes off and swallowed nervously. This perfect figure. Mo seemed unaware of the intense gaze, silently grabbing some paint with his fingers and roughly smearing it on his chest and waist. Compared to Yan, his application looked much messier. He seemed unable to reach his back, moving awkwardly and showing signs of difficulty. Bai Zai couldn't stand it anymore and tentatively asked, "Maybe I can help you paint." Emma walked straight to him and stood very close, replying, "Okay." A wild, masculine scent hit him, making Bai Zai's heart race uncontrollably, and his breathing became a little uneven. He looked away from Mo's eyes and asked nervously, "Is there any requirement for the painting?" "No, just leave some colored marks," Bai Zai nodded. He grabbed some black paint, feeling the warm tips of his fingers touch the fur muscles, gently tracing over them. The sensation. Bai Zai's eyes lit up with amazement, and his envy and excitement showed clearly on his face. Paint here too, Emo said calmly, taking Bai Zai's hand and pressing it against his chest.
So bouncy.
God knows how hard Bai Zai tried to resist the urge to squeeze those parts. He quickly grabbed some white and red paint, trying to distract himself with the task. Emo was tall, and they stood face to face, close enough that Bai Zai could see his trembling eyelashes and the blush on his cheeks. Bai Zai's skin was very soft, and suddenly Emo felt an impulse to press that beautiful face against his chest. He would tremble and struggle, looking at him with wide, surprised eyes, innocent and pitiful. If he didn't get a response, his moist lips would part slightly, softly calling his name. Emo wanted to hold him tightly, make him resist, and leave a few firm bite marks on his chest. That would be much more beautiful than these paints. Bai Zai was feeling annoyed with himself for his wild thoughts, so he painted more vigorously, even thoughtfully matching colors according to modern aesthetic standards. Emo stood straight, with a very serious expression on his face, making it impossible for anyone to guess his current, perverted thoughts. In just a short while, Bai Zai painted himself until his face was flushed and ears red. He had never felt before that any man's body could be so, like magic, making it impossible to look away. Bai Zai felt it was enough. He withdrew his hot hand and asked Emo, "How is it? Do I need to do anything else?" Emo nodded. "It's very good." The large fire in the center of the tribe was lit. The blazing flames instantly lit up the dark night, and people began to cheer. The atmosphere became lively. A few older orcs started singing. Their voices sounded deep and powerful, as if coming from their throats. Although Bai Zai didn't understand the lyrics, he was moved by the wild, primitive energy in the melody. More and more people joined in, and the mysterious, captivating singing echoed in the air like a traditional opera. People in the tribe gathered around the fire and started dancing. The dance was unorganized and lacked rhythm, but it had a natural harmony and warmth. Bai Zai was completely amazed by this scene. On the way back, Bai Zai wasn't feeling well, so Star and the others didn't insist on him joining the celebration. Instead, they turned their attention to Emo and cheerfully encouraged him. "Emo, come on, dance with us." Before Emo could refuse, Yen and Li dragged him into the dance. It seemed like a natural talent. Black Panther Orc's dance was very powerful, almost like a ritual. In the firelight, Mo's muscles, painted with colors, looked defined. Every movement was full of wild energy. With the grace and calm of a Black Panther, he looked like a mountain god descending. Bai Zai was watching intently when he suddenly heard a voice nearby. "Brother, want some?" Bai Qing came over with a few skewers of grilled meat. He smiled awkwardly, but his face was stiff. Bai Qing, forced to come over to flatter others, was full of resentment but couldn't show it. He could only grit his teeth silently. Bai Zai didn't think he was so kind-hearted. He glanced at him indifferently and didn't take any.
"Why?"
"Afraid I might put poison in it," Bai Qing said with a forced smile. Bai Zai replied, Bai Qing didn't expect him to be so straightforward. "We're family." Bai Qing sat down beside him, trying to keep a friendly face. "You haven't been home in a long time. Does that make you feel sick to say?" Bai Zai looked into the distance, too lazy to chat. "If there's nothing else, don't bother me." Bai Qing clenched his teeth. "The Beast Fathers want you to come home and visit. I'm not going." "Why?" "Because I don't want to." White Qing immediately couldn't hold back and asked, "What exactly did we do to you?" "What did I do?" Bai Zai sneered. "And what about your face? Do you guys look like a family at all?" Fake, selfish, and greedy, White Qing's face instantly turned cold. He glared at him angrily. "Don't go too far. Who do you think you are? Don't you also rely on Emo to survive?" Bai Zai calmly asked, "Are you jealous?" "Jealous? Of you?" White Qing sounded like he heard something ridiculous, his voice sharp. "Are you crazy?" Seeing his emotional state, Bai Zai suddenly asked, "Was it you who did that the other day?" White Qing was stunned and almost instinctively retorted, "What does being bitten by a snake have to do with me?" Bai Zai didn't expect him to fall into the trap so easily. He looked at him carefully. Did I say it was you? Besides that, what else? White Qing pretended to be calm. Keep pretending. White Qing clenched his meat skewer. Do you have proof? No. White Qing visibly relaxed, even sneering slightly. Then don't accuse people without reason. Oh. Bai Zai responded casually, slowly kicking a nearby stone forward. White Qing was a bit surprised by Bai Zai's attitude, even confused. But just as he was about to leave, when he lifted his foot, a leg suddenly appeared in front of him. Ah! White Qing was caught off guard, shouted, and fell face first to the ground. His palms, elbows, and knees burned with pain. White Qing grimaced in pain, then suddenly looked up and glared fiercely at Bai Zai. Are you doing this on purpose? Bai Zai placed his hand on his already withdrawn leg, looking innocent. Do you have proof? You. White Qing trembled with anger. They were quite a distance from the campfire. It was dark, and everyone was gathered in the middle, so no one noticed. Even if someone saw, it was just someone stretching their legs after sitting for a long time. It was all an accident. White Qing fell directly, kneeling on the ground, with a piece of roasted meat stuck in his hair. He looked very embarrassed. He was both humiliated and angry as he struggled to get up, his face flushed with rage. Bai Zai felt very happy inside, but he still had to pretend. Not for anything else, just to make him feel sick. He kindly said, "Be careful when you walk later. Look at all the meat spilled on the ground, such waste." The moo beasts looked like they couldn't bear to see it. Bai Qing clenched his fists with a clicking sound, glaring at Bai Zai with gritted teeth. Bai Zai pretended to be scared and took a step back. Are you going to hit me? I'll shout if you do. I have a pretty loud voice. You. Bai Qing was so angry, he didn't know what to say. He turned around and limped away. Seeing him leave, Bai Zai leaned against a stone, smiling happily inside. Life was dull, but teasing Bai Qing was quite fun. Xing and Qing played for a while and then came to join Bai Zai. The three of them talked happily, like a family. From the center of the tribe, the smell of food wafted over. Bai Zai had taught them how to marinate meat with ginger and wild onions, so the tribe's big pot of rice tasted much better now. Meat skewers on the fire sizzled and oiled. The pan-fried meat on the stone slab was juicy and fragrant, and the soup in the clay pot bubbled hot. Everyone sat on the ground, gathered around, and started eating big bites. From afar, it looked like a camping scene, full of a cozy atmosphere. Mo noticed Bai Qing walking toward Bai Zai, but didn't go over, because he saw them talking. He didn't like Bai Qing and tried to avoid contact with them. After Bai Qing left, Mo went over. He filled a bowl with soup and picked a few tender pieces of roasted meat, asking, "Want some?" "Yes, please." Bai Zai was really hungry now. He took a bite. The meat was marinated and seasoned, tasting pretty good. The hot soup warmed his stomach instantly. Seeing that Bai Zai was willing to eat and could swallow it, Mo finally relaxed. Sheila and Ju played a game called Eagle Catching Chickens with the other young children in the tribe near the fire. Their laughter, giggle, could be heard from far away. They were tired from running and sweating heavily, finally stopping to eat something. Ma smiled happily and waved to Sheila and Ju. The two children went over. "Ma, do you want to see us?" Ma took out 2 orange fruits and held them up in front of them. "Are you thirsty? Here, one for each of you." Yellow, fragrant fruit. She's eyes widened in surprise. "You're giving us these?" "Yes," Ma nodded with a smile. "They're very sweet. Hurry and take one." The yellow, fragrant fruit grows in the southern part of the Beast God continent, often near steep cliffs. It is delicious, juicy, and has a unique fresh scent. The taste is excellent, but it's hard to pick, so it's a very special and rare fruit. She reached out to take a fruit, but then looked at Ju. Ju didn't move, so she quickly withdrew his hand. "Don't be shy." Ma directly placed the fruits into their hands and kindly brushed aside some stray hair on Ju and She's foreheads. "Eat up. Only you two have these." The people in the tribe are very caring toward the young ones because they are the future of the tribe. So, the young ones get along well with the adults. Although she and Ju couldn't understand why Ma would give them such a precious fruit, they both politely said, "Thank you," Ma invited them to sit down, his expression very gentle, as if casually asking, Ju, do you think I'm a good person? She nodded blankly. Yes. Ju pursed his lips, looking a bit confused. Ma patted Ju's head and then smiled at Shi, with a hint of curiosity in his voice.
Then,
Ju, would it be okay if I became your stepfather? Before he finished speaking, Ju immediately placed the fruit into Ma's hand, with a guarded look in his eyes and a cold voice. No, she also looked serious, with a stern expression, and returned the fruit to Ma. Ju has his own stepfather. Ma's smile froze when he saw the fruit in his hand, and he felt very awkward. He couldn't show his feelings, so he forced a smile and made an excuse for himself. I was just joking. I just feel sad because Bai-Zhe used to be very mean to Ju, often hitting him and not letting him eat enough. It made me feel sorry. If Ju were my child, I would treat him well. Although Ju is still a child, he already showed signs of being mature and steady like Mo. He kept his lips tight, silent, with a look of coldness and distance in his eyes. Ma felt strangely guilty under Shi's gaze. She spoke up. Bai-Zhe is now very good to Ju. We like him very much. Ju and Shi's reactions made Ma feel a bit helpless. He didn't expect that in such a short time, Bai-Zhe would completely change the two children's impressions of him. But for future plans, Ma once again put the fruit into the children's hands.
Eat it.
I was just joking. Don't mind it. However, Shi and Ju refused to take it. They put the fruit on the ground and turned to leave, calling but not stopping. Seeing Shi's serious face, Ju held his hand tightly and stopped. He then turned and asked, Haven't you always wanted to eat the fragrant yellow fruit? Not now, she said, afraid Ma would chase after them. He pulled Ju to keep walking. Why? She didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he said emotionally, I don't want him to be your adoptive father. Bai-Zhe is the best. Over there, Bai Qing, full of anger, had just sat down when Yuan came over and asked if Bai-Zhe agreed. Bai Qing, with red eyes, said angrily, Why do I have to find him? Look at my hands and legs. He did this to me. Seeing his obvious injuries, Yuan was surprised. Did Bai-Zhe hit you? Who else? Bai Qing was very upset. He's not even part of our family. Why do we have to please him? Yuan sighed. A lynx isn't as fierce as a black panther. You know about your beast father's leg. It's okay now, but during the cold wave, food shortages. Without Bai-Zhe, how can we have enough to eat and drink like before? Hearing this, Yuan suddenly remembered something. That beast man named Long, he likes you, right? Maybe. Adoptive father. Bai Qing interrupted Yuan directly. I'm looking for the strongest beast man. He wouldn't even think about it. Okay. Seeing Bai Qing react so strongly, Yuan immediately agreed. Ju, and she ran over to Bai-Zhe's group. Ju sat down next to Bai-Zhe. Yen divided the food among the two young ones. Eat quickly, or it will get cold. Noticing that Ju kept looking at him, Bai-Zhe smiled and asked, What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Ju shook his head. The lively scene in the center of the tribe continued. After eating and drinking enough, Bai-Zhe was still chatting with Xing and Qing, but as they talked, sleepiness gradually took over, and his voice grew quieter. Xing noticed that Bai-Zhe had already squinted his eyes, and the two of them fell silent. Mo nodded to both of them, then carefully picked up Bai-Zhe and headed toward their own cave. Ju followed behind, still holding the flower crown of their family of three. During the days when Mo and Bai-Zhe were away, Ju took good care of the home, even tending to the wild scallions buried at the entrance. Mo carried Bai-Zhe straight into the cave. Ju quickly ran ahead and opened the cave door first. However, Mo only glanced briefly and then carried Bai-Zhe into his own cave. Ju had no choice but to close the door again and go to start a fire. Mo placed Bai-Zhe on the bed, gently touched his forehead, and then covered him tightly with animal hide blankets. Ju asked, Beast Father, is Sub-Father sleeping with you today? Yes, he's feeling a bit unwell today. I can take care of him tonight. Ju had never felt this way before, but during these days of separation, he missed Bai-Zhe especially at night, feeling a little empty inside. Although he really wanted to sleep with his Sub-Father, after hearing Beast Father's words, Ju nodded sensibly. Because he needed to go gather food. Mo told Ju to stay at home and keep Bai Zhe company. The child sat quietly by the stove, tending the fire to make it burn brighter. Mo quickly returned to the center of the tribe. After some lively activity, the most exciting moment arrived, dividing the food. This trip was very fruitful. Besides yellow and red sweet potatoes, they also gathered many wild vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms. The day before returning, they encountered herds of long-maned beasts and yo-yo beasts and hunted quite a few. Everyone lined up to choose their share, each face glowing with happiness. Although there was plenty of fruit and vegetables, people still prioritized choosing meat because it was more filling. Hunting was not easy, so as long as they went out gathering, they could find some. When it was Mo's turn, he looked at the food on the ground and couldn't help but imagine Bai Zhe gnawing on a roasted red sweet potato. His cheeks puffed out, and he looked extremely satisfied. Then, he didn't take any meat at all, instead exchanging it for yellow and red sweet potatoes, fruits, mushrooms, and wild vegetables. Everyone found this strange, and even the tribe leader asked him specifically, "Are you sure you don't want any meat?" Mo nodded. Because garlic and rice were discovered by Bai Zhe, others had never seen or known how to eat them. The clan leader handed everything over to Mo, saying it was up to Bai Zhe to arrange. There was too much stuff, and Mo couldn't handle it alone. Yen and the others helped, making 2 trips before they finally brought all the items back to the cave. Bai Zhe was awakened by the noise outside. He sat up in bed and saw Mo walking toward him. Mo softly said, "It's okay, you can keep sleeping." Bai Zhe asked, "Is the bonfire over?" Yes. After camping outside for so long, Bai Zhe really wanted to take a bath. He asked Mo if he could go to the hot springs. Mo nodded. "Let's go." Bai Zhe quickly got up. While packing his clothes, he realized he was in Mo's cave, but he didn't mind. Ju had just been there yesterday, so he didn't come along. Mo transformed into a black panther and carried Bai Zhe up the mountain through the night. The path up the mountain wasn't lonely. Many sub-beasts and beastmen also went to the hot springs tonight. Fortunately, there were many hot springs on the mountain, big and small, scattered among the rocks. Partners often bathed together in one hot spring. But Bai Zhe felt a little shy, so he headed to a small hot spring in the corner first. The light in Mo's eyes dimmed a little as he stopped beside the hot spring. There was a large rock between the 2 springs. As soon as Bai Zhe lay down, warm spring water covered his body, and he let out a contented sigh. He half closed his eyes, leaning against the edge of the hot spring. After a while, his face turned red from the steam, and his bones felt soft. All his travel fatigue was gone. Looking up, he saw the moonlight falling from the sky. Looking down, he saw steam swirling in the air. Bai Zhe's whole body was warm. It was only when Mo asked if he wanted to eat some bubble fruit that he finally sat up. He reached out a hand, about to grab one, when he suddenly heard the sound of water splashing. Mo stood there completely naked, walking around the rocks between the 2 hot springs, and handed the bubble fruit to Bai Zhe. The moonlight reflected his slender, muscular nude body, which looked like a perfect work of creation.
Bai Zhe was stunned.
On Mo's long fingers were a few round, shiny bubble fruits. "Do you want some?" Realizing this, Bai Zhe's face suddenly turned red. He hurriedly took the fruit, almost burying himself completely in the hot spring. Only the eyes are visible, and he doesn't dare to look up. However, this kind of crouching and standing posture seems even worse. Mo softly warns, "Be careful not to choke on water." "Yes, okay." Bubbles rise gently from the hot spring's surface. Mo smiles slightly, his face calm as he turns back to his own side. The bubbles are slippery when they meet water, and if not careful, they slip away from the hand. Bai Zhe quickly finishes washing, wipes his body with a beast hide, and then puts on his clothes. This time, Mo is a bit slow. After Bai Zhe finishes packing up, he slowly stands up from the water and walks to the big stone. Then, very calmly, in front of Bai Zhe, he begins to carefully wipe the water off his body with the beast hide. From head to toe, he cleans thoroughly. The first thing Bai Zhe sees makes him quickly turn his head away, but hearing the sound of the beast hide sliding over the body, he somehow feels his face suddenly warm. Are you dressed now? No need to dress. Huh? Baizé turns around, and Mo has already transformed into a Black Panther. Ju hasn't slept yet. He has been diligently tending the fire, waiting for his father and the beast father to return. Baizé sighs happily that he can finally have a good sleep tonight. He takes Ju's hand and heads into their cave. Ju obediently follows his father, a slight smile on his lips. Mo, standing alone in the middle of the cave, looks at the closed door with a very complicated mood. Suddenly, he regrets digging a new cave. Actually, the door isn't really necessary. He might as well open up the whole cave. Baizé lies on the soft, comfortable bed, stretches lazily, and sighs. Home is still the best. Ju climbs onto the bed with his hands and feet and lies down. Baizé turns his face and looks at Ju with a bright smile. Mo, and I missed you outside. Usually, the shy child unexpectedly leans close to his father and quietly hugs his arm. Baizé turns over, reaches out, and holds Ju in his arms, gently patting his back. Do you miss us these days? Perhaps because of his upbringing, Ju's personality is reserved, with a maturity beyond his years, and he is not good at expressing his feelings. So, in daily interactions, Baizé always tries to tease him. Unexpectedly, this time Ju simply nods and says, I do. This surprised Baizé a little. He gently touched the child's back of the head and said, Today, I will tell you a new story. Is that okay? Although he was very eager, he remembered that the beast father said that a father was not feeling well today. So, Ju shook his head and said, A father, you should rest. Traveling is tiring, but after sleeping and relaxing in the hot spring, Baizé was now completely awake. Holding the child, he began to tell his own simplified, local version of a fairy tale. Once upon a time, there was a tiger tribe. In the tribe, there was a very handsome and strong beast man. He wanted to find a partner, so he held a bonfire party and invited all the nearby tribe's sub-beastmen to sing and dance. This news reached the fox tribe. There was a sub-beastman in the fox tribe who liked that beastman very much. But to join the bonfire, he needed pretty clothes, and he didn't have any. Ju listened carefully and looked visibly worried. Baizé continued. Then, the sub-beastman was very sad and ran to the big red fruit tree at the door to talk about his feelings. Suddenly, a small bird flew in from outside. It could create many things and gave the sub-beastman a beautiful set of clothes, decorated with shiny stones, pretty feathers, and lots of flowers. The sub-beastman wore the clothes given by the bird and went to the bonfire. He immediately attracted the beast man there, and they danced together by the fire. As time passed, the sub-beastman ran away quickly. The beast man chased after him, but accidentally. The sub-beastman's animal skin shoes sank into the swamp and couldn't be pulled out. There was nothing he could do but run barefoot. Mo was lying on the bed next door, feeling completely restless. He had planned to wait until Baizé fell asleep to secretly carry him over, but instead, he stared at the dark ceiling and listened to the entire story. Eventually, he fell asleep. Mo woke himself up feeling angry. He had been sleeping peacefully earlier in the night, but later, he started dreaming. Maybe because of the story Baizé told about the tiger tribe beastmen, Mo unexpectedly dreamed of the white tiger beastman who tried to snatch Baizé that day. In the dream, the white tiger beastman was very attentive to Baizé, giving him beautiful stones and flowers, and kept showing his ears and tail to attract Baizé. And Baizé even reached out and touched him. What is even more annoying is that Baizé follows him everywhere, even to the cave, carrying an animal hide bag, claiming it holds his clothes, and plans to stay with them forever. Mo can't chase him away. But Baizé and Ju both like him, and even prepare a big meal at night to welcome him. Mo is very angry, but when he gets mad, the little and big ones come over to scold him, and no one stops or looks for him when he leaves home. He sits alone on a tree branch at the cave entrance, watching the happy scene inside. He gets so angry that he punches the tree, and suddenly hears a cracking sound. Someone wakes up. Mo's clenched fist still hurts a little. He was so emotional in his dream that he punched the stone wall in reality. Debris falls into the bed. Mo suddenly opens his eyes, his chest still rising and falling. He stares blankly at the stone cave above him, then realizes he just had a dream. He sits cross-legged on the bed, still angry. Just thinking about that old tiger's face makes him grind his teeth. But anger won't stop him from working. Yesterday, Mo didn't ask for meat, so he plans to go hunting and come back before breakfast. On the wooden rack beside the bed, Zay's animal hide coat hangs neatly. Mo always glances at it when passing by. The coat is thick, and he's tried it many times in the cave, but it's not yet time to wear it. Outside, it's gray and dim, and dawn hasn't broken. Mo puts on his clothes quietly, sneaks into the neighboring cave, and sees Zay and Ju cuddled together on the big bed. The child is almost completely curled up in Zay's arms, sleeping soundly. He's never seen them sleep so clingy before. Mo glances at Ju, remembering his naughty behavior in the dream, and suddenly feels like pulling the little one away and throwing him outside. But that would wake Zay. Mo suppresses this disrespectful thought, stands by the bed, gently touches Zay's face, which is warm. He quickly kisses him and then turns to leave. Stepping into the morning fog, he rushes into the dense forest. This time, Mo's hunting is more reckless. He doesn't bother with skills and charges straight into the herd of moo beasts, starting the attack. The moo beasts, who are resting, are instantly frightened and scatter in all directions. In this kind of social, large animal, the orcs usually hunt together. However, his playful behavior caused some small creatures to be left behind, giving Mo a chance. He quickly bit through the small creature's neck. The black panther gracefully licked its paw, then dragged the prey to the river to deal with it. When food is plentiful, orcs usually don't eat animal organs, feeling they have a strong, strange smell. But because Zay casually mentioned picking peppercorns while harvesting, Mo decided to keep the heart and lungs this time. Ju woke up shortly after Mo left. He was reluctant to leave the warm embrace of his father figure, lying on his back and staring intently at Zay as he slept, lingering for a little longer. Since the temperature dropped, after waking up, Mo and Ju would first boil a pot of hot water, some for drinking, and some for Zay to wash up. When the water boiled, Ju saw Zay was still asleep, so he planned to gather some firewood nearby and also sharpen his claws. Back home, with no need to worry about work the next day, Zay slept until he naturally woke up. Then he stretched lazily, slowly putting on his handmade animal hide slippers, and headed outside. The cave was empty, only a faint glow from the fire in front of the stove remained. Zay casually glanced around and was instantly stunned. On the shelves in the storage room, there were many fruits, mushrooms, and wild vegetables. The potatoes and sweet potatoes on the ground were piled high, and garlic with sprouted shoots was neatly stacked against the wall. There was also a basket of peppercorns, along with the stored food, taking up a large part of the storage space. Zay went inside and looked around, feeling very happy. After stepping out of the cave, he was surprised to see bundles of rice. Was the tribe so generous? Or did Mo go out and steal? At this moment, Ju was carrying a large bundle of wood, walking step by step toward his home. Because he was carrying too much firewood, his view was blocked. Ju walked slowly and unsteadily, looking very determined. Seeing this, Zay quickly reached out to help. "It's okay, I can do it," Ju said, not letting go. He simply walked into the cave, placing the pieces of wood neatly next to the stove, against the wall. Zay noticed that Ju seemed to have a bit of a perfectionist streak. He picked wood of similar size, cut them to the same length, and arranged each row from bottom to top, with the same number of pieces. Sure enough, a diligent father makes a hard-working son. Mo works just as efficiently and quickly. The child, while arranging things, turns to Zay and says, "Father, there's hot water in the pot. You can wash up now. The water will cool soon." Hearing this, Zay feels very touched. He wonders how he was lucky enough to have such a well-behaved son. After washing up, Zay is about to start cooking when Mo returns with some game. He carries the meat on his left shoulder and holds the liver and lungs in his right hand, walking confidently inside. Because Mo's body is so perfect, the liver and lungs in his hand look like fashionable accessories. Didn't you just finish sharing the food? Why did you go hunting again? Zay asks. Mo places the items on a stone slab and says, I didn't take any meat yesterday. Hearing this, Zay realizes that in the storage room, besides some eggs, he didn't see much meat. Maybe it's because of him that they took so many fruits and vegetables, since beastmen mainly eat meat. Why didn't you take any meat? You seem to like fruits very much, Mo replies. Worrying that Zay might worry about the food at home, he adds, I can hunt. All morning, Zay has been moved by Ju and Mo one after another. Looking at these father and son, he sincerely says, It's really good to have you. Mo responds, We are a family. Zay remembers the things outside the cave and asks, What are those rice plants about? The leader said to leave it to you. Me? Mo nods. Yes, you found it, then call Ching and the others. We'll peel the rice together and share it equally. Okay? Seeing the storage room full of food, Zay's eyes light up and he rubs his hands excitedly. He wants to enjoy a warm, modern-style meal. Zay first teaches Mo and Ju how to peel the rice. The father and son learn quickly and soon come in holding bright white rice. Heated oil was poured into the pot. Garlic and chili were added and stir-fried until fragrant. Then, the meat of the hohu beast was quickly tossed in. A handful of wild scallions went in, and soon a steaming, fragrant dish of stir-fried hohu beast meat was ready. Mo and Ju both stretched their necks to look into the plate, swallowing hard. Zay threw a few potatoes and sweet potatoes into the fire, then grilled some tenderloin from the Momo beast. When all the food was served, the scene looked less like a primitive cave and more like a modern-themed restaurant. For Zay, the most tempting dish was the porridge. It was cooked just right, soft, sweet, and fragrant. He was eager to eat it all.
Ju was trying it for the first time.
He took a sip and his eyes widened. The food in the bowl was sweet and soft. He took 2 more big sips, licking the corners of his mouth clean. Mo saw Ju eating so happily and also took a sip. He was very surprised. He didn't expect that cooking rice into soup could taste so good. The texture was very soft and tender. Even a young cub could eat it. At this moment, Zay felt extremely happy. There was meat, carbs, healthy, and delicious. Mo was especially fond of the stir-fried Momo beast meat with scallions, chili, and spices. It was spicy, fragrant, and appetizing. Paired with roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes, it was incredibly tasty. Even Mo, who could eat raw meat without changing his expression, was now becoming more and more refined in his taste thanks to Zay. He even thought other foods were not as good. He had never considered food to be unappetizing before. At the stone table, the big and small were eating with their heads down. If someone didn't know better, they might think they were afraid the food would run away. After the meal, Mo went to find Lee and the others. When he learned that Zay needed help with chores, everyone eagerly volunteered, dropping what they were doing and rushing over, afraid of being too slow. They seized the chance to get some food. Right now, Zay was handling the harvested persimmons, preparing to make dried persimmons to eat during the cold weather. After washing them and laying them out on a stone outside, they saw Chun and the others rushing over, all tall and strong, suddenly stopping as if they were debt collectors looking for someone.
Good morning.
Zay, we're here to work. Yes, I am too. Their cheerful tone didn't sound like they were here to work, but more like they were coming to a celebration. Zay wiped the water off his hands and smiled as he greeted them. Actually, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Yen and Lu waved their hands kindly. It's okay. We're just relaxing. C rolled up his sleeves. Come on, we love working. The others agreed. Yes, we love working the most. Zay took out a handful of rice grains, placed them on a stone slab, then picked up an oval-shaped stone and ground back and forth, removing the husks. Chen asked, Is this enough? Zay nodded and reminded, Only the white part is what we need to eat. Kuan looked confident, thinking the task seemed pretty simple. You can trust us to do it. Zay smiled. All right. Soon after, she ran over, hugged Zay's leg and looked up with a small face. I want to help too. Our she is really great. Zay rubbed his little curly hair. So, today you'll work hard. Yen came over, not wanting to see his little one acting cute, and said, "Bai Zai, if
You praise him again, he'll think he's flying."
She turned his head and pouted at Yen. "I'm not acting cute." Yen raised his voice, imitating Xi's tone, and shook his head. "I am not acting cute." She turned around to find Ju for comfort. Qing came along with Xing, both smiling happily as they approached Bai Zai, opening their arms. "See if you like this." They held a blue stone and a purple stone, sparkling brightly under the sunlight, shining with dazzling light. Bai Zai couldn't help but admire. "So beautiful." They shoved the stones into his hands. "Here, take it." Bai Zai was surprised. "Are these for me?" "Of course," Xing said with a smile. "Did you come here to show off?" "Thank you," Bai Zai said generously, accepting the gifts without hesitation. The others were busy working, but Yen suddenly remembered something and asked Bai Zai, "Where's Mo?" Before he finished, Mo appeared carrying a stack of damp animal skins, with some white foam on his head. Everyone's eyes turned sharply toward him. What a good husband and father. Yen teased, "Oh, looks like he went to do laundry." Li teased, "Mo is so hardworking." Mo looked calm. In front of everyone, he walked into the cave, carried out the wooden shelves from the house, and carefully hung up the clean clothes to dry, moving very skillfully. Bai Zai's mind couldn't help but picture Mo squatting by the stream, scrubbing clothes with effort. Especially with his usually expressionless, handsome face, it created a strange sense of dissonance. But after seeing it many times, he got used to it. Removing the husks from rice looks simple, but it's not easy to do. The orcs are strong, and whether they are too light or too heavy, they need to be careful. They kept bending over, and finally, some just sat cross-legged on the ground. This detailed work is tough for them, but thinking about Bai Zai's delicious food, he grit his teeth and persisted. Bai Zai and Qing took the two little ones to the stream to set fishing traps, picked a lot of perilla leaves, and went to the riverbank that Mu mentioned to gather some spices. They found many. Lemongrass grew in large patches, and near the water there was also mint and fennel. Before collecting, the snails they had kept in a basin were still alive. Now, the mud had been completely cleaned out. Bai Zai planned to cook a stir-fried snail dish tonight. Since they didn't eat lunch and had been working all day, Bai Zai decided to prepare an early dinner. The orcs knew they ate a lot, so they brought meat along, making enough ingredients. Bai Zai also invited Dan, Qin, and Mu. Although they had been gathering together for a few days, Bai Zai could feel their kindness and care. They were all good people. Worried they might feel shy about coming, Bai Zai specifically said it was to invite them to help. "Bai Zai, are you going to finish all this?" Dan asked, surprised, looking at the spread of food. "Yes," Bai Zai nodded with a smile. "You all want to learn how to make delicious food, so you have to pay attention." Qin and Dan immediately nodded. "We will learn seriously." Mu, being an older and less talkative person, had no airs of an elder. When he arrived, he even brought some tools from his home. With so many people, a hot pot was perfect, convenient, and lively. They had also gathered some Sichuan peppercorns, which would make the hot pot broth very fragrant. So Bai Zai borrowed 2 large stone pots and prepared for an outdoor hot pot feast. Removing rice husks is a careful job. The rough orcs sit cross-legged on the ground in a circle. A few of them have their heads close together, holding oval stones in one hand and grasping rice stalks in the other, rubbing them on flat stones repeatedly. From afar, their posture and shadows look like old women at the village entrance, sitting together, chatting and mending shoes. They are a bit strong-looking, though. They worked hard all morning and are very tired, but thinking about the meal White Zai made keeps them going. Compared to White Zai's cooking, their previous eating habits seem wild and careless. Still, their minds often drift away. Whenever White Zai and the others come back from outside, the orcs all stretch their necks, eager to see what they brought, guessing what's for dinner. Then they start talking excitedly about the food White Zai taught them to cook, sharing their own learning results and new recipes. The conversation is lively and full of energy. Mo doesn't join in much. When asked, he casually mentions a few of his own everyday foods, like the morning's scallion stir-fried beast meat. Soon, the topic shifts to him, as everyone tries to find out if White Zai has created any new delicious dishes. Mo leaves a little suspense, then calmly says, "When the work is done today, we'll eat." Hearing this, the orcs immediately return to their workstations, eager to finish quickly with their hands and feet. In the evening, White Zay and Ching go to the creek to gather the fish traps they set in the morning. Maybe because it's autumn and food is plentiful in the water, the fish are quite big, blue-white, silver, and gray-brown, some as long as a small arm. There are also shrimp and crabs, which are much fatter than last time. She excitedly picks up a huge fish, but before he can show off, the fish swings its tail and smacks him on the chin several times. The young orc, stunned, falls flat on the ground. Ha ha. The adults who are throwing fish into the basket see the scene and burst out laughing. They even forget to help Shi up. Ju quickly reacts, wraps his arms around Shi's waist from behind, and lifts him up from the ground. Children also want to keep face. When they see adults laughing cruelly, they immediately frown. Wah wah wah. So embarrassing. Their young hearts are deeply hurt. She pouted his lips, wanting to cry, but the adults gathered around, smiling and staring at him. He clenched his lips and held back his tears. The child felt very wronged. His big, watery eyes looked pitiful. When the adults turned away, he immediately ran into Ju's arms, buried his face, and sniffled, seeking comfort. Wawawa, stinky fish, you're bullying me. Ju also wanted to laugh, but seeing how much she trusted him, he forced a serious face to show he understood. Otherwise, the child would definitely get angry. Later, I'll kill that fish and roast it for you, Ju said, patting Shi's head to comfort him. She nodded angrily. Smash his head. Even with so many people around, these two children hugging each other gave off a feeling of mutual dependence. Ju held back a laugh. All right, let's go. A father and the others will be home soon. She looked up from Ju's shoulder, suddenly noticing a slight smile on his face. Are you smiling? No. Ju quickly pressed his lips, acting like a robot with a blank face. It's not funny that the fish hit you. All right, don't repeat that to me, she said softly, lowering his head and mumbling. Ever since Bai Zai taught the tribe how to weave things with vines, everyone found it very convenient. When they went out, almost everyone carried a small basket, useful for gathering and never leaving their side. Some beauty-loving orcs even painted their baskets and decorated them with shells, small stones, flowers, sparking a fashion trend in the tribe. The sun had already moved to the west, and the evening light grew softer. Li and the others had finished their work much faster than Bai Zai expected. 2 big baskets of fish were carried back, just in time for them to handle. The orcs enjoyed this work very much. Bai Zai needed to build a few temporary stoves outside the cave. Before he finished speaking, Yen and Chen already picked up stones. Leave it to us. In no time, 4 large stoves were neatly lined up in front of Bai Zai, with firewood thoughtfully placed inside. Kun squatted nearby, holding a flint, ready to ignite a blazing fire at his command. Bai Zai found their antics amusing but understandable, so he cooperated and said, "Go ahead." Kun took on this honorable task and lit the sacred flame. The ingredients needed were almost ready, so Bai Zai started to cook the hot pot base. He set up the stove and pot, heated the pot, then poured in the previously simmered mumu beast oil, melting it slowly over low heat. He added sliced ginger, wild scallions, and garlic cloves, frying until they turned yellow, then removed them. Next, he added a handful of Sichuan peppercorns and chili pieces, finishing with a pinch of salt. A large pot of authentic, natural hot pot base was ready, with no artificial additives. In this world, you can't get the latest technology or powerful skills to eat. The spicy, fragrant aroma of chili and pepper quickly spread through the cave, making everyone's mouths water. Zhao, who was nearby gathering herbs in the mountains, sniffed hard and stopped working. He quickly headed over to Bai Zai. Bai Zai planned to use mumu beast bones for the broth. He blanched ribs and large bones with ginger and wild scallions, then rinsed them clean. He added hot water, scallions, ginger, garlic, and Sichuan peppercorns and simmered over medium heat. While waiting, others arranged the prepared vegetables, various mushrooms and wild greens, stacks of moo beast, nyemye beast, and sliced moo beast meat, along with a big bowl of yellow sweet potato slices. Baize also sliced the fish they had prepared, choosing those with fewer bones. Qing carried over a basin of prepared snails and asked, Baize, what should we do next? Although Xing trusted Baize's cooking skills, the snails looked strange, and there wasn't much meat. Baize smiled and said, leave the rest to me. He took the basin and started another stove. He put the snails into cold water with ginger slices and boiled them. After rinsing and cleaning, he heated some oil, added scallions, garlic, and chili to stir-fry until fragrant, then added the snails and stir-fried vigorously. Before serving, he added salt and a handful of perilla leaves, covered the pot, and let the juice reduce. His movements were smooth and flowing, like a master at work. Everyone watching was stunned and praised him endlessly. By this point, Baize's status in their hearts had reached the level of a master chef. Qin rubbed his hands together and grinned. Baize, can I try some? Of course. Before he finished speaking, Qin pinched a piece and popped it into his mouth. With a click, he looked at Baize with a complicated expression. It tastes good, but it's a bit hard on the teeth. The shell can't be eaten, Baize said with a mix of amusement and frustration. He found a thin stick, sharpened it, and used it to pick out the snail meat from the shell. Here, you eat it like this. Qin was about to reach for it, but Li snatched it first and chewed happily. Thanks, Baize. Li. Qin was so angry he wanted to hit him. Baize said, all right. You two should sharpen some sticks like that. While others caused a fuss, Yen had already sharpened his stick and secretly ate several pieces. When he reached out again, Mo quickly grabbed his hand and took away the tool, stopping him. Mo picked a piece of snail meat and held it near Baize's mouth. Baize was busy with his hands, so he bit the meat off himself. It really did taste good. Mo didn't say anything and kept picking snail meat, feeding it to Baize. After eating several pieces, Baize took the meat Mo offered and put it in his mouth. You should try some too. How is it? Is it tasty? Mo nodded. Yes, it's delicious. He didn't leave but stayed close to Baize, sometimes passing him things, sometimes adding firewood. He just stayed close to Baize. Everyone else was speechless. When did Mo become so clingy with his partner? He's not even independent. He was so big, swinging around everywhere. After Dan and the others tasted it, they kept saying, Baize, you're amazing, so delicious. Yen and Lu even licked their fingertips, still wanting more. Baize was surprised for the first time. Growing up in a mountain village, he realized that even being poor has its benefits. For example, now, even if he traveled through time, he wouldn't starve, and he could even show off his skills. The surrounding gazes were full of admiration, making Baize a little embarrassed. He quickly told everyone to clean up and get ready to eat. They had 4 stoves, 3 for hot pot and 1 for barbecue. Baize poured the prepared bone broth evenly into 3 pots, added the hot pot base, and simmered on low heat. The fragrant steam rose with a white mist, and the red broth bubbled and boiled. Around the edge of each pot, there were all kinds of ingredients for hot pot. Dan and the others had never seen this way of eating and were very curious. Don't these ingredients go in the pot together to cook? Do we need to pour out the soup from the pot? Are we supposed to eat it raw? Since they had eaten at Baize's place before, they were somewhat experienced. Yen spoke up, this is called hot pot. The soup in the pot must stay boiling and you add food while eating. Thinking about the taste from last time, Yen couldn't help but smack his lips and say, you all don't know how delicious hot pot is. Oh, I see. Such a special way to eat. Baize just found a seat and sat down when Ju and Mo immediately sat on either side of him. The Qing family sat across from them. Next to Xing was originally Qin, but somehow it changed to Li. Qin, sit here, Baize said with a smile, pointing to the seat next to Koen. When he was cooking, he noticed Qin secretly glancing at Koen, so he casually asked. Qin's face suddenly turned red, and he looked down slightly. Baize immediately understood. Seeing the two sitting together now, he felt happy inside. Zhao was running wildly, almost turning into a black panther. He stopped near Baize's house, carefully fixed his clothes, took a few deep breaths, then pretended to be passing by casually, walking slowly over with a smile. Such a lively scene. Great shaman. Everyone hurried to greet him. I was just nearby gathering herbs, Zhao said softly, raising the basket in his hand to show he wasn't hiding anything. Hearing your laughter, I came to see. Great shaman, I made hot pot. Come and eat with us, Bai Zhe invited quickly. Others also said, Great shaman, have some. This hot pot is so tasty. Yes, and there's perilla stir-fried with snails, spicy and flavorful. Bai Zhe took the basket from Zhao. We prepared lots of food. Unable to refuse, Zhao nodded. Looks like I'm very lucky today. Si brought over a stone stool, and Zhao went to sit beside him. Bowls and chopsticks were already set in front. The pot was bubbling with red oil, and slices of meat were added, turning color and cooking in seconds. Everyone eagerly grabbed their chopsticks, wanting to jump right in. Li picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Xing's face. Chen looked at him strangely, but Li added another piece. It was a bit odd, but Chen couldn't quite explain why. He scratched his head and kept eating. Because of his identity as a great shaman, Zhao had to be careful about his image, so he ate slowly and gracefully. Si placed 2 large pieces of meat into his bowl. Zhao tasted it and nodded repeatedly, with a look of satisfaction on his face. It was delicious, just a little spicy. He couldn't help but let out a small gasp. Si handed him some water. The branches crackled as they burned, and everyone soon started eating happily. The air was warm and filled with the aroma of spicy flavors. The fish slices were the most popular, smooth and tender. Mo scooped a small plate and picked out the bones. Bai Zhe thought he was giving it to Ju, but then he saw the plate pushed in front of himself. Is this for me? Bai Zhe was surprised, as no one had ever taken care of him like this. He asked uncertainly. Yeah, Mo nodded and then picked some mushrooms and sweet potato slices that Bai Zhe liked. You eat too. I can serve myself, Bai Zhe said, knowing Mo ate a lot and worried he wouldn't get enough. Mo stared at the piece of meat on Bai Zhe's chopsticks. Do you want to eat it? Yeah. Bai Zhe tried to put the meat on Mo's plate, but just as he lifted his chopsticks, Mo leaned over and took the meat from them.
Bai Zhe was stunned.
Mo opened his mouth slightly. I thought you wanted to give it to me. Yeah. Bai Zhe withdrew his hand and looked away. I was just going to give it to you. The barbecue was also delicious, sizzling with oil and paired with perilla leaves, full of aroma. She walked over, picked up the fish he had been slapped with today, took a bite, and winced from the heat, then angrily said, You made me burn my mouth. Isn't it hot? Ju took the fish from his mouth. Eat it later.
Oh.
Everyone enjoyed the meal lively and happily. Their faces were flushed, and the piles of food in front of them gradually decreased until everything was finished. The beast men rubbed their stomachs, burped happily, and licked their lips, still wanting more. If they weren't so full, they might have drunk all the hot pot broth. Before leaving, everyone cleaned up outside the cave together. As the chief shaman, Zhao helped sweep the floor and carried bowls.
No one could stop them.
Bai Zhe divided today's rice evenly among everyone, but they refused to take so much. You discovered the rice in the first place, they said. You've taught us so many things. You should keep some for yourself, they added. Yes, today we enjoyed such delicious food, and we even learned how to make it. Bai Zhe, here you go. Next time you have work, remember to call us. We really enjoy coming to help. They spoke one after another, then gradually started to leave. Bai Zhe felt as if something soft gently touched his heart, warm and tender. He had never thought he knew anything so special, but to the people here, these things were very important. They appreciated him for it, and he never felt entitled to take things for free. After exchanging labor and items, he still felt a bit shy. Living in a society driven by interests, Bai Zhe hadn't felt such pure feelings between people for a long time. After everyone left, everything outside became quiet again. Mo lit the fire in the cave, illuminating the dark space. Since they ate dinner early, Bai Zhe wasn't sleepy. Watching the fire burn, he decided to make some candy. He used honey and berries to cook a pot of sweet treats. Once cooled and set, he cut it into small pieces. They had flavors like grape, blueberry, and various berries. The candies were small, pretty, and easy to eat. Ju tasted one, and it was sweet and sour, very delicious. Mo was twisting animal sinew into a rope beside the fire. Baize picked up a piece of candy and walked over. Open your mouth. Mo obediently opened his mouth. Baize put the candy in his mouth, blinked, and asked with a smile, "Is it good?"
Montag nodded.
"Good. Everything you make is delicious." His expression was serious, like a judge in court. Baize felt that Mo seemed different lately, but he couldn't quite describe the feeling. If he had to say, the cold aura around him was much less, and his expressions and speech were more relaxed than before. Sometimes he even seemed to show his emotions. Baize thought this was a very good sign, showing that their relationship was becoming closer, which was good for the long-term growth of their home. After washing up, it was time to sleep. Emma watched as Baize led Ju into their cave. He sat alone by the fire, looking a bit down. The door was closed, and he was deprived of even that small chance to see them. Mo silently made up his mind. Tonight, he must secretly bring Baize back to his own cave. No, he must hug Baize and bring him home. He hadn't slept with Baize for a whole day. Cannot tolerate this. Mo carefully wrapped the animal tendon rope and quietly moved closer to the entrance of Baize's cave, always paying attention to what was happening inside. His animal ears peeked out, offering little help with hearing but providing some comfort. Again, he heard a storytelling voice, this time from the black bear tribe. Mo pinched his thigh hard, telling himself he must not fall asleep again today. As he shifted, the stool beneath Mo almost reached the cave, where Baize and Ju were sleeping. He leaned against the stone wall, elbows on his knees, constantly turning his bone knife in his hand, with his ears standing up alertly. After waiting a while, the voice inside the cave gradually quieted down. Mo leaned forward, almost pressing his face against the door, and retracted his bone knife from his waist, ready to sneak inside at any moment. Suddenly, after a brief silence, he heard faint footsteps approaching from inside the cave. They were soft, like the sound of animal skin shoes rubbing against stones. Before Mo could react, the door creaked open, and Baize, wearing a beast fur cloak, stood confidently in front of him. The fire inside the cave was still burning, providing enough light. Baize was startled to see Mo sitting at the door, trembling all over and nearly hitting the door frame behind him. His soul almost left his body. Mo also shivered, holding his breath for half a beat, quickly pulling his animal ears back under his hair. Mo, Baize covered his rapidly beating heart, confused. "What are you doing here?" Mo awkwardly avoided eye contact, trying to sound calm. "The fire is burning too brightly." "Huh," Baize didn't understand. "Just sitting nearby to stay warm, so." Mo paused. "It's far from the fire, so it's cooler." Of a very poor excuse. But perhaps because Baize saw Mo as very serious, he didn't think much of it and nodded. "Oh, then take some firewood out of the pile and save it for tomorrow." "Okay." Mo stood up straight. Baize continued to walk outside. Mo followed. "Where are you going?" Baize smiled shyly, drank too much water. Unconsciously, Mo also walked to the entrance of the cave. White Zay asked, "Are you going too?" Mo nodded, and the two of them walked side by side toward the twisted grass area. Because there was a fence, the space inside wasn't large. Mo politely let White Zay go in first. Soft sounds of gentle rain reached his ears, and suddenly, images appeared in Mo's mind. They looked good and felt nice. When White Zay came out, Mo was lost in thought, hanging his head. "Not going in?" "Yes," Mo replied, snapping out of his trance. When he looked up at White Zay's face under the moonlight, he felt a little shy. White Zay waited outside. It seemed only a few seconds before Mo came out.
"So fast?"
White Zay wondered. It shouldn't be. He had seen Mo's part, which was quite impressive. There should be enough to go around. Back in the cave, White Zay asked with concern, "Are you not sleeping yet?" "Yes," Mo said, reluctantly walking into his own cave. White Zay kindly closed the door for him, then put out the fire in the campfire, clapped his hands, and returned to his own cave. Emo stood alone in the empty cave, sighing. He just wanted to sleep with his partner. It was harder than hunting. He felt frustrated. Emo opened his eyes and lay on the bed, planning to try again later. Whitesay had just pulled back the animal hide blanket and lay down when a small, fluffy black ball pressed against him. Its tiny paws gently pawed at Whitesay and then hugged his arm. A pair of round, shiny eyes glowed faintly in the dark, staring intently at Whitesay. Whitesay noticed that when Ju turned into beast form, he behaved more like a child, clingy, eager to be close, soft and fluffy to hold, and sometimes squinting happily while making a purring sound. So he sometimes deliberately coaxed Ju, turning him into a little black panther to cuddle. Ju was never disappointed. Every time, he obediently transformed into a coal-black ball, waiting for his father to pet and hold him. Whitesay would also hold his round head and give him a kiss, then take a deep breath to enjoy the softness. Ju seemed to like being treated this way. Later, when they slept, sometimes before Whitesay could speak, he would turn into a little black panther and crawl into bed. Maybe because he slept too much yesterday, Whitesay wasn't sleepy now. He hugged Ju, playing with his fluffy little paws. His sharp claws had been retracted, leaving only the thick pink paw pads. Whitesay gently pinched them, and they bloomed with a soft, tender feeling. The child was also full of energy, burying his head in by Zay's shoulder and rubbing back and forth. He even stuck out his pink tongue secretly to lick his neck and face. They played for a while, but Zay still wasn't tired and was even hungrier. He hadn't eaten lunch and had an early dinner, so feeling hungry was normal. Zay rubbed his stomach, thinking about holding back, but the more he lay down, the hungrier he became, and he felt even more energetic. At night, people are more likely to crave snacks. Suddenly, he remembered the potatoes in the storage room. He couldn't help but lick his lips and quietly said to the little black panther, "Ju, I'm going to make something to eat. Do you want some?" The little black panther lifted its fluffy head and made a soft, "Awu" sound, nodding up and down. Sometimes, people just need a reason.
Like now.
Zay thought, it's not just me wanting to eat. Ju wants to too. The child is growing and needs food, so we can't be hungry. They agreed quickly and decided to do it. Zay quickly sat up from the bed, and the child also transformed back into a human shape, quickly putting on his clothes. They tiptoed out the door quietly. Zay made a vague hand gesture to Ju. "Your beast father worked hard today, so he needs to rest well. We have to be quiet and not wake him up." Ju nodded. Hum. Zay first took some potatoes from the storage room, washed them, and used a knife to peel them. Ju relit the extinguished fire and added new wood, then came over to help. Without a peeler, it was a bit tricky. The two of them crouched by the stove, struggling with the big round potatoes. Mach, who had just woken up from the bed and was listening to the sounds outside, sighed deeply. Why was everyone so energetic today? Zay cut the potatoes into even strips, soaked them in clean water for a while, then took them out and drained the water. Since there were no paper towels, he pinched and vigorously shook the strips to dry them. Ju placed the pot on the stove and poured in oil. Zay said, "Pour it all in. All of it." "Yes." Knowing what the child was worried about, Zay explained softly with a smile, "The oil will still be hot later." After the oil heated up, Zay signaled Ju to stay back, then poured the potato strips into the pot. As they sizzled, the potatoes turned yellow, and a fragrant grain smell filled the cave. Whitesay used a long stick to flip the almost finished fries back and forth. He picked up one, blew on it, and tasted it. "It's ready," he said. "Ju, bring a plate." Ju brought the biggest plate from home. Since they didn't have a slotted spoon, the two of them stood by the pot, using chopsticks to scoop the fries into the plate. Looking at the golden, shiny fries, both of them had happy and excited smiles on their faces. Whitesay and Ju sat around a stone table. Their heads touched as they leaned in, sniffed the food, and made a small, "wow" sound. Ju licked his lips and looked at a father, hesitating. "Should we call him Beast Father?" Whitesay replied, "Your beast father is sleeping. It might not be good to wake him now." "That's true. Let's eat first." "Okay." The dark cave's mood was just starting to feel a little better, but these words hit it hard. White Zay took a bite first. The outside was crispy, and the inside was soft and fluffy. Ju ate happily one after another, his cheeks moving as he chewed. Suddenly, White Zay remembered there were a lot of tomatoes in the storage room. He planned to make some tomato sauce tomorrow, just in case he wanted to eat fries with it when he cooked for Ink. Tonight, he and Ju would just make do with this. Just as they were enjoying their meal, they suddenly heard a creaking sound from Ink's cave door. White Zay looked up and followed the sound. Ink was standing quietly, watching his partner and little one. His face was very calm, almost pitiful and sad. White Zay was holding a fry in his mouth, not sure whether to chew or swallow. Honestly, he wasn't trying to eat Ju's share. But the scene in front of him was very easy to misunderstand. White Zay and Ju looked at each other, and the atmosphere felt a little awkward. White Zay blinked at Ink, then smiled sincerely. "Why are you awake?" Ink said. "Go see the twisted grass." The calmer Ink was, the more embarrassed White Zay and Ju felt. White Zay felt a strange guilt and quickly explained, "I was hungry, so I got up to make some food. I didn't call you because I thought you were sleeping. You two eat," Ink said, walking out of the cave. He wandered outside for a while, and then came back inside. When Bai Zay saw he was back, he immediately went over and, like a loyal servant, led Mo to the table. Then, he pushed a big plate of fries in front of him. "They're still hot, try some," Mo asked on purpose. "Can I eat?" "Of course," Bai Zay felt even more guilty. "The fries are cold and not tasty. I was planning to make you new ones tomorrow." "Very good." Mo ate a few, then stopped. There wasn't much food on the plate, but he was still very considerate. Bai Zay asked, "Are you done eating?" Mo said, "Not very hungry." Then, "Go to bed early?" "Yes." Mo was once again sent back to his own little cave. It was indeed late. Bai Zay and Ju finished their food, washed up, and went to sleep. After eating and drinking enough, sleepiness came over them. Bai Zay lay on a warm animal hide, holding Ju. Soon, his breathing became steady. The cave was completely quiet. Mo quietly got off the bed, gently opened the door, and after making sure everyone inside was asleep, slowly walked to Bai Zay's bed. He leaned down in frustration, trying to pull the black coal ball out of Bai Zay's arms. The young Black Panther cub, just asleep, was very alert. It immediately opened its eyes and met Mo's gaze. Ju looked at his beast father with confusion. Mo signaled to Ju to stay quiet. Ju tilted his head, not understanding what his beast father was doing. It wasn't until he was suddenly pulled out of Bai Zay's arms that he realized. Beast father was here to take away his father. Mo carefully carried Bai Zay, then lifted his leg to walk toward the door. Ju tried to stop him, secretly grabbing Bai Zay's hand and pulling hard. Although he had wanted a little brother for a long time, right now he just wanted to sleep with his soft and gentle father. The little brother could wait. In the next second, Ju was met with a stern look from Mo, accompanied by a warning in words. "You saw nothing." Ju was unhappy, showing his sharp teeth and trying to resist one last time. Then Mo kicked him into the bed, and even did a somersault. After the little fluff ball got up, only the back of the beast father was left. Mo happily carried Bai Zay back to his own cave. Ju changed back to human form, hanging his head and sighing. Beast father is really bossy. Then he moved to the position where Bai Zay had just been lying. It was still warm there, and he could smell the pleasant scent on Afu. Ju felt wronged, but he could only endure the pressure. Mo finally felt happy. He gently placed the soft Bai Zay on his bed, then lay down himself, covering them with a blanket. Bai Zay slept very deeply, probably dreaming of eating something delicious, and he mumbled with satisfaction. Mo stared at his pink lips, then leaned in and kissed them. He wanted to taste the flavor of the fries, so he stuck out his tongue, gently pried open Bai Zay's white teeth, and played around. Unfortunately, after finishing his meal and washing up again, Bai Zay's mouth only carried a faint woody scent. Mo was not willing to give up. He licked and bit again until Bai Zay frowned. Only then did he stop, pause for a moment, and then mischievously continue. In the dark cave, Bai Zay didn't realize he had been moved. Half asleep and half awake, he felt his arms were empty and instinctively reached out. Mo took a brave step closer. Bai Zai touched his furry head, habitually hugged him, and gently stroked. Mo's face was buried in his chest, his body stiffening, his heart pounding loudly. His breathing became irregular. Mo rubbed against him, pushed open Bai Zai's collar, and gently bit a tender spot, nibbling softly with his teeth.
Bite him softly.
He paused, waited a moment, then continued. Until Bai Zai was almost awakened by the fuss, Mo reluctantly released his mouth, staring at the ripe fruit hanging on the branch, licking his lips. Bai Zai turned over, and Mo immediately used his hands and feet to hold him, burying his face in his neck and taking a deep, satisfying breath. Finally feeling comfortable. All his efforts had been worth it. He had a good night's sleep. When Bai Zai woke up, he was pressed down so hard he could hardly breathe. He opened his eyes and saw Mo lying on top of him, sleeping soundly. He was stunned right there. What's going on? How did he end up here with Mo? Could he have sleepwalked again? But the most urgent thing now was to get out from under Mo's strong body. He was like a wall he couldn't push away. Bai Zai didn't care about the embarrassment and shook him hard for his own safety. Mo, wake up. Wake up.
There was no response.
Bai Zai then nudged him with his head.
Ugh.
Such a hard head.
Bai Zai frowned in pain. Huh?
Mo slowly opened his eyes and saw Bai Zai looking nervous. He asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" You should get up first." Bai Zai pushed him gently, breathing unevenly. Realizing their current position, Mo quickly sat up. Bai Zai, being small, couldn't handle much pressure. Bai Zai finally relaxed and sat up, looking around. "I'm sorry," he spoke first, with a guilty look. "I might have run around again after falling asleep." "Okay?" Mo nodded calmly and generously said, "It's fine." Bai Zai quickly got off the bed, wearing shorts and a tank top, and headed outside. Watching him hurriedly get ready, Mo couldn't help but quietly laugh. He slowly dressed and happily followed him out. Ju had just come out of the cave. The whole family had slept in late. "Yafu," Ju said, then quickly looked away after seeing Mo behind Bai Zai, still upset about last night. Bai Zai nodded and hurried back into the cave to get dressed, then sat on the bed to prepare himself mentally. It was the first time he thought about going out to find the great shaman. Since he kept sleepwalking and running to Mo, it wasn't a good idea. Luckily, Mo was kind and didn't mind. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was very nice. Mo stretched his body, then carried a large wooden bucket to the creek to fetch water. Ju habitually sharpened his claws on a stone outside the cave, sticking his butt out and making a sh-sh-sh sound, working hard. Yesterday, he was knocked over by his beast father's kick, which made him very unwilling. He secretly decided he must become stronger. But for Bai Zai, nothing was more important than eating well. He wanted to steam some sweet potatoes, so he found some thin wood, arranged it crosswise, tied it with a rope, and carved the edges to match the size of a stone pot, making a simple steaming rack. Bai Zai added water to the pot, placed sweet potatoes and eggs from the gurgle beast on the rack. Ju and the young ones from the tribe often ran in the nearby mountains and brought back various gurgle beast eggs. Bai Zai mashed some lemongrass with stones, mixed it with other spices, and poured it over the moo beast meat, then fried it in a pan. This was mainly for Mo and Ju. Bai Zai didn't want a heavy meal early in the morning. Finally, he took 2 tomatoes from the storage room to make tomato and egg drop soup. When it was ready, he sprinkled chopped wild green onions on top, making it fresh and fragrant. This was a rich and healthy meal. Bai Zai praised himself. After breakfast, Mo finished washing the dishes and took Ju out. Today, it was his turn to lead with Yen, teaching the young members of the tribe how to hunt in the nearby mountains. Bai Zai felt a bit uncomfortable in his chest. When he was dressing earlier, he noticed it but didn't pay much attention. Now, whenever he touched the animal hide, it hurt. He returned to the cave, lifted his shirt, and saw 2 red, swollen spots. They were raised and looked strange, making him feel embarrassed. Bai Zai wondered if he had been bitten by some insect. In the mountains, it was normal for bugs to fly in or crawl around sometimes. But this bug was strange. It chose the spot to bite. That area was already sensitive for him. Carefully, Baize took off his clothes and found a fuzzy-lined shirt from the wooden rack. He put on again so it wouldn't hurt anymore, but it still itched a little. Since the weather was nice today, Baize took all the animal hides and bedding out of the house. He placed them on stones and tree branches outside to let the sun dry them thoroughly. After that, he brought out the basket of persimmons he washed and dried yesterday. Sitting outside the cave, he warmed himself by the sun while peeling the persimmons. Soon, Qing and Xing came over. They had heard Baize was making persimmon cakes yesterday and wanted to help and learn how to make them. Baize took out the fruit candies he made last night. Xing and Qing each took a piece, tasted it, and nodded happily. Delicious. Xing examined it carefully. It tastes like fruit and also like the candy you made last time. This is called fruit candy, Baize said with a smile. The method is similar to what I taught you before. When boiling the food for the tail beast, add the juice squeezed from the fruit, then cook it a little longer. I'll try making it when I get back, Xing said. He liked sweet things very much, just like the young members of the tribe. Qing also said, I'll make some for she too. The three of them worked quickly. While chatting, they finished peeling all the persimmons. Baize collected the peels and took out a bundle of fine ropes, which he exchanged from China. They were made from twisted plant fibers, very strong when two strands were combined. He tied the peeled persimmons to the handles with the fine ropes, then strung them into a long line and hung them in a well-ventilated place to dry naturally. Blue, is this okay now? Let it dry for a few days, then squeeze it and put into the jar. Layer the sauce and fruit peels, then cover and seal it for half a month. That's enough. Such a long time, Xing said impatiently because he really wanted to try the sauce and fruit cake, which sounded delicious. Good things take time, Baize said with a smile as he returned to the storage room. He took out various mushrooms collected last night to dry in the sun. Once they are fully dried, storing them through the winter will be easy. In the nearby forest, a few black panthers lay far away on the trees. They looked relaxed but were actually watching the ground carefully. A group of chubby, round-headed baby panthers ran through the grass. Some of them were so small that only their black backs showed above the grass. Hunting was not yet a matter of survival for them. It was more like a game. Sometimes, as they walked, the ones behind would nibble on the tail of the one in front. Many animals come out to find food at this time: rabbits, squirrels, wild chickens, various birds, mice. These small animals are easy targets for the little panthers. Sometimes, they try to hunt larger animals like antelopes, spotted deer, roe deer, or even wild boars, but their chances of success are small. When animals fight back, the adults often have to come to help. In the thick grass, Ju lowered his body, his belly fur brushing the ground. He moved his front paws slowly, eyes icy blue, fixed on a moving object nearby. A gray rabbit was curled up in the grass, with long ears drooping and munching quickly on tender roots, unaware of the danger approaching. Ju held his breath, and when he was close enough, he suddenly pounced on the plump gray rabbit. His claws pressed down on its body, and in the next moment, he bit its throat tightly. No matter how the rabbit struggled or rolled on the ground, Ju didn't let go. His pupils, narrow and sharp, showed coldness and killing intent. Watching the whole scene, Li and the others couldn't help but praise. Ju is really amazing. Yen remembered the days when he and Mo learned to hunt together as children. Fast, accurate, and fierce, just like you back then. Blood stained the fur, and the prey stopped moving completely. Ju wagged his tail, picked up the gray rabbit, and slowly walked back. Chen looked around and asked, "Hey, where's she and the others?" Before the words finished, rustling sounds came from the bushes. In the next moment, 3 small black panthers hunched over and hurriedly ran out, making urgent, howl sounds. A porcupine with sharp quills on its back was chasing them fiercely, swinging its body as it ran and shooting black and white arrow-like quills. Hao, who was hit on the buttocks, cried out in fear, legs flapping wildly like a spinning wheel. Wow, Yen and the others quickly jumped down from the tree. Why did they provoke this thing? Although porcupine meat is tasty, it can easily turn into a prickly ball if not careful. Usually, they wouldn't hunt it unless absolutely necessary. She was running last and saw he was about to be caught. Just then, Ju passed by, instantly dropping his food and pushing she aside. The porcupine didn't break, but kept chasing Hao and Ing ahead. Yen and Mo braced themselves against the attack, trying to block it. Li and Kuan quickly carried Hao and Ing onto nearby trees. Yen let out a short, fierce roar, baring his fangs, looking very intimidating. But the porcupine, whether it was foolish or angry, stood stiff with quills raised, determined to fight to the death. Mo dodged the attack skillfully, aiming to strike the porcupine's vulnerable side. The porcupine immediately turned its body, pointing its long quills at Mo. The fight was intense. Yen lost patience and made a low growl at Mo, saying, "Just go for it." Mo stepped back a few paces, signaling Yen to go first. He didn't want to get pierced all over his face, especially since Bai Zhe seemed to like his face. If he got disfigured, it would be bad. Yen. At this moment, Li and Kuan also came to help. The 4 Black Panthers surrounded the porcupine, but it went crazy, spinning wildly in place. Mo and the others couldn't get a clear shot. They were accidentally pricked a few times, but out of pride, no one made a sound and silently helped each other pull out the quills. In the end, the porcupine spun until it was dizzy. Mo took the opportunity to step on it and quickly bit its neck. The porcupine struggled desperately, its quills all sticking forward. Mo, protecting his face, hurriedly pressed it down with his front paws. Then he enjoyed a massage with acupuncture-like pricks. Black panther skin is thick, so as long as the face and vital organs are safe, it's not a big problem, but the pain was real. However, Mo was patient and silent, calmly removing the porcupine's quills. "You guys actually dared to catch a long-spined beast." Yen looked at the sad, bowed-headed cubs and couldn't help but scold them. "Are you trying to look too handsome? What's the matter? Do you want to make a few more holes in yourselves?" Li pulled out the quills from Hao's backside. The cub let out a yelp, curling up with its paws over its head and lying on the ground. Yen threw the quills aside. "Now you feel the pain?" Mo stared at the 3 of them. Who came up with this idea? She hid behind Ju and quietly raised his paw. Seeing this, Ju didn't scold him and moved aside. She looked at Ju with a sad face, his ears drooping. Kuan asked Hao and Ing, "What's going on with you two?" The cubs hung their heads and said nothing. She also showed loyalty. "It was my fault. They wanted to make peace with me and I just let them come with me to catch the long-spined beast." Near noon, Baze lit the fire in the stove, added water to the stone pot, and put in some rice. He also peeled 2 sweet potatoes, cut them into chunks, and put them in to cook. Qing and Xing carefully watched how he cooked. While waiting, Baze prepared to make some tomato sauce to go with fries. Since Qing and Xing were there, he decided to let them try this dish too. When Mo returned, he would make a portion for him as well. Baze felt a bit embarrassed, especially thinking about how Mo had silently watched him and Ju eating fries last night at the cave entrance. It made him feel strangely guilty. Baze took a few tomatoes, lit another stove, and waited for the water in the stone pot to boil. Then he blanched the tomatoes for a few seconds, cooled them in cold water, and peeled off their skins. He chopped the tomatoes into small pieces and put them back into the pot. He simmered on low heat until the water evaporated and the sauce became thick and rich. The simple, natural tomato sauce was ready. Xing leaned over the stove, curious. "Baze, what's this delicious thing?" He was always excited every time Baze used the stove, expecting magic. He thought Baze's hands would create mouth-watering food out of thin air. "This is called tomato sauce," Baze said, dipping his chopsticks in and letting them taste the flavor. Star and Xing carefully tasted the food. "It's sweet and sour," they said. Bai Zhe brought some potatoes. "This is meant to be eaten with another dish. I think you'll like it." With the experience of peeling persimmons just now, Qing and Star peeled the potatoes quickly. Bai Zhe fried a full plate of French fries using the same method as last night. Star was already eager to try. When he saw the golden food coming out of the pot, he didn't hesitate to grab one. "Delicious," he exclaimed, looking at the fries. Yellow sweet potatoes can be cooked like this. Baize, you're a genius, Qing nodded repeatedly. Tomato ketchup with fries tastes really good. Compared to monsters, subhumans prefer human-style flavors and are quite fond of carbs. Baize enjoys cooking in this world because, on one hand, he can't get used to primitive food, and on the other hand, the people here give him emotional comfort. Cooking gives him a sense of achievement. He opened another pot. The porridge inside was just the right thickness, and the sweet aroma filled the air. Star and Qing's taste buds were completely won over. They loved this food Baize called porridge. They never expected the rice they gathered that day to be so tasty. It was soft and sticky, warm in the stomach, and very filling. Having a bowl of it in cold weather would be pure happiness. In the afternoon, Qing and Star brought animal skins to sew. They also asked Baize to teach them how to finish the collar, armpits, and cuffs. Star wanted to learn how to make the most fashionable hats, which would make him the most eye-catching in the tribe. Since Yen and the others took the young ones to learn hunting in the west of the tribe, they would pass by Mo's house on the way back. Outside the cave there was no wall, so everything at the door was clearly visible. Qing, Star, and Baize were under the sun, working on some animal skins, creating a warm and peaceful scene. When they heard some movement nearby, they looked up and saw Mo and Yen leading a line of children, emerging one after another from the forest. Since eating Baize's food and hearing his stories, the young ones had a very good impression of him. Qing was gentle, and Star was good at getting along with the children. So, the young ones, speaking in their childish voices, ran over to greet them. Baize, what are you all doing? Qing, are you making new clothes? My adoptive father also made me some. They are very pretty. He said you taught him. Wow, Xing, the hat you're holding looks so nice. Although they still had leaves on their heads and dirt on their faces, their energetic spirits didn't look like they had just returned from hunting outside. Instead, they looked like they had gone on a school trip. Baize looked at Mo and the others. Sure enough, taking care of children makes you look older. They all seemed to have aged a few years. The three young ones, Shi, Hao, and Ing, hung their heads sadly and didn't dare to come closer. Ju carried a gray rabbit he had hunted on his shoulder and passed by Baize. Baize happily asked, Ju, did you catch this? Ju nodded. Wow, that's impressive, Baize said happily, patting Ju's head. It was like seeing a child bring home a perfect test score from school. He was so happy, he couldn't help but smile. She carefully moved closer. What's wrong with your mouth? Baize, noticing quickly, saw that the child's lips were cut and crouched down to look closely. Qing, who knew his young ones well, knew that if they got hurt, they would have already come to ask for comfort. But now, with this look, he must have made a mistake. Tell me what happened. The child hesitated. Yen spoke for him. This little troublemaker took Hao and Ing to catch the long-spined beast. Wow, if we had stayed a little longer, they would have been full of holes from being pricked. Qing looked at the two young ones beside him and gently asked, Hao, Ing, are you okay? The young ones shook their heads. She muttered in a small voice, Adoptive father. Why didn't you ask me? Qing sighed. Are you okay? She shook his head. I'm fine. Yen looked at him speechlessly. He's so brave, yet he is such a delicate little one. She originally aimed to bite the long-spined beast's belly, but the moment his lips touched the sharp spines, he suddenly stopped, quickly retracted his teeth to save himself, and accidentally cut his lip. It wasn't serious, but the wound would sting when eating hot or flavorful food over the next 2 days. Baize went back to the cave and brought a handful of candies to share with the young ones. Thank you, Baize. So sweet. Wow. The young ones carefully held the candies, looked at them under the sun, then gently put them in their mouths and licked them softly. Their eyes sparkled with tiny, bright stars. Just moments ago, she was feeling very down, but after eating the delicious candy, he immediately became happy. Hao and Ing were the same, completely focused on their fruit candies, forgetting even the pain in their bottoms. She sat with them by the stone, squatting down. Hao and Ing shyly asked she, Are we friends again now? Yes, she nodded seriously. I forgive you. Yay! The two kids cheered with big smiles. Now we can play together again, she warned them beforehand. But if you dare to bully Ju again, I will definitely scold you. How? And In quickly shook their heads. We won't. They were very confused. In Shi's eyes, Ju was the one being bullied, but it was actually them who were getting scolded. They couldn't win against Shi. Friendship among children is like that. Conflicts come quickly and go just as fast. Mo carried the porcupine's leg and temporarily placed it on a stone near the cave entrance. Bai Zhe was attracted to the scene but first noticed Mo's hand, which had several cuts and scratches. "What's wrong with your hand?" he asked carefully, holding Mo's hand with a furrowed brow. "Why are there so many wounds?" Mo let him hold it without pulling away. "I accidentally got pricked by a long-spined beast. It looks painful," Bai Zhe said with drooping eyelashes, his face looking worried. "Not. Well, it's okay." Mo usually wanted to say it didn't hurt, but seeing Bai Zhe's furrowed brow, he changed his words suddenly. Bai Zhe said, "We'll go find the great shaman later to get some medicine." The wounds weren't deep, but seeing all those cuts made him feel uneasy. Mo nodded. "Okay." Next to them, Yen couldn't stand to watch. He wrinkled his nose in disgust. "Does it still hurt?" He had once been bitten through his shoulder by a wolf, but he never made a sound. Now he's whimpering. "Pain," Yen mouthed to Mo, making a teasing face. But as brothers, he didn't say anything to embarrass him. After all, Mo had experienced many hard times at Baize's place before. If he wanted to act spoiled, let him. At least someone cares about him now. It's better than silently tending to wounds alone in the corner. Li leaned closer to Xing and asked, "Who are you making clothes for?" "Chun, really beautiful." "Xing, you're so talented." Li looked very envious. "Having an older brother is great." "Chun is so lucky. I wish I also had an older brother. Or if only my father were still here." Li shook his head and then looked a bit sad. Sigh. Xing felt sorry for him and said, "If you want, I can make you a set of clothes too, though it might take a little longer." Before he finished speaking, Li looked up excitedly, surprised and happy. "Really?" "Yes." Xing reached out and patted Li's shoulder. "But I need animal skins from you. We don't have enough at home." "Of course." "Xing, what color do you think suits me?" Li asked excitedly, stretching his arms. Xing thought carefully. "Gray with a bit of white would look better." "Okay, I'll send it to you later." "Thanks, Xing. You're welcome." Bai Zhe was a bit worried that Mo's wound might get infected. He pulled him into the cave and gently cleaned the surface of the wound with clear water, very carefully and delicately. "If it hurts, just tell me." "Okay." For the first time, Bai Zhe really wished he had iodine solution, alcohol, and bandages. He had a special talent for crossing over, but he didn't even have a single blade of grass. Luckily, he grew up in the mountains, or he might have starved if he were a pampered young master from a wealthy family. "Are you hungry?" "A little." Since they had been busy outside all afternoon, Bai Zhe took out some pre-cut potato strips soaked in water. As the oil in the pan sizzled and crackled, the beast men outside the cave sniffed eagerly. Yen quickly crouched by the stove, watching carefully. Bai Zhe smiled and said, "Stay back a bit. The oil might splash on you." "It's okay, I have thick skin." "I'm not afraid." Kuan and Li didn't show much, pretending to be a little shy, and looked around the entrance of the cave. The young cubs, eager to get praise from their father and beast father, each carried their prey home. Now only Ju and Shi remained. Bai Zhe served a plate for the two children and poured some ketchup beside it. She was so hungry that he stomped his foot, refusing to stop even though his lips hurt from being stung. Later, he simply bit his lips to avoid the wound. For the beast men, Bai Zhe made a handheld meal. He laid leaves on a stone outside, poured freshly cooked, fragrant fries onto them, added half a bowl of ketchup, and let them enjoy themselves. Yen and Li, along with the other three, couldn't wait to put the fries in their mouths. After tasting, they kept eating happily, one after another. Mo stretched his hand, but Bai Zhe didn't let him clench his fist because of the wound on his hand. Watching the pile of fries decrease quickly, Mo really wanted to flip Li and the others back home. They had ruined the fries Bai Zhe specially made for him. Feeling a bit upset, Baize came over with a plate of fries and some red ketchup. Is your hand okay? Mo pinched a fry, which touched the wound on the back of his hand. He silently frowned and said, "It's fine." Baize instinctively picked up a fry, dipped it in ketchup, and offered it to him. Mo opened his mouth and took a bite, softly saying, "It's very tasty." Yen, Li, and the others, who were busy showing off their fries, stared in shock. Are they really that spoiled? That small wound could be licked clean, yet they still needed someone to feed them. Mo, what about your face? I can't look. But the three of them silently kept quiet because they knew if they made any noise now, Mo would immediately send them away. Then they wouldn't get to enjoy Baize's delicious food. That would be very sad. In the afternoon, Baize planned to visit the great shaman to get some ointment for Mo's wound and ask about a way to treat sleepwalking. Mo wanted to go with him, but was suddenly called by the clan leader to discuss trading salt with the merfolk in a few days. Baize had never been there before. Just as he was about to ask, he ran into Si on the way, who was also heading to see the shaman. The two decided to go together. Zhao was in a cave, holding a stone bowl and pestle, grinding in circles, making a salsa sound. Outside, there was a lot of grass, and Baize could vaguely recognize some, like plantain, dandelions, and wild chrysanthemums, all common in the mountains when he was a child. Just as Baize was about to call out, Si had already confidently walked inside and waved at him. He's so focused on making medicine that he can't hear you. Sure enough, as Si said, the two of them had already reached Zhao's side. Baize only then realized and looked up in surprise. Why are you both here? Don't go out alone in the future, Si said with some frustration. If you're in the mountains, wild animals might bite your neck. Then you come with me, Zhao said casually. Just having you watch over me is enough. I don't stay in the tribe every day, Baize replied. Then try to come more often, Zhao encouraged. Baize watched how close they seemed and felt very curious. In documentaries about primitive tribes, the shamans are usually old and seem very mysterious and cold. But Zhao looked about the same age as them and seemed friendly and easy to get along with. Zhao smiled at Baize and asked, Baize, is there something you want to see me about? Mo has some cuts on his hand and wants some medicine to put on them, okay? Zhao stood up, looked on the shelf, and took out a small stone jar. He used a wooden chip to scoop out 2 spoonfuls, wrapped them in a leaf, and handed it to Baize. Just apply this to Mo's cuts when you go back. Si was nearby, looking at all the things on the ground, and resignedly started packing up the bags, bowls, and jars. Thank you, great shaman, Baize said softly after accepting the medicine. Great shaman, do you have any medicine for someone who sleepwalks and runs around at night? Sleepwalking? Zhao said, surprised. It was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. Baize briefly described the symptoms of sleepwalking. I see, Zhao thought for a moment. I have something that can make someone sleep very soundly and deeply. Would you like to try it? Maybe if you sleep well, you won't run around. Baize thought that made sense and nodded immediately. Zhao started searching again, then turned around. See, where's the stuff I traded with the Golden Sparrow tribe? Si pointed to the far right of the shelf. Under the stones. Found it. Zhao opened the layers of leaf wrapping and took out a few yellow-brown, heart-shaped leaves. Before you sleep, take one, put it in a container, and light it with fire to burn slowly. Whitezay was very grateful. Thank you. The sun was shining brightly, and the warm afternoon sunlight made everything feel like spring. Outside the cave, many sub-beasts sat around. Some were in small groups, weaving baskets with vines and chatting. When they saw Whitezay, they all greeted him warmly. Whitezay nodded with a smile in response. Suddenly, a group of children ran toward him, chasing each other and playing. They were holding something in their hands and occasionally threw it at each other, all with bright, happy smiles. Suddenly, Whitezay's head was hit by something, and he instinctively reached up to touch it. A round, brown object fell at his feet. Looking down, Whitezay realized it was a chestnut. He quickly picked it up. It was large and full, and he felt it was very solid. The children saw that they had hit Whitezay and immediately stopped playing. They hurried over and stood obediently. Whitezay, are you okay? A young sub-beast cub looked up sincerely and apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Whitezay smiled and said it was fine. He then asked where they found the chestnuts. There's a lot on the back mountain, all over the ground. Yes, and on the trees too, all spiky balls. We picked up many today. The children were very eager to answer questions, and their innocent voices filled the air. Hearing this, Whitezay was instantly excited. So many. Yes, yes. Don't you eat them? The children all shook their heads. They're too hard. Can you eat them? Whitezay nodded with a smile. Yes, they are very tasty. The children eagerly handed him their chestnuts, their eyes shining with anticipation. Whitezay, when you make something with them, can we try it? Of course, Whitezay agreed. Seeing that it was getting late, he asked, can you take me to the place where these fruits grow tomorrow? We can pick more and then make delicious food. The children were very excited and answered in unison. Yes. Yes. Seeing Whitezay surrounded by children from afar, Mo quickly walked over. Noticing that Whitezay's hands were almost full of chestnuts, he reached out to help. Whitezay lifted the hem of his clothes and asked, have you finished discussing everything? Yes, we will leave in 5 days to exchange salt. Can I go with you? Whitezay asked eagerly. Mo nodded. I'll take you. Whitezay blinked with bright, sparkling eyes, and Mo's image grew even taller in his mind. Mo, thank you. You are my partner. Hearing this, Whitezay suddenly felt like a small fish swimming through his heart, creating gentle ripples. The two of them walked side by side toward home. Meanwhile, Yen, who was abandoned by Mo, stood alone under a tree in the distance. After witnessing everything, he shook his head helplessly and quickly headed home, planning to find Qing to complain and seek comfort. When he arrived home, he found she had gone to Ju's place to help deal with the long-eared beast and the long-spined beast. Yen no longer dared to say things like, just find a Mo to be your beast parent, because this young one could really do it. Not long after Whitezay and Mo arrived home, the two children carried back the finished prey. You're so amazing, Whitezay praised, touching each child's head without hesitation. The children felt a little shy from the praise and secretly glanced at each other. Whitezay smiled and asked, want to try some new food? She immediately nodded. Yes, yes. Whitezay handed the task of shelling chestnuts to she and Ju, while he opened the medicine he got from the Great Witch, signaling Mo to sit down. If it hurts, just say so. I'll try to be gentle, Whitezay said, lowering his head. He took Mo's hand with one hand and used his finger to dip into the ointment, gently applying it to Mo's wound. Mo looked at Whitezay quietly. His usually cold gaze was now like a spring lake. All done, Whitezay said. Mo kept his gaze fixed. Relax your hand. Huh? Mo lowered his eyes and realized that his hand, which was originally resting lightly in Whitezay's palm, had somehow clenched into a fist. He hesitated and loosened his grip, showing no embarrassment. Whitezay, however, felt a little shy. In this world, medicine was precious. Whitezay used the remaining ointment to wrap the leftovers with a leaf, then place the shelled chestnuts into a pot with water and let the two children start a fire to cook. Yesterday, Mo brought back the internal organs of the Moo creature but hadn't eaten them yet. Whitezay sliced them thinly, marinated them, and then stir-fried them quickly with wild scallions and garlic sprouts. The delicious aroma filled the air and made everyone's face tingle. He also steamed a pot of rice, which was quite a luxury. The chestnuts were cooked too. Whitezay took them out, peeled off the shells, and put the nut meat into a bowl. He added a little warm water and some honey, then used a stone pestle to grind them into a smooth paste. Without fancy molds, he and the two children shaped the mixture into round shapes with their hands, then flattened them and let them set outside. When dinner was served, the whole cave was filled with warm, fragrant smells. Considering Shi's injured lips, Whitezay made a small bowl of food without chili. However, the child still accidentally ate some spicy stir-fried food, and he kept sucking and slurping, finding it both painful and addictive. Mo and Ju also ate eagerly, sweating on their foreheads but refusing to stop. They even said they wanted to bring back all the internal organs next time after processing them. Whitezay was eating rice from his bowl and almost cried with happiness. Next spring, he decided to start farming so he could have rice every day. After dinner, The chestnut cake outside the cave had set. Bai Zhe brought it in, worried that the children might not want to eat more, but he quickly realized he was overthinking. Delicious. So tasty. She squinted happily, took several bites, then let out a loud burp, still craving more. Ju didn't show much when he liked something, but if you looked closely, you'd see him lowering his head, holding the food with both hands, eating carefully, and not dropping any crumbs. Bai Zhe gave Mo a piece, and Mo ate it directly with his hand. After finishing, his tongue brushed lightly over Bai Zhe's fingers, wet and ticklish. Bai Zhe was a bit surprised but looked at Mo's calm face and thought he might be overthinking. Today was she and Ju's turn to cook. She was quite interesting. Every time he came to Bai Zhe's house to eat, if he didn't bring food, he would insist on helping with chores. After tidying up, Bai Zhe boiled 2 large pots of hot water, planning to take a simple bath. Mo leaned against the stone wall, listening to the gentle sound of water in the bathroom and Bai Zhe humming softly. Suddenly, he turned around silently, set up the pot, added water, and started boiling it.
Montauk gently nodded.
Bai Zhe asked with concern, "It's best not to get your wound wet today." Mo looked down at the ground and said, "It's fine. Maybe you can wash it tomorrow." Bai Zhe moved a little closer. "I've been sweating today and feel uncomfortable." His gaze fell on the porcupine meat on the shelf in the storage room. Bai Zhe couldn't help but think of Mo fighting with the porcupine. Porcupines are very dangerous, but Mo still risked himself to catch it so they could have meat to eat. How great he is! Bai Zhe felt more and more touched. After hesitating, he stepped forward and asked, "Maybe I can help you clean it a little." Mo looked up, seeming a bit hesitant. "Is it convenient for you?" Bai Zhe nodded without suspicion, even worried he might embarrass Mo, so he said, "It's okay. Helping each other is what friends do. Thank you." Mo immediately stood up, went back into the cave, picked a small piece of animal hide, planning to wash it and then wrap himself. Bai Zhe had already poured water into the basin, steam rising from the hot water. He went out to get a dry animal fur towel. When he came back, Mo had already taken off his clothes and was standing quietly by the basin waiting. His bare body caught Bai Zhe's eye, making his face turn red. He instinctively looked away. Mo looked at him and said naturally, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing," Bai Zhe kept telling himself silently. Mo's hand was injured and inconvenient to move. He was doing a good deed, accumulating virtue, and hoping for a long life. Then he took a deep breath and walked confidently toward Mo. In the misty steam, Mo's handsome face looked especially striking, almost magical. No matter how much Bai Zhe tried to resist, his gaze kept drifting to his face. He felt helpless and decided to lower his head, but in the next second, he froze instantly. Better to look at his face. Otherwise, he might feel like a weirdo. "Can I start now?" Mo stretched out his hand, carefully following Bai Zhe's advice, making sure not to let the wound get wet. "Why, yeah," Bai Zhe replied, bending down. He soaked the animal hide in hot water, wrung it out slightly, and then placed it on Mo's shoulder. Mo's back was well-shaped, the lines of his muscles smooth and strong. His shoulder blades looked like folded wings, and drops of water slid slowly down his pale skin, tracing the curve of his spine before fading near his waist. Bai Zhe kept his eyes straight ahead, working carefully and seriously as he helped Mo wash, his movements as neat and precise as a nurse's. But though he looked calm, his mind was in chaos. From the moment he stepped into the bathroom, his thoughts had been a mess. The sound of water filled the air. After a while, Mo finally turned his head slightly. "That should be enough for my back." "Oh, okay." Bai Zhe quickly agreed, not wanting to face Mo directly. Seeing the skin on Mo's back turning red from the scrubbing, he told himself to finish quickly. Before he could move, Mo turned around on his own, and his well-built chest came into view. Caught off guard, Bai Zhe almost bumped into him. He froze, then quickly stepped back, relieved that nothing embarrassing had happened. Mo, however, seemed a little disappointed. Bai Zhe hurriedly pressed a wet towel across Mo's chest, covering him completely. Mo stayed calm, his eyes never leaving Bai Zhe's face, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Bai Zhe had seen similar scenes before, but for some reason, today felt different. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and focused on his task, trying to keep his thoughts pure and steady. "Come on, focus. Work hard," he told himself silently. Mo's skin was a little sore from the scrubbing, but he didn't mind. He even shifted slightly to make it easier for Bai Zhe. The wet stone floor was slippery. Mo moved his foot without thinking, and Bai Zhe accidentally stepped on it. Losing his balance, he started to fall backward. Mo reacted quickly, grabbing his arm and pulling him forward. They ended up in a sudden, awkward embrace, just like a scene from a drama. For a moment, Bai Zhe's face pressed against Mo's chest, and he turned bright red. Mo held him tightly, while Bai Zhe froze, unsure whether to look up or move away. Suddenly, he tensed up all over and hurriedly stood straight. "It's fine.
I'm okay now."
Mo was also stunned, and his tone started to sound unnatural. "I'll handle the rest myself. Stay calm, stay calm." Bai Zhe thought he was really kind. Even in this situation, he still comforted others thoughtfully. Yeah, Mo didn't know what to say, so he just responded. Helping others all the way, going all out, he had seen everything in the big bathhouse before. Whatever you could think of, he had it. No need to worry. If nothing else, it's just like washing a cat. Normally, Mo turns into a black panther. You've seen nothing special, just like the stray cats downstairs in the neighborhood. All the same, there's no shame in being close to small animals. It's fine. Bai Zhe clenched his teeth, immediately putting the animal hide back into the hot water to wash. He closed his eyes and slapped it onto Mo's thigh, then quickly started to wipe. Mo stood there, finally starting to feel a bit embarrassed. His skin was pale and cold, and his face and neck turned noticeably red. But luckily, Bai Zhe was rubbing so hard that his whole body turned red, so it didn't look so strange. What a refreshing bath. The two of them came out of the bathroom, both blushing. Ju sat obediently by the fire, watching Bai Zhe and Mo, and looked at them with concern. "Is it very hot inside?" Yes, yes. They nodded in unison. Bai Zhe calmed down a bit and found a stone bowl. He tore up some leaves that the shaman had brought him today and put them inside. Mo, with his lower body wrapped in animal hide, walked over. "What's this? I usually run around when I sleep, so I asked the shaman for some medicine." Bai Zhe lit the fire. He thought the leaves would burn quickly, but they burned very slowly, kind of like incense, with a smell reminiscent of temple incense. "Is this enough?"
"Yes."
Mo's face was calm and steady. "Does this stuff work? I don't know." Bai Zhe held the bowl. "The shaman said that sleeping with this smell would make you sleep deeply, so I probably won't run around anymore."
Montak's eyebrows suddenly relaxed.
He kindly took the bowl from Bai Zhe's hand, entered the cave, and placed it on his bed. It was very close. Bai Zhe lay on the bed and had not been asleep for long before he fell into a deep sleep. He didn't move at all, which was a bit unsettling. Even Ju, who was usually very alert, closed his eyes and quickly lost consciousness. The cave was eerily quiet. Mo quietly opened the door, his gaze shifting from the steaming stone bowl at the head of the bed to Bai Zhe and Ju peacefully sleeping. The medicine from the great shaman was indeed very effective. Mo sighed in relief. Unlike yesterday, he didn't move carefully but walked in openly and confidently. He stood by the bed, looked at his partner and cub for a moment, then reached out and pinched Ju's face. The cub didn't react. He pinched Ju's nose, but the cub frowned slightly and still showed no signs of waking. Mo was very satisfied. He stepped forward, pulled the cub out of Bai Zhe's arms, and ruthlessly tossed him aside. Before leaving with Bai Zhe, perhaps driven by a sudden surge of fatherly love, Mo turned back, threw the blanket over Ju, covering him completely from head to toe. He also extinguished the fire on the leaf in the stone bowl. The items were so useful, he couldn't afford to waste them. During the bath, Mo had already been about to explode. He went out for a walk, sparks flying from his hands, but it didn't help. His mind was full of Bai Zhe's face. His throat moved, and his golden eyes shimmered with a deep, mysterious light. In just a few steps, Mo's ears couldn't help but stick out from his head, and his long tail gently wrapped around by Zay's leg, softly stroking. The door was closed and secured with a wooden bolt. The cave was very dark, but for a Black Panther beast man, it made no difference. They were naturally creatures of the night. Although they used the same bubble fruit for bathing, for some reason, Mo always felt that Zay's scent was especially pleasant. It was more enticing than catnip. He couldn't help but want to bury his face and take deep, hearty breaths. Zay was placed inside soft beast hide bedding. Mo leaned over him, and desire, suppressed time and again, did not disappear but was destined to erupt at the right moment.
Just like now.
At this moment, the primal instincts of the beast within Mo were roaring wildly. His veins bulged, and his eyes darkened. His clothes quietly disappeared, and the two of them lay openly on the bed, intertwined. Mo tightly held by Zay's shoulders, constantly licking and nibbling his neck, like a fierce Black Panther, rubbing his body with his head and smelling his scent. His tall ears were pressed back, and his long, thick black tail unconsciously wrapped around by Zay's waist. His suppressed breathing filled the quiet cave. The wind moved the door. Mo walked over. Every pattern on the door was very beautiful, and it was tightly closed now. He lovingly touched it. Because of the material, there were slight unevennesses, and the touch made one's heart tremble. This door is so beautiful. Even the color is very attractive. Zay is really talented. Mo was locked outside the door, and he patiently knocked. One knock after another. His patience gradually wore thin, and he struggled to rush inside recklessly. Finally, the door opened a crack, and Mo peeked in half his head. The cave was especially warm. But Zay frowned and desperately pushed him away. It was very late at night, but Mo was full of energy. He knew his Zay was back. A family of 3 slept in late again. Mo was awakened by the innocent voices outside the door. He looked at Zay sleeping in his arms, kissed him softly, then quietly got up and dressed. Actually, the children's voices weren't loud, but the beastman's hearing was very sharp. Even the slightest movement could wake them. He went outside, and many young ones had gathered outside the cave. Some had turned into little Black Panthers, lying on tree branches. Some were digging holes in the dirt. Others sat on the ground drawing with sticks. Seeing the door that was originally closed now open, the young ones stretched their necks, tiptoed, and hurried forward. Mo, has Zay woken up? Is he up yet? The children looked eager, as if something very important was happening. What's wrong? Mo, who had played all night, now felt refreshed and happy. His usually cold face surprisingly showed a smile. We brought something for Zay, said one slightly older young one. What is it? Mo looked at them. It was a few plump animal skin bags. Chestnuts. The young ones thought about it and remembered that Zay called out like that yesterday. They woke up early, thinking about the tasty food Zay mentioned, and after eating, they came over. But the cave entrance was still closed. The young ones patiently waited at the door. After a long while, they couldn't hold back and went to check for themselves. This way, they could eat the delicious food sooner. The food Zay always made their mouths water just thinking about it. Come back at noon, Mo looked into the cave, unsure when Zay would wake up. The medicine given by the great shaman was very strong. Even Ju hadn't gotten up yet. He wasn't sure if it affected his health, so he needed to ask. Oh, okay. The children nodded together. Don't forget to tell Zay, okay? Mo decided to prepare breakfast first. Zay liked a porridge made from rice. He grabbed 2 handfuls, then, imitating Zay's way, added a few sharp nuts, chopped a red sweet potato, and cooked everything with water. While waiting, Mo roasted a piece of long-spined beast meat over the fire. He ate a little himself, just enough to stave off hunger. Later, he would go hunting with Yen and the others. Lee had found traces of a black-striped beast herd in the mountains west of the tribe, so they planned to try their luck. Before the meat was fully cooked, guests arrived at their home. Is breakfast so late today? Yen came in, followed by Shi. Aren't we going hunting together? She asked. Mo calmly replied, It'll be ready soon. Yen looked at Mo cooking and asked curiously, Hey, where's Bai Zhe? Still sleeping, Mo flipped the meat. Still sleeping, Yen looked at Mo with a complicated expression, then smiled knowingly. Oh, sleeping more is good for your health. Where's Ju? Did he go out to sharpen his claws? Yen glanced at the trees outside the cave. He's sleeping, still sleeping. Yen was a bit puzzled. Did your family go out to play at night? Before he finished speaking, Ju rubbed his eyes, yawned, and came out. She ran over quickly. Ju, you slept in today. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel very sleepy, Ju said, patting his head, trying to wake himself up. He opened his eyes in the morning. The first thing he did was look for Bai Zhe. When he saw that the spot next to him was empty, he knew that the beast father had probably come again. Sneaky and secretive. He didn't look like an adult at all, just fighting with himself over the younger father. Then, when the younger father asked about it, he would pretend not to know. He wouldn't even let himself speak. It was too much. Bai Zhe slept until noon before waking up. Several times during the morning, Ju entered the room. Each time, he stood by the bed, worriedly placing his hand on the younger father's forehead. Bai Zhe's face was fair and serious. Confused, Bai Zhe opened his eyes and saw himself lying on Mo's bed again. He felt like crying but had no tears left. Was this a serious illness? Is sleepwalking in its late stage? Why did he keep bothering Mo? He hunted hard during the day, and at night, he was disturbed while sleeping. He looked down, dressed neatly.
Baixa shite.
At this moment, he felt extremely guilty. When he first came to this world, he was suspicious of Mo, always on guard. But in the end, he was the one who ended up in Mo's bed. And Mo always silently endured it without saying a word. He felt so guilty. Bai Zhe lifted the quilt and got out of bed, but his movement slowed. He wondered if he had been eating too many spicy foods lately. It seemed he needed a light diet, otherwise, some illnesses here would be hard to treat. Younger father, you're awake. Ju had been watching by the fire. When he heard the door open, he hurried over. Bai Zhe looked at the sunlight outside the cave. Ju, what time is it now? It's noon, Ju said, scooping out the porridge that had been kept warm in the pot. Younger father, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Bai Zhe shook his head and slowly sat on a stone stool. Where is the beast father? He went out hunting. After finishing the porridge, Bai Zhe suddenly remembered the promise he made with the children yesterday. He clapped his head and hurried outside. At the cave entrance, he saw several animal skin bags. The openings were open, and they were filled with full chestnuts.
Baixa.
You finally got up. We collected a lot of chestnuts again. The children surrounded Bai Zhe, and a few new, full animal skin bags were nearby. Xia was among them. He wiped the sweat from his face and, seeing Bai Zhe looking refreshed, he and Ju both breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, I slept in today, so I couldn't join you earlier. White Zhe sincerely apologized to the children. That's okay. Can we now make delicious food? Yes, yes. I saved some space in my stomach just for that. White Zhe smiled and looked at the eager children, immediately nodding. Let's start right now. Everyone should help out. Okay. I'm ready. The young voices responded one after another, and the little ones rolled up their sleeves, full of energy. Ju and she had watched White Zhe cook yesterday, so now they took on the role of assistant chefs, guiding the other children step by step. Opening chestnuts, boiling water, peeling shells, mashing. Outside the big cave, it was very lively. Cooking makes you thirsty, so White Zhe boiled a pot of hawthorn fruit tea for the children. After it cooled, it was sweet and sour, very refreshing. Once the fragrant chestnut paste was ready, the children lined up to wash their hands and used their imagination to shape the chestnut paste into different forms. She even made a cat-shaped head and gave it to White Zhe. He had once seen White Zhe turn into a lynx, so beautiful, but a little fierce, showing teeth and stretching claws. It left a deep impression on Xi's young mind. The chestnut cake was successfully cooked, and White Zhe used leaves as plates, leading the children to enjoy their afternoon tea under the sun. The little ones ate with chubby cheeks, mumbling happily, delicious. So good. Some were so satisfied they jumped around, shaking their heads and eyes squinting happily. Ju and she sat on either side of White Zay, listening carefully as he told fun stories. Today, we'll tell the story of 3 little rabbits. The children sat in a row, curious, asking, "Little rabbits? Are they from the rabbit tribe?" Rabbit tribe? What a cute name. White Zay couldn't help but think how wonderful this world is. He continued with the children. Yes, once upon a time, there were 3 little rabbits named Rabbit 1, Rabbit 2, and Rabbit 3. Rabbit 1 built a house with dry grass, Rabbit 2 with wood, and Rabbit 3 with stones. In the end, only Rabbit 3's house was the strongest. And they finally defeated the big bad wolf. The children listened carefully, their mouths opening and closing as the story unfolded. At the end, when they heard that the big gray wolf did not catch the little rabbit, they all cheered happily. Tucson How is amazing. We also live in stone houses and we're not afraid of the big gray wolf. Maybe in the future the little rabbit can live with us. Zay was amused. He wanted to say that compared to the big gray wolf, the Black Panther might be more dangerous. The young ones eagerly asked, Zay, can you tell us another story about the little rabbit? Zay thought for a moment and said, how about I teach you a song about a little white rabbit? Yes. The young ones cleared their throats and prepared. Then Zay sang loudly, Little white rabbit, so white, with 2 ears standing tall. Even though his voice was deep and rough, his singing had a special charm. He received warm applause from everyone. Zay felt encouraged and also happy that these children hadn't heard the original version before. The children started singing along, Little white rabbit, so white, with 2 ears standing tall. Even Ju quietly learned the song. Zay was very happy, showing a kind, fatherly smile. The song was simple, and the children learned it quickly. They asked Zay to teach them a few more songs to perform at home for their father and the beast father. Zay didn't have many children's songs prepared, so he suggested, let's learn another one, 2 tigers. Because the children responded so enthusiastically and their excitement was high, Zay gained confidence. He stood up and sang loudly, 2 tigers running fast. He sang it twice in a row. Then he turned around and saw Emo carrying prey back, standing quietly behind him. His face was calm, but his golden eyes held a strange, indescribable emotion. Emo, you're back, Zay said, walking over and asking kindly, are you hurt? No, Emo replied calmly, standing still. Were you talking about tigers just now? You mentioned it many times. Do you like tigers? His words seemed casual, without any emotion, but Zay felt he needed to be careful with his answer. Since that trip to gather supplies, Emo had become very sensitive about the word tiger. Zay used his usual way, trying to comfort people. He immediately shook his head. I don't like it. I don't like tigers. Emo carefully repeated, you've said that many times. That's just a song for kids to listen to. Is there anything else? Emo momentarily forgot about the incident from that day and brought up the story he overheard in the corner. The story you told is also about the tiger tribe. Huh?
Baisha looked confused.
How do you know? Emo paused, keeping a calm face. Ju told me that story. Ju, standing nearby, suddenly looked up. Did I really tell that story? In small matters like this, Zay was a very bossy roommate who loved to spoil others. He quickly changed his tune, turning 2 little tigers into 2 little mice. And right in front of Emo, he taught the little ones the new song again. 2 little mice, running fast, running fast. It was very harmonious. Emo seemed quite satisfied with the result, and his expressions soon returned to his usual calm. But that was only true for Zay. Among the little ones sitting in rows, if anyone tried to sing 2 little tigers again, Emo would sharply lock onto them with a fierce look. The little ones, feeling a chill down their backs, would immediately change their tune and raise their voices. 2 little mice, running fast. They would sing while carefully sneaking glances at Emo and only relax once his eyes left them. After a few times, the little ones had fully accepted the song, 2 little mice. As for Ju, who was unaware of the conflict between his beast father and the tiger, he was now feeling angry about being falsely accused. However, Mo's strength was too great, especially with the added status of beast father. Ju could only silently look at Zay, trying to make his adoptive father understand with innocent eyes that he was innocent. But the beast father kept standing in front of the adoptive father, drawing all his attention. The bossy beast father. As a form of rebellion, Ju started singing Two Little Tigers again. Although softly, Ju knew Mo could hear him. Because Mo glared at him. Mo entered the mountain cave, placing down the handled black creature. After taking a few sips of water, he was called away by C to go to the clan leader's place to get salt. Because they will soon exchange a new batch of salt with the merfolk, the tribe leader decided to distribute all the remaining salt among everyone. Mo acted quickly, finished his share, and then went to visit the great shaman's house. "Are you hurt?" Zhao, who was outside the cave drying herbs, asked out of habit.
"No," Mo replied, stepping closer.
"Great shaman, yesterday, Bai Zhe used the medicine you gave him. He slept very deeply and wouldn't wake up no matter what. The medicine is very powerful. This was the first time Bai Zhe used it. He slept outside my cave all night." Zhao smiled. "So, Bai Zhe was wandering around at night?" "Not really," Mo lied. "It was probably his first time." Zhao nodded. "Then why are you here?" Mo remembered his purpose. "Does that medicine have any effect on the body of the beast men?" "Nothing serious," Zhao said. "I also tried it myself. After waking up, I felt pretty good." Mo understood and thanked the great shaman. Zhao said, "Come back when you're done." "I still have some." Mo replied, "Okay." Bai Zhe was very happy when he saw the house suddenly filled with more salt. He had always wanted to turn the wild vegetables he dug up into pickles to eat during winter, but since they didn't have much salt, he thought it would be a waste and never did it. Now that he knew he could use it freely, Bai Zhe immediately started. Mo and Ju also joined in. One washed the stone jars, and the other boiled water to blanch the vegetables briefly. Bai Zhe carefully picked and washed the stored vegetables. Mo's gaze fell on Bai Zhe's behind, watching his hips lift as he squatted, and his throat unconsciously moved up and down. He felt nervous today. Although Mo had been very restrained last night, he couldn't let the person below him be completely unaware. He had prepared for the worst, being questioned, confessing everything, and trying every possible way to fix it. In short, he couldn't let go. But Bai Zhe's behavior was very natural, except for a fleeting strange expression on his face when he sat down. After a stroke of luck, people tend to become more daring. Mo's eyes darkened, looking forward to the next feast. Making pickles was simple. After briefly blanching the wild vegetables in boiling water, they could be scooped out, cooled in water, and then squeezed and drained thoroughly. Following the method of layering wild vegetables with salt, place them into a stone jar, then press a large stone on top. Store it in a cool, ventilated place. During this process, Bai Zhe and the smaller one didn't touch it. They seemed to compete, each working harder than the other. At dinner, Bai Zhe planned to cook braised pork. Since there was no rock sugar, he used honey instead. Even if it tasted bad, as long as Mo and Ju were there, he wouldn't worry about wasting food. He was confident in his cooking skills. He cut the wild boar meat into pieces, blanched it in cold water with ginger slices, then stir-fried honey until it darkened. Next, he added the meat, scallions, ginger, and various spices, stir-fried everything, then added warm water and simmered on high heat until the meat was tender. The pot was full and shiny red, like jelly, bouncing when touched. Ju had already sent the rabbit's skin to China for tanning. As for the meat, Bai Zhe planned to marinate it directly, coat it with spices, and then grill it over fire. Mo and Ju helped nearby. When the rabbit meat was almost done, Ju habitually picked up the chili powder Bai Zhe had prepared earlier, ready to sprinkle it on. Bai Zhe quickly reached out to stop him. His backside had been uncomfortable all day, and eating spicy food would be too much. Ju looked at his father with confusion. Bai Zhe softly said, "Tear it apart later, and add it separately. I want to try a non-spicy version today." Mo's gaze fell on Bai Zhe's face again, unaware that he was the cause of this. The braised pork made with honey turned out surprisingly good. The meat soaked up the rich sauce, melting in the mouth, tender but not greasy. It had a slight sweetness, which suited children's tastes. Ju ate 4 or 5 pieces in a row, then turned to eat the freshly grilled rabbit. After dinner, Mo carried the young one to wash the pot, while he himself came over to Bai Zhe and made a fist. Sitting by the fire, Bai Zhe looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Mo stretched out his long fingers, holding a clear, icy blue gemstone, transparent and beautiful, just like Bai Zhe's eyes. Pure and enchanting. Bai Zhe immediately stood up, staring intently at Mo's palm. So pretty. Mo was pleased with Bai Zhe's reaction, feeling it was worth sparring with C. Seeing him hold the gemstone without moving, Bai Zhe asked, "Is it a gift for me?" Mo nodded. White Zhe carefully took it. "This sapphire is really beautiful, a round gem lying there like a small ocean in the palm." The boss's usual serious tone. "There will be many more in the future. Thank you." White Zhe accepted it, planning to make a hole later to wear it on his hand. After washing up, White Zhe started to worry. The medicine given by the great shaman doesn't seem to work. The days ahead are long. What should he do? Seeing White Zhe's concern, Mo quietly stood nearby and calmly said, "I'm fine." White Zhe turned his head, looking sad and pale, but this might affect your rest tonight. Mo thought for a moment and gave a suggestion. "Come sleep with me. That way, the door won't make noise and I won't be disturbed." White Zhe was moved by Mo's generosity, but also felt helpless about his strange illness. He hesitated. Mo's gaze stayed on White Zhe's face, watching all his expressions. "The mountain cave outside is dangerous at night," Mo continued calmly. "If you go out, I will notice. If you're worried," he paused slightly, "I can sleep on the ground. After all, safety is the most important." Such understanding and selfless words. White Zhe was truly convinced. He looked at Mo with gratitude and said sincerely, "Thank you, Mo, but the bed is big enough for the three of us." "Yes," but in the next second Mo suddenly reacted, his eyebrows slightly furrowing. "Three? Yes." White Zhe nodded, thinking this was the best solution for now. With Ju, the atmosphere wouldn't be so awkward, and it could prevent some possible accidents. Mo's gaze flicked to Ju, who was at the door washing dishes. His normally relaxed fingers tightened slightly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Mo said calmly. "I'm listening to you." Ju turned away from them, seemed to be washing dishes seriously, but his ears were already alert, listening carefully to the conversation between the father and the beast father. Tonight, he could sleep with fragrant father again. Although there was an extra beast father, it was okay. Father would definitely hold him, pat him, and maybe tell new stories, just like before. Just moments ago, my heart was at its lowest point, but suddenly it lifted up again. Ju's dishwashing movements became quick and smooth, and he even hummed the song, "Two Tigers," that Bai Zhe taught them. When a father came over to ask for his opinion, Ju nodded repeatedly, saying, "I can do it." Mo glanced at the young one and said, "Then go to the Yen family and sleep with she." Ju replied, "I don't like sleeping at other people's houses." Mo said, "You don't like it, but you used to go there often." Ju responded, "That was before, not now." Ju thought that his beast father was deliberately targeting him. The father-son bond, once so close and full of mutual support, now seemed fragile. Bai Zhe found these two amusing. They usually didn't talk much, but now they could joke around with each other. Their expressions looked serious, but that suited their personalities. "I'll tidy up the bed now," Bai Zhe said with a smile. "Mo, bring in the jam and fruit that are drying outside." "Okay." Ju sped up his washing. After finishing, he dried his hands and ran over to Bai Zhe, occasionally helping out. Anyway, being close to a father made him very happy. The stone bed Bai Zhe originally slept on was indeed very large. He didn't know how Mo managed to move it inside. It was covered with thick grass mats and animal skins, making it very comfortable to lie on. There were 2 adults and 1 child, with 3 pillows neatly arranged in a row. Ju placed his pillow in the middle, Bai Zhe's next, and Mo's on the outside. It looked perfect. The boy's lips curled slightly, looking forward to bedtime tonight. Mo usually slept shirtless, but today, for the first time, he wore a shirt with a loose collar, similar to an old man's shirt, which didn't hide much. Tonight, Mo and Ju finished washing early and went into the cave. Bai Zhe was the last to come in. When he entered, he saw the father and son playing. Ju, who was in the middle, was now on the outer edge of the bed. The boy was trying hard, using his head to push Emo away again and again. But facing that strong, long body, he was still unable to succeed. After a few tries, Emo remained still, even leaning his head with interest, with a slightly teasing expression. Ju sat on the bed with a serious face, glaring angrily at his beast father. That was clearly his spot, with his pillow already in place. This scene looked very warm and peaceful to Baizé. Just as he walked over, the father and son on the bed immediately changed their expressions, acting as if nothing had happened. Baizé saw Emo lying in the middle and asked, "Emo, do you want to sleep inside?" "Father can sleep inside," Ju said. "It's easier to fall off the bed if I sleep outside." This wasn't just a child's joke. When he used to sleep with his beast father, he often fell to the ground. Sometimes, when Emo turned over and stretched his legs, Ju would react too late, and the little one would roll off the bed onto the cold, hard, uneven stone floor, which hurt a lot. So later, Emo let Ju sleep inside the bed. Baizé was about to say he was a very honest sleeper, but suddenly remembered the midnight running around, and he smiled without saying anything. Emo glanced at Ju, and then moved to the outside. Baizé climbed into the bed and said, "Emo, please move a little further outside." Thinking Baizé felt there wasn't enough space, Emo moved further out. Then he saw Baizé wave to Ju, who quickly scrambled up, hugged his small pillow, and squeezed into the middle of them. "Emo." He looked at Ju crawling into Baizé's arms and really wanted to kick the kid out, especially since this brat was trying to push himself out with his butt. But because Baizé was there, Emo didn't act. He looked coldly at Ju, who was hugging Baizé's arm, and saw Baizé gently pat his head and back. He was very angry. Emo lay stiffly, looking up at the stone wall above. Then, secretly, he reached into the animal skin quilt, found Ju's bottom, and pinched a tender piece of flesh with his thumb and forefinger, giving it a sharp squeeze. Ow! Ju suddenly looked up and looked behind him. Baizé asked, "What's wrong?" Just when Emo thought Ju wouldn't complain, the little one looked aggrieved and said, "Father, someone pinched me." Baizé would never do such a thing, and Ju wouldn't pinch himself either. Then, both the big and small looked at Emo at the same time. Emo, that he suddenly felt a little nervous. He kept a calm face and looked innocent, pretending he didn't know anything. Because Mo's image is highly admired in Baiz's heart, Baiz thinks this was just a small accident. Maybe it was an accidental grab. "Your beast father didn't mean to," Baiz comforted Ju. The child responded quietly and then protected his bottom with his hand. The cave gradually became quiet. In the darkness, Emo suddenly opened his eyes and shifted Ju and Baiz, who were sleeping in the middle, to different positions. He was happily hugging his partner, ready for a lovely night. But as they slept, Baiz turned over, facing away from Emo, and then held Ju back into his arms again. Emo sat up angrily, moved Ju to the outer side, and slept in the middle, hugging Baiz inside, then closed his eyes happily again. The lovely night began. Because Ju was nearby, Emo didn't eat too much, but he took all the benefits he could. Anyway, when he turned his body, Baiz was caught in his arms, and any movement was very discreet. Early morning. Emo was the first to wake up. Baiz was completely curled up in his arms, holding his waist with both hands, with his face buried in the exposed chest muscles. His fluffy, silver-gray hair had a few strands sticking up. Seeing this, Emo felt soft-hearted. He gently rubbed his chin against Baiz and then kissed his forehead. But once he kissed, he couldn't stop. He kissed from the forehead down to the neck, then deeply inhaled a few times. Emo finally felt satisfied. When he was about to get up, he turned his head and saw Ju lying in the quilt with a sullen face, glaring at him angrily. Emo looked back calmly. "You're not sleeping well yourself. What does that have to do with me?" Ju didn't believe it, but he had no choice. The human heart is treacherous. He had known this since he was young. He originally thought he could crawl back into his beast father's arms after he left. But Emo got out of bed, casually grabbed Ju by the back of his neck, and forced him to get up too. Ju tried to struggle, twisting back and forth like a fish trying to escape. But in front of Mo's strength, everything was useless. Mo left the cave, only then setting the young one down. Ju was unhappy and stomped, trying to run back. Mo spoke, "Don't disturb your beast father. The firewood at home is gone." Ju gritted his teeth, trying to give his beast father a bite. Mo Dan said, "Close it." Ju was forced to give in. After a while, Bai Zhe slowly woke up. Surprisingly, having someone sleep beside him made the bed much warmer, like a big heater at night. Mo left early in the morning because he needed to go out hunting with the tribe's orcs. After preparing a simple meal for himself, he went out. Ju didn't eat, but still had to wash the pot. After washing up, he started his daily routine, gathering firewood and sharpening his claws. When Bai Zhe left the cave, Ju had just climbed a very tall tree and was watching a bird's nest on a branch. He had disliked these birds for a long time. The two birds were very rude, often pooping on the ground, and just now, one had even landed on his head. He couldn't stand it. Bai Zhe hadn't noticed Ju at first, but when he tilted his head to stretch his neck, he accidentally saw the black ball on the branch nearby. He quickly walked over. His blue eyes were very special, especially against the black fur. Bai Zhe didn't dare shout, afraid of scaring the little one. He just looked up carefully, staring intently, holding his breath. Ju arched his back, hugged the tree trunk, and quietly moved closer. But since he was so big, it was hard not to be noticed by the birds. The black bird in the nest suddenly flapped its wings and flew away, panicked, making loud caw-caw sounds. It was very unpleasant to hear. Ju couldn't help but complain. Once he realized Ju's intention, the black bird was angry and annoyed. It circled around his head, then found the right moment and pecked at him. Ju immediately reached out his paw to catch it. Bai Zhe became very nervous instantly. The black bird flew away, then tried to attack again, repeating this pattern. Ju didn't want to fight. He climbed to the edge of the nest and reached out his paw, pulling the bird down to the ground. Seeing its home gone, the black bird was so angry it almost forgot to flap its wings, cursing loudly. Ju seemed to do it on purpose, lifting his head high, flicking his tail, then slowly climbing down from the tree. When Bai Zhe saw it was safe, he finally spoke, "Ju." "Father." Ju's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly sped up, and when he was about 2 meters above the ground, he jumped down. White Zhe was confused, then noticed the white thing on his head. He held back a laugh and asked, "Are they pulling your hair?" The child wanted to look good, turned around and ran toward home. After becoming a human, he took a basin of cool water to wash his hair. Seeing this, White Zhe quickly stopped him. "There's hot water boiling in the pot. Washed with cold water, you might get sick." Ju usually washed his hair this way, but he shook his head, saying it was too much trouble. White Zhe disagreed. He added hot water again, tested the temperature with his hand, and then let Ju wash his hair. Usually, the little leopard went to the creek or hot spring to wash directly in the water. He wasn't used to just washing his hair at home, so he rubbed the foam until everywhere was full of bubbles, like Santa Claus's big beard. White Zhe smiled, rolled up his sleeves, and bent down to help the child wash his hair. Ju felt his gentle movements and suddenly thought that having birds pull his hair didn't seem so annoying anymore. After washing, White Zhe told Ju to sit by the fire and dry his hair by the heat, while he added wood to the stove to prepare breakfast. "By the way, Ju, where is your beast father?" White Zhe asked while stirring the egg flowers in his bowl. "He went hunting." "Did he say when he would come back?" "This time he went with the tribe's beast men. He might not return until tomorrow." "Oh," White Zhe thought he should tell Mo. Next time he went on a long trip, he should inform him in advance so they could prepare some food. When the water in the stone pot boiled, White Zhe poured the beaten eggs into the pot in a circular motion with chopsticks, added a little salt, a pinch of wild green onion, and some pork fat. A simple, yet tasty egg drop soup was ready. He roasted sweet potatoes over the fire and also fried a piece of wild boar meat for Ju. The child drank 3 bowls of the soup. After eating, White Zhe called Ju to the wall. He felt the child had grown taller recently, so he picked up a stone and marked a line on the wall at Ju's height as a marker, to check later. The young cubs also wanted to go out and learn. She came over shortly after, calling Ju to join. After what happened last time, White Zay repeatedly told the two children to be careful and stay safe. It was okay if they didn't catch any prey. Ju, and she nodded. Now, only White Zay was left at home. He began preparing things for his trip a few days later. First, I will make a large backpack for Ju and she, designed to be worn on their back in animal form. According to Mo, Ju and she will also go this time. Every time the tribe trades salt with the merfolk, they bring along a few young orcs. During the journey, they hunt together, which is a way for them to practice and learn. Ju is exactly 8 years old this year, and now it's their turn to go. Ju remains fairly calm, but she was so excited when she heard the news that she hugged Ju tightly, almost choking him. Outside, the light was good. Bai Zay sat at the cave entrance with a piece of animal hide. By noon, he had roughly prepared everything. He was about to cook some food when he heard footsteps nearby. Yuan and Bai Qing entered, followed by a person who looked like an orc, with silver-gray hair. Bai Zay guessed who he was, his adoptive father. But for some reason, Bai Zay felt strangely nervous, as if it was an instinctive reaction of his body. Yuan smiled and said, Bai Zay, we came to see you. This is your adoptive father. Gung stepped forward. His gray eyes looked dark and lifeless, and his presence made others feel uneasy. Don't you remember me? Bai Zay took a step back. No, I don't. Gung's right leg was a bit lame, so he walked slowly. He sat on a stone bench, eyes full of suspicion. You really don't remember, or are you pretending? Now, Bai Zay understood the situation. This family of 3 was trying to take advantage of Mo's absence to pressure him, the soft target. Yuan and Bai Qing didn't get what they wanted from him, so they called their big boss to come and pressure him. Judging by their attitude, they probably weren't kind to the original owner either. As expected, none of this family was good. But if they came here just to show off, they had the wrong person. Bai Zay calmly said, Can't you tell? Gung narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his gray pupils. Before, Yuan and Bai Qing told him about Bai Zay's changes. He thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed true. Especially the feeling he got from Bai Zay now, completely different from before, when he was timid in front of him. His eyes are still cold, but there was more fear in them back then. Gung's voice was a bit deep. Why haven't you been home lately, home? Going home just means being bullied by you guys, or carrying things to deliver. Bai Zay looked around. This is my home. Where else would I go? Gung shook his head and said seriously, Foolish child, this can't be your home. Mo is the owner of this cave. You must understand, we are family. Mo might not want you, but we won't abandon you. Bai Zay looked indifferent. Oh, then I'll wait until Mo kicks me out. Gung's expression froze for a moment. Aren't you worried about what you'll do after Mo throws you out? You don't even have a cave. Bai Zay's face was expressionless. Just wait to die. Gung. Seeing his partner about to get angry, Yuan spoke kindly at the right moment. Bai Zay, don't talk nonsense. We are all family and we will be fine.
Bai shivered.
Have you finished watching? Yuan looked confused. Huh. Aren't you here to see me? Bai Zay spun around in front of them. I've looked around all sides. Can you go now? What do you mean? Bai Qing glared angrily at Bai Zay. Your beast father came to see you himself and you act like this. Coming himself? Such authority. People who don't know might think he's a governor. Oh no, he should be called the Long of the Beast God Continent. Bai Zay couldn't help but roll his eyes. What attitude? It's you, visiting your brother, and you look down your nose at him. That's rude. Gung got a bit annoyed and suddenly slammed the table. Bai Zay thought, I should have just thrown some small stones on the table, or decorated with porcupine quills, or even put a horned animal's horn on my head. Bai Zay, Gung's voice became serious. You're the oldest child in the family. Don't forget your responsibilities. You look like the oldest person in the family. Why don't you remember your responsibilities? Bai Zay pretended to be clueless. What responsibilities? Gung coughed lightly and Yuan nodded in agreement. Bai Zay, although we're in the Black Panther tribe now, we haven't truly integrated. Food is scarce and your beast father is injured. Our family needs to help each other to survive peacefully here. Yuan looked conflicted.
You
Haven't brought anything home for a long time. Yes, I will be direct and honest. Master, my partner has passed away, but I am managing well on my own, Bai Zhe said, deliberately stretching his tone. Besides, isn't the beast father still doing fine? But your beast father hurt his leg, Gung replied. Everyone in the family needs to eat, Bai Zhe said seriously. He asked, Master, do you dislike that the beast father doesn't work and eats a lot? Gung looked at Yuan. Yuan quickly denied. I didn't. Bai Qing pointed at Bai Zhe. If it weren't for you, the beast father's leg wouldn't have been hurt. Because of me? Bai Zhe frowned. Did I cause it? Bai Qing was speechless. Knowing that Bai Zhe had injured his head during the beast tide and forgot everything, then was foolish for 2 years, Yuan and Gung exchanged glances and brought up the old lie again. Don't you remember? You were attacked by a mad black bear. If the beast father hadn't saved you, you would have died, Yuan said, wiping his eyes. Your beast father's leg was bitten so badly by that black bear. What a touching story. If he hadn't seen their true faces and heard how badly they treated him, he might have believed it. Bai Zhe only muttered inside for a second, then shook his head. I don't believe it. Yuan and Bai Qing were both stunned. They didn't expect Bai Zhe to say that. Yuan suppressed his anger, looking upset. Kid, this is the truth. Bai Zhe looked at Bai Qing. Do you have any proof? Bai Qing knew he was doing it on purpose and was furious. His voice suddenly rose. Because of you, because you are unlucky, our family has become like this. This is getting superstitious. Bai Zhe asked curiously, who said I am unlucky? That's what our Lynx tribe's great shaman said. Bai Qing said, feeling he had hit a sore spot. He looked proud. Everyone in our tribe knows. Bai Zhe's face remained calm. You probably found a fraud to be your shaman, right? Shut up, Gung snapped angrily. Show respect to the shaman. Bai Zhe remembered that Star and others had told him that he and Bai Qing's family escaped during the beast tide. He asked, is that shaman very powerful? Bai Qing replied, of course. Since that great shaman is so powerful, why are we now in the Black Panther tribe? White Zhe asked casually. Could it be that the Lynx tribe no longer wants us? Or are they gone? The entire cave suddenly fell silent. White Zhe felt amused inside. He thought, they say I am unlucky? No way. I am very lucky. An auspicious sign. When he was a child, his grandmother specifically predicted his fate. A master once said that the people around him would be very important in his life. White Zhe was very annoyed. Just as he was about to ask them to leave, in the next moment, the person sitting on the stone bench, Gung, instantly transformed into a large gray lynx and leapt toward White Zhe. Wow. White Zhe quickly dodged to the side. Could he have angered someone? If he had known, he would have been a bit more careful. White Zhe secretly regretted it. Since he already lived in a remote place and Mo wasn't here, if they really fought, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. The huge lynx let out a low growl. Its shoulder blades stood high, and its gray pupils looked dark and intimidating. White Zhe's heart was pounding. He wanted to run out of the cave, but Gung seemed to sense his intention and blocked the exit. Yuan and Bai Qing watched coldly, even stepping aside to avoid getting hurt. This was an act of violence inside. White Zhe felt like everything was about to end badly. Gung enjoyed White Zhe's fear and thought he deserved a lesson. Then, with a swift kick, Gung's large body suddenly knocked White Zhe to the ground, and its sharp teeth suddenly clamped around White Zhe's throat. White Zhe's back hit the hard stone, and he felt a sharp pain, his face turning pale. A stabbing pain came from his neck. White Zhe was not someone who liked to be bullied. His eyes flicked over the burning fire nearby, and he struggled to reach toward it. Unexpectedly, he grabbed a half-burned piece of wood and thrust it at the large lynx. Burn you into a bald donkey. Immediately, the smell of burnt hair filled the air. Gung turned his head, and his belly quickly turned black and yellow. The heat from the fur reached his skin. He panicked and hurriedly pawed at himself. White Zhe took the opportunity to sit up and continued to push the burning end of the wood toward the lynx's face. Gung's beard curled up instantly, disappearing at a visible speed. White Zay waved the wood, finally venting his anger. Yuan and Bai Qing shouted in surprise and quickly rushed forward to put out the fire on Gung. Bai Zay took the opportunity to run outside. Gung was furious from the heart, limping as he chased after him. People definitely cannot outrun animals, even if they are disabled. After a few steps, Bai Zay was knocked down again. He winced in pain, feeling like he might be crushed to death rather than bitten. Burning the beard was a huge insult and provocation to Gung. Gung was really angry. His sharp fangs almost sank into Bai Zay's neck. Bai Zay felt his life was in danger. He just hoped Mo would avenge him and teach this bully a lesson.
Ugh.
My neck hurts so much. Bai Zay could almost smell the blood. Gung's fur was burning in patches, on the verge of bursting into flames. Yuan and Bai Qing saw that things were getting serious and quickly tried to stop them. At this moment, Ju, who was carrying prey back home, suddenly sensed something unusual in the air. He stopped and sniffed hard. "What's wrong?" She tilted his head in confusion. "Go back." Ju put down what he was holding and ran swiftly toward the cave. Seeing his panic, she also dropped his things and hurried after him. When they saw what was outside the cave, 2 little black leopards immediately bristled with fur standing on end, their backs arched. "Ha!" Ju growled low, showing his sharp white teeth, and charged forward with full force. His claws, like nails, fiercely sank into Gung's body, aiming at his belly, and he bit down hard, refusing to let go. Gung was jolted with pain, turned his head, and was immediately pounced on by Shi, who grabbed and bit him again. The 2 little black leopards growled angrily, their tails flicking and hitting him repeatedly, no matter how Gung tried to shake them off. Yuan and Bai Qing were completely shocked. They didn't expect things to develop like this. They hurriedly told Gung not to hurt Shi and Ju. If the cubs of the black leopards got hurt, the black leopard tribe might have to leave this place. Bai Zay covered his neck, got up, ignoring the pain, ran into the cave, grabbed a thick piece of firewood, and attacked the lynx again. "Burn, you old thing!" Big cats care a lot about their fur. The lynx struggled desperately. After finally shaking off the 2 little black leopards, it hurriedly dodged Bai Zay's attack with a big smoke stick. Ju and Shi rolled on the ground, then quickly got up and stood in front of Bai Zay, looking fierce and very alert. They made hissing sounds like SSS woo, constantly baring their teeth and puffing air. At this moment, Gung finally regained his senses, growling softly as he stepped back. Yuan wanted to step forward, but Ju and Shi stared at him defensively, ready to attack at any moment. Yuan had no choice but to stand there and speak kindly. "Bai Zay, the matter with the lynx tribe is a sore spot for your beast father. He didn't mean to do it. Please don't blame him." Bai Zay was speechless. "I don't know if he's in pain, but I am definitely hurting now. Just wait, I told you I hold grudges. It's not like he's my real father. And, by the way, I also want to vent some anger for the original owner." When they left, Ju and Shi quickly turned around, worried, and went to Bai Zay's side, licking the wounds on his neck with their tongues. Ow, Bai Zay couldn't help but wince. It really hurt. The 2 little black panthers immediately stopped what they were doing and stared at him intently. Even though they had the faces of panthers, Bai Zay could see their unease. So he reached out and patted their heads, smiling as he said, "I'm fine." Ju and Shi are really brave. The 2 little black panthers drooped their ears, not looking as happy as they usually did when praised. Bai Zay held his waist and slowly walked to the water basin, looking down at his neck. Fortunately, it was just a surface wound. Washing away the blood that seeped out would be enough. Shi and Ju stayed close by his side. After transforming back into humans, because they had come in such a hurry, the 2 kids hadn't brought their clothes. Bai Zay found a set of clothes for each of them to wear. She looked serious, staring at Bai Zay with anger, and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely help you get revenge." Ju clenched his fists tightly, with a dark look in his eyes, silent and serious, which made Bai Zay a little worried. Bai Zay changed the subject and asked, "By the way, were you going hunting today? How did it go?" She just remembered and said, Oh, right, our prey and clothes are still on the way here. I'll go look for them, Ju said with a serious face, then left the cave. The gullah beast could be hunted again, but the clothes made by a father couldn't be lost. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw how carrying a gullah beast in one hand, with a few animal skins draped over his shoulder, walking this way. Ju, is this the prey you and she caught? Hao asked. By the way, why did you also throw your clothes by the roadside? Ju nodded and replied, thank you. Did something happen? Hao looked confused. You seem a bit upset. No, Ju said, handing Hao one of the squeaky toys. No need. Hao shook his head. I just happened to see it. Hao found it strange. This was the first time he saw Ju so angry. Usually, when they fought, Ju never acted like this. To prevent infection, Bai Zhe carefully applied the leftover medicine from last time to the wound on Mo's neck. It should scab over by tomorrow. After Ju returned, he went to the creek to take care of the squeaky toy. But his face looked unhappy, his mouth tight, and he kept glancing at Bai Zhe's neck. He didn't eat much at dinner either. When sleeping, he was very quiet, silently hugging a parent's arm. Bai Zhe thought the child was scared and patted Ju's back. Today, I burned the fur off that big lynx. It looks very ugly now. Ju responded quietly. Bai Zhe pinched the child's face. Ju, don't be upset anymore.
Ju didn't speak.
After a moment, he whispered, a parent, I'm sorry. I wish I had come back earlier. Bai Zhe was stunned, feeling a warm feeling inside. Our Ju is already very brave. You don't know how courageous you were today. Ju buried his face in Bai Zhe's embrace. I will grow up and become as strong as the beast father, the strongest in the tribe. Yes, Ju will become very powerful in the future. Mo returned at dawn, stepping through the morning dew. Knowing Bai Zhe woke up late, he went straight to get the food. Over time, he naturally learned which part of the prey Bai Zhe liked best. Yan and Mo walked side by side. When they reached Yan's house, she suddenly ran over, heading straight for Mo. Yan was puzzled. Why is this kid becoming more and more cold-hearted? In the next moment, she angrily and passionately started to complain. His face turned red with anger as he spoke. Yan was surprised. This is too outrageous. How can someone treat their own child like that? Mo's face suddenly darkened, and he quickly headed toward home. Ju was boiling water when he saw the beast father return. Before he could speak, Mo walked straight into the cave and went to Bai Zhe's bed.
Bai Zhe was sleeping peacefully.
His eyes fell on the scratch marks on Bai Zhe's neck. Mo clenched his fists, looking very upset. Ju followed behind. Where else are you hurt? On my back. Ju remembered Bai Zhe frowning and touching his waist several times yesterday. Mo said nothing. He frowned and gently lifted the beast hide blanket, slightly pulling up Bai Zhe's clothes. There was a large bruise on his back. Mo's eyes flashed with cold anger. He lifted his leg and headed out of the cave. Gum was currently angry, staring at his uneven hair in the water when suddenly, a punch hit the ground nearby.